That voice is driving me crazy. Lloyd's soul couldn't understand what his body was doing. Good heavens, is he just crazy? What is he doing? Suddenly a vortex appeared directly above Lloyd's soul's head. A grim reaper emerged from it. In one hand he held a scythe and in the other an hourglass. Lloyd's soul cried out in terror. A grim reaper. The grim reaper, coming to work for the first time, was quite flustered seeing such a soul. What is this? To be sure, the grim reaper called his superior to ask again. Hello, manager. The soul detector gave an alert, so I reported to work, but this soul's color is strange. Red? You mean his lifespan isn't over yet? That's strange, he's clearly a soul. Seeing Lloyd's soul's anxiety, the grim reaper reassured him. I apologize, calm down. Since there was a slight problem, the grim reaper decided to temporarily halt soul collection and postpone it for another time. Your case is quite unusual. We need to investigate whether it's our mistake or another issue. Lloyd's soul was quite surprised, thinking to himself, that person's appearance and voice don't match at all. Seeing the grim reaper's way of working, Lloyd's soul froze on the spot. Wait here for a moment. I'll contact you again when the investigation is complete. Lloyd's soul showed an anxious expression on his face. This is how I spend my time, neither living nor dead. Lloyd's soul could only watch helplessly as his body was taken away. That bastard occupied my body for several years, Lloyd himself had to admit. That bastard is very different from me. He felt a slight regret. I blamed my parents and this territory, slowly falling into decadence. But the fake Lloyd was different. He never rested, always pushed forward and eventually paid off all the family's debts. Even his parents noticed this big change. My parents' eyes looking at me completely changed. The real Lloyd's soul also felt jealous of the fake Lloyd. He even knows strange magic and summoning. I wish I had those skills. While he was lost in thought, the Grim Reaper suddenly reappeared, startling Lloyd's soul. He said gently, "Who knows?" The Grim Reaper poured cold water on Lloyd's soul. "You're thinking that if that bastard didn't have special abilities, he too would have just drunk alcohol every day. You think that if you had such abilities you could have done what he did, right?" Lloyd's soul instantly became anxious as his thoughts were exposed. The Grim Reaper gently told him, "I apologize, I just happened to overhear and thought it strange. Haha. By the way, your case is unprecedented, but since you are already a soul it seems you cannot remain in this world." Lloyd's soul felt a little resentful hearing the Grim Reaper's words. "Then let's go meet the King of Hell together and seek his guidance." Lloyd's soul gradually realized one thing. That bastard who took my body, seeing him only brings more pain. He made me realize my own shameful deeds. When the soul sought out the King of Hell, he coldly waved his hand in refusal. The King of Hell said there is no law regarding this matter. He offered no solution. Lloyd's soul had no choice but to retreat alone, lonely and depressed. I can neither resurrect nor disappear. I had to live a wandering life in hell, avoiding the eyes of demons. One day Lloyd's soul discovered the fake Lloyd was here and became enraged. "But you're not supposed to be here, you bastard." Seeing Lloyd stumbling below, he got on the Whitebird airship and took a tour around hell. Lloyd's sharp eyes meticulously observed hell. "Tisk, the terrain here is very rugged, so I shouldn't wander carelessly." Cleverly, he found the most advantageous path for easy movement. "I need exactly 100 kilometers? No, 10 kilometers of flat land like this." "Tisk, it's a bit long." Lloyd looked around and meticulously analyzed. "But there are guys here who don't eat or rest, 30,000 demons who don't eat or rest. I can deal with them quickly." After landing, he went to carefully assess the situation in the area. "Let's see what dangers are around." Lloyd's soul, as if having been waiting there, delivered a divine kick to Lloyd's face. That enraged kick dug deeply into his cheek, distorting his face. With just one kick, Lloyd couldn't block it. He was sent flying, rolling several meters. Lloyd cursed in fury. "Damn it!" Lloyd's soul then delivered a series of kicks, striking his eyes squarely with both feet and then continuously stomped on his stomach. Lloyd squinted in pain, muttering curses. "You bastard, you damn bastard!" Behind Lloyd's soul, a mouse blocked him. Lloyd's soul immediately tried to retaliate against the small mouse, but the mouse was no ordinary creature. It instantly grabbed him by the hair and dragged him away, making him scream, "Mommy, let go, damn it, let go!" The mouse immediately threw the soul towards where a squirrel was. Squirrel brought him back to Lloyd. Lloyd asked fiercely, "Who are you, you bastard?" Lloyd's soul was instantly terrified by that frightening face. "He's really ugly." Lloyd continued to growl, and the soul had to admire. "He's truly terrifying looking." But instantly, the fake Lloyd realized this face was familiar. "Wait!" He immediately recognized Lloyd from Terra. Lloyd's soul was enraged. "Yes, it's me, you imposter. I am the Lloyd whose body you stole." Lloyd bit his lip, startled. "So that bastard was in hell?" Lloyd asked incredulously. "What in the world did you do to get chased into hell?" Lloyd's soul struggled. "Hey, if you've taken someone else's body, you should take responsibility." Lloyd's soul suddenly began to sob. "My parents finally felt relieved, saying I was all grown up. How heartbroken would they be? Go back quickly, please." Lloyd listened quietly, feeling a little sorry. He tried to calm him down. Lloyd's soul couldn't stand it and cut him off. "Calm down? How can I calm down? Do you think I can right now?" His words were too harsh, so the hamster silenced him with a lightning-fast punch. Seeing that the soul had quieted down, Lloyd admonished him. "All right, you're finally ready to listen to me. We can solve this with words." Lloyd's soul shouted in anger. "Words? What words? That crazy mouse has been hitting me since earlier, you body-stealing thugs, you savages, worse than beasts." In the end, the hamster had to scold him a little more. This time, Lloyd's soul also shut up. Lloyd slowly explained, "First of all, I'm not dead. I just made a contract with the King of Hell and came here to work." He also clarified that he didn't steal anyone's body. At these words, Lloyd's soul opened its mouth in shock and horror. "And I didn't steal your body. When I opened my eyes, I was also surprised to see myself transformed into you. I'm just a poor, timid young man who majored in civil engineering in a country called South Korea. He tried to prove that he was innocent and had no involvement. Do you believe me? I have nothing more to say. Kim Suho, Lloyd's soul, fell silent upon hearing these words. Anyway, I'm in this state because of you. Haviel immediately grew suspicious of this conversation. Why do I have to be like this? Actually, after I entered your body, life in the territory became much better. Wow. How shameless. Of course I'm grateful, but you shouldn't say such things yourself. Haviel couldn't understand at all, but suddenly realized, I only see Sir Suho. Is he talking to himself? No, this voice, it's the real young Master Lloyd's voice. Lloyd's soul shouted in anger. If it weren't for you, I could have lived a normal life. Because of you, I've become an unrecognized wandering soul. He whined with all his might to Lloyd from Terra, demanding he take responsibility for this. After thinking for a moment, he finally agreed. All right, but later. Lloyd made a contemptuous expression. Even if I help you, I get nothing in return, so let's not bother each other anymore. At those words, Lloyd's soul stiffened. He shouldered his pickaxe and left, saying farewell, without minding Lloyd's soul still shouting, Wait, you swindler, have you no conscience? PPO Dong came back and hit him. Whack. He fell to the ground and sobbed. Looking back, Lloyd's soul was streaming with tears and snot, and then recalled his true memories. Lloyd stood still for a moment, then kept scratching his head. Lloyd opened his mouth. He softened. You, he lifted Lloyd's soul. What will it take for you to stop whining? The soul whined. You're the one who needs to figure that out, you swindler. Lloyd flicked his forehead. Lloyd's soul shrieked. What are you doing? He casually replied. You called me a swindler. Lloyd's soul shouted again. What's wrong with that? It's true, isn't it? He replied with a displeased face. In Korea, if you tell the truth, you're right. Lloyd stuffed Lloyd's soul into his clothes pocket to silence him. Stay quiet until the construction is over and then I'll help you. Then the soul shouted, Who told you to lock me up? Let me go. And so Lloyd's soul was trapped in Lloyd Frontera's cramped clothes pocket. But inside there were quite a few hamsters staring intently at him. In the end, the creatures fought with Lloyd's soul. Lloyd commanded, Silence that one. The great 110 kilometers construction project. He had to finish it quickly to help this damn guy. It was time for construction to begin. Once the first phase of subgrade construction was complete, volcanic gravel would be used as the foundation for the second phase. Bricks were laid layer by layer to create the railway. In the third phase, bricks were laid on a path made of centipede legs. The railway gradually took shape. In the fourth phase, Haviel installed rails made from processed centipede shells. For the next part, phase 5, Lloyd called PPO Dong. The creature jumped and compacted the railway with all its might. Lloyd watched PPO Dong work from the side. This was not a modern construction method, so it would cause immense vibration and dust. Sitting on it would definitely cause motion sickness. He pouted, looking as if it wasn't his problem anyway. Lloyd turned to the side and pointed at Haviel. I'm going to take a quick look around, so keep a close eye on those. Haviel Azron nodded. Understood. Inside, Lloyd's soul wondered, what's wrong with this swindler? Lloyd was on the back of a bird surveying the surroundings. I know that guy always does a lot of work, but he's been working non-stop for a whole month. He tried to look up. When will he go play and when will he go drink? Is this how that guy lives? Before he could finish speaking, the Grim Reaper came to him and said a few words. You think that if that person didn't have such power, he would just drink alcohol every day? And if you had that ability, you would work as hard as him, right? Lloyd's soul thought with a flustered face. No, that guy is stingy, narrow-minded, and wicked. He'll definitely run away at the slightest problem. PPO Dong continued to strike the railway. With that powerful force, the ground split open and hot lava spewed out. Golden lava glittered. Suddenly, a complaint was heard from within. I haven't slept for 20,000 years yet. What son of a bitch is making this racket? As PPO Dong jumped even more frantically, the volcano continued to erupt. Damn it, it's so noisy I could die. The lava lake boiled. It seemed there was something beneath it. It couldn't take it anymore, indeed. Something massive surged forth. A plump and soft creature. Duncleos shouted, Shut up and let me sleep, Lloyd shouted in anger. Why does this always happen whenever I start construction? It pointed its finger and accused, I've been patient enough, but this is too noisy. Is this it? Is this the one that's been making a racket since earlier? The demon stepped back slightly. That's Duncleos. Run away quickly. That guy has been sleeping for 10,000 years. Why is he awake now? Lloyd took the lead and fled with the demons following him. They exclaimed in admiration, Look how fast that human runs, that selfish bastard, he's so cool. Duncleos put his hands on his hips in anger. Is this it? Is this the one that's been making a racket since earlier? If I stomp it, it'll be quiet, right? And then it continued to kick the ground. Suddenly Lloyd stopped, then ran towards Duncleos shouting, You damn bastard. Lloyd pointed his finger, widened his eyes and cursed, spitting, Isn't life inherently a bit noisy? You could just endure it for a little while. Why are you making such a fuss? Duncleos was dumbfounded by his sophistry. What, you're in the wrong and you dare to speak to me like that? The demons next to them shouted. He's truly unique. There's no human as shameless as him, but he pulled it off. It slowly approached, clenching its fist. All right, let's see who goes to their grave first today. Lloyd shouted with all his might. Haviel Azron suddenly appeared beside him. Lloyd commanded in anger, Stab that guy to death. He looked at his opponent. Lloyd turned to the side and urged, What are you doing? Cut him down quickly. Haviel Azron calmly replied, Honestly, this time it might be better to apologize. We are the ones who caused the inconvenience. He sprang up. What inconvenience? Lloyd shouted, veins bulging. I'm the one who's inconvenienced here. I was just trying to do a good deed. The demons in the distance clasped their hands and felt it. He's so cool, let's run. At this moment Dunkleo's tried to kick, and the ground caved in from its powerful kick. The demons in danger cried out, "Help us!" Haviel Azron saw it and quickly pulled Lloyd Frontera into the air. He dropped Lloyd anywhere and flew towards Dunkleo's. Haviel Azron swung his shining sharp sword, slashing it several times in a row. Lava fragments scattered everywhere. Those lava fragments slowly began to move, forming waves of lava. Haviel Azron noticed it. The lava gradually formed a vortex. Then Dunkleo's returned to its original form. "Was that you who just cut me?" "It was you." Lloyd witnessed everything and was greatly surprised. Haviel's attack had no effect. Dunkleo's took a deep breath and spewed out a frenzied, furious flame. Haviel Azron watched vigilantly, eyes wide open. He swung his sword, slashing wildly. Lloyd Frontera's side became a chaotic mess. The ground was cracking and floating. "Haviel, stop it, don't do that." Haviel Azron looked back at that place. He continued to slash wildly up and down. "This damn bastard, don't play with my life for fun." Haviel Azron leaped onto Dunkleo's body, risking his life. The shining sword struck down. Dunkleo's was cut into several pieces like pudding, and lava spewed out again, then mixed back together. Dunkleo's returned to its usual self. It pointed at Haviel Azron and admonished him. "Hey, weren't you on my side earlier? Why are you attacking me now?" He calmly said. "I am his bodyguard, and if you go rampant here, the demons will also be threatened." Dunkleo's shouted and commanded, "Move aside, I won't harm the demons. You seem quite fair. Who do you think is the victim here, and who is the villain?" Haviel Azron narrowed his eyes and listened seriously to every word. "That ugly guy has no conscience and is a complete bastard. Are you going to keep deceiving yourself and protecting that guy?" As he pondered, Lloyd shouted, "Hey Haviel, why are you listening to that guy so seriously?" Lloyd's soul popped out and warned, "Run away now, you can't kill that guy. You need to stay alive to help me." Lloyd pushed his head back in. His face suddenly became resolute. Running away is a choice made only after exhausting all other methods. At those words, Lloyd's soul was surprised. He didn't understand. Well, didn't that guy run away first just now? Next to him, Lloyd's soul still reminded him with a displeased face. "Watch carefully, you drunkard. This is the power I gained by working tirelessly." Lloyd's soul's facial muscles relaxed. "Bragging now won't help." As Dunkleo's looked down at the small Lloyd with an annoyed face on the other side in an extremely cold place where ice was melting and swirling, Young was very comfortable in that biting cold. The creature recalled Lloyd Frontera. "It's a little cold. When will Dad call me?" Young never forgot his teaching. "Go to the northern end, a place where people can't see." Understood? In such a place with no human shadows, the creature grew sad. "I'm so bored. I miss Dad." Meanwhile, Dunkleo's threw a punch. Haviel Azron cut it in half. In Lloyd's hand, the image of a trapped person was drawn, holding much meaning. He chanted loudly, "O laws of time, break the taboo and guide me to where I must go." The drawing glowed blue and moved ceaselessly. Where Young was, it was truly effective. That light immediately illuminated where Young was. A spatial gate opened in the snowy cold place. The creature was happier than ever. Its dad sent. The spatial gate appeared right in front of Dunkleo's. "What's that?" It cringed and cried out. "My goodness, it's too cold." Dunkleo's skin gradually cracked. It fled from the biting cold weather. "I'll forgive you, just wait." Lloyd burst into laughter. "I'm sorry, but I don't fight an enemy twice," he called out loudly with all his might. Young, come here." Young quickly flew over and expressed its love. "Dad," he put his hands on his hips and happily said to Young, "It must be cold." He pointed at Dunkleo's, who was trying to escape. "Your hot pack is running away." The creature's eyes glowed and it charged at Dunkleo's. Young happily hugged it. Dunkleo's couldn't bear it. "Oh," the creature smiled joyfully, "it's so warm." Dunkleo's skin cracked increasingly. As the creature hugged it too tightly, it changed from orange to blue. "It's truly refreshing." Lloyd's eyes were triumphant and a light gleamed in his gaze. "Move aside." Young, he took his pickaxe and charged fearlessly. With a single strike, he shattered Dunkleo's, which had solidified like a stone. The demons watched in horror. Mouths agape. "That's Dunkleo's, one of the strongest beings in hell. And that guy won." Lloyd's soul carefully popped out of his pocket. "That guy really won." Dunkleo's stone fragments burst everywhere. He defeated that terrifying monster. Lloyd looked straight at him and said, "Watch carefully, you drunkard. This is the power I gained by working tirelessly." He unconsciously looked down, reflecting on what his life had achieved until now. Meanwhile, Lloyd's expression was very triumphant. "I admit it, you're truly amazing." Just then, a voice came from somewhere. "I am the immortal Dunkleo's." The dry stone fragments trembled. Dunkleo's revived again. But in fact it was just a very small Dunkleo's. It threatened loudly, "Just wait a million years and then I'll build up more muscles and crush you." He looked seriously at that Dunkleo's. Then he stuck out his tongue and ridiculed it. "By then I'd be dead, so it wouldn't even be a threat." It whined like a child. "I'm so annoyed, you bad guy." Lloyd kept sticking out his tongue and teasing him. "If you're so annoyed, come and catch me, you idiot." Lloyd's soul quietly peeked out. He was extremely cautious. "No, that guy isn't great at all. His character is utterly rotten." Lloyd was squatting and resting in the cold wind. A notification appeared. "New title acquired. Your hands are cold as ice. Your feet are cold as ice." Reward granted. Domain title. All areas of hell will have sub-zero temperatures. Title activation time 120 years. CP6 stat increase due to title. CP 1142. The system also specified the title's power. "You are immune to hypothermia no matter how cold it gets." Lloyd nodded in satisfaction. This isn't bad. Now I won't mind the cold." He subtly turned his head and the red demons all knelt. Lloyd asked quizzically, "What is it now?" A demon replied on behalf of the others, "You are the most despicable human in the world. All of us here admire that characteristic of yours, and continue to work." He praised Lloyd Frontera with all sorts of flowery words. but what we feel now is respect. O great singer of hell who defeated Dunkleos, we will gladly obey any command you give. He curved his lips slightly and smiled, and Lloyd proudly lifted his head. You poor fools, voluntary slaves. The demons were overjoyed to hear such words from someone they respected. It's so thrilling. But there was one more problem, he pleaded. Oh singer, now we have a problem, he asked, glancing sideways. What is it? The red demon pointed at the blue hole. That is the gate you opened. The cold wind blowing from it is causing discomfort to the creatures of hell. The ecosystem of this area will soon face disaster. Lloyd made a quizzical expression. A gate of cold wind? The red demon narrowed its eyes, and Lloyd's hair was blown by the wind. The red demon tried to persuade him. Literally, the wind is hitting us directly in the face, and we all saw you open it earlier. He looked around left and right. What wind? Where is it? He pointed out clearly. Your collar is flapping too. Lloyd spun around and shouted. That has nothing to do with me. Go to work, you slaves. Then he left, abandoning the red demons. They were all dumbfounded. He ignored us. He acted as if it had nothing to do with him, even though it was his doing. With that disgusting personality, he has no intention of compensating us at all. The demons cheered with joy. I'm going to fall in love with him. At this moment, Lloyd was extremely triumphant. I've completely earned the loyalty of the demons. Let's finish the construction. Lloyd's soul peeked out. That guy started construction immediately. He made a displeased face. When is he going to help me? Lloyd Frontera stood in front of the lava lake and calculated. Crossing here will delay construction by about 2 days, he smiled meaningfully. Lloyd called out loudly, Yang, take care of this. It replied with a chirp. Yang spat out ice, filling the lava lake. The hamsters standing beside it gaped. Lloyd added, Yang flattened the road. Stones bounced off the hamsters' heads. He continued to command, enjoying himself. Yang gather the lava rocks. Yang destroy the mountain. Lloyd and Yang were filled with fatherly affection. Yang at this moment the hamsters were already holding weapons. It seemed Yang was monopolizing Lloyd Frontera's affection. PPO Dong spat on the ground, his face grim. Fragments of rock in the air fell into the lava. Yang, who was resting, turned around. Who called me? The creatures cleared their throats, held axes, and threatened. Are you getting cocky just because you got a little stronger? Don't you know that age dictates seniority here? At those words, Yang's eyes gleamed and turned threatening. The hamsters flinched in surprise. As the creature took a step closer, the hamsters cautiously backed away. As Yang stuck out its tongue, 4 hamsters climbed onto its back in succession. The hamsters happily gave themselves over to the speed. As Yang carried them high into the air, they shouted with joy. All 5 of them played happily. Yang became PPO Dong's comrade and the rest of the gangs. They flew from one rock to another. Lloyd looked up in admiration. Yang gets along well with the others. Lloyd's soul had somehow slipped out. That despicable human. He still thought ill of Lloyd Frontera. Did you trick me? He pouted with contempt. What are you talking about suddenly? Lloyd's soul angrily tried to argue. Didn't you say you'd help me? All you do is that construction work. And in the end you're just going to run away, aren't you? Lloyd retorted, not backing down. So what if I am? My eyes, he raised his voice, arguing. It's scary. Don't shove your eyes in my face like that, you ugly bastard, he pouted and teased. Do you know whose face this is? Because of you, I have no luck with women at all. Is it right that I've never even dated? Lloyd's soul pouted and glared. Get lost. Don't you know that the face is the window to the soul? You're ugly because your soul is dirty. Then the two made ugly faces at each other to see who would win. In the end, both said simultaneously, Get out of my sight. Lloyd curved his lips and glared. Haven't you seen how busy I am? Damn it, I don't even know how to help you. Do you think I'll think about it just because you whine? Every word he spoke angered Lloyd's soul. It's your job to figure out how to help me. You're the one who completely ruined my life in the end. My family, my property, you took it all. Then Lloyd said in a gentle voice, Actually, I don't owe you anything. His face became serious. Even if I hadn't appeared, you would have died from alcoholism. Your father, your mother, and Haviel would all have died. At those words, the pupils of Lloyd's soul gradually constricted. He uttered a cruel truth. I saved them all, and you are the one who should bow your head to me in gratitude, he retorted angrily. Nonsense, how can I believe that? Just then, Helcaros appeared majestically. No, it's all true, he said firmly. Lloyd Frontera, your fate was to live a meaningless life, making no one happy and receiving no one's attention. Lloyd's soul was speechless. He glanced sideways at Helcaros, thinking, how much does he know? Lloyd respectfully bowed. Great King of Hell, I have a question. He seriously posed the question, why did I come to this world? Do you know the reason? He stared at him for a long time. He seemed to be thinking something. Then he opened his mouth. You seem to know nothing. Helios frowned with a dangerous expression. It seems the messenger from the upper world is on your side. Didn't they tell you anything? At this, Lloyd's expression instantly stiffened. He knows about the messenger. The two stared at each other in silence for a while. Lloyd Frontera frowned, wondering inwardly. The upper world, that's what the messenger mentioned when he gave power to Haviel too. After much deliberation, Lloyd Frontera opened his mouth. About the upper world, but all he got in return were Helcaros's cold words. I didn't come here to talk about that. He looked down at the boat below. When that boat is completed, I will have more free time. That is why I am here now. Helcaros glanced at Lloyd Frontera again and continued. I watched the construction process. Maintaining the railway won't be difficult. The difficult part is the train. It will take quite some time to research and analyze it. Now that I am fed up with work, I want you to guide the maintenance. Hearing those words, he paused for a moment and thought, wait a minute. A thought flashed through Lloyd Frontera's mind and his lips curved upwards. Got it. Lloyd Frontera quickly and solemnly bowed and said, I will gladly do so. I will do my best to prepare instructions for all maintenance work. As he passed, he glanced sideways at Lloyd. Hellerus looked at Lloyd Frontera with sharp eyes and arrogantly lifted his head. So what do you want? To his question, Lloyd immediately replied clearly, I want the opportunity to use the gate of reincarnation, and I wish to share it with another person. Hearing those heartfelt words, Lloyd's soul, hidden beneath his body, looked at Lloyd Frontera with startled eyes. Hellerus calmly replied, There are no restrictions on using it, so you decide how to use it. He stared intently at Lloyd's soul, which was shedding tears at Lloyd Frontera's feet. You can even give it to that small red fellow there. Hearing such words, more tears streamed down his cheeks. Seeing that expression on Lloyd's soul's face, he lowered his voice, shot him a sarcastic look, and curved his lips. Are you satisfied now? You staring is annoying me. Not much time passed, and the squeaking friction between the train wheels and the tracks echoed in the quiet space, but it was broken by the rough breathing and weary screams of the red demons. They were pedaling, exhausted. One of the demons with a pale face shouted loudly, It's too hard, I'm going to die, damn it, I'm dying. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera appeared beside him and said, Hey, why do you look so pained? Stop. The demon, joyful as if its life had been saved, said, What, really, can I? He frowned without hesitation and kicked him off the train. Yes, you useless fool. The demon rolled several times on the ground in front of all the remaining demons. Lloyd Frontera continued, glaring at them with scary eyes and lowering his voice. Anyone else having a hard time? Raise your hand and I'll let you rest comfortably. As soon as he finished speaking, all the remaining demons turned pale and pedaled like mad. The kick demon clutched his head. As the train moved away, he looked at Frontera with reddened cheeks and mesmerized eyes and said, I was treated like trash, my heart is pounding so fast. In the end, everyone benefited from Lloyd. A moment later, when he was on the train roof, Lloyd's soul suddenly called out to him, Hey swindler. Lloyd Frontera looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lloyd's soul hesitated slightly and asked, Are you really giving it to me? He stood up annoyed and shouted, You're holding it. Why are you asking me? Hearing those words, Lloyd's soul simply stared at the paper in its hand. A few seconds later, he still stared intently at the paper and quietly opened his mouth. Thank you. Lloyd Frontera immediately made a distorted face and said, I just did it because I was afraid your disgusting face would appear in my dreams. I gave it to you because I wanted to get rid of the disgusting things in my life. Hearing those insulting words, Lloyd's soul, who had just shyly offered thanks, also frowned. After that, the two exchanged loving punches on the train roof. After punching each other to their heart's content for a while, Lloyd sat down and asked, How are father and mother doing? Lloyd Frontera calmly replied, They're doing well. Mother is busy with cooking research and business studies, and father has started sculpting again. He asked with a slightly sad expression, And Julian? He immediately replied, He married the youngest princess of Aspahan and set up their newlywed home in the capital. Seeing Lloyd's soul's surprised expression, Lloyd Frontera didn't wait for him to ask and explained, Why are you so surprised? Do you want to know something even more surprising? Father is now a count, not a baron, he wondered. Is it all because of you? He replied. Well, I didn't plan it, but it somehow turned out that way. Silence fell between the two again, but Lloyd's soul opened its mouth in a slightly sad voice about Haviel. When father first brought him, I couldn't believe my eyes. He was honest, diligent, and handsome. I knew I could never be like that, so I tormented him. Tell him this for me. I'm sorry for breaking his wooden sword. Actually, all I wanted was to be his friend. While the two were talking, Haviel Azron, who was below the train roof, heard everything. Lloyd's soul continued, Tell father and mother that I'm truly sorry too. A moment later, the two descended together and looked at the black hole in the sky. He looked at it for a moment, then turned to Lloyd Frontera. He still calmly stared at the black hole. Lloyd's soul suddenly opened its mouth. If I'm lucky enough to be reborn as a human again. But before the emotional moment could come, he kicked him into the black hole without hesitation. Lloyd yelled angrily, Damn it, why are you kicking me? Lloyd Frontera replied with a distorted face, It's too cringe, you bastard. I couldn't listen for another second, so get lost quickly. He continued, Just you wait. If I'm reborn, I'll work incredibly hard. So you won't even compare to me. I'll work dozens of times harder. Tears streamed down Lloyd's soul's face. I'll become human and I'll make everyone in this world happy that I was born. Lloyd Frontera silently gazed at his determined eyes and offered Lloyd's soul a sincere smile. Lloyd Frontera chuckled lightly and said, Then go for it, but I guarantee it'll be quite hard. His words of encouragement gave him even more spiritual strength. Lloyd's soul smiled brightly and slowly disappeared into the red space. Lloyd Frontera stared intently at the sky. After Lloyd's soul had completely vanished, he slowly bowed his head. But Lloyd Frontera quickly returned to his usual self. Mission complete. Is it time for rewards now? A moment later, as Enoch's soul seal broke, Helcaros dramatically snapped his fingers under a flow of blue energy. He opened his mouth. Good, as per the contract, I shall release Enoch's soul. Lloyd Frontera, dumbfounded, wondered internally, How is that all? How do I become a member of the Dragon Council? Helcaros continued. The flow of time here is different from the human world. Roughly 5 hours have passed in the human world. Your bone dragon will return to the far north through the gate, and I will personally send you and your escort back. My kindness ends here. He gave him a sly smile. I look forward to the day we meet again. Hearing Helcaros's words, Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but wonder. Just as he was about to say, But I don't want to see you again, he snapped his fingers and made the two disappear. Lloyd Frontera and Haviel Azron returned to their room in their house. He gritted his teeth and pouted. Such an ominous thing to say. Why does he keep saying we'll meet again? I don't want to go to hell ever again, he asked, slightly curious. Why do you dislike it so much? Young master seemed more comfortable in hell than on earth. Lloyd Frontera's face darkened. Speak for yourself. You really enjoyed saying whatever you wanted to those demons, didn't you? Haviel calmly continued. I merely spoke kindly to them. He went on. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you serious? Lloyd Frontera looked around and exclaimed, I don't care, old dragon. Where's my membership? How dare you trick me? Suddenly he shouted, Young Master Lloyd is here. He looked up in surprise. The two of them stared at the colossal monster looking back at them with bloodshot eyes. Lloyd Frontera walked closer, stunned, and saw the giant monster in his garden clearly. What now? What is this? Lloyd Frontera and Haviel both stared silently at the monster. He thought to himself, I need to calm down. What is this? The Dragon King? No way. Dragons can change their appearance as they wish. Lloyd Frontera was lost in thought, but something is strange. As he stared at it, the dragon stared back at him with cold eyes. If this truly was the Dragon King, it slowly opened its mouth, revealing fangs that glinted in the moonlight. At this moment we saw the innocent-faced dragon. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera couldn't understand why it had chosen such a bizarre appearance. It innocently wiggled its body in front of him. Kulong waved its hand and cried out, Kulong, Kulong. Lloyd Frontera immediately tensed up and wondered, what is it? It has patches of hair loss on its belly. It must be very stressed. This isn't the Dragon King, absolutely not. Ppo Dong signaled with its paw and said Kulong, and it smiled brightly. Seeing that, Lloyd Frontera asked curiously, Can you talk to that guy? What's it saying? Why is it here? Ppo Dong shrugged and said Ppo Dong. He continued to ask, Then why are you talking to it so happily? It cried out again. Kulong. Lloyd Frontera could only nod reluctantly. Suddenly it wiggled its body, signaling him to get on its back. Lloyd Frontera was surprised. Get on its back? Kulong quickly nodded. Seeing that, he continued to ask, Did the Dragon King send you? It continued to nod and said Kulong. Lloyd Frontera chuckled to himself, pleased. Good, that old dragon seems to have told the truth. One life and wealth. Here I come. A moment later the two of them climbed onto its back and flew off together. He struggled to grab its fur tightly and cried out. Too fast, Lloyd Frontera thought to himself. This pot-bellied lion doesn't seem to be exerting much effort either. With a distorted face, he worried internally at this speed. I'm going to become unprecedentedly ugly. Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened. Huh? Wait a minute, what does that mean? He quickly turned his eyes towards Haviel. He hadn't changed at all. He was still as handsome as ever. Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but get angry out of jealousy. He opened his eyes wide and shouted with his mouth agape, How are you still handsome in this mess? What the hell is going on? Haviel looked back with a calm expression. Oh, didn't you know? This is known as true beauty. He quickly cut him off. Now is not the time to use such words. It's unfair. Lloyd Frontera's scream echoed through the clear night sky. It's definitely a trick. A moment later their group arrived at the Magantano Gabel dynasty. The two slowly entered a deep corridor. He thought to himself with determined eyes, He's at the end of this path, the iron-blooded knight, the strongest creature, the Dragon King. Just then they reached the dazzling golden light at the end of the corridor. Lloyd Frontera's complexion immediately changed. He was surprised to see the golden mountains below. His saliva slowly dripped. Damn, that's a lot of money. Seeing that, Haviel quickly opened his mouth. Aren't you surprised that there's such a huge space underground? He continued. That's not impossible. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera squinted, seeing something in the distance. He cried out, seeing the Dragon King. There he is. The two then descended lightly. Lloyd Frontera stared intently at Vis. He was still sitting on his chair, resting his chin majestically. After looking at Vis for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and woke him up. Oh, great Dragon King. Hearing Lloyd Frontera's voice, Vis immediately gritted his teeth and lifted his head. The two of them immediately backed away or drew their swords as if feeling a strong pressure. Vis cried out in pain with trembling arms. My arm is numb. Lloyd Frontera's face immediately stiffened and sweat slowly dripped. Vis squeezed his eyes shut and turned his face downwards. He slightly squinted towards Lloyd Frontera, then rolled onto the sofa and fell sound asleep in front of the two's puzzled gazes. He stared intently at Vis, thinking to himself, He's even squinting at me when I came to get my membership card. Lloyd Frontera stared intently at the face happily sleeping in front of him. But he ignored me and fell asleep? He clenched his fist tightly. That guy is just like the lazy and bothersome type. I can't believe he acts so arrogant just because he's strong and rich. Lloyd Frontera gritted his teeth with uncontrollable anger. Vis's face was still in a sweet dream. Suddenly a gentle breeze blew towards him from somewhere. Feeling the coolness, Vis slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was Lloyd Frontera's slyly smiling face. Vis couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? All the guys who came to get membership cards were incredibly strong humans. A memory now flashed in his mind. A huge man in solid armor pointed at Vis's face and rebuked him. Yes, you are the Dragon King, but why are you so rude? He continued to think. They are also very proud, so if I ignore them a little they'll go crazy. And Vis looked at Lloyd Frontera's face again. But this guy suddenly came and fanned me. Is he trying to flatter me? He wiped the sweat from his face with his hand and smiled contentedly, continuing to fan Vis, which surprised him. Really? He looked so happy fanning me. Vis slowly fell back to sleep. Good, I like this guy. As a reward he will sleep soundly, and I will sleep very happily. Seeing Vis's expression, Lloyd Frontera's fanning hand slowed down. He smiled a bizarre smile that even animals would dislike. Stage 1 complete. Transition to Stage 2. Haviel quickly opened his mouth. Young Master Lloyd, it's not a good idea to do anything reckless. I think the Dragon King is as strong as the King of Hell. He sat down by the river with Lloyd Frontera, poured a glass of water and looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. Haviel Azron asked curiously, "What are you doing?" he continued. "Don't you know I'm getting water for him to drink when he wakes up?" Lloyd Frontera's lips curved upwards. A person who ignores the rich and powerful and doesn't flinch at all, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. "I will do anything, even take risks to become his friend." Haviel Osrahan's face stared resolutely at Lloyd Frontera, thinking to himself, yes, he looks so serious. A moment later, Lloyd Frontera's voice echoed in the magnificent and splendid castle amidst the sparkling golden mountains. "You damn bastard." He sat on the throne and pointed below. "How dare you not recognize this rich man? How dare you breathe in front of a rich man? Breathing is for the lowly, don't you think so?" Then he quickly came down with a pitiful expression and clasped his hands together. "I'm sorry, servant. I'm poor and have nothing, so I didn't know. I'll kneel and beg until my lord feels better." "Rich man." Lloyd Frontera, pretending to be angry from above, threw money. "Pick it up and get rich quickly, you lowly bastard." He quickly knelt again and endured the flying gold coins. "Ouch." Lloyd Frontera reappeared from above. "You have to endure to become rich, you damn bastard." He reappeared from below, happily throwing money upwards. "Thank you, my lord. I will gladly accept. Give me more, give your servant more." "Cucumber." Lloyd Frontera climbed onto the chair again and threw a solid gold bar. "Look at this beggar, I'll give you everything until your stomach bursts." Haviel Azron just listened silently as his voice continued to echo. "Oh no, your servant is so happy that I don't know what to do but dance." He suddenly thought to himself, "How foolish." Haviel Azron tensed. He seems too satisfied. Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera was startled, his crown slipping, making him look at it with curious eyes. Lloyd Frontera immediately looked at Haviel Azron with a tense expression. "I'm hungry, let's go eat quickly." "We shouldn't be hungry." Haviel Azron frowned and continued his thoughts. He's truly lost his mind. A moment later, the two entered the castle's food storage. Haviel Azron looked at Lloyd Frontera digging out sweet potatoes from underground. "This place is really good. Something appears every time I dig." Suddenly, Pp Odong stood on a haystack and pointed at a nearby lid, making him exclaim in curiosity, "Ha, what's that?" Lloyd Frontera opened it and was delighted to see kimchi in front of him. "Oh my goodness, is this heaven?" A moment later, he sat on a pile of gold, happily eating sweet potatoes and tearing kimchi. Suddenly, Haviel Azron approached and opened his mouth. "The Dragon King shows no sign of waking up. How long will your plan continue, young master?" He smiled foolishly. "Forever." He stared intently at Lloyd Frontera, thinking to himself, "How long will this fool keep doing this?" Then Haviel Azron continued to speak. "You must return to the territory someday. There are many things to take care of." Hearing that, Lloyd Frontera didn't care at all and answered nonchalantly, clasping his hands behind his head, "Yes, I have to go. But I can't give up on becoming a member of the Dragon Council. Success and opportunity only come to those who persevere." Suddenly, Vis woke up and opened his eyes wide towards the front. He was still lying on the long chair, wondering internally how long he had slept. "How many days have passed?" Vis recalled. "I am Vis, the Dragon King. One day a girl from another world suddenly came. How did that happen? I gradually became close to her." He felt sleepy again. "It's too much trouble to explain from the beginning. Anyway, we got married and that's it." Suddenly, Vis raised his trembling arm. No, she told me to contact her every evening when she started her journey." He opened one eye and reached out his hand to the call button in the air, exclaiming, "It's too late." But as expected, the decline button immediately caught Vis's eye and he exclaimed, "Ha, she refused to answer." Vis's face turned pale as he thought, "Damn it, she must be really angry. She'll scold me when she gets back." His wife's image appeared. "I'm really angry. We can't always rely on the Dragon King membership system that connects us. You didn't contact me as promised. Every time I think of you, my worries are as vast as mountains and I can't sleep all night." Vis closed his eyes again with a satisfied expression. "I'm like a cat's tail," he snored and continued. More, but suddenly Vis turned pale. "No, she's angry. I have to use teleportation magic right now." He gritted his teeth. "Wait, I can't do that. This work." Vis slumped back onto the sofa. "It's really bothersome." Just then, Lloyd Frontera's voice echoed, "What troubles, my lord?" At those words he opened his eyes and an extremely hideous face immediately entered Vis's eyes. Even he, the Dragon King, was terrified by his face and immediately created two laser beams from his eyes, shouting, "I'm scared to death. Is that a demon?" The two laser beams grazed past Lloyd Frontera and immediately after a huge explosion occurred, freezing him while he made a terrible smile. Lloyd Frontera's face froze for a moment, then returned to its usual expression as he spoke. "Oh great Dragon King, it seems you have a problem. I will help you with everything. Please give me a chance." Visk stared at him incredulously. "Wow, this guy is unusually calm. Just a moment ago he almost died." Lloyd Frontera continued. "I startled your majesty the Dragon King. I made him expend unnecessary calories, so I believe I deserve to die." He looked at him with sleepy eyes, thinking to himself, "Oh, I like this guy. How does that guy know how I feel?" Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera thought to himself, "What's the secret to sales, having an exclusive product to sell or knowing what the customer wants? Actually, those aren't the top priorities. The key is making the customer like the seller." Visk asked curiously, "All right, do you want to hear my troubles?" Lloyd Frontera immediately replied as if he had a dog's tail wagging behind him. Of course, I will help you with everything, but with his very next question, Lloyd instantly froze. You don't have a lover, do you? Looking at your face, it seems you won't be able to get married either. At his words, which hit too close to home, tears immediately welled up in Lloyd Frontera's eyes. He continued, how can an unpopular bachelor like you solve the problems of a married person? Hearing that, Lloyd continued, well, though I may be unpopular, I too am a child of a family and have watched my parents all day. Do you perhaps have problems with the Dragon Queen? I am an expert who used to solve problems whenever my parents fought. Fisk stared at him hazily, thinking to himself, look at this guy, can I really trust him? Thinking that, he slowly said, all right kid, no young man. Just then, Lloyd Frontera immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Wait a moment, it must be very inconvenient to move your mouth and tongue, so I'll make a guess and you just tell me if I'm right or wrong. Fisk looked at him with sparkling eyes, thinking to himself, oh my, I like you so much. You're my second favorite. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera licked his lips, thinking, I can't let the Dragon King open his mouth and explain. I need to make him speak as little as possible. The laziest husband in the world whose wife hasn't seen him for a whole month. A wife who would marry such a husband would only do so if he had a queen-like heart, no children, and a lot of money. After a moment of thought he spoke, it seems the Dragon Queen had to go far away for some reason. In my opinion, what the Dragon Queen asked of your majesty was certainly not to clean the house. That would be too foolish. The Dragon Queen would not ask for such a terrible thing that would demean your majesty's dignity, most likely. It was, please contact me every morning when you wake up. Having said that, Lloyd Frontera asked with a serious face, but you forgot that, didn't you? Fisk immediately stared at him with surprised eyes and spoke. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking he thought to himself, wow, I like this. I only have to say one word. Lloyd Frontera continued to ask. You're worried about how to make up for this mistake, aren't you? Fisk continued. Yes, he went on. You're worried about how to appease your wife's anger, aren't you? Once again, yes came from his lips. Didn't stop asking one more question. You're truly uncomfortable and afraid of being hated, aren't you? Once again, yes was heard. Convinced, he spoke in a resolute voice. I can solve all those worries at once. Fisk stared at Lloyd Frontera for a long time, then slowly got up. Fisk looked at him with curious eyes. So what do I have to do? This Kulon cried out in its own language, very surprised. The Dragon King has finally woken up. He has raised his body by 15 degrees. Lloyd Frontera pointed to the sky with a confident expression. It's simple. Come and stay at our Frontera territory. The Dragon Queen's heart will surely melt. Early that morning, Byron, with a dignified demeanor, shouted loudly, hurry up, we must finish the maintenance this morning. He asked loudly, understood? Everyone answered vigorously in unison, yes, let's go. Hearing that, Byron urged, hurry. Once again they shouted in unison, yes. Suddenly he stopped as if mesmerized, like a dazed person. I'm a bit tired. Just then Mira approached and reported in a soft voice, the number of immigrants is increasing. It seems we need to build more apartments than expected. He spoke with eyes heavily shadowed by dark circles. Understood, let's re-examine the plan. A man ran up and reported breathlessly. Chief Knight Byron, the end-in contract with the southern region has been completed. Hearing that, Byron bowed his head and calmly said, good, gather the workers and let's start. Everyone assemble here. Another person ran up again, reporting urgently. Chief Knight, water is leaking from the rice terraces. To that he calmly replied, I'll go myself. Just a moment after that, calls for him continued to be heard. Chief Knight, the toilet is clogged. He quickly spoke, I'm coming. Another person shouted again. It was right after that. Chief Knight, there are a lot of insects in the reclaimed land. Hearing that, Byron reassured in a low voice, I'll take care of it. Another voice continued to call him. Sir, there's some sediment in the sewer. He replied languidly. Don't worry. As soon as this problem was solved, another one struck. My Lord Duke Lacona is refusing to pay the water bill. Byron bowed his head and spoke, I will go to meet him. He thought to himself, I feel dizzy. As he said, he got on his horse with a tired face. My name is Byron, 57 years old. I am the chief knight of the Frontera territory. He thought with a gloomy face, what am I doing here? Probably everything. The scene shifted to Byron's conversation with Duke Lacona. His face turned crimson as he shouted in anger. Look at me. How much longer do I have to live like this? I can't pay the water bill. He kept saying that, and Byron couldn't explain a single word. This is exploitation, you corrupt scoundrel. I'll report your crimes to the Supreme Court. His voice continued to rise. Get lost, you pauper. Don't try to extort my money. How dare you? Do you know who my father is? Byron said nothing, putting his hand in his jacket. Duke Lacona continued, not leaving. I guess I'll have to cut off your head. In his hand was something like a ruby. This was a small construction manual. Duke Lacona's voice was expected to lower, but it didn't. Tell that Lloyd fellow, I'm cutting off all ties with him. Then he broke a part of the small construction manual with his hand. Lloyd's hideous face appeared. Oh what? Immediately, Duke Lacona stumbled backward, his voice trembling. I'll pay the money. The reason for his actions was post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. He kept repeating what he had just said. I'll pay the money. I'll pay the money. Byron couldn't help but look up at him either. Seeing that face, he lamented internally, young Master Lloyd, when are you coming back? Every time you leave, I'm worked to death. After that, he got on his horse and left. No matter how much money they give me, I can't last any longer. I'm truly exhausted. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard from behind him. Young Master Lloyd is here. Hearing that, Byron immediately pulled on the reins. Let's go. As soon as he returned, he shouted loudly, Young Master. This surprised Lloyd slightly. Byron ran up and spoke, I've been waiting a long time. Then he knelt and pleaded, Please grant this old knight a favor for the first and last time. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said in a soft voice, with all due respect, this work is too difficult. I wish to resign starting now. But all he received was Lloyd's refusal. No, do you want more money? Byron couldn't hold back his tears and pleaded. The money is enough. Even if you give me 100 more, I can't endure it. Please accept my resignation, please. As Visk's hand came down to rest on his shoulder, Lloyd stiffened for a moment. Then as he turned and left, Lloyd was startled. Young master, as he walked, he slowly announced, starting today, your monthly salary is 3 billion. Hearing that, Byron couldn't help but growl. Young master, money isn't the problem. Suddenly, he stopped and thought to himself, no, I think it is. Then Byron slowly and emphatically said, will do my best. Lloyd said nothing, slightly surprised by the scene before him. Everyone here seemed to have gathered as if to welcome his return. He pressed his lips together, reacting slightly to this scene. What is this feeling? Then he smiled faintly, beginning to understand. Oh, I get it. Just then Lloyd smiled brightly and raised his hand to greet everyone. It felt like coming home. At this moment Visk spoke in a low voice from the mansion. All right, I called her this morning. I should call my wife every morning, I guess. He quietly asked, but would she really forget that we haven't contacted each other for a month? Lloyd bowed his head slightly and slowly said, that can't be helped. His voice argued suspiciously and honestly, you tricked me, didn't you? I thought. Before his words were even finished, Lloyd immediately cut him off. Rather than trying to mend what's broken, opening a new chapter in the relationship holds far greater meaning. Contact her every day until the Dragon Queen returns. That will be proof of your loyalty and change in behavior. Fisk remained silent with an emotionless face, then soon smiled faintly. After that, his long snores followed. Lloyd, paying no attention, spoke regarding becoming a member of the Dragon Council. Although his hand trembled, he still held a pen. It's too much trouble. Come here, your nape. Fisk sighed faintly, marveling. It's too curvy. I guess I'll just write it like this. Then he drew a mark on Lloyd's neck. Lloyd asked, slightly puzzled, what is this? He quickly replied, one extra life. Having completed the task, he immediately threw the pen to the floor. Now you are a member of the Dragon Council. Bang bang, splendid. Good night, Lloyd slowly spoke. The Dragon King knows how to play with people's emotions. Visk made a small sound and then the two went outside. Lloyd raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the two walked together. And finally, we are done. Azron asked, slightly puzzled by his words. What do you mean? Hearing that, Lloyd also very patiently and slowly introduced. First, the person standing before you is the wealthiest man on the Lorizer continent. The scene changed to Byron sleeping soundly. Byron will take care of everything we've started. Then Lloyd raised his index finger. You are with a great master. After that, Visk was seen sleeping so deeply that he was drooling. I also have the Dragon King's support and I have 2 lives. Then he confidently declared, therefore I am invincible. What else could ruin this beautiful life of mine? I can't even imagine it. Suddenly Visk spoke softly. Thank you. At his words, Lloyd was very puzzled. What did you say? His voice lowered as he slowly spoke. I heard many stories in the village. They said Byron's children went to the capital to study. In the past I only focused on getting food and couldn't even think about studying. The two walked together, continuing to listen to Visk's story. And I learned from a genius swordsman named Greg, and today, with leisure in my life, I began to learn how to create many things myself. Some dream of becoming painters, others dream of music. He closed his eyes tightly and continued. But when the land was poor, everyone had the same goal, not to starve to death. Lloyd listened carefully to what Visk was saying, and throughout my life I continued to dream. Then the atmosphere gradually quieted. Lloyd cautiously asked, what do you think of me? I'm just a thief who stole your lord's body. Just then Visk quickly spoke. His face showed no expression, but he said he was truly glad Lloyd had come to this world. At these words, Lloyd couldn't help but be surprised. But just then both of them turned in different directions, feeling like they wanted to vomit at the recent romantic scene. Lives saved 18,124,392. Seeing the number before his eyes, Lloyd was very happy. All right, I'll get back the lost lives right. Lives saved 18,124,392. As the number changed, he froze. Immediately, the number began to jump. The first 2 digits changed to 13 and the remaining 2 lines continued to drop. His pupils constricted and his face began to redden with anger, and the number dropped to 4, with the remaining 2 lines continuing to fall. Lloyd watched the number before his eyes without moving. Lives saved 1 and then it dropped to 0. He immediately froze on the spot. Night deepened and street lights hanging on buildings lit up. Headbands with Hangul written on them appeared in the air. People hummed and danced together, enjoying themselves in this lively atmosphere. Then a voice echoed. Haviel, Arcus Frontera asked Azron in a low voice, looking back at him. Lloyd is nowhere to be seen. This festival is for him. He then probed again. Do you know where he is? Haviel hesitated slightly at this question. Well, the scene shifts back to a moment ago. Seeing his suddenly pale face, Azron asked in a low voice, what's the matter? Lloyd moved his feet, quickly replying, an urgent problem has come up that I need to solve. Don't follow me? At those words, Haviel asked, even with a welcome party for you, young master. Lloyd stopped and said in a significant voice, we might never be able to hold a festival again. Then he started to leave again. His words left Haviel wondering. Back to the current party, Lloyd ran swiftly, almost skimming the ground. Azron slowly opened his mouth. It seems young master has something he needs to do himself. Just then, Lloyd arrived at a cliff overlooking the entire village below and continued, so that we can continue to hold festivals. Arcus Frontera didn't quite understand his words. Sweat dripped from his forehead and his face was flushed. Ending spoiler. A system window immediately appeared. Ending spoiler. Use your shares to peek at the ending scene of this story. Shares required for third use 80 shares held 1192, use ending spoiler, yes no. Lloyd gritted his teeth and pressed yes without hesitation. Stop asking foolish questions. The surrounding space immediately turned pitch black. A voice echoed, calling his name. Hey Kim Suho. Flames erupted behind him. Lloyd immediately turned around. Lloyd asked in a low voice, you're watching, right? Then he reassured. Don't worry too much. This isn't a future that will happen. It's only something that could happen if you didn't watch the ending spoiler to the end. Lloyd slightly furrowed his brow, listening carefully to what the other Lloyd was saying. Of course, if you do nothing, this could actually happen. His voice lowered. That day you saw your DP return to 0. After that day, everything was very peaceful. Nothing happened, he said. It was about 3 years later, I think, but Lloyd vanished, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Soon the pitch-black space slowly disappeared and he was back at the cliff from before. Now before his eyes 2 figures on horseback appeared in the pitch-black night, but he couldn't clearly see the faces of the Count and Countess. 3 friends were playing various instruments together, mixing their sounds. Outside, a couple danced amidst the cheers and encouraging applause of the people. It was just an ordinary day. The 2 were riding horses, taking a stroll as usual. Arcus Frontera and Marbella Frontera were riding horses up a mountain together. A squirrel quickly passed by them, and the horse he was riding suddenly bucked, startling him. Seeing this sight, Lloyd couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, Count! The village, unaware of anything, was absorbed in the festival. Soon after, he fell to the ground. He stiffened, unable to accept what had just happened. His pupils constricted. What's going on? Impossible. The other Lloyd reappeared and continued, and about a month later, everyone in the village was still steeped in joy. He continued. The Countess literally never left the Count's coffin for a single moment until her own death. Hearing this, Lloyd couldn't help but be enraged. Don't joke around, he approached, unable to contain his anger. I saved both of them. They're alive and very happy. But the other Lloyd paid no attention and continued. We were so shocked and saddened that we couldn't attend Julian's funeral. His pupils constricted in shock at these words. The other Lloyd continued his story. When Sarazad was teaching everyone swordsmanship, someone came looking for Julia. A sword pierced her stomach. She was murdered. At Lloyd's words, the color drained from his face. Sarazad went mad. She volunteered for a small war and eventually died in battle. I think she no longer had a reason to live. Lloyd revealed one more thing. Oh, this is nothing, but the queen became a tyrant. One day she lost an arm. What happened after that? It's the same as what you read in the novel. The Planet family was assassinated by Aspahan rebels. Lord Baladi died following the queen's unreasonable orders. After we left the count's territory, Arcos died in a hunting accident. Melika died from not eating anything. Solita locked herself back in the dungeon, unable to bear it any longer. He commanded loudly, stop it. At those words, Lloyd also stopped. He slowly opened his mouth. Haha, there's no need to say more, is there? It would take too long to mention what happened to each person individually. He couldn't restrain himself and punched the man in the face. I told you to stop, Lloyd asked in a low voice. How do you feel after seeing this spoiler? Lloyd started looking around. Hey Lion, where are you? Turn this off. Then he slightly turned his head. Just because you saw the ending spoiler, do you think you can stop all this? Drops of strawberry syrup began to spill from Lloyd's mouth, followed by a cascade of red syrup. Traces of strawberry syrup splattered on the liquor bottle and a vase on the nearby wall. Lloyd's hand trembled violently, then stopped, no longer shaking like before. As if all stories were finished, Lloyd was logging out. Sweat ran down Lloyd's face. The portraits of his parents came to mind. I couldn't do anything and lost everything. Lloyd leaned his hand on a tree and gazed at the village scene below. Below, everyone was dancing together. He gloomily asked himself, will I lose everyone again? His face darkened. Lloyd gritted his teeth and resolved. I can't lose what's mine twice. Tears welled up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. Do you think I'd let all this happen? Young burst out of the water, screaming. It had a squirrel on its back. As it surged up, water splashed everywhere. A rainbow began to appear in the sky. The squirrel shrieked in a sharp voice. Young inside the mansion at that moment. Wake up, Dragon King. The sun is high in the sky, Dragon King. You must call the Dragon Queen. Hello. The sunlight shone where Vis was, but he was still fast asleep. Lloyd stared at him with dead fish eyes, then raised a hand and gave a light cough. Ahem. Then he began to prepare the right hand rule. Before he could even use the full power of the right hand rule, Vis quickly woke up with a pale face. As Lloyd's right hand pointed at him, he trembled in extreme fear. Sweat beaded on Vis's forehead. What is this? I've never experienced anything like this in my life. He placed his left hand on his right hip and said with a bright smile, ha, my ability to wake people up in the morning is a bit loud, isn't it? Hurry and call the Dragon Queen. He raised his hand. Oh right, the Dragon Queen. Then a system window with a red background and a prohibition symbol appeared. I'm really tired. He put his hand on the ground, slumped, and began to close his eyes. Anyway, I have to complete the mission, so now I'll go back to sleep. Hearing that, Lloyd said in a low voice, have a good dream. Then he suppressed his anger and left. Unexpected accidents are happening to the people around me. PPO Dong circled in the air with his 2 friends. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop it. The scene of Vis waking up with a pale face. So I have to find the cause behind all this. And if it's a supernatural accident, perhaps the Dragon King knows the answer. His voice began to be heard. The kid has grown up. Lloyd immediately bowed at the waist. I have something to ask, Dragon King, but he replied languidly. I don't know, go away, he thought to himself without a word. He doesn't know? Is he so lazy that even breathing is a bother? Does he not even want to move? But immediately Lloyd bared his teeth and smiled slyly. I am Kim Suho, The man who tamed even a dragon, he continued. Actually, I am a person from another dimension, Dragon King. Vis didn't believe his absurd words at all. Impressive. Get out. Night began to deepen, and the next morning dawned. I have changed the fate of the people here for the better. Do you like that? He quickly confirmed. Yes, it's good. Night deepened. As usual, the next morning dawned, and their conversation continued. But people say they will still die according to their original fate, he replied languidly. Too bad. A full moon quickly appeared, and soon after the sun rose. Vis was in such a deep sleep that he was drooling. He asked himself, strange. I don't hear the deafening shouts that usually wake me up. His eyes began to open. The first thing Vis saw was Lloyd sitting there asleep. He asked in a low voice, what are you doing? Why didn't you wake me up? His voice was heard. I forgot to mention it. With a slightly malicious face, he raised his hand to sweep back his hair and said, emphasizing each word, for the next 10 days or so I won't be able to wake your majesty. Vis was slightly flustered by his words. Sweat began to pour down his face. Vis eyed Lloyd in front of him suspiciously. Are you mad? The corners of his mouth turned up. It's a joke. He froze for a moment. He slowly opened his mouth. But if you don't answer my questions, it could happen. His mouth slightly opened. Then Vis said in a low voice, it's good to think positively, but you don't seem to realize how easy it would be for me to kill you and destroy this entire village, Lloyd slowly said, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. I know that threatening the Dragon King will lead to death, but I have no choice, he revealed in a low voice. For my family, I will gladly offer my life to the Dragon King, he continued, even if it means losing my limbs or my life to change fate. Lloyd's expression gradually changed. But if that happens, your majesty will have to find someone to wake you up every morning. Dragon King Vis's pupils constricted in shock at his words. And someone to tell your majesty it's time to wake up, he lowered his voice, emphasizing each word. Someone to tell your majesty, let's go see the village. Someone to cook for your majesty. And when your majesty returns, he will say, welcome back. Someone to warm your majesty's feet and help you fall into a deep sleep. Vis hastily interrupted. Stop it. He ignored those words and continued. A small piece of advice. If you find such a person, never let them go. He loudly interrupted. I said stop. He deliberately didn't listen and continued. And if that person disappears, your majesty will miss the feeling of someone waking you up and talking to you every morning. I told you to stop, Lloyd continued to mutter without stopping, but unfortunately I will die soon. At these words, Vis could no longer bear it and pleaded loudly. That's enough, please stop. Then he fell back to sleep. He opened his eyes and said in a low voice, I admit that the danger I face is greater than yours. You Kim Suho. Hearing these words, Lloyd thought to himself, I won. The two continued their conversation, unaware that Haviel Azran was hearing everything from outside the door. You just said that the fate you were desperately trying to change never disappears and always returns, right? Yes, that's correct. He began to draw his sword. My salary is too low for this kind of extra work. Vis continued, it's like a thin bowstring. At those words, he repeated that phrase again, bowstring. A hand pulling a bowstring taut. No matter how much you forcibly try to change its original shape, then, as an arrow was shot, it will rebound with greater force and return to its original form, he concluded. This is the phenomenon of fate restoration. It's like an unbreakable law. At these words, he couldn't help but worry and immediately asked, is there no way to stop it? He asked in a low voice, do you know the meaning of inevitable? Vis slowly explained, I can't help it either. It's the same for the Dragon King or the Angel King. Then he added, have you ever played a game before? Lloyd quickly replied. Yes, at those words he said, it's similar to that. No matter the freedom in a game, there's always a program running that fixes bugs. This world is just a game after all. A game within a game, a simulation within a simulation. That's always the problem. At these words, he couldn't help but be flustered. Then what if there's a hidden feature? Can we find it? He said with an emotionless face. Oh, my point is you're just a tiny grain of sand within that program. You don't seem discouraged, Lloyd said with a confident face. I feel that I am alive. Who cares if it's a program or anything else? Game or not, I will achieve my goals. Haviel Azran froze at their words. Vis was slightly surprised for a moment and thought to himself, what admirable willpower. Then his mouth slightly opened, and he began to reveal something about the Stone of Truth. He slowly explained, it is a legendary stone that can answer any question. If you find it, you might find the answer. Vis continued, the answer to counter the fate restoration phenomenon. As soon as he heard that, Lloyd immediately stood up and politely asked, may I be so rude as to ask one more question? Vis closed his eyes tightly and replied, no, I cannot go to say goodbye to the Mermaid Kingdom. Hearing that, he placed a hand on his chest and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. I will call you every morning to wake you up myself. Then he turned around and informed them as he walked out the door, let's go, Haviel. To the Mermaid Kingdom. One bright morning, Lloyd and Haviel Azran climbed onto Cummins' back and began a new journey. He simply couldn't understand why they had to go there themselves. Wouldn't it be easier to ask the Dragon King to take them to the Mermaid Kingdom? Hearing his words, he couldn't help but assess. Good heavens, young master truly has no talent for building relationships. That person is terrifying enough to kill both of us with a flick of his finger. Even if we wanted to resist, there's a certain line we must observe. And I already have enough clues about the Mermaid Kingdom. After traveling for a while, a kingdom with a massive harbor appeared before their eyes. The Mermaid Kingdom mentioned in the novel is hidden somewhere in the Hasses Sea, the northern ocean of the Lorizer continent. This is a place frequently visited by whaling ships departing from Kermo Harbor. Our search for the Mermaid Kingdom begins here. It was early morning, so the movement of ships was very active. Alright, move your ship over there. Damn it, can't you see the road is blocked? The market was very crowded at this time, filled with the shouts of merchants. Dishes from Aspahan. Thanks to our competitive items, our prices are the lowest today. Lloyd, carrying luggage on his back, passed through the ant-like crowd, a little surprised. Wow, this place has really come alive in the novel. This city was destroyed by giants, and Count Kermo, who had previously helped Haviel, suffered immensely. The streets were filled with the begging voices of children and homeless people. Life at that time was merely bleak and steeped in pain, but now everything has changed. People's lives are filled with laughter and color. Very active exchanges were taking place everywhere, making the atmosphere truly noisy and vibrant. As he walked, Lloyd looked around at the people and scenery of this place. Suddenly, a feeling of emotion and overwhelming sentiment welled up in his heart. I am the one who made this city happy. I knew this would happen, but seeing it now, it churns my stomach. If I had known, I would have pushed for more compensation then. His body trembled from bitter regret. Haviel Azron couldn't help but glance at Lloyd's very intense expression. Then he sighed and smiled gently. I knew it. Young master must be regretting it just like me. He truly has a warm heart. This is all thanks to me. I should have charged a service fee. Just 2 more would have been enough. Count Kermo was delighted as if spring had come when he met Lloyd again. Lord Lloyd, it's been a long time. Our hero, the hero of Kermo, you are truly my type. No matter how many times I see you, you're not my type, are you? He hugged him tightly and patted his back hard, but he wasn't very interested. While being held like a child, Lloyd revealed his intention. Actually, I've come to ask for a favor. After that, the two sat down and began to talk, to explain the situation to Count Kermo. After hearing his intention, he crossed his arms and thought, he wants to borrow a large ship to go to the Mermaid Kingdom. He willingly explained his purpose to Count Kermo. Yes, I know it might sound ridiculous, but I have my reasons. The Count immediately denied it, explaining, no, we have a very skilled captain, but he's known as a fantasist. He claims to have been to the Mermaid Kingdom when he was young and always tells that story when he's drunk. If you're okay with such a strange person, I can introduce him to you. Hearing that, he was slightly dazed. Lloyd clenched his fist in excitement. Things are going unusually well. This is a complete windfall. After that, the first meeting with the captain took place. How was I invited to the Mermaid Kingdom? He unhesitatingly told them his story. I sang. Mermaids decide whether someone is a friend or foe by listening to their song. Lloyd and Haviel Azron froze upon hearing that, unable to believe what they had heard. His face darkened as if the end of the world had come, because if that was true, he was a dead man. What? Is there no other way? Oh, for example, if that friend sang for me instead, the captain honestly assessed. A handsome friend like you would definitely be invited, but you won't? Lloyd was very worried about his singing ability, but he feared Lloyd's hellish singing. I'm not very confident in my singing ability. Not confident, that seems like an understatement. I thought you misunderstood something. The next moment, the captain recounted his youthful days sailing the seas. When I was young, I was looking at the sea and fell into the water. The sailors on the ship didn't even know I had fallen in and just left. At that time, mermaids appeared. I was extremely scared. They didn't seem to be playing around at all. Their bodies, they were truly serious. That sensation was deeply etched in his mind like the first day. The pressure I felt then was as if they could break my neck at any moment. Then I remembered a story my grandfather used to tell me. If you sing to a mermaid, you can prove that you are not an enemy. What do you think my singing ability was like then? In fact, when the captain opened his mouth to sing, he was not much different from Lloyd. And he himself had to admit that fact. It was just a continuous series of terrible wails. At first, the mermaids pouted as if they disliked my singing. But then their eyes turned red as if they would devour him alive. But in an instant, those terrifying faces became softer than ever. They smiled. But the important thing was not the singing skill but the sincerity. What those mermaids heard was not off-key noise. They heard the truth from the heart, the genuine emotions of a human. Hearing those 3 things, Lloyd also paused for a moment. Truth, heart, emotion. Suddenly the images of the 2 Count and Countess appeared in his mind. Not stopping there, the image of the happiest couple he had ever seen came to mind. And next were the friends who had accompanied him on all his journeys. The image of each person was deeply etched in Lloyd Frontera's subconscious. After a moment of thought, he resolutely made a decision. I want to borrow your ship. Please take me to the waters near the Mermaid Kingdom. At first he had no emotions. I just wanted to make money and fill my belly. But the captain directly refused him. No, it's not whaling season right now. But now money was not the issue. He unhesitatingly placed a pile of gold coins before the man. The captain, being a slave to capitalism, naturally could not refuse this glittering light. We'll set sail in 10 minutes. After that, they boarded the ship and headed towards the Mermaid Kingdom, battling the rough waves. We're here. We've been sailing the ship here for a month instead of riding Kaman or Ppo Dong, because the mermaids might be scared if they saw them. I despaired at the bitter smiles that flashed across the faces of those who had suffered. Meanwhile, the captain was more excited than ever. Mermaids must be surrounding our ship. Mermaids are really sensitive to intruders. Lloyd immediately turned his head to check if his words were bluster, but Haviel Azron quickly confirmed. He's right, over 1,000 mermaids are surrounding the ship. However, they are currently hidden underwater and have not yet shown themselves. The happy fate of people and the joy on their faces. I will protect it all. After that, Lloyd began to hum a sweet melody in the middle of the ocean with all his heart. Mermaids, help me. They scrutinized him with reddened eyes at this moment. Lloyd confidently sang a song from the depths of his heart, hoping to reach the mermaids' hearts. The mermaids now looked up at him with sweet faces, lowering their guard. Even Haviel was slightly surprised by his performance. Is this young master's sincerity? Kim Suho. Under the mysterious moonlight, Lloyd expressed his heart through song. All the mermaids were now fixed on Lloyd Frontera, concentrating intently. Suddenly, the next moment, blood spurted from their ears. His song must have sounded like a declaration of war to the mermaids as they shot arrows towards the mast where he stood. This is a declaration of war. Attack. The mermaids' faces were now bloodshot and fiercer than ever. Lloyd's attempt was the same as the captain's, but the result was completely opposite. The mermaids continued to throw harpoons at them. The ship was fiercely attacked and they had to retreat immediately. Turn the ship around quickly, run away. Angered by the unexpected outcome, he confronted the captain. Hey, old man. You said I could persuade them if I sang with all my heart. Who knew he would rather punch him in the face, almost disfiguring him? You damn idiot. I told you to sing, not to chant a curse. His singing ability was so terrible that it was considered an insult to the listener. Lloyd was hurt by such an assessment and teared up. Even Haviel Azron couldn't endure this hellish singing. Was young master's sincerity to invade the mermaid kingdom? I can't believe it. Stop being sarcastic and do something. Because of the super troublemaker Lloyd, Haviel now had to clean up this mess. Don't attack the mermaids. Buy us time to turn the ship around and escape quickly. Easier said than done. The moment Haviel Azron spread his angel wings and soared high into the sky, other mermaids also looked up at him. He raised his hand to stop the attack, showing their peaceful intentions. He didn't know that Haviel Azron was brave enough to dare to ask for a ceasefire in the midst of chaos. Suddenly, one of the mermaids pointed at him. Haviel Azron held his breath, not knowing what would befall him. Falling for handsome men seems inevitable even in the next life. The mermaids no longer attacked fiercely. Instead, they were smitten by his handsomeness. Past. Haviel Azron stood there dazed at a loss for what to do in front of this scene. Then he remembered Lloyd behind him and looked back. Perhaps hurt by the discriminatory treatment, he was shedding tears profusely. This cursed world, you die. Seeing that he had been given the green light, Haviel Azron asked again for confirmation. Did I pass? Does that mean I'm invited to the mermaid kingdom? As the mermaids reconfirmed, he slowly showed his curiosity. Yes, that's right, thank you very much, but why so suddenly? She was just embarrassed at this moment, not knowing how to answer. After that, the mermaid directly ran her hand through her hair as if showing off her beauty to Haviel Azron. She naturally couldn't refuse his shining appearance, because he's handsome. But Haviel Azron's reply was even more like a Chable CEO. I know. Lloyd couldn't help but feel jealous when those words were directed at him, and he looked at him with hurt eyes. How annoying. Haviel Azron then had an issue he wanted to clarify. I heard that mermaids can feel a person's sincerity and emotions through song. The mermaid did not deny it and confirmed the fact, explaining the reason. Because it can reach a person's heart through the way they sing. Indeed, handsomeness is the best. Haviel Azron received unexpected special treatment. But your face is also similar, so I can feel it even without listening to your song. And naturally he was confident in his godlike appearance. My face can do that too. Seeing Haviel Azron indulging in such narcissism, Lloyd was angry but couldn't do anything. How irritating. Is such a guy the protagonist here? He reminded him once more in case he hadn't heard. My face can prevent the war that young master's singing would cause, he retorted curtly. I heard you. Come down. To show his sincerity to the mermaids, Lloyd stepped forward and introduced himself as the employer of this night. As expected, there were no exceptions. The mermaids quickly looked at him with eyes as if they would shoot bullets and were no longer as gentle as before. Look at how quickly they changed their attitude. Aren't you ashamed to discriminate based on appearance? But since I need their help, I'll let it slide. He swallowed his complaints and bowed politely. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the mermaid kingdom. But the next moment, her words slapped him hard in the face. Don't be mistaken. No one invited you. But precisely because of that, Lloyd Frontera's resolve grew even stronger. I knew she'd say that. I am Kim Suho, the man who makes the impossible possible. I will find what they want, bring it out, and make it a condition for negotiation. I will be the master of this negotiation. Haviel Azron naturally couldn't just stand by and watch, so he stepped forward to help him. Even if I ask, he won't be invited. The mermaid then did a 180-degree turn and kindly agreed to his proposal. Of course, the two were dumbfounded by her dramatic shift in attitude, frozen for 5 seconds, but Lloyd's expression was enough to show how hurt he was. Though he too was in an unstable state, he consoled him. The salt in the wind seems to be stinging my eyes a bit, Haviel Azron encouraged him internally. To have such a face and still have to work so hard. Keep going. And the mermaid no longer hesitated, handing him the treasure. Here, this is a necklace that allows you to breathe underwater. It will protect you from the crushing pressure of the deep sea and the icy cold. Who would know this pain? Lloyd got hit squarely on the head with the necklace. Anyway, I've been invited to the mermaid kingdom. Sad emotions with this person don't matter. What matters is finding the stone of truth and protecting everything in my territory. To give everyone a better life, Lloyd decided to endure all this humiliation. After diving deep for a long time, a turquoise beam of light appeared before his eyes. Light in such a deep place, but the sight that unfolded before him next truly broadened Lloyd's vision. A giant guardian octopus appeared, enveloping the entire underwater kingdom. Seeing such a colossal marine creature for the first time, he couldn't help but be shocked. An octopus, it looks bigger, isn't it the size of a city? That octopus, he turned to say something to her, but was completely ignored. Then Haviel spoke in his stead. That octopus, of course, the mermaid gladly answered his question. It's the guardian octopus of the mermaid kingdom. It's been with us for a very long time. That place is the palace. You'll meet the queen first. Be respectful. Soon the palace appeared before them. Upon entering, the two humbly knelt before Ariel. Welcome, handsome human and ugly human. She soon introduced herself. I am Ariel, queen of the mermaid kingdom. Seeing that he was discriminated against everywhere he went, he had no choice but to rely on Haviel. Hey, handsome human. Tell her you want to borrow the stone of truth. The two couldn't conclude, only deferring to each other. I have nothing but my face. Young master must speak. Young master is the expert after all. What can I say here? Ariel's next words were intended to reassure Lloyd, but they were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Don't worry, ugly human. I won't punish you just for having an awfully ugly face. Speak, just don't stare at me. It doesn't sound like a joke. Do you know it hurts my feelings to say that? Then he no longer hesitated and immediately got to the point. I, Lloyd, have come to find the stone of truth. If you could lend it. But before Lloyd could finish his sentence, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This made him slightly worried and he stopped speaking. Ariel burst into laughter because she heard such an absurd statement from his mouth. If it existed, I would lend it to you right away. It might have existed, but only in the mythical age. Hearing this, he froze for 5 seconds, doubting his own ears. What did you say? Ariel shattered his dreams without hesitation. It's just a legend. Did you really think it was here? Lloyd, still unable to believe it, brought in a witness. The Dragon King said the stone of truth is in the mermaid kingdom. The Dragon King, that lecherous sleepyhead you mean. Who would have known he would be seen as a fool, making others suffer on this journey, as stupid as he looks? Realizing he had just been tricked, Lloyd couldn't help but inwardly seethe. Damn Dragon King, that damn dragon bastard, just you wait. She noticed the deep-seated powerlessness hidden within his heart. You look desperate. Why don't you ask our guardian octopus? He's been alive since the mythical age. She even offered him to try it himself. Hearing this, Lloyd was greatly shocked. It can talk. As soon as the question was asked, who would have thought Ariel would treat him like a fool again? Of course, what kind of octopus can't talk? You're really stupid. Continuously insulted, Lloyd felt his fighting spirit ignite. Your jokes aren't funny. He now switched to serious general manager mode. In short, Stone of Truth existed in the mythical age, and it wasn't just a fabricated story, right? But even Ariel wasn't 100% sure about this. Who knows, our ancestors said it existed, but our generation has never seen it. Hearing this, Lloyd made a conjecture. That means the possibility isn't completely zero. Seeing that a faint hope still remained, he moved forward. Queen of the Mermaids, I have another request. What is it? Having come all this way, I can't return empty-handed. If there's even a 0.1 chance, I have to use every possible method to find it. Please allow us to search for the Stone of Truth. If we find it, it will also benefit your majesty, because my specialty is persistence and diligence. Ariel didn't stop them and gladly allowed them to search freely. No problem. I'll get to see more of the handsome human while you're here. Good. But the next moment, she gave Lloyd Frontera one precondition. But we won't help you. We have too many worries ourselves, and that alone is a headache. Worries? Ariel immediately laid out her worries. Recently, the gate of hell opened in our waters. Hearing this, Lloyd seemed to see an opportunity to reveal himself. Worries about the gate of hell were now directly affecting them. The heat from hell has affected the North Pole. If this continues, all the ice will melt. If they didn't act decisively, the situation would only get worse. Every time Ariel thought of this matter, she wanted to eat that person alive. What idiot opened such a thing here? He deserves to be drawn and quartered. Lloyd also expressed his anger about this issue. Damn it, such a guy exists. He truly deserves to die. When it came to this issue, she could sit all day without fully expressing her anger. We saw a bone dragon entering and exiting there. The one who opened the gate seems to be connected to demons. Truly an evil villain. Then Lloyd took the opportunity to immediately make a proposal. With all due respect for allowing me to search for the Stone of Truth, I, Lloyd, promise you this. If I find that guy, I will cut off his head and bring it here. He spoke with a resolute expression without batting an eye. At this moment, even Haviel couldn't help but admire his acting, better than a Hollywood actor. Excellent. Young master has a thick skin and an incomprehensibly shameless personality. After finishing his conversation with Ariel, the two proceeded to the balcony and looked down at the city below. Lloyd no longer wanted to waste time and wanted to act immediately. Haviel, let's go find the Stone of Truth. How do you plan to find it? The beginning would certainly be difficult, but there was no way to do it casually. We'll gather information from all directions. Sometimes the simplest way is the fastest. Who would have known that the problem Haviel was about to mention was the problem he himself had caused? No, I'm talking about the Gate of Hell. But Lloyd now only wanted to focus on the Stone of Truth. Let's put that aside for now. We need to find the Stone of Truth for the Count and Countess and for everyone. Haviel knew he had his reasons, so he said nothing more. Young master always has his reasons for everything. I'm sure what we're doing is right, but besides that, and now the two were ready to move forward together and embrace a new journey. Gate of Hell, Stone of Truth, here I come. When night covered the entire space at Alicia's palace, she still couldn't sleep, sitting by the window, feeling the gentle breeze. But unlike her calm appearance, Alicia was suffering with bloodshot eyes. Her entire body was covered in bulging veins, making her look very bizarre. To ascend the throne, the blood of family and siblings flowed from me, so I cannot lose to a mere poison. Alicia gritted her teeth, not giving up even while battling the poison. Her hands began to move strangely. A powerful murderous aura erupted from Alicia's entire body. She endured with all her might. Her face was contorted like a monkey that had eaten a chili pepper, and her eyes were wide open, looking upwards. Alicia's smooth arms also began to change. Red veins covered most of her arms. Veins popped out all over her body, and a mere glance would reveal the extreme pain Alicia was enduring. Everything moving within her body seemed to want to destroy her and break out. But the next moment Alicia could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground exhausted. In the quiet night she could only hide this pain deep in her heart. Although her body showed signs of calming down, her arms were still completely consumed by the poison, looking very precarious. Alicia no longer hesitated and immediately moved to the next step. "All right, my arm is moving. I'll move all the poison to my arm and cut it off." Although it was a very difficult and painful decision, she had to accept it to survive. As a person on the throne, sacrificing something like a hand to maintain her purity was natural. Alicia didn't hesitate to sacrifice her body to protect something more important. Strange, has my mind already gone? Surprisingly, the image that suddenly popped into her mind was Lloyd Frontera. Why am I thinking of that potato guy now? And her potato was now asking the mermaids about the Stone of Truth. Just by looking at you I can tell, someone like you would surely believe the Stone of Truth truly exists, right? But the mermaids were frightened by his ogre-like face. Oh my goodness, I thought a sea cucumber was talking, even if I believed it was real before. But now I even doubt the existence of the universe. Haviel Azron stepped forward to help him with his deadly handsome face. With your noble dignity, you would surely believe the Stone of Truth truly exists, right? With his overwhelming looks and eloquence she answered enthusiastically. Originally I didn't believe it was an old story. No, I believe it. Do you know anything about it? I'm not sure if I know, but I know one crazy guy who always talks about finding that stone. Oh, but I don't mean you're crazy, I mean you're crazy handsome. The mermaids giggled, looking at each other. Crazy handsome is fine too, isn't it? Lloyd just stood there like a background, playing no role. Where is the mermaid who is looking for that stone? If you want to go there, just a moment. Follow me. I'll personally guide you to that crazy guy's house. Thanks to his handsomeness, he had the luxury of being personally guided by the mermaids. Meanwhile, Lloyd was practically a tail following Haviel Azron. I'm sorry for making you feel like my tail. Lloyd pretended to be fine on the outside, but inside he was a sea of tears. What? I'm completely fine. What are you talking about? You're crying. No, I'm not. Even if I were, how would you know since we're underwater? Can you speak logically? Young master is right. But what's flowing from your eyes right now is, can't you pretend not to see it? After traveling for a while, they stopped in front of a pineapple-shaped house. Rotulua, meeting someone of his own kind, seemed more interested than ever. Are you really interested in the Stone of Truth too? You're going with me to find that stone, right? Befriended mermaid Rotulua. Affinity 16 RP 2482. But all they needed from him was useful information. No, I didn't say I'd help you right away. I just want to know how much you know. Why did my affinity appear when we just met? Wasn't a friendship formed only when someone was completely on my side? Rotulua poured out information as if he had found his own channel. My family has never stopped searching for the Stone of Truth, generation after generation, no matter what countless people say, to be precise. Until the second mythical age, when there was only spring and summer in the world, the Stone of Truth definitely existed. The Stone of Truth holds the answers to all questions. The hero Atlantido used that Stone of Truth. At this point, Lloyd also understood why he was so open. He must have finally met a like-minded friend, which is why he's so kind. Has he been searching for it for so long? Smooth sailing. Based on years of accumulated knowledge, he revealed one fact. But 10,000 years ago, during the Great War of the Races, the Stone of Truth shattered into pieces. Hearing this, Lloyd froze, stunned, as if struck by lightning. He couldn't hide his surprise and immediately questioned him. Wait, it shattered. Does that mean nothing is left? The mermaid was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Ah, even mermaids wouldn't know this information, but that was another person's story, and he soon revealed a shocking truth. But the Stone of Truth is actually a building. People built that structure with mana, bricks, and pillars. It was the amount of mana that gave the building the ability to think and answer. Hearing this, Lloyd also grasped the problem. I see. The Stone of Truth is like a giant AI computer. The difference is that it runs on mana instead of electricity. But if it collapsed, while he was deep in thought, Rotulua continued. That's why I'm looking for the location where the Stone of Truth was. Somewhere within we'll be able to find the blueprints for the Stone of Truth. Upon hearing this, he seemed to see a ray of hope again. At first he thought the Stone of Truth was just a fantasy. Now I'm starting to see its outline. Since I've started, I have to see it through. For that reason, Lloyd decided to go all the way. Where's the excavation site? Rotulua then led them without hesitation to the place he had been looking for. A mermaid, seeing them pass by, couldn't help but comment, that one is exactly like his grandfather. He doesn't practice swimming, he just digs around. That's why he's so skinny that his ribs show. This sickly fellow. Despite his nagging, he tried to remain calm. Don't mind him, old man. But the next moment, Rotulua could no longer hold back and yelled at him. And you guys always talk about muscles, go die with your damn muscles. Do you know why mermaids get arthritis after 40? It's because you swim too much. Your muscles keep getting bigger but your joints swell. Pot calling the kettle black. No one conceded and they argued. You've lived too long, so stop nagging and go away. Oh my god, he's sending me to heaven. I'm so happy. After letting out a burst of anger, Rotalua continued with him. They always treat me like a fool, as you can see. But at this moment Lloyd suddenly felt suspicious. You said your ancestors also went looking for the Stone of Truth, right? So why haven't you found it yet, even in your generation? Rotalua looked up and hesitated for a moment. It was because the North Sea was too vast. Small mermaids like them were just tiny grains of sand compared to the ocean. So their efforts could be said to be in vain. Those holes you see over there, I dug those. Not stopping there, Rotalua also showed him a map he had marked. This is the exploration map, and I have hundreds of these. At this point, Lloyd understood why he was treated like a strange fellow. This crazy guy, if he digs each hole so meticulously, mermaids would grow wings and still not find it. He began to rack his brains for a moment. Is there any other way besides digging this place? This sediment has accumulated for over 1,000 years, so sweeping it away won't help. How about having Haviel detonate the seabed? No, if we're not careful, we might blow up the blueprints too, which would be a waste of effort. PPO Dong and the others can't work underwater. If I call Yang Yang, it'll start a war with the Mermaid Kingdom. The only way is to mobilize many people to dig. For now, Lloyd Frontera could only think of this method. If I could utilize the mermaid's excellent physical abilities, I'd get a massive workforce. Suddenly, the next moment, he gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Lloyd no longer hesitated. We'll see, Haviel. Yes, this hurts my pride, but there's no other way. Who would have known he would give him such a brazen task? Charm the mermaids into doing hard labor for us. Who would have known they would even refuse Haviel Azron? I'm sorry, handsome man. We spent all our time swimming and building muscles, and no one was left in front of them. When everyone left, he made a very serious face. Lloyd saw that and seized the opportunity to tease him. Why so gloomy? Where's your confident face? Character is more important than appearance. At this rate, we won't be able to do anything. The plan has failed. I'm going crazy. They walked anxiously as if their hearts were burning. How do we dig this vast seabed? Even if we dig, how many years will it take? All those disasters will happen within the next 3 years. We don't have time. We have to do something. Suddenly, Haviel Azron sensed something and speculated. The temperature here is quite hot. Is it because of that? That place is known as the Hot Spring Palace. Lava heats the water deep down and that water flows back up, becoming as hot as lava. As soon as he finished speaking, Lloyd realized what he had missed. He recalled what Rotalua had said earlier. Do you know why mermaids get arthritis after 40? And Lloyd turned his gaze towards the water being heated by the lava. I've found the solution. Necessity is the mother of invention. Now I've found a hopeful path for them. Haviel, let's build a J-Jim Jilbang here. This cunning J-Jim Jilbang can make mermaids our slaves. Lloyd knew his time had come and flashed a cunning smile. At that moment, Kim Suho was struggling to get up from his sickbed with a shoulder injury. Ouch, but he hadn't even earned much money. He could go out the door and look at the pouring rain. Today's work is cancelled again. There were many reasons why work was cancelled. Suho had to grit his teeth again because of his shoulder injury. It hurt so much. Of course, one of those reasons was his physical condition. Suho watched the rain, lost in thought. The exams are over, so maybe I should just rest today? While he was deep in thought, a blonde man suddenly appeared and approached Suho. Hey, he asked Suho, why do you look so miserable? Suho looked at him with a displeased expression. Then the blonde man suggested to him, hey, if you have nothing to do, let's go to a J-Jim Jilbang. Suho seemed surprised. A J-Jim Jilbang, he continued. Doesn't your body ache after doing that construction work? Shouldn't you rest your body now? Suho casually said, as if trying to avoid him. I don't have money to go to such a place. The blonde man smiled. Oh, I know. Suho stared at him. The blonde man smiled brightly at Suho and said, but I'm on my way to work there part-time right now. So I'll let you in for free today. In the end, Suho also spoke after hearing him. You're from a rich family, so why are you working part-time there? He exclaimed. Oh, and replied to Suho, that J-Jim Jilbang is one of the places my mom owns. I'm just going to help out today. Suho gritted his teeth with a displeased expression. This bastard. The blonde man finished speaking, turned around and urged Suho, stop talking and follow me. Suho thought to himself he planned to work there as soon as the exams were over. After that, Suho also decided to follow his friend. As Suho took up too much of the umbrella, the blonde man said, your shoulder is getting all wet, move closer. Suho was still lost in thought. Why does he appear every morning when I leave home for construction work? Suho stared at the blonde man, thinking to himself, does he think I'm a fool? The blonde man still smiled brightly at Suho. You don't mean you don't even have money to buy an umbrella, do you? Take this umbrella next time, cuckoo. Suho thought to himself, you're truly an angel. A moment later, the two were refreshing themselves at the J-Jim Jilbang. One was eating boiled eggs, and the other was lying comfortably. Suho exclaimed, this place is like heaven. All my muscles and ligaments are relaxed. It feels like my poor blood circulation is finally improving. It was as if Suho had surrendered his body to the free sky. He imagined planets surrounding him, thinking he had become a mysterious flow of the universe. Meanwhile, Haviel and Lloyd advanced triumphantly with shovels. Lloyd thought to himself, the demand is sufficient. Countless mermaids complain of muscle and joint pain, of course, because they swim too much under the water pressure of the deep sea. He smiled contentedly. All steps of the plan are set, named. He imagined a plan to catch countless mermaids with a net. He inwardly rejoiced at the Mermaid Kingdom Fish Harvest Project and seemed to have gone to Rotorua to make a proposal to the mermaid youth. He was slightly flustered. But how is this related to finding the Stone of Truth? Lloyd continued to Rotorua. This is bait for us to get more manpower. It's impossible for the three of us to dig this huge area. Rotorua raised an issue with Lloyd. I don't know if this will work, but it will be difficult. Mermaids are afraid of warming their bodies. At these words, he was surprised. Ah, Rotorua informed Lloyd. Did you see the hydrothermal vents in the water recently? Some mermaids were tempted by them and went to warm themselves. But they lost consciousness, and rumors spread that they stayed too long and got cooked. So now it's illegal for mermaids to go near there. Lloyd closed his eyes and thought after hearing Rotorua's story. The water from hydrothermal vents contains a lot of heavy metals, so it's not surprising. But he seemed to have an idea and smiled at Rotorua. A hydrothermal facility can solve all problems. Jjimjilbang construction begins. Phase 1, finding a Jjimjilbang site. Lloyd took Haviel to a spot and excitedly said, "Good, let's build the Jjimjilbang here." Haviel looked around and said, "Isn't this too far from the hydrothermal facility?" He continued to Haviel. "It has to be far. Safety is the top priority." After that, Lloyd summoned blueprints and a small construction manual. Then he turned and instructed Haviel, "Dig as I instructed. I'll go collect some more materials." After that, Haviel drew his sword and swung it a few times. Lloyd was surprised. "Hey, it's a bit strange that you're obediently following my orders. Shouldn't you be asking something by now?" Haviel looked back and replied, "What? What should I ask?" Lloyd suggested a few questions. For example, why I'm looking for the Stone of Truth, what happens if I don't find it, things like that. Haviel was silent for a moment, then said to Lloyd, "Go find more materials quickly. If you don't hurry, isn't the Countess in danger?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lloyd continued on his way. "Hey, thanks, really?" Suddenly, the two froze for about 2 seconds, then said simultaneously, "Cringeworthy." Phase 2, Material Collection. Meanwhile, Lloyd's corps was carrying out its mission. He observed corals and marine life from above. There's a reason I said hydrothermal facilities can solve all problems. After that, Lloyd slid down thinking the creatures living near that facility will provide all the necessary materials for construction. Those creatures were tube worms. Now those creatures were before his eyes. Phase 2.1, collect the liquid secreted by tube worms to bond and finish materials. Phase 2.2, collect tube worm shells to use as pipes. Phase 3, bundle the pipes and connect them to the hydrothermal facility. Phase 4, connect the pipes to each room and paint them. Adjust pipe sizes and control the temperature of each room. At this point, what is the most important part, the highlight of the Jjimjilbang? It's a splendid interior with a wonderful theme. Emerald room, coral room, strange room. At this point, after completing all phases of the plan, Lloyd shouted loudly, "This is it. It's complete. The world's first Jjimjilbang." He was very excited, seeing Rotorua making such a comfortable expression that he was drooling. "Rotorua, how was your first Jjimjilbang experience?" Rotorua barely managed to speak. "It was the best," Haviel asked Lloyd. "So are you going to operate this Jjimjilbang starting today? Do we need to earn more money?" He scoffed. If I'm not thinking of earning more money from this, I won't earn money." Haviel looked at his gestures, words and attitude and thought, "I have a feeling I should quietly pray for the mermaids." Meanwhile, a large raven spread its wings and flew over an iceberg. It seemed to be trying to land here. As expected, it plunged into the water. Suddenly a wave rose. Now the giant raven looked small in front of Dolita's bulging muscles. It was terrified, seeing the huge mermaid trying to chase it. As Dolita smiled, the bird was instantly caught in her grasp. "Gotcha!" The raven let out a desperate scream. Caw! After that, Redita returned to her base. She was given a hero's enthusiastic welcome. Redita set another record. With those tail muscles she could catch the moon. Redita excitedly showed off her bulging shoulder muscles. "Yes, it was a really great time. Every time I trained, my muscles grew several times larger. I was the most attractive single mermaid in this area." Back to reality. Now she was no longer as young and healthy as before. Redita was lying on a chair, looking dejected. She looked unwell. "My shoulder aches." After that, Redita used the strong force of her hand to hit her shoulder. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." Suddenly an old mermaid appeared from somewhere and said, probably Redita's husband, "Honey, it's too noisy." Redita replied to him, Do you want to live in a quiet place forever?" The old mermaid clicked his tongue. "Tisk tisk, you're deaf again." Redita turned and left, shouting, "I'm going to go exercise." The old mermaid thought, "Aren't you exercising too much? 3 times a week is enough." Redita said to the old man in a sad voice, "Every time I rest, I feel like my spirit is being gnawed away. I've started to doubt if I should really stop exercising, but I've done it my whole life, so I can't stop. If only the pain in my muscles and joints would subside, I could enjoy it a little more." Redita, agonizing over her life, heard a strange sound. "Come on, come all, we're holding a grand opening free event for all our brothers and sisters. For all mermaids suffering from joint and muscle pain." It was Lloyd Frontera's promotional broadcast. "This is completely different from hydrothermal vents. Have a warm and comfortable time at our 100 safe Jjimjilbang." This event attracted the attention of countless mermaids, including Redita. She wondered, what did he just say? "I can safely warm my body?" People flocked like clouds listening to Lloyd Frontera's introduction and advertisement. "Our family has been curing arthritis for 3 generations. It's all free. Let's warm our bodies together. It's free. We'll warm your bodies without taking any money." Redita was slightly suspicious. "I heard humans are very cunning creatures. Can I trust the word free?" Look at that wide grin, he looks just like a con artist. Suddenly, Rodita's gaze fell upon Javiel's handsome face. She thought to herself, no, he can't be a bad guy if he's with such a handsome man. If you think about it, there's no reason for him to trick me by letting me use a J-Jim Jilbang. What the hell, I'll give it a try. She decided to accept this free J-Jim Jilbang experience. Then her expression began to change. Beads of sweat formed, and her face seemed to have returned to her girlhood. She exclaimed refreshingly, "Ah!" Having finished the experience, Rodita joyfully returned home and informed the old man, "Honey, let's go to the J-Jim Jilbang. It's free for a week." Back at the J-Jim Jilbang, Lloyd smiled as he saw Rodita. "You've come with your husband today, may you both be happy." Afterwards, the muscular Rodita couple fully enjoyed the services here. Both of them felt very comfortable. "Ah," Lloyd grinned again. "Thank you for coming continuously for 5 days, you two are truly wonderful." Rodita excitedly showed off her muscles. "You wouldn't believe how vigorously we've been exercising together these days." Lloyd clapped and cheered. "Oh, new news, what happened to you two? I didn't expect everyone to have such a wonderful experience here." They proudly displayed their muscles together, shouting in unison, "J-Jim Jibang." Lloyd couldn't stop grinning. Thank you. I'm so happy that you two are happy. I'll see you both at the J-Jim Jilbang again tomorrow and the day after." A few days later at the J-Jim Jilbang, Lloyd looked at Rodita with a serious face. She looked sad. Seeing the closed J-Jim Jilbang door, Rodita opened her mouth. "Why is the door closed today?" Lloyd said the event was over. "From now on, the J-Jim Jilbang will only operate on a membership basis, so please register." Then Lloyd handed Rodita a stack of registration forms. She took them and thought to herself, "What I have to sign to continue using it?" She held the stack of papers and read the regulations. First, our J-Jim Jilbang operates on a membership basis and non-members cannot enter or use it. Second, depending on the membership level, the maximum J-Jim Jilbang usage time is 12 hours. Rodita clicked her tongue and thought to herself, 12 hours is more than enough. Suddenly, her expression changed again. It was probably when she read the third regulation. Members must pay a maintenance fee when using the J-Jim Jilbang. Lloyd saw Rodita's reaction and opened his mouth. The cost here is not money, it's labor. The labor time to be provided is half of the J-Jim Jilbang usage time. If you use the J-Jim Jilbang for 6 hours, you must work for 3 hours. Lloyd explained seriously to the Rodita couple. Labor time must be completed within 48 hours of J-Jim Jilbang use. Failure to complete the time for the first time will result in a 10-day ban from the J-Jim Jilbang, a 30-day ban for the second time, and membership revocation for the third time. As soon as Rodita heard the harsh J-Jim Jilbang regulations coming from Lloyd Frontera's mouth, she couldn't contain her anger and rushed at him, grabbing him by the collar. "You," she yelled at Lloyd's face, "you son of a bitch." Then she pushed him to the ground and pointed her finger, saying, "Who are you to dare give us orders? Do you expect us mermaids, great creatures that we are, to listen to you?" she shouted. "We've lived just fine without a J-Jim Jilbang until now, you con artist. I'll never come here again." Then the crowd supported her in agreement. That's right. Lloyd, injured in the face, slumped to the ground. He opened his mouth. "I didn't force you." Javiel approached and asked. As the plan failed, Lloyd slowly opened his mouth. "Javiel, can you continue to live without my lullaby?" Javiel was surprised to hear this. Meanwhile, Rodita was still furious. "That damn human, I knew he wasn't a good person. He must think we're easy prey." Lloyd was still calmly organizing something. "People can live without cigarettes, without YouTube, and without games, but that's only until they've had a taste of them." It was exactly as Lloyd had calculated. After a big fight for the mermaids' interests and honor, they once again succumbed to humanity to enjoy this best J-Jim Jilbang on Earth. Rodita appeared before Lloyd and shouted, "Hand over the registration form, you son of a bitch." Then Lloyd, with a triumphant expression, handed the stack of registration forms to the people. "Have you all decided?" At the entrance of the strange J-Jim Jilbang underwater, this was a place where mermaids gathered to relax refreshingly, and everyone was excited and joyful. A dazzling light emanated from Dolita's wrist. It was a spirit animal from her watch. It gradually changed from a joyful state to a sad and depressed one. Just then Lloyd entered the J-Jim Jilbang and shouted, "Guest number 12, 13, and 14, your time is up. I'll see you at the construction site tomorrow." Rodita looked at Lloyd's receding back and thought to herself, "That vile devil, I won't be used by him anymore." Today is the last day. Outside, the sunlight was now illuminating the vast ocean. Lloyd opened his mouth. "Good morning, I'm Lloyd Frontera, the construction site manager. Start digging." Below, the mermaids, refreshed after relaxing in the J-Jim Jilbang, were laboring with all their might. Rodita was angry at these absurd J-Jim Jilbang regulations, but she just endured silently. "Damn it, I have to find a solution as quickly as possible." Meanwhile, Lloyd was still smoothly operating the J-Jim Jilbang. Each customer must bring a watch for time measurement when registering for membership. "Good morning, I'm Lloyd, J-Jim Jilbang manager. Have a comfortable time." Meanwhile, Rodita was resting, taking advantage of Lloyd Frontera's lack of supervision. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared here again. "Good morning, I'm Lloyd Frontera, zone manager." He was holding a watch. "Have a comfortable time." Suddenly, his face became blank. "Have a pleasant time." Right at that moment, Rodita picked up her shovel again and continued to labor according to her mission. She thought to herself, "I have a strange feeling." She imagined Lloyd as a puppet master controlling her life from behind the scenes. "That devil, he's controlling me as he pleases." Rodita shoveled with all her might, resolving, "I must regain my autonomy and break free from this addiction. Ending this terrible cycle is more important than anything." but as she leaned back in the Jajim Jilbang, Radita thought again. It's okay to be a little more addicted. Now Lloyd Frontera, Rotalua and Haviel stood here overseeing everyone's labor. Rotalua was displeased by the sight before his eyes. That devil, he's enslaving mermaids. Damn it, did I help this capitalist devil enslave my own kind? Lloyd Frontera seemed to read Rotalua's thoughts. Does he think I betrayed my own kind to a devil because I followed him? But did he see me force them to work? Rotalua was silent for a moment, then smiled. Lloyd looked at the mermaids working below and thought to himself, it's been a month since they started digging. Thanks to their magnificent physique, the crust is getting very thin. Suddenly, Lloyd's eyes gleamed. He commanded the mermaids loudly. Stop immediately, stop digging. Lloyd rushed down, thinking to himself, square land. He darted forward like an arrow and froze at the sight before his eyes. He exclaimed, I finally found the location of the Stone of Truth. I was really worried and doubted so much. What if all this was just a legend? What if I never found it? If that happened, how could I change the bleak future that awaited those around me? Lloyd rejoiced at finding those square sections. He exclaimed, good, now I need to find the blueprint. Lloyd was startled by Rotalua's face. Rotalua, what's wrong? What happened? He teared up with admiration. Oh, father, you were right. Deep down, I thought it was just a legend. Lloyd clicked his tongue. You haven't even got your hands on it yet. Where's the blueprint? Rotalua swam over and said, according to the records of our sixth ancestor, the center of this shape is where the stone is hidden, and there's a keyhole somewhere. Lloyd was surprised. Is that it? It was a splendidly patterned square radiating spiritual energy. Rotalua said to Lloyd, it's definite, that's the keyhole. Lloyd was puzzled. Wait a minute, if that's the keyhole, where's the key? Rotalua leaned in curiously to observe closely. Suddenly, some power burst forth, making Rotalua, who was speaking, dizzy. I heard that the keyhole itself tells you where the key is. What's going on? Lloyd and Haviel looked up. They saw something floating. Lloyd thought to himself, the keyhole tells me the key's location? That's ridiculous. A cute guardian octopus was floating above. Lloyd was puzzled. Could it be inside that octopus's belly? The octopus was holding a turquoise orb containing small castles. A red-haired mermaid leading other mermaids shouted, evacuate all residents. If we fall to the seabed, we're all done for. Radita turned to the red-haired mermaid and said, fortunately, that human guest gathered all the residents in one place. The red-haired mermaid was surprised. What? So he was a good guy after all. Meanwhile, Lloyd was deep in thought. What's happening now is it my fault? Haviel replied calmly. Even a blind man would know that, Lloyd continued to Haviel. I hope you're wrong. Haviel approached and grabbed Lloyd's clothes. I will take responsibility with the Mermaid Queen, young master. You must get your hands on the key and change the fate of all those you love. Lloyd was surprised to hear Haviel's words. Having finished speaking, Haviel flew off like an arrow. Meanwhile, the red-haired mermaid was at a loss in front of the barrier. She tried to push it with all her muscles, but she still couldn't destroy it. She exclaimed, I can't hold this alone. As she put more effort into it, she was surprised to see the human Haviel come to help her break the barrier. The red-haired mermaid shouted with joy, Thank you so much, handsome brother. Still with that cold expression, Haviel replied to her, I am merely doing my duty. It was the first time Haviel had acted so maturely in his life. Meanwhile, Lloyd was at the location of the guardian octopus. He thought to himself, this symptom and sound, could it be? Lloyd exclaimed. Damn it, this is serious. The guardian octopus seemed to be experiencing something very uncomfortable. Consecutive waves created foam around it, and Lloyd had to raise his arm to block the strong current. Meanwhile, the guardian octopus was crying out in extreme pain. The red-haired mermaid and Haviel were doing their best to break the barrier. The waves grew stronger and stronger. Lloyd gritted his teeth and endured, having to think of a plan. If I can't cure that guy's indigestion, everything will be in vain. I've had indigestion before. How did I recover? Then Lloyd's father and mother. He recalled the memory of that day. Under the sparkling sunlight, his father's warm figure vaguely appeared. Oh my goodness, his face was full of worry. Your symptoms are quite severe. At that time, Lloyd was lying in bed, groaning. My stomach feels nauseous, but I can't vomit. Then his father turned around and left, shouting, Wait a minute, Dad will make you feel better soon. Lloyd was still enduring with difficulty. A moment later his father returned and opened his mouth. Stick out your finger. He held a knife and said to Lloyd, I'm going to stab you with this, okay? Lloyd was startled. Dad, this isn't stabbing, it's piercing. Then his father smiled brightly and took out a small needle. Come on, give me your hand. Lloyd also smiled happily because of that. Are you serious? Don't joke around like that next time. Then, while his father was performing the procedure, Lloyd shouted, Mom, look how black my blood is. After a moment, his father asked, How is it? Feeling better, aren't you? Lloyd's face looked tired. I don't know, maybe a little, maybe not. It doesn't feel much better, his father excitedly exclaimed. See, you're better, right? Lloyd weakly said, No, I'm not sure. Just then, Lloyd's mother entered the room and said, Honey, you saw it on TV. They said it doesn't really work. His father replied worriedly, What, really? When I was young, this acupuncture completely cured me. Then his mother approached Lloyd's bed and pushed his father aside. Move over a bit. In times like these, you need to throw it all up at once. Son, his mother smiled warmly. You trust Mom, don't you? At that moment, Lloyd was quite weak and exhausted. He said, Mom. Seeing his mother raise her hand high, Lloyd was extremely curious. Mom, what are you going to do? His mother took a stance and delivered a painful punch to his chest, distorting his face. Lloyd was utterly bewildered by his mother's unique treatment. The scene now shifts to the present. A rainbow appeared over the sea, creating a bright and colorful picture. Lloyd connected the past and the present. Looking at the guardian octopus before his eyes, he thought to himself, Was that how I was cured back then? Will it work on this octopus too? Lloyd hesitated greatly. Is there any basis for this method? Will it work? In this hesitation he recalled his mother's image and words. How is it? Mom's hands are like magic hands that help you recover. Whether there's a basis or not, you're truly a natural scientist. Whether there's a basis or not, you'll know if you experience it yourself. As soon as he finished reminiscing, Lloyd immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Haviel, shoot that octopus's tentacle with an aura cannon. Use moderate power or it'll go to the afterlife." "Just a little." Haviel gritted his teeth and said, "There's no time for that." This was because Haviel was busy breaking the barrier with the mermaids. Mobilize the surrounding mermaids. Everyone, let's use the physical strength we've built up from the Jajim Jilbang labor training and regular rest. Haviel headed towards the guardian octopus. He darted forward like an arrow, drew his sword and fired a massive vortex surrounding the guardian octopus. The guardian octopus seemed to have endured this helpless pain for a long time. Its tail twitched slightly. Lloyd racked his brain. Normally you'd have to tie the tentacles tightly before delivering the shock, but this should be enough. Back then I skipped even stage 1 whether from pain or surprise. Having finished his thoughts, Lloyd shouted, "Let's deliver the finishing blow." He picked up an axe and moved among the hamsters. He said, "Since you're not in my clothes, you're not protected by the necklace. Let's finish this quickly." As the hamsters struggled in pain, the current overwhelmed them. Lloyd was ready to dispense justice. He then nervously aimed at the target and shouted, "Fire!" The target was the octopus's tentacle. Lloyd shot a water cannon with all his might. The guardian octopus winced as if feeling something. After Lloyd's bold action, the octopus sighed in relief as if a burden had been lifted from its mind. As the foam slowly subsided, a faint blue seal appeared. As Haviel grabbed it, Lloyd joyfully exclaimed, "All right!" Now the guardian octopus was resting very comfortably. A system window appeared. New title acquired, Doctor of the Sea Village. Title effect, free breathing underwater. Special skill acquired, ballistic missile. Meanwhile the guardian octopus was quite surprised by the foam before its eyes and showed interest. System notification, special skill, ballistic missile. When used, it can help any marine creature vomit everything in its stomach. The guardian octopus then embraced the foam sphere in front of everyone. Lloyd, looking at the seal in his hand, joyfully said, "Good, by its shape I know this is the key." Suddenly a voice was heard, attracting Lloyd and Javiel's attention. "Human visitor, Lloyd Frontera." The voice came from a very beautiful mermaid. It was Ariel. "Looking closely, you indeed have a brave face." Lloyd stared at her with an uncomprehending look. Ariel smiled at him. "Great mermaids, let us welcome the brave guest who saved our village." She then raised both hands and vigorously shouted. Other mermaids followed suit, cheering, "Long live Lloyd, long live Lloyd." The system notification appeared once again. Species conquest. Both the ancient octopus and the mermaid race acknowledge you as a friend. Acquired RP as a reward. RP 2565. The cause of this accident was you in the first place. Where is your conscience? Lloyd thought to himself. Conscience, what's that? Is it something to eat? The notification appeared again. My goodness, you're really talking as if you didn't cause this disaster. Lloyd was extremely curious. What's wrong with you? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, this was really hard too. The system also seemed uncomprehending. What was different this time? Yeah, I didn't know how to solve the problem, but it was all thanks to my mother and my faith in her healing hands. Thank you, my dear mother. A notification appeared in Lloyd's vision. Do you think your gratitude will reach your deceased mother by saying that? Lloyd read this text and fell silent. He then reacted. You're crossing the line, you bastard. Why do you keep trying to ruin my good mood? At this moment Lloyd was lost in thought, but you're right. How can a deceased person feel the gratitude of a living person? The system could sense Lloyd's emotions. Oh, you seem to be extremely angry right now. Lloyd sighed. Fine. The moment I heard your words, my heart was filled with regrets about things I hadn't done. Lloyd resolutely decided, I need to move forward. I won't look back at the past, only think about how to protect my current family. Lloyd seemed to have found his ideal for life. He then placed the seal on the lock, and then, faint light emanated from it. Lloyd was puzzled by the sight before his eyes. What is this? It looked similar to a Goguryeo tomb, a structure that narrows towards the top to withstand the load. Structurally, it was quite similar to a pyramid. System notification scanning the blueprint to store the Stone of Truth's location information. Lloyd, focusing on the notification, thought, scan complete. Let's see what we've found. Suddenly Lloyd froze, eyes wide as if he had seen something extraordinary. What is this? It's a list of essential items. Lloyd was puzzled. So I have to collect all the items? The system informed him that the first item was Tanger's evaluation record. Rotolo looked at Lloyd, felt something strange, and whispered to Haviel, What's wrong with that friend? He seems crazy. Haviel calmly replied, No, he's always been crazy. Lloyd stared intently at the system window, lost in thought, then opened his mouth. It seems my business here is done. He then immediately turned and moved quickly. Haviel, let's go to Magantano. The first important item, Tanger, is there. The scene shifts to a magnificent and splendid crescent-shaped castle. Solitas sat at her desk with a very pensive face. Her eyes were swollen as if she had cried a lot. Sob, looking at her bulging hands, she thought, How much longer can I endure? No, I shouldn't think that way. It will break my resolve. I must focus on finding a solution. I am the queen of this kingdom, and I must not show weakness in front of others. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Solitas' thoughts. Your Majesty, I have come to report on the trade negotiations with the southern tribal state, she commanded. Speak. Solitas' minister said, regrettably, they have decided to disregard all our negotiations. They are only making unilateral and unfair demands, Solitas exclaimed in surprise. What? The minister continued. And other kingdoms are gradually adjusting their trade terms. They too have begun to take everything seriously. Solitas realized this was the result of what happened then. The banquet, held to elevate Magentano's status and reputation, was ruined by that damned bone dragon's rampage. Although we announced that we had subdued the bone dragon because we announced it without evidence, they thought we were just equivocating. As time passed, some of them dared to challenge our authority. Political turmoil even weakened our kingdom's foreign power. I can't think of any method right now. Can I solve this disaster alone? No, I shouldn't think that way. I am the queen. Someone in my position cannot be weak. Lost in thought, she received a report. Your Majesty, Lord Lloyd wishes to see you. Solitas was extremely surprised. She rushed out and her ministers exclaimed in bewilderment, Your Majesty. She immediately ran along the outer path, running through alleys without caring who saw her. She thought to herself, Lloyd, that disgusting name. In Solitas' mind, Lloyd's innocent face appeared. That guy who ignored my authority, stubborn. Suddenly, she was in Lloyd's arms. She thought he was the person she wanted to be with right now. Lloyd was extremely surprised when Solitas jumped into his arms like that. He opened his eyes wide and mouth agape. What is this? She hugged Lloyd Didney and wouldn't let go, and Lloyd, very puzzled, cursed. Damn it. After that, Lloyd and Haviel knelt before Solitas according to custom, and he said, Your Majesty. This action slightly surprised Solitas. She asked curiously, What did you just say? Lloyd continued. I paid my respects but received no reply, so I called out again. Perhaps jumping into Lloyd's arms was merely Solitas' imagination, and this was reality. Lloyd bowed his head and thought to himself, Why is she running like crazy? She's not doing this because of me, is she? Solitas was dumbfounded and speechless, and Haviel kept a close eye on the two. He had a very strange feeling. He thought to himself, What's going on? This is even more unbelievable than Kim Suho becoming an archangel. Now Solitas calmed herself and asked, But why did you want to see me? Lloyd said. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I would like to take a few pillars from beneath the palace. Solitas seemed surprised by Lloyd's proposal. Lloyd continued to state his opinion. He smiled and added, In return, I will ensure that the surrounding kingdoms do not rebel against Your Majesty. Lloyd was lost in thought. The Stone of Truth needs Tanger's record. When I clicked on Tanger in the essential items list, it took me to a data screen. The Great War of the Races in the Mythical Age. Among those records, the mermaid's battle appeared. In a crisis, a mermaid asked the Stone of Truth a question. She probably asked how to win the battle, but the stone was destroyed by a giant cedar-sized spear. Many races collected the remaining fragments. Giant carried Tanger on his shoulder and ascended to the land. There he founded a kingdom and ruled humanity. Soon after, a rebellion broke out, and he was forced to flee. Humanity built their own palace. At that time, Tanger, which the giant had kept, was used as the foundation of the palace. That palace is the current Magentano Palace. The scene shifts to a large party in a garden. Two guests were whispering, I don't know what the Queen of Magentano is thinking. You're right, last time she tried to threaten us by throwing a party, but it ended in disgrace because of the bone dragon. But now she appears so confident. Is she trying to use us? One person continued to the other, What about subduing the bone dragon? That must be a lie. Lloyd, standing nearby, overheard the two men's conversation. He smiled slightly. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky with a vibration, Yong Yong, come here. The other man looked up in fear. The faint figure of a dragon slowly appeared. One man shouted in terror, It's the bone dragon? As the bone dragon appeared, the party turned into chaos. Below, everyone fled in terror. But Lloyd calmly watched the chaotic scene with his arms crossed. He smiled admiringly. Oh, this baby dragon, isn't it really strangely shaped? The man from earlier brushed past him and noticed Lloyd's oddity. Now the bone dragon appeared before Queen Solitas. The creature yawned once and then showed a truly lovely bright smile. Yong Yong, only then did everyone calm down and stop scattering, and all eyes turned to Queen Solitas. Solitas then solemnly raised her hand and signaled to the bone dragon. The man, utterly shocked, sweated profusely, turned his head, shouted loudly, and returned home, immediately telling everyone, We must comply with all demands from the Magentano kingdom. She has the power to destroy the world in an instant if she wishes, realizing Solitas' majesty and power. Everyone bowed their heads and knelt. Long live Her Majesty, the beautiful Queen of Magentano. Suddenly, Solitas' voice rang out, startling Lloyd. I, Alicia Termina, ruler of Magentano, declare in my name that Lloyd Frontera, who has sworn loyalty to the kingdom alongside the Bone Dragon, shall be granted the title of High Official. After that declaration, Lloyd became the center of attention. High Official, that young man, he's achieved a status equivalent to, amidst the commotion, Lloyd thought to himself, I just wanted permission to dig under the palace, there's no need to go this far. Solitas smiled, looking at Lloyd. Lloyd was bewildered by this proposal. The scene shifts to Solitas' castle at night. Lloyd stared blankly at Haviel. The queen called for you. Haviel turned and opened the door. Yes, she said I lacked training. It worked out well, as I had something to ask her too. Lloyd was extremely surprised. The queen, you said? Haviel turned his head to look at Lloyd. Didn't you feel anything from the queen? Lloyd answered Haviel's words with an innocent face. I did. Like, wow, she's a queen or something. Just in case though, but look closely if there's anything unusual about her left arm. Haviel replied resolutely. Understood. Anyway, where are you going? Lloyd was silent for a moment, then spoke. Since I've come all this way, I'd like to meet my younger brother for a moment. Haviel seemed surprised. Your brother? The scene shifts to the royal garden where two people are vaguely seen sparring with swords. A girl said to a boy, "Darling, stand a little straighter. Can't react to a surprise attack with that posture." The boy was none other than Julian, Lloyd Frontera's beloved younger brother. He listened to the girl's words and replied, "Yes, my wife." Julian didn't notice the girl suddenly appearing behind him and kissing his cheek. He blushed with embarrassment at this action. The girl whispered, "You were hit again," Julian shouted. "What do you mean?" Then he bent down and kissed the back of the girl's hand. Surprised, the girl then also blushed with embarrassment. After that, the girl sat in the garden wiping her sweat and charmingly told Julian that Sherazade could no longer fight. Love and happiness filled the air around them. Julian smiled. "How about it? I won today, right?" Meanwhile, Lloyd had already arrived and had been watching for some time but dared not show himself. He heard the girl laugh and reply, "Hee, I was really surprised." "Then I'll counterattack." Lloyd looked at his brother with pity. "He's living in a world too beautiful for me to ever reach. This ugly, dirty, lonely older brother won't be a burden by interfering. It's better to just leave." After that, Lloyd turned and left. But he could hear Julian's sweet words to his wife. "Darling wasn't training hard today." "No, but seeing your face makes all my fatigue disappear." Lloyd, feeling a slight regret, turned his head and saw the happy couple. "You'll be happy forever. I guarantee it." Then he resolutely left. Suddenly, someone's figure appeared behind Lloyd Frontera. If you hadn't done that in the academy, you. He looked at Lloyd's retreating back, resented him as a damn bastard, then drew his sword and rushed towards Lloyd. Thanos, with his sturdy and well-built body, was walking, exuding a very cold aura. Behind Thanos, tall boys followed. All looked quite intimidating. When walking down the corridor, other students all had to bow their heads to greet them. He said to himself, "Thanos, the strongest student in the Royal Academy, that's me." Thanos' figure became clearer, but his arrogance remained unconcealed. Suddenly, a boy next to Thanos looked in the opposite direction and said, "Hey, that guy, he's first this time." The person he referred to was Julian, who, very afraid of Thanos, only bowed his head upon seeing him approach. Thanos glanced sideways at Julian and thought to himself, "I am a magical genius with extraordinary talent, and the son of Duke Thanos. How dare a scoundrel like him surpass me?" And so Thanos passed Julian coldly without a word. Suddenly he leaned his face close to the boy next to him and said in a frightening voice, "I hope I don't see that guy in the academy again. That newcomer isn't a threat to me just because he got a little attention. But if I sense anything dangerous from him, I'll trample his family and destroy it." At these words, the boy's face turned pale. Thanos knew that students, professors, and even the principal of the academy bowed their heads in respect every time they saw him. However, a day unexpectedly came when both Thanos and his father had to be shackled and bow their heads miserably. Alicia sat majestically on the throne and delivered her verdict. "Both of you are accused of corruption and illegal activities within the Royal Academy. For the crimes committed, I, Alicia Termina, ruler of the Magentano Kingdom, declare that your ducal title shall be revoked and all your assets confiscated." This trial completely shattered Thanos. Everything collapsed in an instant. At that moment, Thanos was tightly bound to a wooden post. In front of him was a man who was extremely angry and reproached him. "How dare you ruin everything our family has built over thousands of years, you impure wretch. You must take responsibility for your actions." The man brandished the sword clutched in his hand, resolutely stabbing Thanos, and said, "Be grateful that death is your end." Facing the sharp sword's tip, he suffered excruciating pain. A sharp scream echoed, and it seemed as if despair and hatred along with his tears flowed out. Nevertheless, Thanos' voice was still present. "If I hadn't been a magical genius, I would have died then." Just then, on a night of pouring rain, he used magic to save himself. The bloodied sword fell to the ground and the ropes were also loosened. Leaving everything behind, Thanos walked alone in the cold, dark rain. He said to himself, "I've lost everything, money, power, nothing is left. No, one thing still burns within me, that is hatred." It was true. Thanos' face was now filled with resentment and anger. Lloyd was walking when he heard a shout, "Die, you bastard," and immediately turned around. It was Thanos, covered entirely by a cloak. He held a magical dagger in his hand and suddenly rushed forward to attack. It was quite surprising, but Lloyd easily grabbed Thanos' hand, stopping him for a moment. Surprise and a hint of fear were clearly visible on Thanos' face. Lloyd's expression was contemptuous. He asked, "What?" Then Lloyd began to swing his arm dozens of times to gain momentum for an attack. Thanos saw it but had no time to dodge. Lloyd delivered a sky-shattering punch to his face. The punch was so powerful that Thanos flew back dozens of meters. At this point, Lloyd approached and asked, "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" "Tisk, no need to speak." Thanos only groaned in pain. Lloyd continued, "You were expelled from the academy because of your disgusting behavior, weren't you? So you came for revenge, thinking the queen told on you." As if his thoughts were read, Thanos' eyes showed clear shock and fear. He struggled to get up from his pool of blood. Thanos used that pool of blood as a tool to attack Lloyd Frontera. He shouted loudly, "Die!" The pool of blood turned into sharp arrows and rapidly flew towards Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd immediately pulled out the shovel from his body. He used the shovel as a weapon to block all the deadly blood arrows. Then Lloyd delivered another blow to Thanos. "Lie down." Thanos' teeth and blood began to mix. He looked very miserable. Lloyd's words continued to echo, "Surprised by my strength? I am a master of swordsmanship, you fool. And I was surprised by what you just used. Is that blood magic?" In Lloyd's mind, the contents of the novel slowly came back. this magic suddenly. Thanos opened his mouth, stopping his thoughts. Coward, he shouted loudly in anger, still gripping the magical dagger in his hand. Do you think you're some kind of savior? Get rid of such foolish thoughts. I know your true nature, you dirty demon. Thanos' eyes were fiercer than ever. You're just a demon who only cares about your own pleasure, even if it means killing everyone in this world. At Thanos' scathing words, Lloyd furrowed his brow, seemingly quite angry at him. At this moment, Haviel Osrahan's voice was heard. What do you think of Lloyd? Alicia immediately replied. He is very talented. I want to keep him by my side forever. Haviel Osrahan asked again. Is that the only reason you want to keep the young master by your side? Alicia replied. Do you think there's any other reason? You're strange today, Osrahan. A hint of suspicion crossed Alicia's face. It's all meaningless talk. I don't know what you want. Ignoring these words, Haviel Osrahan asked again. Why do you want to keep young Master Lloyd by your side? Alicia still patiently replied. He by my side? By whose side you mean? You're talking nonsense again. Haviel Osrahan said in a slightly contemplative voice, no matter how strong a person is, in the end they need a home to rest their tired body and a warm embrace from a loved one in their own cozy home. Upon hearing these words, Alicia remained silent. She looked at Haviel Osrahan with incomprehension. On this side, Lloyd, extremely angry, swung his hard fist, continuously hitting Thanos' face and cursing, What are you, you bastard? Did you come all this way just to talk nonsense in front of me? I'll hit you 30 more times and throw you in jail. Damn it, Thanos' bloodied hand trembled as if trying to move. Lloyd didn't notice this, he continued. If I were like you say, I wouldn't have had to suffer so much these past few days. I always prided myself on being hard to hurt, but you managed it in just a few words, you idiot. 12 more left. Oh no, was it 13? Damn it, let's count again. 29. Lloyd's curses continued to erupt. While he was distracted, Thanos laboriously drew mysterious characters on the ground with his blood. Suddenly, Thanos smiled very fiercely. It seemed he had successfully achieved his intention. Lloyd, noticing something strange, paused and furrowed his brow in confusion. Now the characters written in Thanos' blood suddenly changed, exuding a chillingly dense murderous aura. The characters written in his blood transformed into a giant, ferocious entity, swirling and flying into the air. Lloyd's face turned pale, and he cried out in surprise. Just then the transformation was complete. It was a monstrous giant face made of blood covering the entire sky and floating indifferently in the air. Lloyd said, Now your face is uglier than mine. Lloyd, still looking up to assess the situation, didn't know he was about to be attacked from behind. Haviel Osrahan was sparring with Alicia here. He noticed something strange and looked in the other direction. Alicia saw it and asked, Why are you looking over there during our spar? Haviel Osrahan slowly replied, Your Majesty, I apologize. He immediately flew away, leaving behind a strong wind and a bewildered Alicia. Lloyd was fighting hard against this blood monster and was no match for it. Haviel, sensing Lloyd was in danger, was still rushing. Now, Lloyd's entire body was restrained by blood tentacles. He struggled, resisting, just before being dragged into that sticky, disgusting mouth. Finally, Haviel Osrahan arrived, and at that very moment he swung his sword powerfully, delivering a resolute and terrifying blow. The blow cut the blood monster into several pieces. Lloyd was freed. Haviel Osrahan's eyes looked extremely angry. The severed pieces seemed to have also cut Thanos' flesh. One of his arms and one of his legs were severed from his body. Thanos screamed in agony. Thanos screamed terribly in the pain of losing body parts to the sharp blade. Under the night sky, Haviel Osrahan's shining wings flew through the rain of blood and flesh towards Lloyd. He quickly caught Lloyd Frontera. Thanos, despite the extreme pain, laboriously crawled towards his arm, which still gripped the dagger with his teeth. As Haviel Osrahan set Lloyd down in a safe place, he immediately rushed towards Thanos, radiating a very terrifying, murderous aura. At this moment, Thanos was biting his severed arm. The pool of red blood behind him immediately began to move violently. Haviel Osrahan looked at it quizzically. The tendrils of blood were wrapping around Thanos. His appearance was now miserable and terrifying, with sparks seemingly flying from his eyes, and in the blink of an eye Thanos vanished into the pool of blood. He probably knew he couldn't defeat Haviel Osrahan in this situation. Haviel Osrahan was a few seconds too late, and he slowly descended to the ground near the pool of blood. The pool now looked clean, with only the central part slightly rippling. Haviel Osrahan was angry. He had just disappeared, and Lloyd, who had witnessed this from above, was very puzzled. What kind of monster is that? How can he use such magic? In another desolate ruin, a red pool of blood suddenly appeared. Then the blood tendrils began to swirl and a scream echoed. Thanos had teleported here, and this was the last of his remaining power. Thanos immediately stopped the magic and the blood tendrils instantly fell, forming a rain of red blood under the dim moonlight. At this moment, Lloyd descended next to Haviel Osrahan and said, I knew he was expelled from the academy for abusing his power, but I had no idea about that blood magic he used to attack me. In the ruins, Thanos was struggling to crawl on the ground. His voice was extremely savage. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Here, Haviel Osrahan said gloomily. I'm sorry, I should have beheaded him immediately. Lloyd immediately consoled him. Don't blame yourself. Who would have thought he could escape? Thanos found a broken wall to lean on. He continued to curse as he healed his arm with magic. I'll never forgive you, you son of a bitch, you filthy bastard. Lloyd was still very optimistic. He smiled brightly and said, even if he comes back to kill me, you'll rush over from wherever you are and protect me. And with a master swordsman like you watching my back, he won't attack me anytime soon, right? Despite such consolation, Haviel Azron remained gloomy, and in that gloom he seemed to be thinking and worrying about something. At this moment Thanos suddenly shouted. It seemed to be a curse. Simultaneously a system window appeared. Lives saved, 0. Lloyd was utterly surprised and couldn't understand what was happening. Even more surprisingly, the 0 in the system window changed to -1. Lloyd's eyes were filled with shock. What does this mean? Impossible. What? Does it mean there's someone in this world who wants to die because of me? Lloyd asked himself, greatly worried. He felt the same way as Haviel Azron. The blue sky, golden sunlight and beautiful clear air enveloped the entire palace. It was Lloyd Frontera's helpless face. He blurted out, "Your Majesty." The reason Lloyd wore such a helpless expression was that he and Haviel Azron were surrounded by dozens of heavily armed knights blocking their path. Lloyd opened his mouth. "I want to start construction right now, but how can I begin with so many guards?" Alicia replied in a serious voice. "This is the usual level of security for the kingdom's most important individual." Then she commanded her escort, "Anyone who tries to approach Lloyd, eliminate them." The escort immediately obeyed. "Understood." Seeing this, Lloyd immediately spoke. "No, this will hinder me." Under pressure from the knights he pointed to Haviel Azron. "Have you forgotten that Haviel is by my side? This fellow is more effective than 1,000,000 soldiers." Perhaps convinced, Alicia immediately snapped her fingers, signaling the knights to retreat. "All right, I'll do as you wish. From now on I will begin investigating the principles of blood magic." Lloyd, feeling much more comfortable, respectfully bowed his head. "Thank you." Though he appeared optimistic on the outside, deep in Lloyd Frontera's heart, he was still deep in thought. What else happened? Is there someone who wants to die because of me? The more he thought, the more troubled he became. Only by solving this problem of fate could he relieve himself of all his burdens. So for now, let's focus on finding Tanger. Lloyd quickly mobilized everyone. People started working. He firmly believed that everything would be resolved if he hurried. Lloyd had a plan. Since Tanger is one of the pillars supporting the palace, we need to dig deep into the palace to extract it. And of course the nobles would not agree to this ridiculous plan. The queen solved the problem by subtly lying that this was for royal palace maintenance, and that they had to dig like this to minimize future damage, but if not careful enough it could be a disaster. The castle could collapse, so to avoid all mistakes he would use modern knowledge. While supervising the construction, someone suddenly appeared. "Greetings?" Lloyd turned around and looked happily. "Oh, you finally arrived." His plan continued to be explained. He would use the freezing method. This involves injecting refrigerant to freeze moisture and strengthen the ground, and the item that makes this possible is the Heart of Winter. That heart is stored in a box and that box is placed on this cart. Many people were needed to transport it. It is one of Magentano's 3 great treasures, said to contain all the winter in the world. It is a powerful strategic weapon bestowed upon the royal family by the ice dragon Terathos long ago. In the novel, the kingdom used it against enemy forces. It froze them all. Of course, using such a terrifying thing required the approval of all nobles, and even the queen had to bribe them to resolve the issue. If we use the Heart of Winter to freeze and harden the ground, we can certainly extract Tanger safely, but we still need more help. Just then, at the entrance, Haviel Azron coincidentally encountered a mysterious person wrapped in a cloak. He stopped and observed the mysterious person quizzically. When the person lowered their hood, a radiant smile, sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, it was Ciceria Namarin. She glanced slightly at Haviel Azron, and it seemed to stir his heart. A bolt of love struck. Ciceria continued to walk, gently turning her head to look at Haviel Azron and waving her hand. Just then, Lloyd suddenly appeared next to Haviel Azron and said, "She's truly a genius. She's worthy of the responsibility of guarding one of the kingdom's 3 great treasures." Then he looked at Haviel Azron. He kept urging, "Go on, go talk to her. You've missed her a lot, haven't you?" Haviel Azron coldly replied to Lloyd Frontera, "Let's skip this part." Lloyd became serious again. "What, no kidding?" His face turned sly. "I can smell love from a mile away. I'm never wrong about this. My love detection ability has reached its peak." Haviel Azron merely stared at him in silence, his gaze like a judgment. Lloyd understood well enough, but in fact his ability didn't work on Haviel. This moment, Haviel Azron sighed. "With someone targeting young master, how could I leave you alone?" Lloyd immediately retorted. "Hey, I can deal with him with just a finger, just be careful of his summons." Back to Lloyd Frontera's plan. Phase 1. Dig a vertical tunnel and pour reinforced concrete. The hamsters were working diligently on this. Phase 2. Install a refrigerant injection chamber underground with tight security. Phase 3. The kingdom's strongest mages control the Heart of Winter. Pipes connected to the Heart of Winter are driven into the ground to freeze it. Phase 4. Dig a tunnel towards the ceiling. All stages of Lloyd's plan were progressing very smoothly. Everyone followed his instructions. Haviel Azron remarked that the pace of this work was unprecedentedly fast. Lloyd continued, "Tisk, the faster the better." To increase the pace, Lloyd had to understand. Time past cannot be brought back, so we must move faster than ever. In fact, there is a way to use Tanger faster in one go. Lloyd's eyes were filled with worry and hesitation. Only if that method were used to avoid getting sidetracked. Lloyd slapped himself hard on the cheek, startling Haviel Azron. Then he loudly directed the work. "Prepare the reinforced concrete immediately and begin concrete cladding." Hearing the command, the mages immediately controlled the Heart of Winter with all their might, following Lloyd Frontera's demands. Ciceria was also concentrating with extreme effort. Of course, no one paid attention to the door of this room. The door was still quiet but suddenly felt very ominous. A stream of thick red blood suddenly seeped through the crack of the door and successfully entered the room. The blood stream immediately moved like a strong wind. Something was coming. It was Thanos, and his arm had been healed with a sharp magic blade. A full moon illuminated the night sky in this vast city. Days ago, in a dark and cold room, the person sitting opposite spoke. A country lord's son. A man famous for his absolute luck, and now he's even earned the title of greatest contributor. The speaker was Magentano's noble, Duke Toscano. His expression was serious. It's too dangerous to let that fellow continue on his path to success. Another noble agreed with him. Indeed, there are more than one or two nobles who have resigned because of him. He also agreed with this statement. That's right, it's all because he has the Queen's full support. We have no choice but to agree to this unfairness. They even handed over the kingdom's sacred relic to that dirty fellow. I truly don't know what to do about this absurd situation. Toscano's face hardened as he continued. We must find a way to apprehend that arrogant fellow and bring him down. Ah, and I will sincerely bring down the one behind him. Alicia. Toscano's eyes seemed to hold much hatred. The building was still shrouded in darkness. Now Toscano sat alone in silence. He thought to himself, I said that, but that brat's achievements are growing day by day. And assassination is impossible because of that damn guard next to him. At this moment a voice suddenly echoed, startling Toscano. It's been a long time. Behind him by the window was a person wrapped in a cloak. Toscano was surprised and quickly turned his head. A hint of fear was on his face. He opened his mouth. Who are you? The mysterious person was Thanos, and he looked quite intimidating. I am Duke Thanos' third son. I hope you have some time. Count Toscano. Ah no, Duke Toscano. Toscano recognized Thanos and was greatly surprised, unable to hide his fear. Wait, you're still alive? Thanos immediately replied. Tisk, defective products need to be returned, he continued. Let's skip that story. You look very worried. Ah, if that worry is related to Lloyd Frontera, I can help you. These words seemed to penetrate Toscano's thoughts. He was very surprised. Thanos immediately asked, it seems he's planning something in the palace. Can you tell me what he's trying to do? An opportunity arose. Toscano immediately replied, that's right, he plans to renovate the royal palace, and for that he even borrowed the Heart of Winter. Thanos listened and whispered, the Heart of Winter. As if an idea had struck him, he smiled very interestingly and savagely. Then Thanos made a request. Please grant me one favor. He took out a bottle of blood and said, this is a little of my blood. Please have someone sprinkle it near the construction site. Toscano's face suddenly turned pale at Thanos' words. If you do that, the whole world will know. Then Thanos suddenly made a very frightening expression and said in a terrible voice, who the real devil is and who should never have been born. At this moment, at Lloyd Frontera's construction site, everyone was working diligently. Lloyd was supervising here when someone suddenly called him. Lloyd, I have something to tell you. Lloyd immediately said, yes, is there a problem? Is something uncomfortable while working? The voice came from a worker. That's not it. With a bright face, the worker said that thanks to the close relationship Lloyd had established with Aspahan, his wife was able to learn the pottery technique she loved. So, I wish I could meet you to express this endless gratitude. A nearby worker immediately spoke too. And I've collected a lot of money by participating in young Master Lloyd's construction projects. I am also sincerely grateful. My son has now also started studying architecture and wants to become like you. Hearing this, Lloyd began to show a satisfied expression. He resolutely held out his hand and said, if you're truly grateful, give me 1,000 gold each, as a token of your gratitude. Unaware that he was joking, they immediately and unhesitatingly placed money in his hand. Haviel Azran, who was next to him, thought they were being extorted. The system also appeared and notified him. Excellent. You have received compensation for your hard work. Only Lloyd was bewildered and sad. Did they really give it to me? Haviel Azran continued to think. What should I say? He really is a swindler, young master. Lloyd immediately raised his voice. Let them return the money. I'm rich now. I don't need this petty cash. 2 knights were guarding this large gate, and one of them wondered, why hasn't the relief guard shown up yet? Go find him. The other knight agreed. Understood. With that, the knight left, leaving only one knight behind. A lone knight took advantage of this moment to quickly pull out the bottle of Thanos' blood and pour it on the floor. From the pool of blood, Thanos' eerie eyes appeared. His gaze was directed elsewhere, as if he had found his path. The stream of blood quickly flowed through the gap in the door and entered the room as a loud voice echoed simultaneously. Excellent. Ciceria, who was controlling the Heart of Winter, heard the voice and quickly looked over. Thanos fully emerged from the pool of blood and laughed loudly as if amused. Haviel Azran quickly detected his presence. Lloyd, seeing his serious reaction, asked in confusion, what's wrong? Haviel Azran's expression was extremely heavy. He said, tense, he's back. Inside the room, all the mages were fighting Thanos with all their might. Who are you? Thanos was very strong and easily dodged all of the mages' magical attacks. Just then, Lloyd spoke to Haviel Azran. Go quickly and protect the Heart of Winter. Haviel Azran immediately darted away like an arrow. Meanwhile, Thanos was still rampaging, retaliating with blood magic. Horrifying blood tentacles rushed unhesitatingly towards the mages. In the critical situation, Ciceria appeared and cast a magic barrier with her power. But her barrier was nothing before Thanos' might. The blood tentacles easily shattered her barrier. They then rushed toward the heart of winter and destroyed the control wall. Haviel Azron was still struggling to stop this disaster. As the defensive wall broke, the heart of winter emitted a terrifying power. He truly hit an obstacle. The heart of winter emitted increasingly frightening internal energy, and a cold aura covered the place, uncontrolled and difficult for anyone to contend with. Even the mages struggled with this situation. Bone-chilling cold erupted, but at this moment, Thanos was nowhere to be seen. Haviel Azron was a step too late again. As before, he was enraged. What? He disappeared again? Suddenly, Haviel Azron realized Thanos' true intention and was utterly shocked. At the same time, he saw Caesarea trying her best to regain control of the heart of winter. She looked very strained, and the icy cold continued to assail her, making it seem like her body would soon give out. Haviel wanted to stop the heart of winter, but he soon remembered one person who was in danger. Kim Suho. Countless cold energies were flying towards Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd also seemed to understand Haviel Azron's intention. He shouted loudly, "Don't come." Lloyd prioritized stopping the heart of winter's power and spoke very seriously. Haviel Azron hesitated slightly, but Lloyd immediately said with determination, "Trust me." So Haviel Azron had to keep moving forward. He spread his wings wide, ready to help the mages. To stop this terrifying power, Caesarea had to endure countless cold energies, and her face soon turned red as if it would freeze. She saw Haviel Azron coming and shouted loudly, "Haviel!" The power of the heart of winter was absolute. Even the strong Haviel Azron had to struggle to endure it. He knew this was the heart possessing the power of an upper dragon, and he understood that he couldn't hold out for too long. At this moment the system appeared. Tidal effect. Your hands are as cold as ice and your feet are stiff. Even in biting cold and sub-zero temperatures, your body is unaffected. Lloyd was rushing through this bitter cold. "I'm okay with this temperature, but the workers here aren't," he thought, gritting his teeth. "Of course, I'm not a hero seeking justice nor a bodyguard doing my best to save people. But I have to repay them the 1,000 gold. I don't need that money." As Lloyd was focused solely on this problem, Thanos suddenly appeared behind his back holding a sharp spear. He intended to deliver a blow that would end Lloyd's life, and Thanos successfully stabbed him in the calf. Lloyd was greatly surprised and turned his head. Thanos' eyes were wide as he said, "Face reality." Lloyd was in pain and could only utter a few words. "You?" Just then he felt something changing within his body. Thanos' spear seemed to be covered in a dreadful poison, and Lloyd began to transform horribly. Veins popped out on his face and his eyes turned ferocious. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Oh, Kim Suho." In this space, Kim Suho's main body was alone on the water. The voice continued, "There's no time. Why are you hesitating?" At this moment, Kim Suho slowly turned around as if afraid. That voice was Lloyd Frontera's. "Destroy the palace and everything. It will only take a short time and you'll get Tanger." Lloyd's expression was extremely terrible and he growled, "This is our chance." Haviel concentrated all his internal energy into his sword, trying to protect the treasure. A cold aura lashed at his face, but he still struggled to approach it. Caesarea and the other mages also gradually advanced. Snow and ice had frozen onto their cloaks. She stretched out her hand and shouted loudly, "Instant flame magic." Flames erupted from her hand. They simultaneously unleashed flames forward, creating a massive blaze. She squinted one eye, trying her best to endure. Haviel, seeing this, thought from above, struggling. "Thanks to Caesarea, I can hold out a little longer. But what's the point if we can't completely stop it? And Kim Suho is unprotected right now." Thanos strengthened his blade and fiercely slashed Lloyd's waist. He shouted in rage, blue veins bulging on his face. Seeing that, Thanos laughed maniacally. "Kiki, ancient black magic, dark erosion." Seeing his trembling form in pain and his skin color changing, Thanos continued to speak. "If there is even a shred of darkness in your heart, this magic will infinitely amplify it until it takes over your body." Thanos shouted sarcastically, "How dare you receive respect and worship as the kingdom's hero? Stop the hypocrisy and show your rotten true nature," he said triumphantly. "Become a disaster to this world." At the same time, Lloyd screamed in pain. Then in his inner world, Dark Lloyd confronted Kim Suho. The two stood on a strange surface of water. He immediately rebuked him. "Man, do you know how much time you wasted in the mermaid kingdom? Why were you building a Jajim Jilbang to satisfy mermaids, you fool?" He curled his lips, trying to provoke him. "There's a faster way to get what you want." Kim Suho looked down at his feet in surprise, and the image of the guardian octopus was suddenly reflected. Kim Suho heard his words as Yang flew in. "If you had used Yang, it wouldn't have taken even a day to get the Stone of Truth's key, and you wouldn't have had to beg the Mermaid Queen for permission to start your search." The reflected image gathered mana and immediately shot a magic orb forward, piercing the guardian octopus's head. "Because fear is the best means of communication." Kim Suho couldn't help but be shocked by this sight. "Not only that," he continued, "and is the Mermaid Queen even worthy of crossing swords with Haviel?" Haviel was reflected on the surface, holding a sword to her neck and threatening her. Images of mermaids chained and oppressed also appeared. "If you had done it that way, how long do you think it would have taken to enslave them? An hour? Even if it took a little longer, 2 hours would have been enough." He watched Yang shoot a magic orb and destroy the underwater palace, saying, "It's the same with Tanger. Wouldn't it have been easier to completely destroy the palace?" He looked at Kim Suho and said in rage, "You're truly stupid. Kim Suho, if you had done that, you would have finished the mission by now." At this moment, Kim Suho opened his mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He raised his head to look at him and cautiously said, "How could I do such a thing? Many people would get hurt and be sad." Dark Lloyd growled upon hearing that. Why do you care about them? Every word pierced his heart. They're not your family. Not only that, he continued to say, the value of someone you care about and a stranger. The value of the two is completely different. Or, he said up to here and shed tears, do you want to lose the people you love? Kim Suho looked down at the water's surface and the framed photos of his parents suddenly appeared. He stood there, frozen, staring intently at them. In the photo his father was smiling, looking at him proudly. His mother's smile was also very gentle. He remained silent, saying nothing. At this moment the inner world began to shake. The walls turned red, blue veins popped out, and the lake also changed color. Finally, as the veins covered the entire wall, the entire space was dyed a deep red. When Kim Suho opened his eyes, they were filled with rage. Dark Lloyd saw that and extended a hand to him. Come on, let's go, let's save them all. He slowly approached him like a dazed person. Just as their hands were about to touch, Kim Suho suddenly embraced the other and the two stood still like that. At this moment he gently asked, you're scared, aren't you? He was startled to hear that. Kim Suho gently patted his back and reassured him, it's okay brother, relax. Then he pulled away. As he spoke, light shone on his hair. Can solve everything without choosing that path, he smiled and said with a confident voice. I have talent for this kind of thing, that is. With that, Kim Suho disappeared, leaving Dark Lloyd in the blue inner world. He looked up at the sky, enjoying the sunlight. As the light hit his face, he unconsciously smiled. He bared his teeth and laughed, resolving. Of course. Just then, a cold aura suddenly surged into the room from outside. His subconscious slowly returned and he stood calmly feeling the cold. Thanos couldn't help but be shocked to see him regain consciousness. At this moment, he slowly turned his head to look at Thanos. Lloyd shouted in annoyance, do you know how complicated my mind just was, you filthy bastard? He grabbed Thanos by the collar and lifted him, unleashing all his anger in his fist and cursing loudly. Don't you know the saying that appearance is science? My face is like this because my heart is good. He fiercely punched Thanos in the face, knocking out a tooth. I'm a person who is the same inside and out, you bastard. Thanos was knocked unconscious by his punch of love. Alicia rushed over, asking, how long has this disaster been going on? Upon hearing that, the knight immediately replied, about 5 minutes. Ah, the knight hesitated and approached the magic circle in front. Because of the intense cold emanating from the heart of winter, if we approach, we'll all become ice sculptures. Then she unhesitatingly rushed inside. The soldiers tried to stop her as she covered her face with her cloak and ran in. Wait, your majesty, she landed and thought. Lloyd is the most capable subordinate in this era. I cannot lose him. She shouted loudly towards Haviel. Sir Azron, seeing her, he immediately reported, Your Majesty, Lloyd is inside. She covered her face with her cloak and walked with difficulty through the blizzard. Seeing the frozen corpses on the ground, Alicia thought to herself, he was Duke Thanos' son, wasn't he? Is this what he did? Sensing something, she was startled. In the blizzard, a figure was slowly approaching her. Lloyd was carrying another person, his face pale and frozen, his eyes turned white. In his memory, a man stood by the fireplace warming himself and asking happily, Oh Suho, why haven't you left yet? Did you change your mind? Kim Suho approached and carefully replied, Yes, I changed my mind. The man laughed loudly upon hearing that. Haha, I thought running away because of working in harsh conditions was not in your dictionary. Kim Suho calmly replied, No, I couldn't leave for such a childish reason. The bald man continued to laugh. He put his arm around Kim Suho's shoulder, clapping him on the back encouragingly. Where's that brazen devil in you? You're truly unlucky, Kim Suho. Kim Suho looked at it and replied gratefully, Thank you. Seeing the old man happily giving a thumbs up in front of him, he thought to himself. Everyone at the construction site genuinely liked this man, because he always gave everyone a sincere smile which made them feel good themselves. He was like a father, the spiritual pillar of the people here. But the scene of a scaffolding breaking appeared. At that moment, everyone rushed to where he had fallen. One day he suddenly collapsed and could never move again. The reason was clear. Kim Suho was also there, shaking him, while others called for help. All the safety equipment was old and severely lacking. No one was willing to take responsibility for what happened to him. The construction company and the project management company all blamed each other. That day, Kim Suho watched the rescuers load him, suffering, into a car and inwardly rebuked. What is this? Why is no one taking responsibility for him? Witnessing that scene, Kim Suho's inner turmoil grew even more. When profits increased, they immediately emerged from their caves demanding more rights. But when it was time to take responsibility, no one appeared. Then me. Back to reality, Lloyd stomped his foot hard on the ground. In fact, I'm the same. If something like that happened to my workers, I'd probably choose to run away too. That's human nature. Even as he thought that, he unconsciously walked through the blizzard carrying someone on his shoulder. Alicia, seeing that he was unconscious, rushed over and called loudly, Lloyd. She wrapped his ice-cold body with her cloak. Realizing something, she was startled and thought, he used up all his mana. It's impossible. Seeing his trembling face, she couldn't understand. Did he use all his mana to keep the workers warm so they wouldn't die? Are you enduring this cold bare-bodied? Lloyd then parted his lips, saying there were 8 more people inside and that Haviel was in danger. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, First you must get out of here. As soon as she finished speaking, she hoisted him onto her shoulder and quickly ran towards the door, leaving the remaining workers behind. Lloyd protested, but she clearly addressed the workers who heard him. Trust me. Alicia continued to pick up speed, and seeing the door ahead, she changed direction and leapt onto the wall. Following the swirling movement, she used her internal energy to jump from the top of the tower. Thus, Alicia landed majestically amidst the joyful cheers of the soldiers. The queen has emerged. Seeing her look back at the tower, they asked in confusion, "Hi, your majesty, where are you going?" She didn't answer, immediately leaping back inside without even her cloak. Outside, the soldiers were tending to Lloyd's trembling body. They hurriedly said to each other, "Quickly, bring more warm towels for Lord Lloyd. How did he survive?" He lay on the ground at this time, his face still immobile. "Damn it, I was going to rely on the title's ability, but if my blood freezes, even hypothermia immunity is useless." Looking at the sunlight, he inwardly exclaimed, "It's really warm. Can I rest a bit now?" Alicia spotted a strange object ahead and immediately rushed towards it. Inside, PPO Dong was curled up, trembling. The creature was hugging the workers under its fur, trying to keep them warm. People outside were busily moving back and forth. Lloyd could hear their voices saying he had saved 2 more and should go help the queen. He lay there motionless. Enjoying the sunlight, the queen is saving the citizens and Haviel is suppressing the power of the Heart of Winter, so it will succeed somehow. Seeing her continuously going in and out to save the workers, a man stepped forward to stop her. "Your Majesty, please stop. How can you endanger yourself to save these workers?" Another person ran up and brought them blankets. Hearing that, Alicia sternly rebuked, "Silence. If you were in their shoes right now, would you say such absurd things?" Hearing that, Lloyd closed his eyes with relief, thinking to himself, "Shall I rest now?" And he dreamed a very sweet and beautiful dream of making money and teasing Haviel. Suddenly he opened his eyes and the Heart of Winter's energy became more intense than before. Haviel was at this time embracing Sisera with his whole body, protecting her in the blizzard. People hurried to bring blankets and reported, "One more has come out." Alicia turned her head, felt the cold aura rising and said with displeasure, "No, there are still a few people in the cooling chamber." PPO Dong was sitting on her shoulder, trembling in fear, when suddenly ice magic furiously erupted. The ground shattered, and they instinctively tried to shield themselves. She was startled by the sight before her eyes. What? The ice magic at this moment created a whirlwind emitting immense magical energy, and nearby buildings also froze. They shivered in the biting cold, and everyone's gaze turned towards the whirlwind above. Yang Yang flew in at this moment, gathered magic and aimed directly inside the whirlwind. A massive stream of magic was thus fired, rapidly flying towards the center of the vortex. The whirlwind continued to move, destroying everything in its path. Alicia ran in a panic, giving orders. "Evacuate all residents. Intermediate and advanced professionals, attend to the injured." Detecting something, she suddenly stopped. Lloyd had returned to normal. He stood proudly in the blizzard. Seeing that, she shouted, "Don't even dream of going in there, evacuate." Hearing that, he replied without the slightest hesitation, "No." He gathered mana in his hand as if determined and said, "I will not abandon a single person who works under me. I will save them all." The system suddenly displayed a super speed charging notification, and immediately he shot a massive stream of energy forward. Seeing that, Alicia quickly rushed to stop him. "Stop, Lloyd. No human can handle such immense mana." The whirlwind suddenly stopped moving, then gradually weakened, and the icy aura being emitted also diminished. She turned her head, worried. At that moment the whirlwind completely disappeared, and only a single streak of magic remained. It rapidly fell to the ground, heading towards him, who had his hand outstretched following its trajectory. As the Heart of Winter touched Lloyd, his entire body immediately froze. The sun reappeared, warmly shining upon the city's people. Thus, snowflakes melted and fell under the sunlight. Alicia stared blankly at him like an ice sculpture. He stood there motionless. Other workers couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. They huddled under blankets. Inside, a warm current began to flow in, passing by Thanos' frozen body. Sisera, having separated from Haviel's body, said blankly, "The Heart of Winter." She looked at the empty pedestal in front of her and said, "It's gone." Outside, only Lloyd has become an ice sculpture. Snow slowly fell under the sunlight. At this time, people's voices echoed, "Is everyone all right? Quickly, help those inside." The mages, having unfrozen, asked in confusion, "Everyone is safe. How did we survive that cold?" An old man placed his hand on his chest and said fearfully, "My whole body was definitely frozen. I thought I was dead, but all the cold suddenly disappeared, as if something absorbed all of it." Lloyd was at this moment frozen like a stone statue. Haviel stared fixedly at his friend in shock, and Sisera behind him was equally surprised. She covered her mouth with her hand. Alicia's gaze had been fixed on him since earlier. She was too shocked to speak, just standing there blankly. After a moment she approached him, her eyes wide, her whole body trembling involuntarily. Alicia extended a trembling hand towards his frozen arm. She gripped his hand tightly. A thump of a heartbeat echoed and she flinched at the sound. Suddenly her heart continued to thump and she froze. Alicia immediately turned to Haviel and shouted loudly, "Sir Ezran." Lloyd's heart is still beating. He couldn't help but be surprised at those words. She ordered nervously, "Carefully move him. Sir Ezran, can you melt the ice with your mana?" Haviel and the others immediately rushed over at those words. Although frozen, he could feel everything. "Ah, my whole body is bound," he thought, trembling. "Damn it, why is it so cold?" He bit his lip in displeasure. "Why am I like this? Why am I in this state?" A strange voice echoed, drawing his attention. "It is the incarnation of your heart. Only your heart is moving in your body right now." The incarnation of the Heart of Winter said arrogantly, "You're still alive because of me, be grateful." Hearing that, he immediately cursed, "Damn it, an ass-shaped monster," it replied angrily. "I am a heart." The Heart of Winter wagged its ass and turned its body, flaunting its heart shape. "See, a blue heart, a blue heart." The Heart of Winter. Seeing that, he said awkwardly, "Honestly, you look like an ass." Then Lloyd asked curiously, "But why is an ass-shaped heart inside my body?" It shouted angrily, Why are you so stubborn? You're really pig-headed, the Heart of Winter said arrogantly. I'm here because you absorbed me. To be precise, I allowed myself to be absorbed by you, it continued to brag. It's really amusing. The Heart of Winter, created by the great dragon Tyrannos after gathering energy for over 100 days to be absorbed. Even if your body bursts trying to absorb my mana, you won't absorb even 1,000th of my total mana, it then said happily. But I felt a special power from you, because you have the same heart as a dragon. Suddenly, a pair of wings grew from his back and a dragon's tail appeared. He finally remembered. One of my skills, half human, half dragon. So that old dragon was kind to me. It wasn't over yet. It continued, but that's not all. Recalling the scene of him bravely carrying another person through the blizzard, it continued. You were ready to sacrifice yourself without hesitation for others. So I was quite surprised at this moment, the Heart of Winter said. I want to see how far a human like you can go. Hearing that, he stuck out his tongue and sneered. Sacrifice my ass, I just didn't want others to badmouth me, it replied with satisfaction. That's fine too. Hearing that, he was slightly surprised. That's good enough. After speaking, it closed its eyes and flew upwards. The Heart of Winter spun a few times and then entered his body. Lloyd's entire body glowed at this time, and a system window appeared, merged with the dragon's holy relic, Heart of Winter. A new skill has been unlocked under the influence of the power to freeze everything. Special skill, Time Freeze. Lloyd suddenly woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise. Time freeze, this is insane, it's amazing, the system continued to explain. You can freeze the flow of time. The user can also determine unfrozen zones. The size of the unfrozen zone depends on the user's total mana. Time flows normally in unfrozen zones. He lay there, tossing and turning, thinking, time can last up to 1 year. And if the user is outside the unfrozen zone, the skill is cancelled. This is unbelievable. As he thought this far, his smile gradually lost its humanity. Freeze time and build buildings during that frozen time. The system, seeing that, said disapprovingly, what a fool. A man who only knows labor and construction. He clenched his fist and thought excitedly, this is perfect insurance for me. Even if that miserable fate begins now, I just have to freeze time and do what needs to be done. The only problem is, an RP window appeared. RP required to use skill, 3000. Below it, his RP count was displayed, 2665. Seeing that, he was slightly discouraged. I've been too lazy collecting RP lately. I need to work harder. It's great to have such an overpowered cheat skill, but there's still a problem to solve. At this moment, he heard a sound and turned his head. Haviel was staring blankly at him. He quickly covered his mouth. Kim Suho. Lloyd raised his index finger, signaling for silence. He stared at him with displeasure. He leaned over to look at Alicia. She was deeply asleep in her chair at this time. Then he turned around and growled, listen carefully. I just swallowed the kingdom's holy relic. It's like someone stole a nation's nuclear missile. Hearing that, Haviel asked in confusion. Nuclear, what's that? He replied exasperatedly. Forget it. My point is I could be executed for this. Lloyd then commanded, run away quickly. His voice was filled with menace. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be puzzled. How is running away a solution? You'd have to fight the entire kingdom. How would you deal with the consequences? His face darkened and his body trembled. He asked in a panic, your brother has a plan? Have you ever seen me fail? Seeing his pupils darting around, he said nonchalantly. Those eyes already look like someone who has failed. Alicia suddenly opened her mouth. It's too late to run. Hearing that, he was startled and shouted loudly. Ack! He immediately got out of bed, bowed his head and pleaded. Oh great queen, I had no intention of swallowing the Heart of Winter, she said as if she didn't care much. Do you think raising your ass high every time is a way to solve all problems? She stared at him sternly and said, I know what happened. The problem is whoever caused this problem, since you borrowed it, you are responsible for taking care of the Heart of Winter. Lloyd inwardly wept. Damn it, that guy who used blood magic, it's all because of him. While the story was on the topic, he asked curiously, oh, what happened to that guy? She replied calmly. He is Thanos, the son of the former Duke Thanos. He survived by escaping the cold. The scene of him being tied to a wooden pole came to mind and flames fiercely burned, but he was executed by fire. Before being completely burned, he gave a mysterious smile. He looked quite pained. I saw with my own eyes as he turned to ashes. Alicia clicked her tongue and closed her eyes. This is more important now. She turned her eyes to him and smiled gently, saying, I'm glad you're safe. Seeing this sight, Lloyd's face flushed and his heart pounded. He felt strange and wondered to himself, wow, what just happened? Did that ass heart make my heart pound? Hearing that, it said irritably, the ass heart is in your head. The system also chimed in. Honestly, you look like a flying ass. It shouted in displeasure. What? Shut up. He couldn't help but shout at both of them. Both of you be quiet, you're driving me crazy. Alicia tapped her finger, deep in thought, and said, it's truly regrettable. I can't find out more about the blood magic Thanos used. Even if I torture him, he'll recover instantly. Confession magic won't work either. I wanted to know more about such a dangerous thing. Hearing that, he raised his head and replied, oh, I have some information about that guy. He stabbed my spine with a purple mana-infused sword. He couldn't help but be surprised by his words. And at that time I was cursed with something called dark erosion. There was another me constantly talking. Alicia suddenly cut him off. Wait, she knelt on the floor and said seriously, tell me everything in detail. After speaking, she bit her lip and took off her glove. He was startled by the sight before his eyes. Her hands were covered in blue veins and her flesh was red and poisoned. In the deep and quiet night when the full moon was high, a white light filled the serene night of the royal palace. Alicia walked forcefully down the corridor, her face filled with complex emotions and thoughts. Her eyes held countless reflections. Alicia's footsteps stopped before a giant wooden door. She reached out and firmly grasped the doorknob, and then the door swung open. Beyond the door, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Corpses were scattered chaotically across the floor. In the center of it all stood a girl, blankly holding a blood-stained sword tightly in her hand. Alicia's eyes darkened. She seemed to have much to say, but the sharp sword before her remained indifferent. Drops of blood dripped onto the cold corpses on the floor. The mysterious girl opposite suddenly opened her mouth, breaking the eerie and silent atmosphere. "I had no other choice. My brothers tried to kill me, and they were the ones who killed father and mother." Her voice trembled, sounding fragile as if pleading with Alicia. After a slight hesitation, she continued, "Their actions and kindness were all just deception." Suddenly, her demeanor completely changed. She spoke emphatically, word by word, her face harsher than ever, laboriously uttering words. "You shouldn't trust anyone. You have to act first before you die. Are you worried? You know how threatening he is. Are you going to let someone else into your heart again? Are you crazy? You'll be betrayed again." Suddenly she screamed, as if venting accumulated resentment. "Do you think people will respect you just because they call you queen? Everyone in the world is just waiting for an opportunity to strike you down." She started speaking uncontrollably, merely repeating without meaning, "Fight, kill, crush them with fear. Deal with them. All those who oppose us." Alicia took one step closer to her. Suddenly she embraced the girl. That embrace contained understanding and warmth, causing the small girl to burst into uncontrollable tears. Her voice came out hoarsely. "Don't make such an angry face." She still held the small girl tucked in her arms. Every word she uttered slowly calmed the girl. "Are you sad and also afraid? It's okay. Everyone can be weak sometimes." The sight of the two small girls comforting each other was deeply etched on the tranquil lake. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but this time they were tears of happiness, feeling love and understanding. Soon, she slowly disappeared, leaving Alicia alone on the tranquil lake. She also began to cry. Her eyes were mixed with unspeakable pain and bitterness. The scene shifts to a large bedroom where she lay stretched out on her large bed. Indelible teardrops still clung to her eyelashes. She slowly reached out her hand into the air as if trying to grasp something formless. Her gaze was serious, yet unusually deep in thought. She recalled the moment when Lloyd's voice echoed back when she was still in that small room. "Honestly, I don't know how to overcome it. I just accept it." He was pleading before her. Alicia merely asked slowly in return, "Accept it." He began to explain his thoughts in more detail. "People sometimes harbor evil thoughts and sometimes they grow weak. If your majesty denies that, it will gradually become a sickness of the heart." She listened to his words, gradually calming down, and said in a low voice, "A sickness of the heart, do you know anything about it?" He immediately and honestly answered everything he knew. "It is a sickness more terrifying than your majesty can imagine. I have only just conducted a simple investigation." She watched him intently, then fell back into thought about what Lloyd had just said. "Accept it." Returning to reality, her mind was now gradually stabilized. She seemed to have made the right decision. Her voice, now much more reassured, echoed again, "I owe you again. How troublesome." The scene shifts to a courtroom. The judge's booming voice resonated throughout the courtroom. "The trial of Lloyd will begin shortly. Nobles, please be seated quickly." A group of nobles burst in from somewhere. At the forefront was a noble from Magentano. A cunning smile played on his face. "Hee, that Thana's fellow. He did one great thing before he died." Suddenly, another noble nearby sarcastically spoke to Lloyd's group. "No matter how much Magentano favors him, this is enough for us to teach him a lesson." In agreement with his words, this noble also chimed in with criticism. "That's right, he took the kingdom's treasure and then lost it. No matter how much he's accomplished, at the very least his family's title will be stripped." On the courtroom stage, Lloyd stood alone under the central spotlight. The gazes of countless nobles were fixed on him. Queen Alicia's voice echoed loudly. "From this moment, in accordance with the sacred laws of the great Magentano kingdom, the trial of Lloyd shall begin. This trial has been convened at the legitimate request of the nobles, and the nobles themselves shall serve as jurors to determine his guilt." After speaking, she suddenly looked at him with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Lloyd. Even as queen, I cannot arbitrarily disregard the law. At least I will spare you from the death penalty." Below, his lonely figure faced all the nobles of Magentano. Suddenly a girl's loud voice was heard from outside the corridor. "That's outrageous. The real culprit who caused the Heart of Winter to run wild is someone else, and Lord Lloyd protected the city." But Javiel's voice cut off the girl's words. "However, even so, it was young Master who borrowed the Heart of Winter. He must also bear responsibility for not stopping that person in time." Hearing that, the girl grew even more agitated and worried about him. "That's too unfair." He suddenly spoke, trying to reassure the girl who was worried. "Don't worry, young Master will be fine." Even with him saying that, how could she not worry about him? The nobles despise Lord Lloyd so much. How can he be fine? Javiel's eyes conveyed immense trust in Lloyd. He said with a confident voice, "Because young Master said he would be fine." The scene shifts to the courtroom where the trial is in progress, and the angry judge listed his charges. Defendant Lloyd Frontera, listen carefully. When you requested to borrow the kingdom's treasure, our nobles and Her Majesty the Queen granted it out of trust and favor towards you. Lloyd's voice remained calm. He opened his mouth. "What exactly is this place?" After speaking, he put his hand in his pocket and rummaged for something. An empty pill bottle emerged from his pocket. At first, curiosity appeared on the judge's face, and he looked closely at what he had just pulled out. but seeing his face turn very cunning as he looked at him, and after examining it closely his face suddenly turned as white as a sheet, completely drained of color, he began to recall that moment. It was when he had ordered the knight to sprinkle it in front of the room where the Heart of Winter was kept, promising a generous reward. "You lowly soldier," his body trembled with worry. He inwardly panicked. How did he get that in the midst of that chaos? He still calmly pointed at the empty pill bottle in his hand as if it were evidence of a terrible crime. Lloyd recalls a time when he was patrolling the area with Haviel. He was still telling him, "This place is completely safe. That guy definitely won't be able to get in. He teleports using his blood, right? Then that means someone here opened the way for him. If we find the evidence, we can turn the tables. Anyway, it's probably one of the nobles who dislikes me." His voice suddenly grew louder. "Hey guys." A group of spirits emerged at his call and listened to his command. As his clothes opened completely, a group of spirits poured out. He immediately commanded, "Find it immediately." They immediately set about their task. Returning to the present, the result of that labor was the small pill bottle he held in his hand. The judge, trembling, stared at him with wide eyes and stammered, This matter seems to require re-examination. Deliberation is still needed." The trial. His face grew even more rigid. He looked at Lloyd like a guilty man, and sweat poured down like rain. The knight standing behind him was also agitated at this time, unable to do anything even while watching the pill bottle swaying back and forth before his eyes. He recalled that time. He knelt and thanked him, saying, "This humble officer never imagined such a major incident would occur. I vow to help Lord Lloyd who saved my life." Returning to reality, he was still looking at the judge triumphantly. His eyes rolled and he said bitterly and with difficulty, word by word, "It's hard to say. Lord Lloyd, well done. Right or wrong aside." Suddenly his face did a 180-degree turn and he spoke to him more brightly and gently. "But who is this Lord Lloyd? He is an outstanding figure, a pillar of society. He built a suspension bridge to make travel easier in the city. Not only that, he also stopped the one who tried to attack Her Majesty the Queen." The faces of the surrounding nobles all stiffened, unable to understand what he was doing. Even the Queen, who witnessed everything, was surprised by the judge's actions. He continued to babble in front of him. That's right. He created a beautiful garden that moved the whole world. He protected the kingdom from the attack of the bone dragon. He showed the world that the bone dragon is in the kingdom's grasp. I always thought this was like a declaration that Magentano is the most powerful kingdom in this world." He was still happily dancing here to the judge's flattering praise. He suddenly felt guilty, pointed directly at that person, and thought to himself, "This time I'll lift him up high and gently lower him. Be careful next time." That person, smiling and crying, gritted his teeth and announced, "I declare that Lloyd is not a defendant, but a hero among heroes." The scene shifts outside the city where he, having successfully cleared his name, now breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "As a hero of the kingdom, I avoided punishment, but I'm not completely free of guilt, the responsibility for my careless actions." At this moment a large rock was seen being laboriously lifted over a hole, and urging shouts were heard all around. Slowly, carefully, carefully. Outside, Ppo Dong alone was struggling to lift the rock, and only his ceaseless commands were heard. "Ppo Dong, hold on a little longer." After a while, when everything was over, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the small spirit beast, exhausted, collapsed on the ground to rest. This seemed to be the mission they had received. "Whenever the Queen calls, I must immediately rush to help with construction. I'm grateful for that, but if time is pressing, I don't know how I'll manage." The otter, proudly holding up the rock it had just lifted, joyfully shouted as if celebrating its hard-earned achievement. "Ppo Dong." Suddenly a system notification appeared. "Found 12 fragments of Tanger, an important material for Iroha. As a legendary material has been found, you receive an RP reward for this historic achievement." Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise as he read the words that had just appeared one by one. The system then displayed another notification. "Bonus LB 2000. His reaction was even more intense at this point. He shouted with joy, "Wow!" A system statistics window appeared. Current RP, 4,665. Seeing the score within, Lloyd couldn't contain his joy and continued to dance. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "What is this?" "This is the best. Now I can use time freeze in emergencies. I've repaid my debt to the Queen and prevented some accidents, so I thought fate would change a little, but it's not that easy." Another notification window appeared. "Number of lives you have saved, -1. He paused slightly when he saw that, but soon found a way to reassure himself. "But it's okay. I'll find the answer." Lloyd now stood proudly and arrogantly as if ready to face anything, and nothing could stop him now. The scene shifts to the royal palace where he was kneeling before Queen Alicia. She sat majestically on the throne, looking down at him and saying, "You're truly a troublesome fellow. Are you planning to leave as soon as the work is done?" She spoke indifferently, staring at him with a blank expression. He at this moment apologized to her with the utmost reverence. "Please forgive my disloyalty. I have an urgent problem to resolve and no time to linger." Hearing his words, she also remained silent and did not reply. After a moment she opened her mouth. "Is it more important than a moment's rest?" To her question he replied with a confident voice, "Yes." Alicia still watched him intently, as if she were very interested in him. But inwardly she wore a satisfied smile. Only her voice was heard. "Go, I will await your return." She smiled, accompanied by a dazzling halo, and that very smile captivated Lloyd's fluttering heart. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stared at her, unable to believe she would agree. Realizing his strange state, he grumbled inwardly, "Damn it, what's going on? Why is my heart doing this again? You ass-shaped winter, you're making my heart act strangely." The spirit of winter residing in his body being blamed cursed back. What is this idiot again? Is he really an imbecile? The scene shifts at this moment. He and Haviel were sitting on Yang carrying the pile of rocks they had just collected. The net containing the rocks suddenly fell from behind its belly. They plunged straight into the sea, shaking the entire calm lake. "My plan is a success," he praised continuously. "Excellent. If they fall this way, they'll land near the Mermaid Kingdom." Suddenly he turned to the person next to him and asked curiously, "Hey Haviel, did you properly say goodbye to Cytherea?" He also hesitated and replied, I guess so." Seeing that, he also innocently added, "Is that all?" Feeling that he was being interrogated, Haviel flared up and changed his attitude. "What else is needed? Young master seems to enjoy setting me up with Lady Cytherea." Seeing him react so sensitively, Lloyd cunningly teased him with a few words. "Don't pretend you're not interested. I'm a dating expert. I can tell everything just by looking at your eyes. There's nothing I don't know." As he rambled on, his inner soul vehemently rebelled. "No, what are you talking about? You know nothing. An imbecile who knows nothing about love, truly a fool." But Haviel thought differently. Hearing his words, Haviel couldn't help but fall into thought and recall the moment Cytherea had whispered to him, swearing by the sea, "Someday, when Osrahan's mission is over, and when I become a proper archmage, I'll tell you I love you." She promised him happiness with all her heart. This truly flustered him. Haviel, recalling that scene, unconsciously blushed. Capturing this moment, Lloyd shouted, breaking his emotional flow, "Hey, your face is as red as a tomato. Did I say something sweet? That's a bit annoying." Feeling like his weakness had been caught, he immediately refuted his words. "Ah, no, young master's words just now were quite encouraging. But how could I deceive them so easily?" Lloyd still shouted. "Now I'm getting jealous." Your face is really annoying." Seeing him obsessing over this issue, Haviel immediately tried to change the subject. "That's enough. Where's our next destination?" he replied casually. "The Southern Plains. There's another important material there." Suddenly hearing this name, Haviel asked in surprise, "The Southern Plains, you don't mean that tribe, do you?" Lloyd's affirmative reply came back to him. His face darkened as he fell into thought. The Centaur tribe of the Plains. The second key material, taupe, was handed down to the Centaur tribe after the Great War of the Races. If we find them, we can find clues about taupe. The scene shifts to them arriving at their destination. This was a green plain hill, and the two were walking on the lush grass. Haviel was the first to open his mouth and complain, "It's too vast to find by walking like this." Lloyd's voice calmly answered him, "We can't fly around on a scary dragon like Yang, can we? And they'll find us first," he said with a joyful laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them suddenly began to shake violently. A herd of centaurs was approaching from a distance. They shouted loudly, "These two bastards, do they know who we are, daring to invade our territory?" They were like gangsters going to collect a debt. Lloyd looked closely at the herd, then paused in surprise, thinking to himself, "How this is so different from what I imagined. What's this new setting?" They surrounded him and began to make strange sound signals. Lloyd spoke first. "Before you speak, can you tell me what that sound effect is?" The one who appeared to be the leader of the herd replied, Sound effect, you mean our shouts? You humans do it too, HMPH kukuk or something." Hearing their words, his face grew even more serious, and he could only sigh in exhaustion. The novel's setting is completely messed up. Even with that thought, he politely attempted to converse with the centaur herd. "I have come here to seek the wisdom of the great centaur chieftain and to inquire about some important matters." The leader heard this and asked in surprise, "What, human, you want to meet our chieftain? You two-legged creatures dare." Suddenly Lloyd replied to their taunts with a sly smile, as if plotting something. 2 legs or 4 legs, does it matter? After all, if I'm faster than you, I'll be perfectly qualified to meet the chieftain, won't I?" His confident expression and resolute attitude succeeded in provoking the belligerent centaur herd. They shouted crazily, and the leader commanded the rest of the herd, "This human dares to challenge me, the captain of the guard. Brothers, I'll tell you the rules. The challenged party sets the finish line. The first one to arrive wins. That's all." Lloyd's voice suddenly cut off their words. I know your traditions well." Haviel, standing next to him, spoke. "Am I participating too?" He immediately refused him. "No, I'll do it. It'll be a hassle if it turns out like with the mermaids. If I lose, you can participate later." Even after hearing that, he couldn't be at ease and warned him firmly, "It won't be easy. A race with a centaur is comparable to racing against a great master." Nevertheless, he calmly replied, "Of course, running is a different matter, but I have no intention of running." His face suddenly became cunning, as if he was plotting something. Suddenly, the leader ran over from somewhere and interrupted their conversation. He pointed to a rock and said, "The finish line is that rock 200 meters away. I'll show you humans what a festival is." The scene shifts to the start of the race, with centaurs from both sides shouting ferociously. The referee's voice rang out, "Ready, go." As soon as he finished speaking, a rubber band slingshot was immediately fired. The orange-haired centaur immediately left him in the dust, leaving Lloyd behind. Haviel and the rest of the centaur herd also couldn't hide their excitement at the sight. He thought to himself, This isn't a situation that can be won with confidence alone. Suddenly Lloyd pulled something out from under his clothes and his face was grim as he prepared something. He seemed to understand Lloyd's intention. Letting the centaurs continue to shout, Lloyd aimed backwards and shouted loudly. Burn! As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow, leaving a terrifying explosion behind him. Gradually he even overtook the centaur who was running with all his might. Before long he crashed into the rock in front of him. The impact left a startling mark and he seemed to lose consciousness, sliding down. He collapsed onto the ground. The leader was speechless at the sight. The crowd, who had initially cheered enthusiastically, was now silent. Meanwhile, after waking up, Lloyd laughed foolishly, then couldn't hold back the laughter that burst out. Even as blood flowed from his mouth, he still said with difficulty, "I'm faster, aren't I?" They thought in surprise. This is the speed demon of legend. Lloyd sat there, laughing foolishly, and said loudly to the herd, Good. Who won now? Take me to your chieftain." The leader, despite suffering a humiliating defeat, still stubbornly replied, as if unwilling to concede, "No." He asked back in surprise, "What? Why?" The other side was just as defiant. He shouted in his face, "You cheated, you bastard. You have to win by running, by running." Hearing his words, he couldn't lose and inevitably retorted, "Tradition says the fastest one wins. Don't make excuses, you horse-like bastard. It's only natural to lose when you're as slow as a snail." The centaur was intimidated by his sharp logic. He cowered in fear and shouted, That's true," but he thought to himself, "Mom, I'm so scared." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Hey, the captain of the guard is increasingly losing face. Why don't you quit?" A black centaur girl approached coolly from a distance. He too instinctively called her name. "Zeronin," she calmly explained to him. "It's all about who's faster. That's our tradition. Did anyone say you had to run?" Even his best friend said so he had no choice but to concede defeat and cower to one side. She turned to Lloyd and called out, "Hey smarty pants, follow me, I'll guide you to the chieftain." After speaking, she turned to leave. Suddenly he stood there blankly, hearing the call. After a moment he realized that everything was going smoothly as planned. Haha, is this how things progress? Haviel and Lloyd were being guided by the girl across the endless green plains. Haviel was the first to speak, breaking the awkward silence. "Young master looks quite arrogant right now." Hearing that, he replied, I guess I've become quite famous." Something like that. They suddenly turned their attention to the girl opposite. "Centaur women like fast men. If two men propose, they'll marry the faster one. That Zeronin over there is completely smitten with me," he said, trying to act cool. But all he got in return was Haviel's cold refusal. "No, absolutely not," he continued to mutter about himself. "How are you jealous? Not surprising, you always think you're handsome." He didn't care that the girl in front had heard everything and delivered a painful kick to Lloyd. He immediately flew down the hill from the kick after such an action. She turned to Haviel and said, "You're fast, but your face is just upper middle class, so you're stupid." Meanwhile, Lloyd felt as if he was about to ascend to heaven and his face was utterly bloodless. Haviel approached to comfort him. "See, there was no affection in her eyes when she looked at young master," he replied. How do you know?" "Just by glancing," he calmly replied with his fatally handsome face. "Because I've seen the eyes of countless women who like me, so I know very well." Hearing this answer, he seemed utterly speechless. After speaking, he carried Lloyd and continued their journey, and Zeronin followed up. "It's disgusting to hear. Everyone only talks about speed. Speed isn't everything," she said with a grim face. They listened and stared blankly, wondering about the implications of her words. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived. The three stood on a cliff looking down at the campsite below. She pointed and guided them. "Over there, the biggest tent is the chieftain's house. His name is Chekaran and he's my father," she said, lost in thought. The two continued to stare at her actions with curious eyes as if unable to understand. Entering the chieftain's campsite, there was a large and sturdy centaur inside. He spoke, "It's a pleasure to meet the swift human recognized by my daughter." The two continued to kneel. Lloyd stared blankly at the man opposite him. After a moment he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lloyd flinched and immediately replied, "Nothing. I'm just curious about what kind of style and story setting this is." He too asked back in curiosity. "Story setting, style?" He began his introduction. "I am Lloyd from Terra Human. I've come to find something called taupe. Long ago it was part of the Stone of Truth, Iroa. If you have any information about it." Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted him, pointing to the back. That. It's right there." Lloyd couldn't help but be surprised by this development. He immediately proposed like a cat who had struck gold. "Please give it to me." The chieftain also joked excitedly, "I've heard you're fast, but your shameless personality is equally quick to reveal itself. In fact, I have no use for it, but keeping it safe is part of our tradition. I cannot give it to you." He didn't expect such a firm refusal. He stared at him discontentedly, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be easy." Zeronin, standing next to him, interjected into their conversation at this point. "Why are you bound by useless traditions? They've come all this way, just give it to them." Chekaran immediately grew angry and scolded his daughter. "You're starting with those progressive and friendly thoughts again. Go run or break something outside." Hearing that, he thought to himself, the story setting and what they teach at home are really messed up. Suddenly she remembered something and said to him, "Father, have you heard the legend of the supersonic human? Maybe this person is him." He too realized they were talking about him and interrupted. I just heard about that title too. It's not just an empty phrase, is it? What is a supersonic human? Zeronin had no choice but to explain again. It's a legend passed down from ancient times. It said that someday a human who could fly at supersonic speeds would visit our village, and that he would solve the centaur's speed problem. Her eyes conveyed immense trust and resolve as she spoke each word. The chieftain thought for a moment, then made a decision. I understand, if you are truly the legendary supersonic human, and if you can solve our speed problem, meaning the problem of us no longer breaking records, then I will gladly give you the tope. He was startled, thinking in disbelief. Make them faster? They're already incredibly fast. What on earth am I supposed to do? And night fell. The blood-red moon made the night even more eerie. Red fragments were scattered on the ground in the ruins. In a dark underground dungeon, a suspicious herb pot appeared in the middle of the room. A zombie's arm floated above the herb pot. Suddenly it moved and stood up, and then flesh began to move, connecting with the deeply buried body. The zombie stood up, howling terrifyingly, and walked out of the prison that had held him for so long. Slowly, step by step, he moved forward. After returning from the gate of hell, he raged, vowing to kill Lloyd's group. He cursed Lloyd. Damn it, this bastard. Then he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. With his last remaining strength, he thought with difficulty. I can't believe I failed. Ancient black magic couldn't even defeat Lloyd, this damn bastard. I've resurrected, but now I'm no different from a ghost. What can I do now? With no strength left, he collapsed. And just as he was probably about to close his eyes and give up, a memory came to mind. A strange voice suddenly echoed, my goodness, what a miserable sight. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? All you had to do was summon me to your world. The voice echoed from within a roaring fire. The demon continued, I will kill Lloyd for you. I told you the location of Taga Castle, and even helped you learn forgotten ancient black magic. I understand the desire of one who wishes to seek revenge himself, but you already knew your opponent was not to be taken lightly, didn't you? Hearing that question, he hesitated for a long time, unsure how to answer. Before he could speak, the demon continued, if only I could enter the world of the living, everything would be easier. But due to the laws of this world, I cannot cross the boundary of hell. I ask you one last time, gather the necessary ingredients and summon me. I will end your revenge. His words completely incited him. The beast within him awakened. He expressed his rage, emphasizing each word. Then I will put a snare around his soul and make him my slave forever. He couldn't speak, not knowing how to respond. Helplessness was evident on his face. After a moment he bowed his head to him with utmost reverence. I swear to help you descend to this world, Lord of the Underworld. The scene opens with a dawn landscape of a vast desert plateau. The sun had just risen, but a deep sigh could be heard. Lloyd, chin in hand inside his tent, deep in thought, let out a tired sigh. I don't know what to do. Should I teach them Osrahan's core technique to fly with Aura Blast? Haviel Azran watched him silently and replied firmly, you know they won't accept it. Centaurs only want to be faster in terms of speed. He glanced outside and reminded Lloyd Frontera in a calm tone, and you have to consider whether making them faster is a good thing or a bad thing. But as you can see, young and old alike, their bodies are covered in wounds. They are the victims of the race to be the fastest. Lloyd listened to his words and inadvertently looked outside. His indifferent face began to sink into thought. Now that Haviel reminded him, he remembered what Zeronin had said yesterday. That no matter how small the conflict, they resolve everything with a race, especially when it's a competition for a female centaur. The image of the last race replayed in his mind. The scene was utterly dreadful and chaotic. They were completely mad, running at full speed. They literally created pandemonium. Then in the field, Zeronin sadly confided in him. Everyone keeps talking about speed, but speed isn't everything. Recalling these words, he became even more eager to find a solution and tried hard to focus his thoughts. The supersonic human will solve their speed problem. Solution. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. As if he had thought of something, Lloyd unconsciously let go of his chin. Solving the problem isn't just about making them faster, is it? Simultaneously, outside the campsite, Zeronin was taking a leisurely stroll when she suddenly heard someone call her name. Hey Zeronin, a tall centaur with bulging muscles, a distinctive and somewhat sinister face approached. He held a bouquet of colorful flowers in his hand, approaching her, and smugly demanded that she accept his proposal. Zeronin spat out the blade of grass she was chewing, turned around with a disgusted expression and clicked her tongue irritably. The guy still didn't give up, and instead laughed loudly with delight. Here we go again, playing hard to get, ha ha ha. He tilted his head, narrowed his single-lidded eyes and teased her with a perverted, smug look. I'm the Centaur Unified Champion, Comanche. Every woman falls for me, even a little girl like you will be no different. Comanche, while she was still surprised, grabbed Zeronin's wrist tightly, then lowered his voice and threatened her. Stop pretending to be noble and let's start a dating race in the flower field. This action really angered Zeronin. She furiously swung her leg and kicked him squarely in the stomach, shouting irritably, You damn bastard, I told you not to touch me. Seeing him clutching his stomach and coughing painfully, Zeronin showed no sympathy and loudly retorted, I told you I hate guys who only rely on speed. Hearing that, Comanche stared wide-eyed, opened his mouth in a furious spitting rage and shouted, Speed is everything, what else do you need? Chief Chekarin even recognized me as his son-in-law, why do you keep rejecting me? He lost control and immediately rushed forward to grab Zeronin. The difference in strength was too great for her to struggle. Comanche, his eyes bulging with anger, continued to threaten her. Do you think your father would stand by if he knew you were doing this? Just quietly marry the next chief. Just then, a large hand suddenly landed on Comanche's shoulder, startling him as he glanced sideways. Suhan, he glared at him and commanded the other party with a very stern expression. Stop it, the young lady doesn't like it. Ziranen was mesmerized by this sight. Frozen in place, staring blankly at her crush, and unconsciously blushed as she called out his name in embarrassment. Suhan, in contrast to her, Comanche was overtly contemptuous. He narrowed his eyes and stared at him, puckered his lips and spat loudly, then laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, is this idiot playing the hero? Is his brain rotting? Ha ha ha. Other centaurs also laughed and pointed, drawing Lloyd Frontera's attention. Comanche, emboldened, pressed his face close to Suhan's handsome face. He stuck out his long, spittle-covered tongue, and with a twisted smile, loudly insulted the other party. Can't you hear others despising you? You lost to me last time. Don't you know that a slowpoke like you isn't worthy of speaking to me? Comanche triumphantly pointed at Ziranen, who was submissively standing behind, and boasted with a very excited face, Look, that young lady has given up on defending you too. Under his pressure, Suhan could only remain silent, avoid his gaze, and look elsewhere. His demeanor only excited Comanche further. Ha ha ha, look at your eyes, looking elsewhere. You're just a loser. Don't meddle in other people's business, ha ha ha. Only his and the tribe's joyful laughter echoed in the space. Lloyd looked at them with a disgusted expression, his eyes showing a hint of contempt. He gritted his teeth slightly and cursed inwardly with indignation. These horse-headed bastards, I don't like any of them. The scene shifts to a vast prairie. The sun was setting and black clouds were gathering, covering the entire sky. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard. Suhan. It was Ziranen. She went to meet Suhan behind the campsite, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I'm sorry about earlier. Ziranen didn't dare to face her crush directly, explaining in embarrassment, If I had taken your side then, the two of you would have raced again. But before she could finish her sentence, Suhan interrupted her directly. I'm the one who should apologize. Suhan awkwardly looked elsewhere and said sadly, I was too slow to convince anyone. That's why the chief still doesn't acknowledge me. Hearing that, Ziranen immediately retorted, shouting firmly, Who says you're slow? I know you're very fast. You're the fastest in this world. Suhan quietly lowered his head and his voice became softer and softer. I've never won a race before. Ziranen remained resolute in her feelings, declaring firmly, That doesn't matter, I'll marry you. I don't care about my father's acknowledgement. It's you I love, not my father. But Suhan, like pouring cold water on her, replied coldly, I don't want to. As soon as these words came out, Ziranen was dumbfounded. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard, and tears were already welling up under her eyelashes. Suhan, surprisingly calm, spoke to her composedly, No one will congratulate the marriage of a loser like me. I really dislike Comanche, but at least you should be with someone fast. After speaking, he turned and left despondently, leaving Ziranen with a lonely and desperate back. Before disappearing completely, Suhan didn't forget to carefully advise her. Find someone you can be proud of, someone you can confidently declare, This is my man. Ziranen was completely powerless and said nothing. Under the setting sun, only her lonely figure remained, standing alone, covering her face and silently sobbing. Just then a voice was heard. May I ask something? Ziranen looked up in surprise, revealing a face smeared with tears and snot. Lloyd, from a corner, watched her with interest and asked in a playful tone, What's wrong? After a moment, the two were walking together across the field. Ziranen hesitated and said, Suhan is very fast. I mean it, Lloyd replied seriously. I know. Faster than anyone. She immediately looked at him suspiciously. How do you know? You've never seen him run before? Lloyd shrugged and replied nonchalantly. A gut feeling. His hairstyle just looks like he'd run fast. An image of Suhan exploding with power like a racing car appeared in his mind. Although the story background of this world wasn't in the novel, it would eventually appear in the steel-blooded night author's mind. Ziranen walked with her head down, her face gloomy and sad, saying, No matter how fast Suhan is, no one cares about individual records. They only care about how big the difference was when they won. Lloyd heard that, and not understanding, asked curiously, Can't he run at full speed in a race? Is he the type to get nervous? She immediately denied it. No, it's not like that. Ziranen began her story. A month ago, something similar to today happened. Both Comanche and Suhan were ready at the starting line according to our tradition for an impromptu race. The referee shouted ready and then go with the release of a bowstring. And a centaur child with candy carelessly appeared on the racetrack. Suhan saw it, his eyes wide in horror, his mouth agame in panic. He quickly slammed on the brakes and his legs, losing strength, began to wobble. Suhan fell to the ground trying to avoid the child, but he didn't know that Comanche was wildly charging behind him. Ziranen was horrified and quickly tried to stop him. But before her eyes, Comanche, like a beast with burning eyes, charged forward fiercely, ignoring the obstacles below, radiating sky-high murderous intent. Ziranen continued sadly, Suhan was injured, but the child was more severely hurt. That always happens. Suhan is very kind. He cares more about people around him not getting hurt than winning a race and marrying me. Lloyd asked curiously, If someone gets hurt, don't people object to the race? Don't the centaurs who don't participate in the race see it as a problem? She replied coldly. No, centaurs cling to tradition with their lives. They have to uphold it no matter what. At this point, Ziranen burst into tears of anger. She cursed in a low voice, What kind of stupid tradition is this? This is just a devil's custom. Lloyd grinned and nonchalantly consoled her. Don't be too angry. I think there might be a reason why they stick to tradition. Hearing that, she immediately turned around and retorted irritably, "What do an outsider like you know? What kind of trivial reason could it be?" He curled his lips, raised an eyebrow at her, and replied with a contemptuous tone, "Because everyone's stupid and has nothing in their heads, right?" Ziranen was stunned by his attitude, her face bewildered, looking down with an incomprehensible gaze. He calmly asked, "Oh, did I just read your mind?" Lloyd continued to probe her. "I'm sorry, but what's your ranking in terms of speed?" Ziranen answered honestly. "Second. My father was first, but after he retired that annoying Comanche became first." He quietly made a cunning smile, stroked his chin in thought, and exclaimed with interest, "Aha, so if we exclude the chief and the current first place, the rest should listen to you, right?" Ziranen hesitated slightly, replying hesitantly, "Tisk, probably. It depends on the situation. If I tried to ban racing or something, Comanche or my father could nullify it," Lloyd said firmly to her. "I have one favor to ask you. Gather the entire tribe in one place." His face was clearly excited, his eyes very resolute, and he declared vigorously, "I will uproot that custom and make Suhin the fastest champion in the centaur world." The next morning on the centaur prairie, the sun began to emerge from behind the cliff. Dazzling sunlight spread over everything. In a corner of a tent, Lloyd sat deep in thought with Haviel Azron. Haviel couldn't resist asking out of curiosity, "What are you doing now?" Lloyd was in high spirits at this time and replied seriously with a dark expression, "I'm waiting for the first objective of my grand plan." Suddenly horse hooves were heard in the distance, drawing his attention. Indeed, an arrogant-looking centaur was approaching smugly with his hands in his pockets. Lloyd curled his lips with interest, licked his lips and muttered softly, "He's here." Then he slowly rose from the wooden chair while Haviel looked on in confusion. Lloyd also adopted an arrogant posture, raised his face to the sky, shook his entire body and approached the green-haired centaur. As expected, when the two passed each other, he deliberately bumped hard into the other's shoulder, who paused for a moment, glared at him and cursed irritably. "Ah, this bastard." Lloyd continued to walk nonchalantly, not forgetting to turn back and provoke him, making a very annoying expression, then ambled away again. Glancing back as he walked, the green-haired guy could no longer hold back and immediately exploded. He opened his large, drooling mouth and shouted furiously, "Come here, you son of a bitch, race me. If you lose, I'll kick you 3,000 times with my hind leg." Lloyd looked at him with a triumphant, provocative expression and replied sarcastically, "HMPH, how could a lowly human like me race against you?" The green-haired guy saw this and became even more furious, spitting in Lloyd's face. "According to the tradition of the centaur tribe, you have no right to refuse. We will race immediately." Lloyd frowned, seeing the centaur herd behind him excitedly shouting and pressuring him. "Race him, race him, race him, race him." Hearing the shouts ringing in his ears, Lloyd cunningly curled his lips and laughed loudly. Pretended reluctantly to accept the challenge. "Oh, I can't ignore your traditions, can I? Let's follow tradition," the spiky-haired centaur irritably commanded. "Since you've accepted the challenge, set the finish line." Lloyd pointed to a solitary tree standing on the mountaintop. "Then let's go past the village to that tree." He immediately agreed. While the villagers cheered happily, Ziranen stood quietly in a corner looking at him as if she couldn't understand him. "What on earth is that guy trying to do?" She recalled his confident words to her earlier. "Before gathering all the centaurs in one place, a few more preparations are needed, a catalyst that will lead both you and me to victory." At this thought, Ziranen fell silent for a moment, her expression slightly hesitant, but she didn't seem inclined to speak. The spiky-haired centaur at this moment bristled his fur as if threatening his opponent. "I hear you're a supersonic human who flies with magic. This time you have to run. This is a race using legs." Lloyd looked at him again with a contemptuous expression. "Hey, that's a bit much. I only have 2 legs. And you have 4. Is that fair?" But he immediately retorted, "Then flying is fair." An idea suddenly occurred to him. "How about this? I'll ride something with 4 legs too." The spiky-haired centaur saw it and laughed heartily with excitement, confidently asserting, "Go ahead, after all, among 4-legged beasts, centaurs are the fastest." After concluding their discussion, the spiky-haired centaur shouted loudly with excitement, "The race starts now." A moment later, the two stood at the starting line of the race. But the spiky-haired centaur's opponent was the gigantic hamster Pipio Dong. He looked at the giant creature next to him, his face darkening in several places, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "This is a bit too big." Lloyd sat on Pipio Dong's back, covering his head and lamenting, "Oh dear, I agree with you now that I think about it. I want to ride something else too." But he suddenly glared at him with wide eyes and snarled, "What can I do? We're following tradition, so we can't change the rules." The spiky-haired centaur heard that, lost for words, and pursed his lips. He turned his gaze elsewhere and clucked his tongue. As a stone was fired from the crossbow, the command also rang out, "Run." Pipio Dong and the spiky-haired centaur immediately set off, and the two galloped across the green plains like a tempest, leaving black smoke behind them. Other centaurs standing on either side cheered ceaselessly with excitement. "Wow, it's neck and neck. Run. Wow, that guy's ahead, but the path ahead is the tribe's campsite, so the road is narrow. The one who takes the lead on this road will win." But at the last moment a twist occurred. Pipio Dong's gigantic body suddenly pressed close to the spiky-haired centaur, leaving him no time to react but to gape in astonishment, his eyes wide. Thud! Pipio Dong joyfully leaped into the air, spinning his opponent around in mid-air, distorting his mouth, and as an added bonus threw his own master from his head. Lloyd, having lost his footing and floating in the air, screamed in terror. Kaya, among the flustered centaurs below, a purple-haired child, was terrified. Seeing Lloyd gradually approaching him, the child became even more flustered. an expression of extreme fear. Lloyd crashed to the ground, then rolled spectacularly several times on the grass, scattering the centaurs there in a panic, making them kick and flee. Zeronen and Haviel witnessed this scene and were dumbfounded, unable to understand what had happened. Then a shout echoed in their ears. "It's a draw, both are down." Haviel, with a blank expression as if he couldn't believe his ears, wondered quizzically. "I thought he was trying to win something. Did Kim Suho fail?" The purple-haired child was deathly pale. With blank eyes, he kept breathing heavily and sweating profusely. His mother quickly rushed over and asked, "Are you all right? Oh my God, hey, snap out of it." Lloyd was already lying unconscious on the ground, his whole body covered in scratches. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered with black clouds. Inside a still-lit tent, a hand holding a spoon trembled continuously in the air. The purple-haired child still hadn't recovered from the afternoon race. His mother saw it and was heartbroken. "Oh no, your face is pale." She held her trembling young son, weeping painfully and sadly lamenting, "This damn tradition, why must my child suffer because of it?" The child's father bristled at her words. He shouted in anger, "Don't talk nonsense, that's how we grow up," but the child's mother still glared at him, snarling irritably. "The child is trembling right now, how can you say that? He's not just physically hurt." Unable to retort, he closed his mouth and hesitated, unable to speak. Seeing his poor son, who still hadn't recovered, with pity in his blank eyes, he suppressed the anger in his heart, lowered his head, read the newspaper and helplessly said, "It can't be helped, it's tradition, they didn't know." Lloyd, standing outside the tent, had overheard everything. An expression as if lost in thought. He then quietly turned and left in the darkness. His clothes flapped in the wind, and the scene transitioned to the next morning. The dazzling sun shone from the mountaintop, and a group of centaurs gathered in front of a large stage, continuously whispering, "What? Why did Zeronen gather everyone? What's this? A lecture from the supersonic human? Is this speed acceptable?" Not keeping them waiting long, Lloyd ascended the stage and gave a speech. He raised his hand to calm the people. He loudly demanded, "All right everyone, please be seated. My lecture will begin shortly." The people couldn't understand. He wasn't even that fast in yesterday's race. "Doesn't matter, let's just pretend to listen." Suhin was among them. Lloyd spoke with a friendly and excited expression. "Everyone, you probably think I'm very ridiculous, and that I'm not qualified to teach you on the path of speed, right?" He raised his thumb high. However, Lloyd glared at the people below and pointed at them. He growled, "I think you are the ridiculous ones. You ignorant, crazy bastards." The centaurs below were enraged by these words, suppressing their anger and glaring at him with murderous eyes. As Zeronen watched worriedly, Lloyd continued his speech. "What on earth are you doing to uphold this damn tradition? You've caused countless injuries, broken belongings, and destroyed homes. Is this a civilized tribe? Yesterday, while walking, some guy picked a fight, so I had no choice but to participate in a race according to tradition. And then a child suffered a terrible, indelible accident." As he said this, 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. The child's family was also very surprised and listened carefully to his words. "Yes, there isn't a single centaur here who hasn't experienced it. Must we suffer like this just for speed and tradition?" The crowd began to protest, shouting in unison, "What do an outsider like you know? We're fine, get lost." But the child's mother quietly lowered her head. Unable to bear it, she bit her lip, then unable to hold back, wailed painfully, "I'm not, you fanatic fools. What about my child?" People around immediately gathered and cursed her. "Tisk tisk, are you crazy? That tradition is something we've kept for 1,500 years. Banish that woman, banish her immediately." The child's father also became truly furious and retorted loudly, "Actually, we are fanatics. Are you really okay? Are you really okay?" The mother of the child with the broken arm also agonized for a long time before exploding in anger. I'll be honest, I hate it too. My son's arm is still injured. What, just we?" Not only them but others also began to object. "I'm sick of it too. My mom got hurt too. Stop this damn thing. How dare you insult the centaur's pride?" The child's mother held her trembling little son in her arms and wept bitterly. The child, who had been flustered in his mother's arms earlier, now calmly looked up, and next to them the sounds of argument still echoed. "Me too. What about my leg? I'm limping. Get rid of that damn custom. Stop thinking speed is everything." Facing him was Lloyd's cunning face, pointing with a finger and smiling contentedly. The child also stopped pretending, raised his hand to respond to him, and smiled triumphantly. "Let's banish those traitors and usher in a new era. Now is the time to abolish that old rotten tradition." Haviel, astonished by the chaotic scene before his eyes, realized, could it be that he, indeed Lloyd, had secretly made a deal with the child? "Kid, you need money, right? Let's put on a play together." "Oh, my price is quite high, he." In the tense atmosphere, thick with the smell of gunpowder, Lloyd slowly approached, solemnly bowed his head, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and madly wiggled his fingers. He stood on the highest step, spreading his arms to take in the scene below. Uncontrollable people were divided into factions, arguing with each other, and he exclaimed with satisfied admiration, "This is what a war of public opinion looks like." On the tribe's central stage, a group of centaurs were gathered, arguing with each other. "Hey, can you just forbid it? By forbidding it, you'll understand once you get hurt. Everyone's been through it. You are traitors to our tribe. I wish this gangster tribe would just perish." Lloyd sat comfortably in a high wooden chair, nonchalantly surveying the chaotic crowd below. Next to him, Zeronen stood dumbfounded and flustered. They were divided into 2 factions. The extremely conservative group continuously chanted powerful slogans, "Execute all who deny the spirit of our tribe, death, death, death." Death. The opposing extremely progressive faction did not back down either. They shouted and fought with all their might. We don't need such a tribe. Disband, 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 disband. At this moment Lloyd, the instigator of this rebellion, watched them nonchalantly with contempt, and the shouts continued to echo in his ears. Death, death, disband, disband, death, death. Ziranen could no longer bear to watch and anxiously confronted him. Hey, what are you trying to do? Why are you instigating them to fight? Lloyd glanced at her, then replied indifferently with a mocking expression. What? When did I do that? I just spoke about dangerous things because accidents happened. She was startled and snapped out of it, momentarily unable to refute him. Haviel remained silent, saying nothing, but in his heart, he already knew the answer and thought decisively. You poured fuel on the fire for all this. You did it, undoubtedly. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed, Why is it so noisy outside? Instantly, everything went silent, as if the space had frozen. Ziranen's face also tensed up involuntarily. Lloyd, completely unfazed, slowly stood up and thought to himself. Finally, not far away, a sturdy centaur with quite a few tattoos and cool sunglasses was slowly approaching. He looked straight at him with a very serious face. The boss has arrived. Chekarin glared at him, snarling with a dark expression, and confronted him. You said you'd solve our tribe's speed problem. What on earth are you doing? Lloyd bowed respectfully and calmly replied, I will fulfill my promise. However, the tribe's opinions are not unified, which is a bit of a headache. Chekarin quietly listened to his explanation. One side wants to run anytime, anywhere, and the other wants to abolish tradition. Lloyd stroked his chin, lost in thought, and hesitated, admiring. So I think this is quite difficult. Then an idea came to him. He raised a finger and said confidently, First, let's create regulations regarding speed. No running at top speed within the village and no impromptu races. The crowd below heard that, unanimously gave a thumbs down and loudly cursed. Don't be ridiculous. Get lost, dog-like regulations. Who are you? What do you know about us? Lloyd completely ignored them, then raised another finger and shouted loudly. Second, he spread his arms wide, explaining confidently, without the slightest hesitation, we will build a gigantic racetrack where you can run at top speed. All races will be held here. Think about it. A place with no obstacles, a place made for racing. Lloyd looked to the side, deliberately speaking allegorically. Then someone will be able to set an unprecedented record. These words were directly aimed at Suhin, who was listening carefully below. Ziranen finally realized, her face blank as she unconsciously thought. Ah. Suhin fell silently into thought, unaware that Chekarin was secretly observing him with sharp eyes. Lloyd continued cheerfully. In that case, there will be no casualties from accidents and new records will be set. That is the true solution to your speed problem. After finishing his speech, Lloyd bowed again respectfully. With a very triumphant face and determined eyes, he thought to himself, With this, Tope will be in my hands. The crowd below became boisterous once again. Some cheered happily, others protested angrily. Agreed, it's the best. No, we don't need a racetrack. Suddenly, Chekarin opened his large mouth and shouted gruffly, Nonsense. He still stubbornly adhered to his ideals, to be able to run anytime, anywhere, without being constrained by the situation. That is the tradition we centaurs have upheld to this day. Chekarin spoke very firmly and emphatically, This is what saved us in the War of the Races. We can never abandon it. Lloyd raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and casually asked, Is there still a War of the Races happening now? He still calmly replied, This is a way to express gratitude to history and our ancestors. The people around also started murmuring, and everyone tried to persuade the chieftain. What that human said is entirely right. We must change. We must prevent accidents from happening. Ziranen also strongly expressed her opinion. Father, even if you don't agree, Father, I will invest in this. I will allow the construction of that racetrack. The supporters cheered happily. Ziranen, you're the best, you're awesome. The opposition vehemently retorted, What nonsense, the racetrack is for you to use. Chekarin glared at her, sternly warning, Do you hear? Our tribe is divided. Ziranen ignored his attitude and replied with a calm and cold expression, It can't be helped, I guess. The debate was endless, and both sides continued to argue, trying to persuade each other. Chieftain, expel that human. Allow the construction of the racetrack. Chieftain, why should we listen to that lowly human? His complexion darkened instantly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the opponent, demanding in a loud voice, It's because of you that things are out of my control. You want to build a racetrack? Lloyd heard that and replied in a joyful and excited voice, If you permit it, I will execute it immediately. Chekarin sighed, then hesitated and replied, All right. Then he regained his momentum and declared firmly, Chekarin challenges you, the supersonic human, to a duel. His eyes turned fierce and murderous. He growled, If I win, you must leave this place immediately. Lloyd did not back down, looking at the old man with a wicked smile, and continued firmly, If I win, I will build the racetrack. The atmosphere immediately heated up, and the entire centaur tribe was excited, cheering violently. A moment later, Lloyd changed into different clothes. He confidently walked out in a sleeveless shirt, shorts, and boots with Haviel, his bodyguard, beside him. He glanced at his master and asked curiously, You're not even using your ultimate skill or riding podong, and you agreed to him. Do you have a plan? Lloyd replied very casually and indifferently. No, I'm just going to run. Haviel said even more incomprehensibly, worried, I hear Chekarin has won all 380 races. I don't see how young master can win. He just casually shrugged and happily reassured Haviel, This is a race where you run to the finish line and return to the starting line. Since I accepted the challenge, the right to set the finish line is mine. The race route was set. The northern border of the Magantano kingdom. The total round-trip distance was an insane 60 kilometers. After saying this much, Lloyd couldn't hide his excitement. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. He declared with a fierce and arrogant expression, "Therefore I, the human, will have the upper hand." Above the blue sky, the sun shone dazzlingly upon all creation below. Checarin and Lloyd Frontera both stood at the starting line. On either side, countless centaurs were eagerly cheering for the race. Everyone thought humans were weak animals. The referee's booming voice rang out. "Ready." The two quickly took their starting positions. Humans are weaker than even small chimpanzees. Ziranin was also holding her breath, watching this dramatic race. Comanche didn't hide his disdain for his opponent on his face. It's hard to find a mammal as slow as a human. Haviel quietly watched Lloyd from the side with a worried expression. Lloyd raised his head, and with very firm eyes he resolved in his heart, "But humans are much stronger than the world thinks." As a stone was fired from the crossbow, the referee decisively shouted the start signal. As soon as he finished speaking, Checarin shot forward like an arrow, leaving only black smoke for his opponent. Until his figure disappeared into the distance, Lloyd remained motionless at the starting line. The centaur herd stared blankly at him, standing still like a statue. After a long while, Lloyd slowly got up from the ground. His 2 feet moved evenly with small strides on the ground. Lloyd ran very leisurely, exhaling with each beat. His moving speed was so slow that the centaur herd grew impatient. They glanced sideways at him, taking step after step, and finally couldn't hold back. Bursting into tears of laughter, they taunted loudly with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, what? This race is completely messed up, look. 2-legged animals are truly pathetic." Lloyd was still jogging persistently, completely ignoring their taunts. He repeated inwardly, "Of course, in terms of physical health, humans are weaker, but then how could we have suppressed other powerful animals and developed our own civilization?" Checarin shot like an arrow, sweeping across the vast plain. Behind him, thick dust billowed, but a moment later the iron-shod hooves gradually slowed, changing from a gallop to a trot. Checarin was exhausted at this point, stopping in the middle of the grass, gasping for breath with difficulty. On the other hand, Lloyd's 2 feet were still treading evenly on the ground. He puffed out his cheeks, breathing, trying to maintain his endurance. And in his mind he already had the answer. "Because we are smarter and we can run longer." A steady breathing sound echoed across the vast plain, and in the distance Lloyd was vaguely seen still running with difficulty. He caught his breath and thought, "Though it can't compare to the astonishing explosive speed of a 4-legged beast's muscles." His feet still stepped evenly on the ground. Lloyd still had a small belief that he could win. "But I can conserve energy with just 2 legs." Under the dazzling sunlight of the prairie, Lloyd felt fortunate that he could endure. "I can also regulate my body temperature by sweating." He recalled how prehistoric humans also had an advantage in hunting thanks to their physical advantages. "This is truly the greatest physique in the history of the earth, and it can even successfully help with hunting in hell." At this moment, the heart of winter in his body complained in an unpleasant voice. "What are you mumbling about? Are you heatstroke?" The cards appeased him. "Just leave him be, his mind is always that complicated." Lloyd immediately retorted, "You two are more complicated. What the hell are you doing in my head?" After speaking, he still ran with all his might without stopping. After running for a long time, Lloyd saw the faint figure of a person behind a rock and exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, the champion of 380 races must have run too fast in the first round." Next moment, as if he had expected this, he thought to himself with a satisfied expression, "Tisk, I knew this would happen." But in an instant, Lloyd's expression suddenly hardened. The person behind the rock was Checarin. He wore black sunglasses, turned his head and looked at him very coolly. But then, seeing him get up with difficulty, Lloyd was disappointed inside. This is a bit different from what I expected. I didn't think he'd be so ordinary." Checarin walked casually beside him and complained, "My goodness, long-distance running is really hard. Our tribe is indeed fast, but we also tire quickly." This was completely opposite to Lloyd, who was still sweating and running desperately. He had just rested and still had the strength to talk. "You must have known that and proposed this race, didn't you? Smart, I commend you, but you made a mistake." After speaking, Checarin lowered his eyes and looked at him dangerously. "You didn't account for my recovery speed." Lloyd also looked up at him, and before he could react he launched himself forward, instantly leaving him far behind. Checarin deliberately left a loud promise. "See you later." Lloyd was shocked by what had just happened, his eyes wide, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, isn't this getting a bit dangerous?" After that he still maintained his speed, calmly reassuring himself inwardly. "Calm down, just maintain my pace. Exercise to be healthy and handsome. Exercise to be healthy and handsome." Lloyd regulated his breathing, inhaling and exhaling evenly to maintain his endurance. Before long, Checarin appeared before him again. He held 2 fingers to his forehead, and as Lloyd ran past, he lowered his hand, showing off his skill, and disappeared with the speed of wind. Lloyd saw him showing off but had no time to care, just quietly kept running. Soon his face turned pale and he exclaimed inwardly, "This won't do, I'm going to lose. Should I use my skill, energy battery, or should I run a little further and then use blast?" But Lloyd quickly shook his head several times, dispelling the thought that had just come to him. No, but he was still extremely worried. What if I collapse in the end? This was a battle of speed and endurance. Under the dazzling sunlight of the prairie, Lloyd was so exhausted that even his facial muscles were twitching. At this moment before him was the northern border of the Magantano kingdom, and Checarin was also standing there. He crossed his arms and chuckled, scoffing, I was going to run when you arrived, but you're making me wait too long." After speaking, he ran on all fours, kicking up dust at Lloyd. He ran to the city wall, hit the gate hard, then turned around and continued to run, leaving the two guards bewildered. Lloyd's stamina seemed almost depleted at this point, and he thought of a solution inwardly. "This monster, forget it, don't worry about the racetrack." Too helpless. "But then how do I get Taupe?" He wrinkled his nose as much as he could, then gave up inwardly. "Damn it, I'll just steal it. I don't need to solve their problems." Just then, the image of a four-legged man in the middle of the vast prairie, followed by Zeronin sadly speaking, came to mind. If our tradition was a little different, if we were born in a different place, a different world, Sumahan could have been faster. Along with that, the image of a man bowing his head in a dark room appeared. Recalling this scene, Lloyd gritted his teeth and tried to keep running, and his heart, filled with helplessness, cried out in despair. "Damn it!" Finally, Lloyd regained his composure, caught his breath, and muttered his own incantation. "As I began, so shall I end. As I began, so shall I end." Not far from there, Chekarin was sitting and resting. But this time he didn't look very peaceful. He was too exhausted, breathing heavily. As for Lloyd Frontera, he was still running diligently even as night fell, and in his mouth he was still chanting the incantation, "As I began, so shall I end," as motivation. He muttered as he ran past Chekarin. "As I began, so shall I end." But seeing Lloyd pass him, Chekarin quickly got up and ran. His voice still echoed, "As I began, so shall I end." Chekarin gritted his teeth and ran forward. Lloyd likewise ran with all his might, panting heavily. The next day, Chekarin ran to the yellow flower field section. He was still running without stopping, kicking the ground hard with his hooves to gain propulsion and vigorously shooting forward. Then Chekarin's two hind legs suddenly slipped, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Chekarin didn't give up, supporting himself with both hands and getting up. At this moment he suddenly burst into laughter, and that laughter was full of bitterness. "I'm not as spry as I used to be. My recovery speed has slowed down a lot." Chekarin looked at the ground with sad eyes, his words cut short by his gasping breath. "It's as if heaven is telling me to retire." He straightened his body and raised his head to look at the high sky. At this moment Chekarin's gaze suddenly changed, and the figures of Zeronin and Sumahan suddenly appeared before him. He looked at his daughter's face and smiled happily. Chekarin bowed his head, still thinking firmly in his heart, "Zeronin, I know you're true love, but just because you're my daughter doesn't mean I can ignore tradition, not until someone appears and tells us to rest and stop protecting." While he was thinking, Lloyd was running from behind. Chekarin was still lost in thought. "This old tradition we've always upheld," and Lloyd was still running with gritted teeth. Chekarin suddenly let out a terrifying shout. The competitive spirit burned in his mind. "Let's see if you have the right to do that. Prove it to me." At this moment, everyone in the Centaur tribe was already standing and waiting. Before long, a small child announced loudly, "They're here." Zeronin turned her head as soon as she heard that, and her eyes widened at the sight before her. Sumahan's surprised reaction was no different from hers. What they saw was Chekarin and Lloyd desperately running. Chekarin was so exhausted that he furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, and Lloyd was no different, his face covered in sweat. Amidst everyone's cheers, only Haviel Azron observed the situation with a slight change in his expression. At this time, conversation spread among the people. "The chieftain is ahead." "I know, that's the problem." Haviel Azron glanced sideways at Lloyd and was convinced inwardly. Kim Suho's mana is depleted. Seeing him drag his feet from exhaustion, he still had faith. Since his armpits are severely soaked, his depleted mana will also be immediately replenished. At this moment a system window appeared, suggesting a skill. "Would you like to use the energy battery?" But Lloyd didn't even pay attention to it. He loudly chanted his incantation, "As I began, so shall I end. As I began, so shall I end." The system, unable to understand, displayed the text in bewilderment. "What, excuse me?" Lloyd ran, chanting his own slogan, and chanted it louder and louder as if to give himself more momentum. "As I began, so shall I end. As I began, so shall I end." Haviel Azron was very surprised by his efforts. Amidst the cheers of the tribesmen, Lloyd and Chekarin were both exerting all their strength to reach the finish line first. But at this moment he was so exhausted that he was suffocating, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I feel like I'm going to die. Why isn't that old man collapsing yet?" He could only helplessly watch the old horse still running ahead. Just then Chekarin's legs suddenly cramped, making him lose his balance and slide forward. Lloyd took advantage of Chekarin's struggle to get back up and successfully overtook him. But in the blink of an eye, Chekarin once again pushed past his limits and charged forward. Lloyd couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Fall, fall." Chekarin gritted his teeth and encouraged himself, "Overcome it, exceed your limits." He was still moving forward slowly. But this time what he stepped on was not solid ground but a puddle of water. Lloyd's entire body was instantly submerged in water, and he felt uncomfortable, suffocated. "My body is too heavy." While Lloyd was stuck, Chekarin was still running. He was shocked to realize that he had now reached his limit. In the blink of an eye, a blurry image of a plate with a pool of blood appeared before Lloyd's eyes. He was now inside Kim Suho's body. Seeing his blood-stained fingers, he blankly exclaimed, "Ah!" Following that, Kim Suho's nose bled uncontrollably to the point he had to cup it with his hand, and he still cursed with his mouth. "Damn it," his blonde friend scoffed in surprise. "You bastard, not only are you poor but you're weak too." But even as he said that, a towel was already in his hand. He approached, wiped Kim Suho's nose and said, looking up, "You won't get paid if you die of excessive bleeding, right?" Kim Suho, a little displeased, grabbed his hand and said, "Who asked for help? I'll do it myself." Then, wiping his nose, he said, "I'm sorry." His blonde friend asked, puzzled, "How, what for?" Kim Suho hesitated slightly and replied, "Oh, we were eating and my nose started bleeding." Hearing this, his friend suddenly looked at him in silence, then asked curiously, "Strange, have you ever felt like your body is a bit out of balance?" Kim Suho didn't quite understand. "How, what do you mean?" His friend explained his question in more detail. "Your grades in the academy are top-notch, you're smart and very persistent. Someone like you should be full of confidence, but strangely your body is quite weak." Kim Suho just sat quietly listening to his words. His friend glanced elsewhere and said in a speculative tone, "It's like you came from another world and can't adapt to this one. There are some worlds where heroes with incredible powers appear in manga or anime, but when they come to this world they can't even breathe properly." Kim Suho heard this but said nothing, only widened his innocent eyes. A few seconds later he managed to smile and said, "It's been like this since I was young." His blonde friend poured hot water onto a towel, still looking at Kim Suho with suspicious eyes. Then he approached, wiped his nose again and gave him some news. "I can't buy you barbecue anymore." His lips curved upwards, but there was no hint of disappointment or fear. "My parents were caught defrauding politicians. They're on trial and will probably be convicted. In a few days we'll be beggars." Kim Suho looked up at him in surprise. Then he pointed at his own perpetually furrowed brows and face and said, "This expression of mine, my parents' faces were like this since I was born. Just looking at this face is annoying, right? Isn't it cool?" Then his friend went back to his seat and said with an arrogant face, "I don't have money to buy you anything anymore. You don't need to meet me." Kim Suho finally opened his mouth in dismay. "What are you talking about? You know you're my only friend. You've helped me a lot." Hearing him speak, his friend smiled again and said, "Friendship is give and take. What would you learn from hanging out with me? Do you know why I hang out with you? Because you're damn cool." He began to open up. "Your situation is the worst. But you never give up. I come from a wealthy family. I had everything I wanted. So if I were in your situation, I'd probably die right away." His blonde friend looked at him and asked, "Tell me, how can I become as strong as you?" Kim Suho, a little flustered, looked elsewhere and replied, "What's strong about me? I just do what I always do every day. Study and work, then study and work again." His friend leaned forward, raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Aha, I get it. Wait for me." Kim Suho quietly listened to his promise. "If I think I've become as cool as you, I'll come back and buy you 10 servings of barbecue," his friend said confidently and loudly. "All you have to do is do your best, right? Just keep doing well what you started, right?" Thanks to these words, Lloyd escaped the puddle that was trying to swallow him. Haviel Azron thought he would lose, but he didn't expect him to find a breakthrough himself. Shock was clearly visible on his face. Lloyd continued to run. He gritted his teeth, his steps heavy. Even the moment his feet touched the ground, he felt the strain. Haviel Azron blankly wondered, what kind of tenacity is that? Seeing Lloyd doing his best, he admired inwardly. Until now, he has always overcome adversity, but this is the first time he hasn't relied on his mysterious abilities. A normal human has that level of mental strength. "I thought who you were didn't matter, because you saved our land, but now I want to know. I want to know what kind of life you lived in your previous world." He stared intently at Lloyd as he ran past. Zeronin was also extremely nervous at the sight before her eyes. All the spectators held their breath and fell silent. Only the heavy breathing of Lloyd and Chekarin remained on the racetrack. He was still clinging closely to him. Lloyd gritted his teeth as if squeezing out his last remaining strength. Then his vision blurred and his eyes unconsciously slowly closed. Now he saw nothing, only the cheers of the people echoed in his ears. A moment later, under the dazzling sunlight, Lloyd saw Haviel Osrahan's face. He was lying stretched out on the ground panting, and Haviel Azron was sitting beside him. His voice barely audible, he asked, "Did I win?" Haviel Azron quietly closed his eyes and didn't answer. Then he looked back at Chekarin, who was also lying stretched out on the ground, and slowly replied, "Yes, you won again." Haviel Azron extended his hand and helped him up. "Get up." Just then a familiar voice caught both their attention. "Listen, everyone." Chekarin waved his arm majestically and said loudly, "Our tribe will usher in a new era." Hearing this, all the tribesmen cheered joyfully in unison. Lloyd put his hands on his hips and said triumphantly, "Good, everything went according to plan. Now all that's left is to build the racetrack and receive the tope." Haviel Azron glanced at his seemingly exhausted form and replied, "Looking at your current state, the words 'according to plan' make me doubt." Then he asked curiously, "I have a question. Why didn't you use your mysterious abilities? You could have won easily." Lloyd lowered his eyes and remained silent, not answering. In the distance, Chekarin and Zeronin were talking about something. Lloyd replied, a little disheartened, "Because that old man ran with all his heart. I didn't use it because I felt like I'd be cheating." Hearing this reason, the system window couldn't help but appear. "The fact that you possess a mana heart is already cheating," he immediately retorted. "That's a passive skill. I didn't do it on purpose." Haviel Azron suddenly sighed then, and Lloyd looked at him puzzled. Then he put his hand on his chest, bowed respectfully and said, "Let's begin construction." "I will do my best." Young Master Lloyd, not the least bit excited, asked in confusion, "Why young Master Lloyd this time?" He answered sincerely, "Because you deserve to be called that." In Haviel Osrahan's heart a thought was also quietly solidified. Yes, this man, Kim Suho, looking at his face, he vowed inwardly, "I must protect you even at the cost of my life." In the tribe's campsite, Lloyd Frontera's voice rang out, We need to start building the racetrack. This project will take about a year to complete. Inside the campsite, Lloyd and Haviel Azron were kneeling together before Chekarin. He spoke on their behalf. However, my time is limited, so I plan to use my superpowers to stop time in the entire world except for this land. In fact, I came from another world and gained many superpowers after coming to this one. I know it's difficult, but I asked the centaur tribesmen to leave this plane. Hearing him speak so honestly, Haviel Azron, who was next to him, glanced at him but said nothing. He only thought to himself, he can indeed stop time, but revealing his identity like this is quite surprising. But even though Lloyd said so much, Chekarin wasn't surprised or curious in the slightest. He merely shouted simply, "Do as you wish." Haviel Azron looked at him, immediately refuting his own previous thought. No, this old man is even more surprising. A moment later, Lloyd was shouldering a shovel, looking at the vast plain with Haviel Azron. He loudly shouted, "Status window." And immediately a system window appeared displaying several lines of text in succession. Time freeze. Activate the power of the winter's ass to freeze the flow of time. RP required to use skill, 3000. Current RP 4665. Then it asked, "Would you like to use the time freeze skill?" Yes, no. Lloyd looked up, waved his arm and shouted loudly, "Time." Then he extended his arm forward and commanded, "Freeze." A few seconds later, a notification message appeared in the system window. The power of the winter's ass has been unleashed. The heart of winter also quickly received the command. It slowly emitted its power and exclaimed, "Ah." The moment the heart of winter unleashed a powerful current of cold, it retorted loudly, "I'm not an ass, you bastard." Outside, Lloyd had his face turned towards the sky and was trembling all over. Haviel Azron quietly watched him cast the spell from behind. He trembled more and more severely, his entire body stiffening, and his waist bent completely backward. A moment later, a thin, blurry film appeared in the distance at the end of the plain. From outside, a massive layer of ice covered the entire land. Lloyd said expressionlessly, "Done." Haviel Azron honestly commented, "It looks a bit cheap." He agreed, "I concur." Finishing his words, Lloyd shouldered the shovel and continued walking. Let's check it first." A moment later, he saw a cat trying to catch a butterfly suspended in midair inside the ice layer. Lloyd stood up and said, "This seems good enough." Haviel Azron said boredly, "You must be disappointed that the effect is a bit dull." He heard him and only sighed. He accepted the reality. "Ha, that's life. What else special do you need?" Finishing his words, Lloyd raised the shovel in his hand high and loudly shouted, "The important thing is to finish everything quickly. Let's start construction." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck down forcefully and the ground instantly received a powerful impact, scattering sand and dust everywhere. This was Phase 1, the Great Master Super Bulldozer's ground leveling. Next was Phase 2, the Great Master Super Craftsman's terrain shaping. Lloyd brought a long chair from somewhere and rested while Haviel Azron arduously surveyed the land. Phase 3, the Great Master Super Vehicle's ground compacting. Haviel Azron diligently stomped on each piece of ground. Phase 4, the Great Master Super Laborer's negotiation demand. At this stage he ran to where Lloyd was lying down and asked, suppressing his anger, "Something is wrong. Why am I doing everything alone?" "Who would have known?" Lloyd asked back with a face full of shock and surprise. "What? Didn't you call me young master? So this elder can do as he pleases, right? You said it yourself. What does this sudden change mean? Is he acting strange now? Is he serious?" Thus the negotiation failed. Haviel Azron was furious but couldn't refute him. To speed up the progress, a new machine was introduced in Phase 3. Several golden dolls rolled around, flattening the ground. Phase 5, the rebels create reinforced concrete. This phase was easily passed. Lloyd finally stood up to check the progress of the construction now. For Phase 6, rebar needs to be laid and reinforced. This construction method is called Continuous Reinforced Concrete Pavement CRCP. Compared to other construction methods, it has a longer lifespan and is perfect for this hot and dry plain. He closed his eyes and thought, the rebar must be of precise size, perfectly horizontal and firmly fixed. Ultimately, most of this road has to be constructed by hand, so I'll probably need the centaur tribe's help. Looking at the centaur herd, everyone was complaining arduously. "Ah, I can't reach. Oh, my back, it's too hard to sit down and stand up." Lloyd quickly abandoned that thought. They're completely useless. In the end, the Great Master with a displeased face continued to do everything himself. Before long, Phase 7 concrete pouring arrived. Next was Phase 8 curing. After pouring the concrete, paper was laid down. Next was Phase 9 sand finishing. Haviel Azron embraced large sandbags one by one and poured them. At this time, Lloyd appeared behind the working Haviel Azron with an exhausted face and shouted loudly, "Final phase. Construction will be completed." Lloyd stood on the high wall, shovel on his shoulder, looking down at the very magnificent stadium of all shapes and forms. He wiped the sweat from his hands and said triumphantly, "A big construction project that took 7 months is finished." Not stopping there, Lloyd shamelessly turned to a scowling Haviel Azron and asked, "How is it? Haviel, isn't it cool? We finished this in just 7 months, isn't that amazing?" Haviel Azron gritted his teeth and didn't answer. Instead, a sound of fury was heard. He couldn't hold it back and growled, then silently turned and left Lloyd alone. Then a system window appeared, indicating Haviel's maximum possible level of fury. Lloyd still watched his retreating figure with an amused expression. A short while later, at the grandly newly built racetrack, Chekarin majestically boomed, "Welcome to the Centaur racetrack. Welcome to the first race." He spread his arms and announced clearly, "With the existence of this racetrack, new rules will be established, no impromptu races and speed limits within the village. I know some agree and some do not." Having said this, Chekarin emphasized, "But it doesn't matter anyway. This is my decision. He extended a hand to Zeronin and declared, the historic first race. This is a competition to win the right to marry my small, lovely, beautiful, and elegant daughter, Zeronin. Zeronin immediately protested, don't do that. But Chekarin ignored her and continued to praise, unbelievable. Even when you're angry, you're still so elegant. Zeronin angrily repeated, I told you not to. Next, he introduced each candidate. Contestant number 1, Comanche. Contestant number 2, Sumahan. As soon as this name was heard, the surrounding audience immediately began to despise and ridicule him. Hey, Comanche, isn't your opponent too easy? He'll be rolling on the ground again. He'll be the first loser in history. Comanche also greatly despised his opponent. He raised his voice and scoffed, Hey Sumahan, I saw you practicing running in a corner of the prairie. You're quite fast. Running slowly in the village must be because you're afraid of collisions. Having said this, Comanche frowned and said in a lecturing tone, you're not the only one who controls your speed. There's no need to use an ox slaughtering knife to catch a chicken, so I also slowed down to race with the village snails. No matter how the world changes, an incapable person will always remain incapable. But Sumahan didn't pay any attention to this provocation, and at that moment Lloyd interrupted, All right, enough with the bickering. He raised an arrow high and called out, Ready? Immediately, both contestants took their starting positions. Zeronin watched her beloved from a high vantage point. Next to her, her father Chekarin also watched the match. Lloyd shot a flaming arrow into the air and shouted, Go! As soon as the command was given, Sumahan vanished without a trace. He ran so fast that the spectators couldn't see him, only feeling a strong gust of wind that distorted their faces. Before they could even close their mouths, another gust of wind blew past in the blink of an eye. While Comanche was still near the starting line, Sumahan was already far past the finish line. He quickly stopped, slowly turned his head and politely replied, Excuse me, I have something urgent, so I'll go ahead. Comanche's face stiffened, and he simply stared at his opponent with wide eyes. On this side, Sumahan leapt up to where Zeronin and Chekarin were. Lloyd looked up at him from below and silently proposed, Zeronin, will you marry me? Zeronin had waited a long time for these words. She was moved to tears, trembling slightly. After a moment, Zeronin ran to Sumahan, hugged him tightly and chided, You took too long to propose, you fool. Chekarin, who was standing nearby, also showed no signs of stopping them. Then Zeronin smiled happily and loudly told her tribesmen, Did everyone see? This fool, he's my man. After speaking, the two looked at Lloyd with grateful eyes. He also smiled back at them. The night sky was illuminated by gentle moonlight, creating a mysterious and serene space. Inside that tent, a centaur family rested together, and the space was quite quiet. As the centaur father spoke, the centaur son's face turned helpless. It seems there's no other way. Then he firmly said, Let's get a divorce. The centaur mother also heard this and didn't try to stop him. All right, I have no thoughts either. At this moment, in the very noisy racetrack, the commentator's voice echoed with cheers. Today is the final race. The name of today's race is Wife, Can We Be Together Again? The protagonists of this race are none other than the centaur mother and the centaur father. On the stage, the two were ready. With the start signal, the two words start were shouted. From the stands, Lloyd watched this race and wondered, Why is the name so strange? Zeronin, who was next to him, immediately replied, Well, you must have been resting, so you didn't notice. It's become a trend in the centaur tribe, she continued. People here are so addicted to the speed they feel while running on the racetrack that they often look for excuses to race. The most common reason is to divorce and then remarry. There are no more accidents and everyone likes it, but what if the divorce rate goes up? Hearing Zeronin's words, Lloyd was truly exhausted. These guys are the craziest creatures I've ever seen in this world. Suddenly, Zeronin handed him a piece of paper. Oh, and this too. Lloyd didn't know anything. He asked, What's this? Zeronin wore a relaxed expression. She thought he had solved their speed problem. This map shows the location of the taupe we promised. Lloyd immediately snatched the paper from Zeronin's hand and said in a gentle tone, Oh dear, I haven't done much, but I'll shamelessly accept it. Zeronin immediately retorted, You have the most shameless face in the world. Her voice suddenly softened. Actually, I'm the shameless one. Lloyd heard that and was puzzled. Zeronin turned her head to look at him and smiled brightly. I've received too much help from you. Thank you. Lloyd immediately bowed his head and carefully said, You're welcome. I just did what I had to do. A system sound appeared. Race unlocked. You have made a great contribution to the safety and development of the centaur tribe. RP 100. Total RP 1755 at this time. Haviel Azron, who was next to him, looked at Lloyd in contemplation. He knew Kim Suho acted only for himself, but the results always ended up helping others. It was time to say goodbye to the centaurs. Haviel Azron was still deep in thought. You are different from the noble heroes of old I heard about when I was young, but now, for me, Lloyd and Haviel Azron had already packed their bags. Walking through this yellow flower field, Haviel Azron thought he was the protagonist of this world. As they walked, Lloyd suddenly felt a change in Haviel Azron. When he turned his head to look, to his great surprise, Haviel Azron had disappeared from this place. This greatly startled Lloyd. Fear surged along with it. Suddenly, Haviel Osrahan's voice was heard. Young Master Lloyd. Only now did Lloyd see that he was still there. Seeing his surprised look, Haviel Azron asked curiously, Is something wrong? Lloyd stammered. Nothing, I just thought. Haviel Osrahan's face still looked very puzzled about this matter. Lloyd saw that and didn't want to say anything more. Never mind, don't worry about it. The two continued to walk and Lloyd touched his forehead thinking, maybe I'm just tired. Is it a nervous breakdown? Oh, and he looked straight ahead. Lloyd opened his mouth. Since we've reached the border, I should stop the time freeze ability. Immediately, the system appeared, notifying, Time freeze ended. From above, the cold aura that had enveloped this place quickly disappeared, bringing more vibrant colors to this land. Lloyd and Haviel Azron still stood there quietly without a sound. Lloyd suddenly became annoyed. It just ends with a pop. What is this? Haviel Azron, who was behind him, said. You'd best get used to it. Suddenly, Lloyd's heart pounded violently, and a cold aura began to solidify his heart, feeling it within his body. Lloyd's entire face turned pale. He screamed in pain, clutching his chest and falling to his knees. Haviel Azron saw that and worried. Young Master Lloyd, breathing heavily, Lloyd wondered. Amazing, my heart suddenly froze. Winters asked what's going on. It is the incarnation of the heart of winter, she replied. The powerful extreme energy that can even freeze space and time is moving. You don't feel it when the energy is emitted from your body, but you feel it when the energy is absorbed. Hearing that, Lloyd was startled. What? Winters asked. Am I okay? She continued. Well, perhaps that's not the problem right now. Lloyd began to get annoyed. Winters asked, give me a proper answer. What happens if I use time freeze again? The incarnation of the heart of winter replied. I really don't know since I didn't create myself. Lloyd was angry. You Winter's anus bastard. What do you know? She continued. Tisk, I'll tell you this much. The incarnation of the heart of winter seemed angry. Calling me Winter's ass is somewhat bearable, but being called Winter's anus makes me a bit angry. Lloyd didn't care about her feelings. Is that important right now? Winter's hemorrhoid. Get out of my body. She immediately retorted. I can leave any time, but you know that your heart will leave with me and you'll die, right? Suffering both physical and mental agony, Lloyd bit his lip. Damn it, I'm forced to keep you because of the time freeze ability. But letting you go would endanger me, the incarnation of the heart of winter continued. Tisk, you can ask the one who is approaching this place for more details. Just then, Haviel Azron sensed something was coming. Lloyd immediately asked, what is it? Haviel Azron replied, I'm not sure, but he's very serious. I don't think I can stop him. In the middle of the vast and desolate plain, the two began to stand up to face whatever was approaching. Just then, from the blue sky above, a massive pair of wings parted the clouds and plunged straight towards the two of them. A fierce wind blew. Lloyd and Haviel Azron were both dumbfounded and surprised. Before them was the massive body of a dragon. Its entire body was covered in a thick layer of ice. Lloyd quickly recognized it. The ice dragon, Terathos, the one who created the winter's anus. The incarnation of the heart of winter immediately retorted angrily, I told you to call me Winter's ass. Terathos's eyes glowed with fury, and he opened his mouth and asked, Are you the one who devoured the heart of winter? The one who abused its power and froze the time of this world? Terathos's eyes widened and shone brighter. I must retrieve it, without fear, Lloyd denied with tears in his eyes and an innocent face. That wasn't me. At this sight, Haviel Azron, who was behind him, stiffened. Terathos also seemed not to have expected this. Even if he said it again, no one would believe him. The incarnation of the heart of winter was also speechless. Terathos asked again, It wasn't you, really? Lloyd resolutely replied. Yes, you've got the wrong person. Then he turned his back and walked away. Please find that person quickly. Goodbye. Terathos opened his mouth. I see, I must have mistaken you for someone else. As he uttered these words, Lloyd's and Haviel Azron's faces were filled with extreme fear and worry. Terathos glared at the two of them and growled, Did you think I would say that? Immediately the two knelt and respectfully bowed their heads. Lloyd asked, My goodness, just a moment, what did you say you were looking for earlier? Terathos replied, The heart of winter. He continued, I heard it as the heart of spring. Yes, I have your heart of winter. This was what he said outwardly. Inwardly, Lloyd muttered, Damn it, it didn't work. Haviel Azron heard that and was surprised, thinking, What, did he really think such a cheap trick would work? Terathos pressed on. The heart of winter was a gift I gave to Michael, the founder of the Magantano kingdom. How dare you absorb it? You don't even seem to be his descendant. Terathos became even angrier. You stole it. Didn't you? Lloyd was still prostrating. He explained, I'm not a thief nor a descendant of the royal family, but I work with them. In fact, I'm married to the royal family. Terathos grumpily asked, To whom? He blurted out, Her Majesty Queen Alicia Termina Magantano. At his shameless lie, Haviel Azron, who was next to him, was sweating profusely. Terathos was still suspicious. Then I can ask her about this, can't I? Lloyd continued. Please do so. Haviel Azron's sweat and tears flowed like a spring. This was probably the biggest disaster in his life. Immediately, Terathos flew away to confirm the truth. At this time, in the wind left by Terathos, Haviel Azron had already raised his head, and the wind also gradually subsided. Lloyd sat quietly, his entire face devoid of energy. I'm screwed. What do I do? I'm so screwed. What do I do? On this side, Alicia was also very surprised by Terathos's appearance. Great founding dragon Terathos, what did you just say? Terathos let out a cold breath, and flames flickered in his eyes. Did I not ask if it was true that the one who absorbed the heart of winter married you? Suddenly, with the rumor of marriage circulating, Alicia was more surprised than ever. The great dragon Terathos was a being from the founding myth of the Magantano kingdom. A being who helped King Michael establish the kingdom. Seeing the great Terathos before her, Alicia said to herself, The great Terathos has appeared before me. She thought something serious had happened. Had he come to deliver an oracle, or was the kingdom in danger? Surely it wasn't because of the heart of winter. At that moment Terathos spoke, asking, Descendant of my friend Michael, is it true that you have married the one who absorbed the heart of winter? Alicia's face hardened. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Alicia asked again, "Oh, great founding dragon Terathos, what did you just say?" Terathos repeated. "I asked if the one who absorbed the heart of winter has married you." A look of profound perplexity was etched on Alicia's face. Seeing this, Terathos was enraged. "Your expression tells me that fellow lied." Alicia quickly assessed the current situation. She connected the dots. Lloyd had absorbed the heart of winter. Lord Terathos was angry. Lloyd's lie had been exposed. He had lied that he absorbed the heart of winter because he was married to her. So Alicia answered firmly, "No, we married in secret, and I was merely surprised that you knew about it." Terathos was puzzled. "A secret marriage? Why did you marry him in secret?" Alicia replied without the slightest hesitation. "Because I was embarrassed." Terathos didn't understand her words. Alicia explained, "I worried that my body would tremble and my face would flush when walking down the aisle with Lloyd. And I feared being called the shy queen of Magentano by the people around me and even the entire kingdom." At this answer, Terathos, finding it absurd yet plausible, fell into a brief moment of thought. Alicia continued, "The heart of winter was entrusted to him. He did not steal it." Terathos was genuinely quite shocked to hear this. Then he spoke, "I will believe you." Having achieved his purpose, Terathos flew away in a flash, leaving behind a cold aura. Now Alicia was left alone on the balcony. She frowned in anger. "This fool," with a determined expression, Alicia vowed, "next time we meet, you'd better be prepared for what's coming." In the desolate plain, Haviel, Azron and Lloyd sat quietly. It was as if they already knew their fate. Just then, Terathos appeared with furious momentum. Lloyd still wore an innocent expression. Haviel Osrahan's face darkened. Terathos looked at them and said, "Your words were true." Lloyd's heart shone brightly. "I'm alive. This is the best. This is totally amazing. Damn it, my queen. Oh my god, you're so cool. I am your slave, your slave. I will do whatever you command. You're the best. You're awesome. Mom, I'm alive." Terathos continued, "In that case, I will gently take it out for you in an instant." His joy was short-lived. At Terathos's decision, Lloyd froze like a stone. He continued speaking, "Though I am quite curious, as you possess a dragon's heart, it is a power that should not exist. A power that can swallow even the heart of winter and even stop time. You are a threat to the laws of this world." Terathos's eyes shone brightly. "I will retrieve it." And so, the incarnation of the heart of winter immediately began to be pulled out from Lloyd Frontera's body. He screamed in agony, struggling to hold onto it with his hands. Haviel Azron saw this, and knowing he couldn't defeat Terathos, still reached for his sword. At that moment, Lloyd shouted, "Stop, stop, you'll regret it if you kill me." The incarnation of the heart of winter stopped being pulled out. Lloyd, who had been stretched taut like a rubber band and suddenly stopped, recoiled violently back into his body, falling backward. Terathos asked, "Why should I regret it?" Lloyd scrambled to his feet, thinking, "All right, this dragon is the type to listen to humans. That means I have the upper hand." Lloyd was truly a natural actor. He pretended to be pitiful, trembling all over. "I am a member of the Dragon King's council." Terathos asked again, "You a member?" As Terathos found it hard to believe, Lloyd immediately prostrated himself and said, "Yes, feel free to verify." Terathos opened his eyes wide and his two eyes shone brightly like headlights. Terathos's gaze was verifying this fact. This appeared and confirmed the truth. Terathos was surprised. "It's true. He recognized you," Lloyd thought. "This dragon is referring to an absolute being. Is the Dragon King him? He must be one of the strongest dragons in the world. Haviel, you'd be pulverized if you fought him." Lloyd slowly raised his head, thinking, "If you kill me, you will surely have a problem with the Dragon King." Terathos suddenly laughed. "Ha, are you threatening me now? For the sake of world order, I can handle a problem with him." Lloyd continued, "Looking at this face, do you think I would dare to threaten you? I have already accepted death." Lloyd prostrated himself again, raising his behind. "But I don't want my death to cause any problems for others. Even if your majesty kills me, I would like to offer a proposal to prevent any issues between your majesty and the Dragon King." It sounded quite plausible. Terathos said, If there's such a method, it wouldn't be bad." "Continue." An opportunity arose. Lloyd immediately said, "Please make a wager with me. If I win, please let me go. If I lose, take the heart of winter." Tears streamed down Lloyd Frontera's face. "Of course I expect to lose." Terathos was listening to his words very carefully. "If you kill me because I made a wager, even the Dragon King will have no grounds to complain to your majesty." Lloyd began to explain the method. "The wager is this. Please allow me to attack your majesty's belly once. If your majesty vomits, I win," Lloyd added in a tragic voice. "But I am certain such a thing will never happen." Nevertheless, Lloyd thought, "After I die, I'll gain the title, one who struck Terathos. So it's still a win for me." Terathos listened, observing the small weak human carefully. Seeing his pitiful state and ceaseless crying, Terathos accepted the request. "Very well. Since I am killing an innocent being, I will accept your proposal." Lloyd immediately clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Thank you for listening to the words of a lowly human who is about to die. If it's not too much to ask, would your majesty grant one more wish to this young man whose days are numbered?" Terathos grumbled, "You ask for too much." "What now?" Lloyd said in a gloomy voice. "Since I was little, I've always loved water. My dream is to be cremated in the sea. Please let my final attack and death happen near water." Terathos seemed uninterested. "It doesn't matter where. Just finish it quickly," Lloyd continued. "There's a river over there. Let's go there." And so Lloyd guided Terathos, walking listlessly. Haviel Azron beside him couldn't understand at all. What kind of wager is this? Oh my god. From triumph to despair. Young master seems to have no chance of winning. Seeing Lloyd Frontera's sad, lifeless face, a face covered in tears, Haviel Azron gritted his teeth and vowed, I must somehow stop that dragon and help Lord Lloyd escape. At that moment Terathos's massive foot entered the water. Terathos stood fully in the river. All right, I'm ready. Lloyd still had a very sad face, as if he didn't want to face Terathos, and turned his back. Then his tone and expression suddenly changed, becoming terrifyingly menacing. Here I come. Even Terathos flinched and tensed up at this sudden murderous intent. He stood still without any defense. It was too easy for Lloyd Frontera. He clenched his fist and charged. Lloyd seemed to pour all his strength into this single attack. The system appeared. Special skill. Abdominal strike, and so Lloyd successfully struck Terathos's belly, though it didn't seem to hurt much. Then Terathos spoke. An interesting human. Well done. You will be remembered forever as the great human who struck us. As the sacred dragon was speaking, he suddenly retched. Terathos vomited all the essence of the river. The system reappeared. You can attack the abdomen of all creatures in the water, causing them to vomit everything in their stomach in one go. Lloyd was completely covered in Terathos's vomit, but he looked incredibly excited. He asked himself with satisfaction, did I win? Terathos was telling a story. As always, I was spending time alone. At this point, Terathos sensed time stopping. He continued his story, until time suddenly stopped. Terathos speculated, this must be the power of the Heart of Winter. What kind of monster can amplify that power to this extent? Soon, Terathos sensed that the source of this power was coming from that direction. Wait, the Heart of Winter inside a human body? Who on earth could swallow the Heart of Winter and even stop time? Terathos moved. I don't know what he's going to do, but this is a very dangerous situation, so I'll fly to his location as soon as the ability is released, and now here. Terathos was quite bewildered, and now I'm getting hit in the belly by him and vomiting. Even though everything was part of his plan, Lloyd still pretended to be bewildered. Oh my, what happened? How did I win? That's really strange. Hearing this, Terathos froze completely, unable to say anything. Just then he suddenly transformed into human form. Terathos was still vomiting what remained in his stomach. He asked Lloyd Frontera, utterly exhausted, Human, what have you done? Lloyd feigned innocence. He didn't even care about Terathos's vomit on his body and said, I'm serious. How could such a thing happen? Perhaps it's a miracle. What's going on? Lloyd asked again. Did I win the wager? Am I alive now? Terathos reluctantly replied. Yes, dragons always keep their promises. I have no choice. Lloyd breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I'm alive. I really thought I was going to die earlier. It's a crappy skill, but it's useful. The system appeared. You can attack the abdomen of all creatures in the water, causing them to vomit everything in their stomach in one go. Lloyd thought, regardless of the amount of water, as long as the target is in the water, the skill is effective. Terathos spoke again, but this promise is for this one time only. If you disturb the order of the world again, Lloyd immediately bowed his head respectfully and replied, Don't worry, I don't have the courage to do it again. Terathos gave a contemptuous look. You are not only shameless and cunning, but you also possess a strange power that defies the laws of nature. I truly don't know if letting you go is the right thing to do. Just then, Lloyd's eyes and face were filled with surprise at Terathos's words. If you were a bad guy, my son wouldn't have accepted you as a member. He was still speculating. Tisk, I'll just leave it as it is. Lloyd immediately interjected. Wait, your son, the Dragon King, this is? Terathos said nonchalantly. Yes, he's my son. Now Lloyd looked like someone completely stunned, having received such shocking information. When Lloyd fell silent, Terathos was very puzzled. Just then Lloyd quickly approached him and said, Father of this. Then he suddenly grabbed Terathos's hand. Lloyd pursed his lips and said in a gentle voice, You must have had a hard time, haven't you? Terathos was horrified by Lloyd Frontera's action. What are you doing? Let go of my hand, you're scaring me. Lloyd gripped his hand tightly. Oh my God, you must have endured so much. He caressed Terathos's hand and Terathos shouted, Don't rub my hand, you're getting vomit on it. Stop it. Lloyd ignored him. He continued, Goodness, your hands are so rough. I can feel the suffering your majesty has endured. Terathos retorted, There is nothing in this world that can make me suffer. Even as he said that, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. An unexpected occurrence even for Terathos himself. He asked himself, what is this? Why am I crying? Lloyd consoled him. Cry. Don't be ashamed. Standing in the middle of the river which was full of Terathos's vomit, Lloyd continued, Even if your majesty doesn't express it, I can feel everything. He's lazy, selfish and even violent, but he's still incredibly strong. His words were filled with empathy and understanding. You must have endured for thousands of years. Terathos was truly surprised to hear this, and his eyes unknowingly filled with tears. He was moved by such immense understanding. Terathos immediately embraced Lloyd Frontera, grabbing his sleeve tightly. Terathos began to weep aloud. He poured out his grievances. No one has ever said such words to me before, this damned fellow. My son, I truly tried hard to raise him to be a proper person, but in the end it was his wife who helped him grow. Terathos was still pouring out all his sadness. It's so humiliating. Even my daughter, who loved me so much, went to find her sister-in-law. All my efforts were in vain. They all only think of their own happiness. Who would think of me? No one in my family listens to me anymore. Now I'm just an old dragon. Haviel Azron sat on the riverbank watching it all. No one would have expected such a scene to unfold. No one would believe it even if told. Then Lloyd opened his mouth. No, those people, the ones your majesty said only thought of their own pleasure. They are all flowers that bloomed thanks to your majesty willingly becoming their fertilizer. These words awakened Terathos. It was as if all his efforts were being acknowledged. Terathos buried his face in Lloyd's shoulder and wept even louder. The endless heartbreaking cries echoed far and wide. Lloyd merely patted Terathos gently. No one could have anticipated that this too was part of Lloyd Frontera's plan. His face took on a cunning expression. If I finish him with this blow, the great Terathos will die thinking I'm dangerous. A wicked laugh echoed in his mind. Haviel Azron witnessed everything, scenes no one could have imagined. Numerous thoughts began to surface in his mind. Is that guy the protagonist of this world, or a pure villain? I couldn't say he was doing evil, but I couldn't call it good either. Now I understand nothing. The weather was clear, the sky blue and the sunlight brilliant. At this moment all three of them were resting on this green plain. Terathos spoke. Ah, how embarrassing, I'm a dragon, yet I embraced and cried before a human. Ha, Lloyd continued. Ha, it seems that when we empathize with each other, humans and dragons are no different. Terathos suddenly glanced at Lloyd and sat up and asked, Human, you said your name was Lloyd, didn't you? Lloyd replied. Yes, great Terathos. Terathos slowly said, You will soon die, he explained. The heart of winter is slowly freezing your heart. If more time passes, you will die. Hearing that, Lloyd reprimanded the incarnation of the heart of winter. Winter's anus, are you an assassin? Did you come to kill me? She angrily replied. That's harsh. I didn't know either. I let myself be absorbed by you to save you, didn't I? And I told you I'm an ass, Lloyd shot back. Shut up, Winter's hemorrhoid. Now both he and Haviel Azron were dumbfounded. Lloyd asked in a panic, Is there no solution? I cannot die yet. Terathos thought for a moment. He said, Your heart is freezing, so it must be melted. You need to absorb the eye of summer, which possesses the power of fire. Lloyd froze. That's another holy relic of the Magentano kingdom. Do I have to owe the queen again? Thinking that, he asked, How long until my heart is completely frozen? Terathos immediately replied, Around 5 years at the fastest, 10 years at the latest. Hearing that, Lloyd fell silent. Deep in thought, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Is that all? Then that's quite a long time, isn't it? I suppose I can resolve everything before things go south. Terathos was surprised. His mental fortitude is quite strong. He continues to surprise me. This might be what Vis in the heart of winter saw in him, he asked. What is this problem you wish to resolve? Lloyd hesitated slightly. Oh, it's quite a long story, Terathos said firmly. Tell me everything. He exuded a strong sense of trust. If it's not too difficult, I will help you. The river was now filled with vomit. What an environmental hazard. At this moment Lloyd was speaking. To prevent the unfortunate fate I saw in my dream, I am collecting the materials for Iroha. Terathos said, I have 2 of the things you're looking for, Hauraki and Takapuna. As if he had discovered a gold mine, Lloyd's mouth dropped open and his eyes shone brightly. He immediately bowed his head and pleaded, I know it's shameless, but please, could you give them to me? Terathos casually replied, I picked them up when I went to see the ancient demon king's castle. I'm just using them as pillows so you can have them. Lloyd couldn't hide his joy. This is the best, it's like winning the lottery. 5 materials in total felt a bit overwhelming, but now I've collected 4. I just need to find the last material, Kiora, Terathos continued. Kiora, as far as I know, Vis has it. Lloyd was surprised again. What? Terathos continued. That scoundrel kept sending things to other places while researching teleportation. He sent Kiora somewhere too. Lloyd was slightly annoyed. Why did that damn dragon bastard send it to another dimension? Then he asked. Where did you say he sent it? Terathos remembered and said, Oh, then firmly replied. Siwun. Hearing that, Lloyd was speechless. On the mountaintop that rose in the southern plains, he finally found Taupe. System notification, you have acquired Taupe, one of the legendary core materials. RP 2200, using Terathos' abilities. We quickly moved Taupe to the Mermaid Kingdom, then went directly to where the other 2 materials were stored to obtain Hauraki and Takapuna. Notification windows appeared in succession. You have acquired Hauraki, one of the legendary core materials. RP 2400. You have acquired Takapuna, one of the legendary core materials. RP 2600. RP 8955. Terathos turned to Lloyd and said, Presumably these also need to be sent to the Mermaid Kingdom like Taupe? Lloyd politely declined. It's all right. Following this, Lloyd respectfully bowed before Terathos. Considering your help, I am deeply indebted to you, Terathos commented with admiration. Those tasks were not difficult for me. Lloyd maintained his polite demeanor and replied to him, I cannot trouble you further. From now on, please just watch over me. Terathos still maintained an indifferent expression, but his words seemed very concerned. Are you sure you will need Vis's help? If you want to obtain Kiora, it won't be easy to make him lift a finger. Lloyd bowed his head lower and said, I am an expert, he continued with a satisfied smile. When it comes to these kinds of problems, that is, this action made Terathos slightly uneasy. Oh, he looked at Lloyd and thought to himself, seeing this human make me act this way, perhaps he really can do it. What a truly terrifying human. After that, Lloyd shouted with all his might, loud and clear, Yang, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the bone dragon instantly flew over like the wind. Terathos was greatly surprised. Oh, he can even command the bone dragon? What a strange fellow. This made him very concerned and thoughtful. This human, if he truly wished, possesses the power to instantly destroy the entire world. Yet after a moment of thought, Terathos turned as if he had something to say to Lloyd. Lloyd Frontera, you must not underestimate the phenomenon of fate regression. Even Vis was powerless before its immense might, but I believe you will be able to complete your mission. Lloyd gladly accepted Terathos' wise advice. Haviel and Lloyd were watching the bone dragon, which possessed ferocious power. Haviel confided his thoughts to Lloyd, who sat beside him. I wonder if Lord Vis will teleport us. He's very lazy, you see. Lloyd replied to his words. I have a plan. Lazy people often create weaknesses for others to exploit. Ha ha ha. Haviel was silent for a moment, then he spoke again. Is Siwon your hometown? Lloyd hesitated for a moment upon hearing this question, then replied to Haviel, why do you ask that? Haviel casually said, because I saw your expression change when Siwon was mentioned. Lloyd stared blankly, then smiled brightly. Now Frontera is my home. Looking at the tall, wide sky before him, Lloyd exclaimed with admiration, I miss it. I wonder if the people there are doing well. The scene shifts to a village at night. Lights illuminated the street and footsteps echoed. A group of soldiers appeared from somewhere and stopped here. Edith was the leader of these soldiers. He looked towards the lit village and said, it's right there. The village was famous for its abundant treasures and wealth. One of his lieutenants spoke. Although Lord Edith was once the third prince of the distant southern Arios Duchy and failed in his rebellion becoming a bandit leader, if we seize this village, your highness can establish the new nation you've always dreamed of. Hearing those encouraging words, Edith firmly resolved to succeed. He shouted loudly, let's go, my comrades. Turn this village to ashes and cut off that lord's head. The first platoon had just received orders and was about to charge when they encountered a group of people. They fled in a panic, terrified. Damn it, there are orcs here. How can there be so many? Retreat quickly or you'll die. Edith was furious upon hearing the bad news. What, orcs? Why are there orcs in a rural village? His subordinate knelt and reported to him. I don't know either. They were conversing as if they were ordinary residents. Edith screamed maniacally. Doesn't matter. The second platoon is to invade the lord's mansion by crossing the northern forest. The bandits again obeyed Edith's command, but this time they encountered another group making a charcoal fire in the forest. They froze in place, bewildered and terrified. One of the girls among them glared at the bandit with sharp eyes. Did you just step on a flower? After that, the bandits had to flee back to their base once more. Edith seemed unable to believe what he had heard. Damn it, why on earth are elves grilling meat in the village forest? His subordinate replied to him. How should I know? The meat looked delicious though. Edith screamed in frustration. We've come all this way, we can't turn back now. Let's all charge together. The bandits again followed orders without hesitation. The scene shifts to inside the village. Kuer hurriedly knocked on Greg's door. Lord Greg, the NN enemies are coming. Greg heard Kuer stuttering and demanded of him, speak properly. Kuer defended his speech. Proper human language is too difficult to learn. Greg stared coldly at Kuer. You're not so incoherent when talking to Emily. Suddenly, Greg realized he had forgotten something. Only then did he turn back to Kuer and ask, so what's coming? Kuer immediately replied, a bandit horde. Greg exclaimed with admiration. Oh really? Greg looked at his weapon blueprints with admiration. Good, this is a great opportunity to test it. Thus, a rocket cannon vehicle model was put into live fire testing on this occasion. Edith frowned upon seeing this weapon. A few seconds later, it exploded hundreds of meters away from the bandits, creating a sea of fire, and the bandits were greatly startled. Each of them fled for their lives. On this side, Greg clicked his tongue sadly. Tisk, it missed. The elderly senior saw Greg's disappointed face and encouraged the young man. You're better than before, I'll keep helping you. On the other side, Edith bravely shouted, I am Edith, Prince of the Abyss. You demons, I will not retreat. His lieutenant also loudly declared with high spirits, I will serve your highness until death. Your highness. The scene shifts back to Greg's side where the elderly senior said to the red-haired boy, Hey clumsy dragon, send them home. The red-haired boy stared blankly and said, why should I do that? Greg was surprised to hear this news. What, you're a dragon? I didn't know. The elderly senior discussed a plan for thorough preparation. That way we can start our lessons quickly. Following this, a massive red dragon immediately flew over and taught the bandits a lesson. It continued to roar and breathe fire, and Edith and his subordinates lost all courage, nearly losing their pants in terror as they fled. After that, Edith fled to the coast and walked along the serene moonlight. Two villagers standing there saw him while talking. He resolved to himself, I, the Prince of the Abyss, will someday gather forces and destroy everything in that land of demons. Following this, Edith looked up at the sky and saw the head of a water dragon. The two villagers in the village were left wide-eyed with surprise. Why has that thing come to our village? Edith sat on the dragon with a miserable expression and shouted, What did you just blabber about? Do you want to die, kid? The elderly couple dropped their surprised expressions. Oh, I see. In an instant, Edith fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Later, agitation spread among the bandits regarding the land of demons, Frontera territory. The scene shifts back to here. Lloyd was carrying a seemingly heavy backpack. He said, All right, it's time to open the gate to Siwon. After that, Haviel had fallen into a deep sleep on an antique sofa. The scene shifts to early morning. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the mansion building. Inside were moving skeletons, each holding its own musical instrument. It turned out they were performing an ensemble for the Dragon King, but he had long since fallen into a deep sleep, even drooling. The sounds of each instrument resonated, mingling together to create chaos, but the Dragon King still slept peacefully. The noise was so dreadful that even the maid standing outside felt her ears would burst. The Dragon King slowly opened his eyes and his first words were, It's noisy. His hazy gaze recognized the moving skeletons. Then someone appeared. Young. That person was none other than Lloyd Frontera. He yawned widely and then raised his hand to greet the Dragon King. Lloyd's long drawn-out yawn was a more dreadful noise than the orchestra's performance. The sound echoing everywhere made the maid cover herself even more intensely than before. The Dragon King, too, was listening right in front, so how could he endure it? The Dragon King screamed in shock, then collapsed onto the sofa. Even the ensemble couldn't bear such a terrible sound. All conscious humans and creatures were disoriented by this bizarre noise. Haviel was no exception. Lloyd still happily approached the Dragon King and asked about his well-being. "Dragon King, I hope you have been well," the Dragon King, still dazed, uttered. "Until a few minutes ago I was perfectly fine, that is until you burst my eardrums," Lloyd continued. "Did you enjoy the music that woke His Majesty this morning?" The Dragon King sighed. "Tisk, it was a bit noisy so I was able to wake up." The Dragon King's vision gradually blurred and narrowed. Lloyd exclaimed, "Oh, we just met after a long time and you've fallen asleep again." Suddenly the Dragon King yelled directly at Lloyd's face, "You rascal, you left without cleaning up your mess and you've been out of contact for months, I'll kill you." Lloyd was startled. "Ha," but Lloyd quickly used his glib tongue to explain. "I diligently woke His Majesty as promised. It's true I promised to arrange contact with the Dragon Queen. I remember that promise, but contacting the Dragon Queen is His Majesty's job. Tisk tisk, isn't that right?" The Dragon King froze for 5 seconds, then after hearing Lloyd's words was so enraged he was speechless. The Dragon King sighed, "Damn it, what should I do? I'm going crazy. How did things end up like this, really?" As the Dragon King pondered, Lloyd offered an idea. "How about this?" The Dragon King turned his head abruptly and asked. "What method do you have?" Lloyd said. The Dragon King was very busy catching a villain. That villain came from another dimension and uses strange powers. He committed crimes across this world and that world. The righteous Dragon King couldn't stand by and let him run wild, so he pursued him and finally caught him. Suddenly Lloyd changed his expression, pointed at himself and said, "And that villain is me." The Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then happily smiled. He admired, "Wow, that's truly impressive. That idea is worthy of praise." Lloyd joyfully explained his plan. "Right? Your Majesty just needs to tie me up and drag me to the Dragon Queen." Lloyd laughed like a villain. "I'll play the villain well for your Majesty, hee hee." Haviel watched Lloyd and fell into thought. Haviel seemed to see through Lloyd. He thought to himself, "You don't even need to act. You're a real villain. You go around lying every day." Then Lloyd smiled and looked at the Dragon King. The Dragon King also understood his intention. He opened his mouth. "So what do you want me to do for you this time?" Lloyd Frontera bowed and replied, "Thank you for the opportunity, Dragon King. Please help me find Kiora and Siwon." The Dragon King was surprised. What did you say?" Then, as if he understood Lloyd's intention, he burst out laughing. That. The material for the Stone of Truth. Right, I threw it into Siwon." Lloyd thought to himself. He knew the Stone of Truth was shattered and he didn't even tell me. That's really annoying. The Dragon King broke Lloyd's thoughts and said, "I'll send you there, but I can't tell you the exact location, so I'll give you something to help you find it." He handed over a playful dog. "It's a multi-purpose tracking dog. I've imbued Kiora with a magic pattern, so this guy will tell you the direction," Lloyd added. "It seems dragons aren't interested in looking cool," the Dragon King responded. "I don't know about the others, but my face is already cool enough, so I don't need anything else. And this is a magic staff that goes anywhere." Why isn't it coming out?" Lloyd looked at this object and thought to himself, "It doesn't look very pretty." The Dragon King shook the staff and said, to Siwon, go go." Lloyd thought to himself, "This is dimensional travel, so it should at least be on the level of that old man's gate of hell, shouldn't it?" The Dragon King threw the staff downwards. Whoosh, then a shining spiral circle appeared where the staff had been and enveloped them. Haviel approached and patted Lloyd's shoulder, saying, "You'd best get used to it from now on." Lloyd clicked his tongue. "Tisk, whatever, let's go in." He stepped inside. Haviel also accompanied Lloyd on this dimensional journey. The Dragon King said, "This is a two-way spell. If you stand on the transfer gate in that world, you'll be able to return to this world." Then the two plunged deeper into the spiral in turn. As the dimensional travel was almost complete, the Dragon King spoke again. "You're from Siwon, aren't you?" Lloyd immediately replied, "Yes." The Dragon King wanted to give Lloyd a few words of advice. "Your body in that world must be in a deep sleep, so don't try to find it. If the two bodies get too close, a serious error will occur and everything might be destroyed, probably." Lloyd understood immediately. I understand." After that, the two plunged deeper and deeper and disappeared. Now they stood on a spiral circle in another world. Haviel looked around and thought to himself, "This is Kim Suho's hometown. If he tries to stay here instead of returning, I'll have to drag him back by force, even if it means using violence." Suddenly, Haviel was dazed. He raised his hand and thought to himself, "What? Something's wrong. All my mana is gone. I can't use mana in this world." Haviel turned around and looked at Lloyd Frontera. Then, Lloyd held the playful multi-purpose tracking dog in his hand and said, "Let's go, Haviel. It's probably this way." Haviel was blank. As they walked, Haviel was still lost in heavy thought. This is troublesome. If a dangerous situation occurs suddenly, a ray of light poured down on their location, immediately interrupting Haviel's thoughts. The two examined their surroundings together. Haviel reached out his hand and felt the air. "What is this air? It's like being in hell," Lloyd said. "First, let's go change our clothes." "We look too suspicious in these clothes." Haviel spoke his mind. "More importantly, young master, my mana is gone." "If anything dangerous happens," Lloyd replied calmly, "don't worry, nothing like that happens here." Haviel stared blankly at Lloyd's back. Suddenly, Lloyd seemed startled by something he saw ahead. Arrow's last core material, Kiora. This mysterious object is said to have the ability to change its appearance to match its surroundings. Kiora had changed its form somewhere in Siwon. Suddenly, Lloyd approached a certain barrel and painstakingly pulled out a few items. Lloyd exclaimed happily, "Hey, there's something to wear. It smells a bit, but it's wearable." Haviel saw Lloyd like this and thought to himself, "Is that person all right? He doesn't seem all right at all." Suddenly, Lloyd seemed to feel chest pain. Haviel heard a police officer speaking and turned around in surprise. "Hey you," the police officer pointed at the bag of items Lloyd had just picked up. "That's theft, put it down immediately." Lloyd looked miserable like a beggar at this moment. He turned to Haviel and grumbled, "Damn it, I told you to keep watch." Haviel closed his eyes and accepted. "I apologize," the police officer said. "Who are you guys, foreigners, cosplayers? Let's go to the police station to talk." Lloyd immediately used his glib abilities and smiled, explaining, "Oh officer, it's a misunderstanding. We're collection agency employees." The police officer asked angrily, "Why is an employee cosplaying and stealing clothes? Shall I call the company to confirm?" Lloyd used a level 2 skill. "Oh officer, you're truly diligent in this heat. It's nothing much," but then Lloyd Frontera pulled out a few gold bars that shone brighter than the officer's future. With skillful words, Lloyd told the police officer, "Use this to buy some ice cream, and if there's any left, buy a car to escape the sun, hee." The police officer gaped in surprise, but then took out handcuffs. "I'm arresting you for bribery and indecent cosplay." Only then was Lloyd dumbfounded. He said nothing. Then he quickly threw the gold bars at the police officer and turned to run away. "Ha," the police officer shouted. "Ah, damn it." Lloyd ran at full speed and exclaimed, "Run," Lloyd grumbled. "Damn it, even here I'm told I'm ugly." Haviel responded, "Is that really the problem?" Meanwhile, the police comrade picked up the gold bars and bit them. "Ah," he exclaimed, "unbelievable. I became an officer with noble dreams and I'm being insulted by this test." The police officer painfully firmed his resolve. "My wound of justice, I will stitch it up by putting you two in jail. Prepare yourselves, ugly cosplayer and handsome foreigner." Meanwhile, another police comrade received information via radio. As Lloyd and Haviel passed by, he shouted, "What an ugly cosplayer is running on the street, found him." Lloyd shouted back at that officer in indignation, "What's inside is more important than appearances, you bastard." Running in another direction, this time they encountered another long-haired police comrade. "Hey, is that the disgusting guy?" "Found him," Lloyd said painfully. "Bro, you haven't even seen my face. At least judge after seeing it," the police officer exclaimed into his radio. "His neck is also incredibly ugly." Finally, the two escaped into an alley, and we could only hear their heartbroken cries. Haviel said, "Couldn't we have bought clothes with gold?" Lloyd thought that here they wouldn't accept anything other than money, or that it would take too long to appraise the gold. Lloyd opened the bag of items he had just picked up and said, "First, let's go back to the teleportation gate and solve the costume problem. We'll move when it gets dark. No matter how we disguise ourselves, we'll stand out." Haviel noticed something strange about Lloyd. He looked very tired. Haviel wondered, "Even with low mana you shouldn't be this tired. Are you feeling unwell?" Lloyd simply replied, "No, the air isn't very good. Let's just change clothes." Haviel observed silently for a moment, then said nothing more. The scene shifts to Siwon at night. The multi-purpose tracking dog was used to guide the way. Now Haviel and Lloyd were disguised as Siwon locals. Haviel said, "It's reacting directly in this direction." Lloyd was blank. They looked at a towering pillar in the distance, piercing the sky. "Namsan Tower." Lloyd said, "Surely we don't have to take the entire tower, do we?" Suddenly a voice came from behind. I don't know much about cosplay, but there's one guy whose neck is incredibly ugly." The two immediately knew what was about to happen. They immediately ran. The man with the radio shouted from behind, "Hey, stop," Lloyd exclaimed. "Damn it, we can't get to Namsan Tower by ordinary roads. We have to climb the mountain path." Haviel responded, "What should we use to hide that ridiculous appearance?" Lloyd, his weakness hit, shouted fiercely, "How should I know? You asking so seriously is what's more annoying." The destination was the brightly lit Namsan Tower in front of them, but they had to take a difficult path to get there. Huff, huff. Finally, Lloyd was so out of breath that he leaned against a tree stump, panting. Haviel looked back. "Are you all right? Let's rest for a bit." Though tired, Lloyd was resolute. "No," he said. "I, Lloyd Frontera, will not be defeated by such trivial things." Then he sank to the ground, painfully clutching his chest. "Sorry, I ran too much and I'm a bit tired." Haviel immediately turned back to Lloyd. "It seems His Majesty's heart is indeed a problem, isn't it?" Lloyd still persevered. "It's fine, it's always like this," Haviel said again. "I don't think this is normal. You've been like this ever since we came to this world," Lloyd still stubbornly said. "No, it's normal. When I lived in this world I was always like this. The world was always scary and unfair to me. I was only okay when I was with Mom and Dad." Haviel listened carefully to Lloyd's sincere confession. "But after they passed away from heart disease my situation got worse. It's been a long time since I returned here, so I can't adapt to the pain. When I first met you in the Frontera estate, everything was truly wonderful. I was captivated by that moment. I felt like I had completely changed. Suddenly my inner world seemed filled with confidence. I could overcome anything, but this is the real me. Nameless, insignificant, and full of mental trauma." At this moment, Haviel spoke. "Then when you lived in this world, did you always blame yourself for that body? Did you just sit down and give up like you are now?" Lloyd was silent for a moment. Answered Haviel, "I really want to sit down too, but I can't. People around us pointed fingers at my family. My parents suffered a massive fraud and then made an extreme choice. People criticized my family for leaving me alone irresponsibly, without even knowing how serious their illness was, yet everyone still blamed my parents like that. My father and mother were truly wonderful people. I can't stop. I have to show everyone how wonderful my parents were. I did everything I could. Studied, worked." Lloyd recounted a story he had kept deep in his heart, feeling immense pain. "I had to live properly to prove that they were truly great people." Haviel comforted him. "Young Master did nothing wrong, but who placed such a responsibility on young Master?" Lloyd said. Myself, if I don't take responsibility, I am nothing. Javiel bowed his head in thought for a moment, then opened his mouth. It seems I worried for nothing. At Javiel's words, Lloyd looked up at him. Javiel turned and continued walking, saying, whether you are in Siwon or on the continent of Lorizer, in my eyes, young master is still the one who picks fights with the doctor with an ugly and terrifying face or sheds tears with a frightened expression. Lloyd paused for a moment, wiped his tears, then regained his lively spirits and shouted, hey Javiel, I'm the one leading the way now. Javiel smiled, seeing Lloyd Frontera like this. The sky was already beginning to grow dim, and Lloyd and Javiel Azran arrived at Namsen Tower. He took this opportunity to let the tracking dog do its job, but faced with hundreds of lovelocks, the tracking dog was flustered, not knowing how to find it. Could that be Kiora? But as they picked up a lock they had just noticed, they denied it was the one. One of these locks here doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, the tracking dog began to get very excited, as if it had found something. Damn it, this time it's for sure. Lloyd began to feel helpless, having found nothing. Is this railing itself Kiora? Not having seen it directly, he could only speculate. It might have fallen into this area during construction, and because it fell on the railing, Kiora transformed into the railing itself. This lazy dragon bastard, he should have sent it somewhere better. Javiel Azran stood before these objects, looking like a bewildered deer. What are those things hanging there? Lloyd kindly explained. Oh, they're lovelocks. Namsen Tower is a famous tourist spot, you see. Through his explanation and vivid description, Javiel must have understood it better. Couples usually come here and hang locks on the railing to promise eternal love with their partner. Walking through such a crowded place, Javiel Azran was a little worried. This is a problem. With so many people around, it will be very difficult to take this. Should we wait until midnight to move? But Lloyd's mind was a bit hazy at the moment, so he didn't quite grasp it. I don't know what to do. Suddenly, he turned his gaze sideways, and Javiel followed suit. Lloyd was looking at the observatory in the distance. Suddenly, a wave of longing welled up in his heart. The joyful scenes of his childhood with his parents played back like a slow-motion film, but that sight now remained only in Lloyd Frontera's heart. To some, they might just be inanimate locks, but to him, they were like a sky full of memories. These aren't just pieces of metal, they symbolize memories and promises. Because they connect two hearts as one, if someone truly misses another, they might be able to meet again. Javiel Azran understood that Lloyd was lost in sorrow and stood silently, listening to his words. Namsen Tower still shone brightly under the night sky, but they still hadn't found what they needed. Exhausted, the two sat on a bench, looking at the bustling crowd before them. Although it was a rather unfamiliar place for Javiel, it gave him an interesting feeling. I think it was good that we came here. Hearing that, Lloyd asked why. Because through this journey, I was able to better understand the person Lloyd Frontera. I was really curious about what kind of person young master was in his own world. Whether his words were sincere was unknown. But Lloyd had another thought. Didn't I say that if I could just save the Frontera estate, it wouldn't matter who I was? Javiel Azran immediately admitted. That's right, I was just curious. Lloyd reminded him. Our relationship is business partners. Don't cross the line. Watching people diligently hang locks, Lloyd also felt a desire to do something. What should I do with this? Seeing people living as they wished, Lloyd thought, I'm a person too. I don't want to destroy people's memories just because I have to. The warm, fluttering feeling of locking the padlock. By doing so, they poured all their emotions into it. The feeling of waiting to cherish each other forever. It was not just a simple lock but a trace of time symbolizing their eternal feelings. The memories people wished to retrieve, all of it was contained within that very lock. Lloyd's eyes widened, staring forward. He was psychologically conflicted between his heart and reason. After a long moment of thought, he opened his mouth. Javiel, he quickly answered. Yes, young master. Lloyd finally couldn't bear the struggle with those thoughts. And then, deeply distressed, he cried out, I won't live as a human anymore. Javiel was extremely flustered by his fierce and even bizarre expression. Why is he so angry? I really don't know what to do. That's just him, isn't it? Through the time they had spent together, Javiel Azran had come to understand his personality well. Lloyd grimaced intensely as if he couldn't delay any longer. Let's bury this disgusting thing and run. He immediately followed the command. I understand that this kind of behavior suits you best. At this point, Lloyd's demeanor changed 180 degrees, becoming sharp. Move aside, I need to inspect the railing. After subduing the people there, they walked along the railing looking around. Suddenly, veins bulged on Lloyd's face and he glared ahead as if about to do something. Suddenly, the two stood perfectly upright, surprising the people around them. Then Lloyd, with something like a club on his shoulder, began to act. Why are there so many locks here? It makes inspection too difficult. You'll just come back and throw away your locks after you break up anyway. I'll clear them all out for everyone. As he was putting on this show, someone's voice broke his momentum. Are you pretending to be a railing repair company this time, brother? It was none other than the police trio. The roar of righteous fury, the lightning of judgment that obliterates evil. It was truly a case of meeting his match. Lloyd was intense, but they were even more so. The next moment, they moved flamboyantly as if displaying their formation before starting work. After that, the three men joining forces shot sharp weapons at the two. They were guns. But before Lloyd could react, Javiel Azran rushed forward and blocked the attack. With his flexible body and astonishing reflexes, he dodged the attacks effortlessly. The girl standing nearby gasped, "Railing thieves?" Even while taking on everything by himself, his face remained calm as if nothing was happening. "If you fall for a face, you can't help it even in reincarnation." The girls started taking pictures of Haviel Azran. So handsome. After that, Haviel Azran's photos quickly spread across social media. After a long skirmish, they finally managed to steal a piece of the railing and escape. But the police were still combative. "Give up. The entire Republic of Korea is chasing you on social media." Haviel asked, "Shall I handle them?" "No, just leave them. That police team is still green. They're far from matching Lord Lloyd Frontera's cunning. Thanks to our basic labor and swordsmanship, we're faster than them." Muscle artery release. Seeing the two flying at incredible speed, the police team was astonished. So fast, they immediately searched on their phones. They seem to know this area well. "Don't worry, just search for handsome railing thief and you'll find them right away." Indeed, the digital age was different. Anything was possible. "They're in Gwangwamun. Let's go that way." The police team ran at full speed to catch them. "They were just here. We almost had them. There's not much place to hide here." When they entered a room and began to take off their clothes, Haviel Azran had a question. "Young Master Lloyd." "Yes," he asked directly. "Aren't you sad to be leaving your hometown like this?" "I'll buy you some time. Please stay here a bit longer." But Lloyd flatly refused. "No, I've already met my family." How and where he met them only he would know. Lloyd looked up at the sky and a faint smile appeared as he thought of his family. "Of course there's someone I want to meet here, but I'll only meet him when he wants to meet me." Just then, in a factory, "Hey you, when you're done with your work, come over here and help out. If you need my help, I'll be right there." He was truly a diligent worker. But it was unclear why his face looked like that. As the police team pursued the two, they coincidentally encountered a couple. "Officer, you were talking about those exhibitionist thieves. Being handsome isn't a crime." "Thank you, brave citizens." They immediately burst inside. Villains freeze, but the next moment, one of the trio's faces changed to an extremely surprised expression. When they arrived, nothing was left and the inside was empty, not even a ghost. But even more unbelievable was that a very mysterious-looking vortex had now appeared before their eyes. The vortex, holding another dimension, slowly shrunk before their eyes, but something that didn't disappear was a piece of paper and some gold. "What's this?" "Thank you for your hard work." After reading the contents of the paper, they became even more curious. Who were those two guys? While the police team was still trying to understand what had happened, the two had already returned to Frontera. Bringing that railing back here was certainly not easy, so they had to sit down and rest for a moment. Lloyd was drenched in sweat, breathing out exhausted sighs. Haviel Azran said nothing in the face of his silence. Suddenly, Lloyd's body began to tremble violently, and a groan seemed to escape his lips. Haviel Azran asked him nothing, maintaining a calm expression as he watched what he would do next. And true to unstable Lloyd Frontera's nature, he then became strangely excited. "It's over. I've collected all the materials. You have acquired Kiora. All core materials for Iroa have been acquired. RP 2800. Current RP 11,775. Whatever happened next, this Lloyd was ready to face anything. Whether it's the fate regression phenomenon or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll completely crush it." In a rugged cliff area where the purple sunset dyed the entire sky, Thanos stood alone quietly in that brilliant yet eerie space. His eyes were fixed on the distant horizon, where anger and hatred slowly accumulated like a storm about to erupt. To ensure his journey didn't end in tragedy, Thanos had to prepare thoroughly. To summon the Lord of the Underworld into this world, there must be a clear wish. The required sacrifice would vary depending on the nature of that wish. He was willing to do anything, including inhumane acts, to achieve his goal. If the nature of the wish is a craving for someone's death, then the corpse of one who holds deep resentment towards the target is needed. And this remote place where Thanos stood was precisely the location that would satisfy his objective. According to what the Lord of the Underworld told me in this dungeon, suddenly, Thanos froze in place, staring straight ahead. The sight before his eyes was a dry skeleton, its head separated from its body. The white skull before him was the very purpose for which he had come all this way. "The corpse I was looking for is in this dungeon." A scene flashed in his mind like a slow-motion film. He knew well the reason for this man's death. This man had died at Lloyd Frontera's hands for having researched ancient black magic to resurrect his family. Since Lloyd had thwarted his efforts, the hatred in this man's heart must be immense. Upon meeting his sworn brother after a long time, he slowly picked up the skull and smiled strangely. "Duperlin," Thanos wanted to tell him how their mortal enemy was doing. "The bastard who pushed both of us into this situation. Brother, do you know what kind of life he's living? He's respected, trusted, and followed by countless people. These were all things that people like us should have received. That bastard took everything from us." Thanos, still deeply resentful of Lloyd, ranted about him in front of Duperlin. The more he spoke, the greater his jealousy and anger towards him grew. "That bastard is lucky enough to have a strong knight by his side. Thanks to that luck, he even gained the Queen's trust. It's not fair at all, right, brother? We're truly miserable. It's really difficult to get back what's ours right now. And the one who caused all of this is that bastard." Thanos' gaze was not just simple interest, but also a quiet vow of revenge, slowly drawing to a close. "So let's bring him down together." Immediately, Thanos raised the white skull high into the air, and soon a chillingly cold blue aura began to coil around his body like a snake squeezing its prey. "Let hatred spread across the world and kill that bastard." The skull then emitted a grotesque light. The light was as if poison was dripping drop by drop into the surrounding space. There was no turning back now. Thanos' long-prepared revenge array was finally activated. It foreshadowed the tragedy that would soon befall this world. The vessel was ready. Next was the immense terror that would fill it. This immense terror was merely the beginning. The real fun had yet to start, and the disaster Thanos envisioned, the one that would spread calamity everywhere, was war. He began to weave a grand conspiracy with an eerie, cunning smile. If he wanted to start a war, all he had to do was drive the Queen mad. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Thanos once again headed for the Magentano Royal Palace. Meanwhile, Lloyd, with a selfish heart, was unlocking the railing's love locks one by one. Outwardly, he looked incredibly joyful, but inwardly he was suffering immensely. What? Locks of eternal love? Screw that, truly hilarious. I'll turn all of you into dust. I won't stop until you're dust. If I can't have it, no one can. Unlock everything, break it all. Farewell, brother Myung. Farewell, brother Hyon. Watching him continuously unlock the locks like a broken machine, Haviel Azron thought, young Master Lloyd, do you realize how much of a villain you look like right now? He found the couple's displays of affection bothersome, and so he finally decided to destroy them all. No, I am the embodiment of justice. It's only fair if everyone is single. It's fine to be single for life. A moment later, after mercilessly unlocking all the love locks on the railing became emptier than ever. It was all over. Still unsatisfied, he lamented. I should have brought the railing with me too. Unable to comprehend his bizarre thought, Haviel Azron asked, what would you use it for? Before Lloyd could answer, the railing before them suddenly began to glow. The dazzling blue light hurt Lloyd's eyes so much that he covered them with his hand. But even more astonishing was that a white cube fell from above. It fell to the ground and rolled a few times before him. Lloyd picked it up and stood blankly for 5 seconds. This is Kiora. You have acquired Kiora, one of the legendary core materials. RP 2800, current RP 11755. Congratulations on acquiring all core materials for Iroha. In the face of such an event, he should have rejoiced, but Lloyd remained blank for a while with a sad expression. The next moment, Lloyd's lips set in a firm line. Haviel Azron, knowing well what expression he would soon make, merely stared at him without a word. As expected, Lloyd sprang to his feet, pointed at the sky, and said resolutely, all right, let's move on to the next step immediately. He was truly a person who never rested. After a short break, he continued his journey to the Mermaid Kingdom. There's no time to delay. Even Haviel couldn't help but admire his passionate spirit. No one would say anything if we held a party to celebrate this success now. I knew he was that kind of person. Haviel Azron knew Lloyd like the back of his hand. Is that why he was able to save everyone? Because he's cold on the outside but kind-hearted on the inside. As they arrived at the underwater palace, an octopus guide came out to meet them. Diving deep, he said quite seriously, Haviel, so many things have happened so far. We've built sewage systems, suspension bridges, hellish railways, freezing storage for the orcs, facilities for the desert, saunas for the Mermaid Kingdom, and even a racetrack for the Centaur tribe. Lloyd couldn't help but feel as if he was a saint descended from heaven. Why do I keep building good things only for others? Haviel Azron, knowing very well what he meant, immediately said, that question is about Iroha, isn't it? I know you want to build it elsewhere, but you've already made a promise to the Mermaid Kingdom, so what can be done? But Lloyd immediately denied it. There's still something I can do. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide and laughed as if plotting something elaborate. I'll steal Iroha and build it in our territory. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Every time you make that face, you must be thinking I'm the most evil demon in the world. When have I ever been selfish to anyone? But perhaps not trusting Lloyd much, Haviel continued to look at him with a displeased gaze. It was truly a self-defeating argument. His previous words immediately contradicted his next. Well, sometimes I was. About twice, no, 3 or 4 times, and soon after, the underwater palace appeared before them. Entering the palace, the two bowed respectfully to Ariel. Oh, my brave but unsightly friend, you have truly gathered all the materials for the Stone of Truth. She too was ready to fully support them. We will provide everything necessary to build the Stone of Truth. Feel free to use all the equipment and facilities. This time, Lloyd was determined not to disappoint her. Thank you, I will do my best, and I will make the glory of the Mermaid Kingdom, which has continued since ancient times, shine once again. Suddenly, an inexplicable puddle of water formed where he stood. At this, Ariel was greatly flustered, looking at Lloyd. For some unknown reason, Lloyd Frontera's face was covered in tears. Why are you crying with such a sad face? But the more Ariel spoke, the more he lowered his head and cried louder. Please forgive this impoliteness. No, it's nothing. Unable to ignore this, she asked him. It's all right. You are our friend and hero, so we will do our best to help you. Tell us your problem. Lloyd fell silent for a moment, his lips slightly moving as if to say something. After performing a more convincing act than a Hollywood actor, he finally revealed his true intentions. It simply breaks my heart that the Stone of Truth can only be built in the Mermaid Kingdom. Seeing him suddenly change his mind, Ariel became slightly displeased. What are you talking about? Did we not agree to build it in our tribe's land? Haviel Azron also sat next to him, carefully listening to Lloyd Frontera's words. That's not what I mean. However, once the Stone of Truth is completed, those blinded by greed will wage war to claim it. And the thought of the beautiful and peaceful Mermaid Kingdom having to face such a disaster once again. Hearing Lloyd speak of their downfall, Ariel's expression changed. She seemed to believe his words, subtly pressuring her to agree. Lloyd played a big hand. However, a promise is a promise, so I will proceed immediately. and just as he wished, Ariel stopped him. Wait a moment, can the Stone of Truth only be built here? Based on his extensive experience, Lloyd proposed another solution. No, anywhere with a minimum depth of 70 meters is fine. He was truly resourceful, and after much discussion, Ariel decided to follow his true desire. I think it would be better to build it elsewhere. Outwardly he was crying, but inwardly he was secretly celebrating. After all discussions were concluded, they made their decision and departed. Lloyd pretended to be concerned for the merfolk, but in reality he wanted to claim it for himself. I will build it in our territory, and the Mermaid Kingdom can use it whenever they wish. Smooth. I really am worried about the dangers the merfolk might face, and this time too. Haviel Azron looked at him with his usual displeased gaze. When it comes to good character, he's second to none. I didn't lie at all. I only spoke the truth. His words truly didn't add up. The next moment Lloyd, though not genuinely, did a complete 180-degree change in attitude. Seeing Haviel look at him like a villain, he retorted, "What now, do you think I'm despicable?" Haviel Azron, being loyal to Lloyd, naturally always supported what he did. No, haven't both sides been satisfied now? Isn't that enough? Lloyd was greatly pleased with his wisdom. You finally become a bit more realistic. Do you admit that you're becoming more like me? Lloyd extended his hand forward, anticipating Haviel Osrahan's reaction, and indeed he did not disappoint him, extending his hand in return. The two high-fived like true comrades. Suddenly he recalled another problem. But the gate of hell, he also promised to resolve that problem well. I will ask the Stone of Truth how to close it. After that, the two high-fived once again, showing that they were two souls always together, sharing the same purpose. Unable to wait any longer, they immediately set out to find a suitable location to build the Stone of Truth. Lake Kapuam. This would be the perfect place to build the Stone of Truth. It's wide and deep, however. Since this was Vibung's home, he first consulted him before starting the work. What do you think, O Master of this lake? May we build here? To personally observe the terrain and necessary elements, Lloyd decided to enter the water. All right, I'll start surveying the site. After that, he took a deep breath and immediately plunged into the lake, diving down. And Lloyd's gaze instantly swept over the lake bed surface. Good, there's flat, solid ground down there. For the next step, Lloyd enlisted the help of simulation mode to get a clearer picture. I heard the Stone of Truth releases immense energy to answer questions. I'll probably have to check how strong it is. The emerald rock before his eyes suddenly began to glow intensely, and a dazzling blue energy aura emanated from it, foreshadowing what was about to happen. Lloyd stared intently at it, his eyes wide, unable to hide his astonishment, as if he had encountered an alien life form. Immediately above, a massive energy vortex suddenly appeared, sucking in light and air as if tearing space apart. Stronger than I thought. Before he could even collect himself, the distant lake surface roared, creating a giant water vortex that shook the ground the very next moment. That water vortex exploded like a liquid bomb, spewing water dozens of meters high. He thought it was just a picnic by the lake, but the energy contained in this jet of water was so powerful that Lloyd was frozen for a few seconds. No one expected that bluish liquid to turn into a rough tidal wave with terrifying destructive power, surging directly towards the village. Houses, trees, everything in the vicinity was swept away and submerged under the dark water as if swallowed by a giant monster. Witnessing the horrific scene, Lloyd couldn't maintain his composure, slightly furrowing his brows with clear anxiety showing on his face. Meanwhile, in another corner, Haviel Azron was casually stroking a few pets, as if the whole world was absolutely peaceful. After witnessing the preview of the disaster that unfolded underwater, he finally walked calmly to the water's edge, neither rushing nor flustered. Of course, the bizarre power emanating from the stone made Lloyd unable to calm down, as if an invisible rock was pressing down on his chest. Seeing Lloyd's face turn as pale as if he had seen a failing grade, Haviel Azron tilted his head and asked in his usual calm tone, "Young master, is something the matter?" And Lloyd Frontera. In the end, he could only look up at the sky and shout loudly as if defying fate, "When can I retire and enjoy a beautiful life?" Feeling that this task was not simple and couldn't be rushed, he wanted to think more about it. "Haviel, let's take a break. I have some thinking to do." A moment later, Lloyd got dressed and put on his coat. Haviel Azron, unable to help him, could only watch, letting out a short sigh. "I can't help with anything but fighting," while Lloyd was attending to his business. He slowly walked through the village along the stone path. Seeing the changed scenery from before, Haviel Azron felt a slight sense of nostalgia. This place has changed so much. Just a few years ago it was a poor village with nothing. Suddenly, a call from nearby caught his attention. "Dad," witnessing their family reunion, Haviel Azron secretly admired them. "I heard that man's children are studying in the capital, receiving a good education without any shortcomings." After that, he turned his gaze to the side where they were happily sitting and chatting. "I don't know about other places, but in Frontera, everyone is friends regardless of race. Orcs and elves have different personalities, but in Frontera they get along very well without such differences." Their next conversation brought Haviel Azron back to reality. "I'm sorry, Miss Emily. It's my fault," but she was a kind-hearted girl, so instead of blaming him, she comforted him. "No, I really enjoyed the training date. My wrists are stronger now, so I can fold even a large blanket in one go." Cooler was very moved by her words. "Miss Amelia, it was a slightly strange dating method, but they were very happy together. Try to catch me, Miss Amelia." Haviel Azron stood blankly for 5 seconds as if unable to grasp what was happening before his eyes. But with a little time he would soon get used to the changes here. This sight is too unfamiliar. I still need time to get used to it. But having muscles is still good, I guess. Everything was much better than before and people were gradually achieving more. A colossal statue. Once construction was complete, smiles gradually spread across everyone's faces here. It's finally finished. The baby dragon is finished like a monster dragon. I thought it was a slime. They no longer lived in poverty, and their lives had at some point begun to flourish fragrantly. Dreams were realized and hunger was resolved. Now everyone had delicious food to fill their hungry bellies, and everyone was content with life. People were living the lives they had always dreamed of. Everyone here was enjoying their lives. Haviel Azron was happy for them but sad because of one person. His gaze, heavy with emotion, sank. What about you? When will you come here? Lloyd, whom he missed, was currently holed up in his study. Marbella Frontera and Akosh Frontera were worried about Lloyd Frontera. I'm worried about Lloyd. He just came back after a long time, but he's just holed up in his study. I know, we couldn't even give him a proper welcome party. At this moment she noticed his unusual expression. I didn't even get a chance to ask what he was busy with. He looked so serious. He deeply agreed with her words. I felt the same way. It was hard to ask questions. Before he was just a lazy boy, but now he not only manages himself but has also revived our domain like a hero. Sometimes, before Akosh Frontera could finish, Marbella Frontera continued. She felt the same way. You also feel like he's a completely different person, don't you? Realizing his wife shared his thoughts, he paused and fell into contemplation. So you feel it too? With a mother's intuition, Marbella Frontera felt something unfamiliar from him. He doesn't even call us dad and mom anymore. His mannerisms, actions, and expressions have all changed since that day. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. Everyone dared not voice the thoughts they harbored in their hearts. But Akosh Frontera still thought positively. Even a young sapling eventually becomes a great pillar. What I mean is he's grown up. I think it's time to give this to Roy to acknowledge that change. Marbella Frontera smiled upon hearing this. And what he had prepared for his son was the ceremonial robe he had cherished for so long. The Frontera family's ceremonial robe, you mean? It's passed down when a family member becomes a baron. But that boy has already surpassed that standard. Akosh Frontera couldn't help but be excited at the thought of giving this garment to Lloyd Frontera. He used to beg to wear this robe, so he'll surely be very happy. After searching diligently, Roy quickly moved forward. He was very excited, thinking he had found a suitable solution for the Stone of Truth. I'm a genius. I'll build it on the lower reaches of the Prona River and construct a gravity dam to prevent floods. Now I need to simulate it. On his way, he met his parents. Roy, we were looking for you. They went straight to the point, conveying their true feelings. You seem busy, so I'll get straight to it. We have a gift for you. He was slightly surprised at this. A gift? Akosh Frontera immediately held up the clothes, smiling brightly. It's this, but Roy knew nothing about these clothes. So he just stared at it with unfamiliar eyes, not feeling happy at all. But to avoid disappointing them, Roy gave a smile that was not at all fake. It's really nice. I'll definitely wear it. As time was short, he couldn't stay long and had to leave. Thank you both very much. I'm too busy, so I'll wear it later. Slightly disappointed by Lloyd's reaction, he brought up old memories. Hey Lloyd, don't you remember? You said you wanted to wear it because Grandpa looked so cool in it. Remember? With the sunset filtering through the window, Roy hastily left. Ah yes, I didn't realize you still remembered. Thank you. And he ran off like that, leaving the two of them standing silently behind. But Roy didn't know that it was just a test Akosh Frontera had prepared for him. Lloyd, you've never met your grandfather. The next morning at the mansion, Haviel Azron also met the two of them. Haviel, good morning, he immediately replied politely. Good morning, Countess. Seeing him at ease, Marbella Frontera asked cheerfully. Are you enjoying your vacation? Yes, I'm a bit uncomfortable now that I have nothing to do. Seeing Haviel Azron's gloomy expression, they were very puzzled. What do you mean? You both had a very tough time, didn't you? Rest, you two have been so busy traveling all over the place lately. I'm truly curious. Could you tell us about your journey? At Akosh Frontera's request, he politely declined. It's a bit difficult to tell you in detail right now. I'll tell you everything once it's all over. In that case, he no longer troubled him, and only made a small request. All right, then answer this question. Where is Roy now? Haviel Azron replied as he remembered. He's at the Prona River, but this was not what he wanted to know. No, he soon realized the true intention behind the question and stiffened. The two now wore grave expressions, creating a heavy atmosphere. Our real son, Roy, is he alive? At this point, Haviel Azron's heart felt like it would leap out of his chest. His throat froze, making him unable to speak. The atmosphere between the three suddenly became tense, as everything was now exposed. Though the two interrogated Lloyd's true identity, Haviel Azron still tried to answer calmly. What are you suddenly talking about? Marbella Frontera also spoke directly about yesterday's events, hiding nothing. Haviel, you know, don't you, the Frontera family's ceremonial robe. Roy really wanted it, but he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. So we subtly hinted that Roy had seen his grandfather wear the ceremonial robe. He said he remembered and then dodged the question. Both Marbella and I felt something was wrong. From the day he started working diligently, his behavior, speech and reactions were as if he weren't our son. At this point, Haviel-Azron was truly cornered, unable to lean either way. You've been with him for a long time. Your swordsmanship has surpassed that of a master swordsman. We thought you would surely notice the difference. Frontera's voice dropped again. We know he worked very hard for the prosperity of the domain. We have no intention of forgetting that kindness, but we're worried about our real son. Please tell us the truth. Is Roy alive? As parents, the Fronteras couldn't hide their anxiety for their child and asked him directly. But faced with this difficult question, Haviel-Azron also didn't know how to answer. He just stood there silently, keeping his mouth shut. The real young Master Roy is dead. He couldn't bear to tell them this terrible truth. He knew they wouldn't be able to handle it and would break down. Actually, it doesn't seem to be the case, but it's too complicated to explain. I heard he reincarnated, but I don't know in what era or as what. For the Count and Countess, their son is basically dead. Even if he was trash and incompetent, he was still their son. What happened to their real son is too much for them to bear. If someone found out that someone else had driven their son's soul from his body and taken it over, if they knew that, neither Lord Kim Suho nor they would be able to maintain their sanity. Now, Haviel-Azron was in a situation where he couldn't speak, nor could he remain silent. Seeing the parents' eyes full of expectation and worry before him, he couldn't bring himself to do it, but he also couldn't lie to them. After a long internal struggle, Haviel-Azron finally gritted his teeth in anguish, and he slowly uttered a single word that would inevitably break their hearts. I'm sorry. His heart was filled with guilt for having hidden the truth for so long, and the moment Haviel-Azron least wanted to see arrived, Akosh Frontera stared ahead and Marbella Frontera's heart sank. She opened her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. He knew this was difficult to say, but since they would find out anyway, he had no other choice, actually, but surprisingly. The next moment, Haviel-Azron, with a very calm expression, made up a completely different story. Young Master Roy is suffering from personality and memory disorders due to some brain damage. The two, whose hearts had just been pounding, now stared at him blankly. They naturally didn't understand what he was saying and asked, "What do you mean? Can you explain?" So Haviel-Azron, his face as stoic as stone, continued the story he had just fabricated. As you both know, I didn't like young Master Roy, and the young master didn't like me at all. Count, ever since I was by the young master's side, he would scold and torment me whenever he had a chance. Even the wooden sword you gave me, young Master Lloyd broke it. Do you understand the crux of the problem? Looking at his expression, he seemed to not understand at all. I see, I'm sorry. After that, he held out his hand and continued speaking casually. There's no need to apologize, and one day, Count, you came to me late at night asking me to find the young master whose whereabouts were unknown. Haviel-Azron, whom they had only known to be blunt, was truly gifted at storytelling. When I went to the tavern, I thought this. At that time, as night deepened, he walked along, spitting and lamenting his life. Why do I have to look after that good-for-nothing? It's really annoying. The two listened to this amazing story, then that amazing story, unable to close their mouths. Did you really think that? Both Haviel-Azron and Roy were very skilled at leading people on and making them believe their words. Because I grew up being insulted by young Master Roy. Isn't it natural for me to go astray? The two now believed his words completely, their eyes welling up with tears, sympathizing with him. I understand we didn't pay any attention to this matter. And he once again continued his extraordinary story. Damn it, I don't need a guy like you. Just looking at you is annoying. I accidentally met young Master Roy on the street again, and as usual he kept insulting me. And he said something that really angered me. Go home. Oh right, you don't have a home to go to, do you? Then just die in some corner on the street. Hearing that, I choked him, and from that moment Haviel-Azron's preposterous story began. Unable to control my anger, I struck young Master Roy's neck with my scabbard. The two gasped in astonishment, unable to speak. He continued the story to the end with not a hint of shame on his face. Oh no, what do I do? So I shook the young master awake, and according to him, from that moment on, because of the bump on his head, Roy changed 180 degrees. Oh my, I don't remember well, but I know I wasn't a good person. From tomorrow, I must live properly. At that moment, the two agreed to keep this a secret from everyone. That's a good idea, but if you tell the Count that I struck your neck, you'll be playing in the dirt. Oh, all right, I won't say anything. It turned out that Haviel-Azron had remained silent for so long precisely to come up with such an astonishing scenario. That's what happened. After finishing the entire story, he once again fell silent. And so did they. But before the two could even recover, Haviel-Azron drew his sword again. Now I will atone for the sin of striking young Master Roy's neck with my scabbard, with my death. It seemed he had learned this technique from Roy and applied it. Naturally, he succeeded. Wait, hold on. After stopping him from doing something foolish, they thanked him. What are you doing? You've done nothing wrong. Yes, you're the one who made Roy a proper person. The tension was completely diffused. Instead, a bright smile spread across Frontera's face. Haviel, well done. Thank you. Truly, Haviel-Azron had demonstrated the most shocking escape from pressure in history. This time, Roy would have to treat him. Just then, he suddenly returned and shouted, Count, urgent report. What is it? It seemed to be a very important matter, as Lloyd called them inside. This is going to be a long story, so let's go inside before we continue. At that moment, he brushed past Haviel-Azron. Naturally, he knew everything Haviel had just done and was very satisfied with his excellent handling. Haviel, it's been a while. You've grown a bit, haven't you? Not to disappoint Roy, Haviel Azron also immediately raised his index finger and teased him. The closer you get to Cinnabar, the redder it gets, they say. I suppose I've been influenced by being near the young master. Though he hadn't started yet, Roy spoke beforehand. Don't be too surprised by what I'm about to tell you both. I've had countless dreams of the domain's people dying. When I asked the Dragon King who's sleeping in the next room about these dreams, he said they were premonitions. The Dragon King said we need to create the Stone of Truth to find a solution. And to create it, we first need to build a dam on the lower reaches of the river. But the two agreed easily without asking anything. All right, do so. He was puzzled by their attitude. You two aren't surprised at all, they also quickly explained. We just heard an even more shocking story. So what you just said feels like nothing. Akos Frontera was very worried about him and wanted to lighten his burden a little. I know you're very busy for the good of the domain, but don't push yourself too hard alone. I hope you'll lean on us a little bit. Although the Roy before them wasn't their real son, he was genuinely grateful for their love and effort towards him. It's enough for you two to stay healthy. After all preparations were complete, Roy appeared before the villagers and announced his future plans. Listen closely, everyone. From now on, we will begin the largest mega construction project in continental history. For everyone's safety, I won't go into detail. This work is absolutely necessary. You just have to trust me. Your title connects with other titles to create a new title. Bone Grinder, Revitalizer of Dead Real Estate. Termin Pest Control's First Choice, Dead Escape Expert, Leader of the Weary, Red Tissue or Blue Tissue. System windows then appeared one after another, and finally his efforts earned him everyone's trust, absolute trust. Roy looked ahead with eyes hoping for a bright future. Everything we've done is finally bearing fruit. Truth Stone and Dam Complex Construction Project, First Construction Team, Engineering Team. Let's show everyone the experience we gained building the heating system. Dig, move, stack. At this, everyone was filled with excitement and vigor. Second Team, Material Collection and Transport Team. Move earth to lay the foundation of the landmark. Third Team, Infinite Stamina Engineering Team. They seemed ready to dedicate themselves to unending work, and naturally the participation of pets couldn't be excluded from this process. Fourth Team, Heavy Equipment Team. Fifth Team, Racial Alliance for Technology and Resource Supply. Everyone without discrimination joined forces to contribute to the construction, and the final team was the ultimate boss of all teams. Sixth Team, the team that handles everything else that other teams couldn't do. Why am I the only one on this team? To Haviel Osrahan's question, he answered honestly. The leader of this team is Haviel himself. After dividing the teams, the next task was to dedicate all their strength to the domain. It's all for a better life. Let's start. The atmosphere was no longer gloomy. Instead, it was filled with the boiling passion of labor. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, at this moment, a magnificent and splendid heaven appeared before their eyes. Heaven First Office. A frail old man was reviewing documents. What is written here? He was none other than the high-ranking leader of Heaven, First-Class Angel Gabriel. Angel Pariel reported at this time. Illegal construction, namely the Iroa construction project, is underway in the lower realm. He was old and had difficulty reading. It's too dazzling here, it's hard to read the letters. Wait, isn't that the Stone of Truth? If someone builds that, won't it cause chaos? He realized this point and hastily asked again. They discussed the issue in more detail. He obtained information from the Dragon King Vis. We found out that he collected the materials. That damned lizard. Why would he do such a thing? But this isn't something that can be built just by building it, is it? Angel Pariel then confirmed. That's why we're still watching, but we judge that his possibility of building the stone is not zero, and we will immediately begin the destruction procedure. The director of the Lower Realm Audit Bureau, Third Class Angel Raphael, adjusted his glasses and announced. Before everyone fully began construction, Roy had to deliver very important news. Listen everyone, it's hard to believe, but I can stop time. For the construction, I will stop time for 1 year starting now, he announced with firm resolve without hesitation. Upon hearing these preposterous words, everyone froze in place, staring blankly at him, and this was not outside his expectations. Roy began to ponder how to explain it so they would understand more easily. As expected, they don't believe me. Everyone must be surprised that I can stop time. The tidal effect absolute trust is activated. But while he racked his brain, someone shouted and saved him. Whatever young Master Roy says is right, just follow him. At that, the atmosphere immediately became lively again as before. People continued to support him, following everything young Master Roy said. He can even summon monsters. For the young master, I'll jump into a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. What's a monster? The young master even controls a bone dragon. At this moment, everyone decided to wholeheartedly follow Roy's demands. For the young master, I'll jump into a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. Everyone pledged absolute loyalty and trust to him. For the young master, I'll jump into a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. Roy kept waving his hand up and down but was extremely puzzled. Are these villagers sane? 300 RP consumed for time freeze. At this moment, the entire domain was covered in a blue ice-colored dome structure. Time truly stopped at this instant. At the same time, Lloyd's heart also suffered the same freezing pain. Seeing his condition look very unstable, he asked, "Are you all right?" he said honestly without hiding anything. Of course I'm not alright, as expected of Lloyd Frontera. His personality was truly fickle. The next moment, he was more excited than ever. Right now I'm so excited about building the Stone of Truth to achieve the current result. He had used quite a bit of his brain making numerous calculations for the damn design, though my knowledge is lacking. Based on my simulation skill, I continuously revised the design and finally completed the perfect blueprint. Everything was according to his plan. He would create small waterways to drain the water from the area where the Stone of Truth would be placed, and then proceed with the dam construction. Since our technology is lacking, we will model it after Spain's Arch Dam. It's a legendary dam built in the Middle Ages, but it still maintains its excellent performance today. After preparing all the basic steps, they would move on to the most anticipated stage. At that time, we will build the Stone of Truth. This is the most important part. If everything goes smoothly, they will soon achieve the expected results. The progress was very fast. Soon I'll receive my reward for all the effort and hard work I've poured in. Just then he received a call. It was a call from the Dragon King. Hello 1234, you disgusting filthy singer, can you hear me? Upon hearing that uniquely gruff voice, Roy easily recognized it as the Dragon King's voice. As if there was something urgent, he hurried. Roy, yes, it's me, come quickly. It's an ultra emergency. You won't be able to build the Stone of Truth. Just hearing these words, his face changed color. Whatever else, this matter was too important to Lloyd Frontera, so he ran forward without further delay. When he ran to Vis's location as if being chased by a dog, he was lying face down on a bench. He had expected Vis to talk about an urgent matter, but instead he made an absurd request to Lloyd Frontera. My neck is stiff, give me a massage. But he didn't have time for such things and asked back. After telling me it's an emergency and that I won't be able to build this stone, yet he was teasing people like that. Vis had called him to give him a massage. A stiff neck is an emergency. If you don't massage me, I feel like I'll get angry and destroy everything. Internally, he cursed him with all sorts of expletives, but outwardly he had to endure. This bastard. Roy decided to teach Vis what a destructive high-class massage service was. Is your neck stiff? Start quickly. Pouring all his inner rage, he gathered all his fury into both hands, preparing a massage that would shake the dragon veins. I'll massage you painfully until you groan. Blue energy flashed. It was a clear expression of his emotion that he was not at all happy to be called here just for a massage. He pressed down on his neck with all his might. How dare you disturb me when I'm so busy? It was called a massage, but to anyone it looked like Roy was performing a quick funeral ritual. Die. His face was as taut as a stretched string. He was ready to finish off the opponent's pitiful neck bones. Yet Vis calmly uttered as if at a spa, your skill is terrible. What are you doing? Aren't you giving it your all yet? Hearing that, Roy no longer cared about appearances and prepared to unleash his secret technique, the air fist, which could tear a dragon's bones. As expected, a dragon is a dragon. Alright, let's give it a try. I'm a monster who devours others' screams like food. Let's have a party today. The next moment, Lloyd Frontera doubled his output, creating an energy that even made the surrounding air tremble. But even that didn't satisfy Vis, who continued to complain. Too weak, terrible skill, disappointing. At this moment, Roy's heart was filled with rage. I'm going crazy. You're the first one who's annoyed me this much. New skill, absolute ugliness unlocked. You are an ugly person whether you're angry or crying. People who meet you exclaim, my goodness, how can anyone be so ugly? I have to say this. You look like a pile of crap, but he wasn't satisfied with it at all. What kind of skill is this? I've been handsome since birth. Just then, Vis called Lloyd Frontera. Yes, this time he no longer complained but instead asked him, suppose you changed fate with the Stone of Truth. What will you do next? Immediately, an interrogation-like conversation followed. What will I do next? What do you intend to do with that Stone of Truth? Of course, no one expected Roy to give a surprising answer. I'll destroy it. Having something like that will only cause trouble. It'll disturb my enjoyable retirement. He intended to discard it after using it. After questioning for a long time, he continued to mock him. My goodness, how can anyone be so ugly? It's all your fault, you damned lizard. Vis hadn't asked Roy this question for no reason. He genuinely wanted to know his character. It doesn't seem like the Stone of Truth will be used for evil purposes. That guy really has no ambition. He looked malicious on the outside, but in reality he had no ambition at all. A moment later, Vis no longer needed him. Alright, you can go. But Roy was still not satisfied. What? It's not over yet. Mana heart pushed to its limits, sweat began to bead on his face. Stop it. What are you trying to do? System windows continued to appear. Mana heart leveled up. You have become an advanced swordmaster. At this sudden advancement, Roy couldn't believe his eyes. Passive skill, Swordmaster Syndrome. All senses are greatly enhanced. Seeing Roy frozen like a stone, Vis asked, what's wrong? Are you alright? He was already stiff, but upon hearing his well-being, he became even stiffer. Are you alright? Those 4 words from Vis kept echoing in Lloyd Frontera's ears so much that they felt like they would burst. Even though no one had done anything to him, he began to writhe. And Vis was also puzzled. Aren't you going to clean your ears? No, because of some master syndrome. It hurts too much. Roy writhed madly on the ground, not knowing what the problem was. Congratulations, well done. He returned with a headache like being hit by a hammer. Damn it, there's still so much to do with the construction. I don't care about being a swordmaster. Roy desperately needed a way to solve this problem right now. Should I use RP to upgrade the Mana Heart? No, then I'll be short of RP to stop fate. Just then, Haviel Azron appeared and accurately pointed out his current state. Young Master Roy, are you experiencing Swordmaster Syndrome? but in this terrible headache he wasn't in the mood to talk to him. Quiet, don't talk to me. He expected Haviel Azron to worry about him, but he smiled happily. Immerse yourself in stillness and face your extremely sensitive and sharp senses. Focus on them. You must embrace them until you feel true tranquility. It seemed Roy couldn't do it at this time. The next moment, he was lying on a puddle of red blood that had flowed from his head. Even though he was in pain, Haviel Azron playfully pointed at him with his finger and laughed. You can do it. Are you making that face while cheering someone on? I won't let you get away with this. The next moment, Roy flinched, realizing something. Wait, my vision is clearer. I can even see the flaws in Haviel's face, but his perfectly luminous face annoyed him. His flaw is that he has no flaws. It's frustrating. Haviel teased me a lot, but he also went through this process, so he stayed up for several nights to help me get used to my new senses. Time flew by and several months had passed since then. Everything was still going smoothly. Dam and Stone of Truth construction were nearing completion. Even at this point, Haviel Azron was very worried about his condition. Are you alright? I wanted to ask about Swordmaster Syndrome. You seem more stable when you're at the construction site. Oops, I forgot and my voice was a bit loud. I apologize. I didn't mean to, but on second thought, how about you consider this a new training method? At his talkativeness, Roy burst out in anger. Stop it right now, is that so funny? He could only feel resentful. I'm tired of the word innocent now. I'm truly worried. I'm serious. Roy was used to his expression. I know you're having a blast. He resolved to show him how formidable he was. Just you watch, I'll show you how terrifying a laborer can be. Just then, a beautiful sound from the sky caught his attention. What is it? I hear something like a hymn. A sacred, shimmering light suddenly illuminated Lloyd Frontera's face. Looking towards the dazzling sun, he faintly saw a human figure there. Is that a person? An angel with large wings slowly revealed itself from the sky before his eyes. Roy intently looked up at the sky. It was none other than the angel Raphael. Pleasure to meet you. I am the angel Raphael, director of the Lower Realm Audit Bureau and a celestial civil servant. I have come to inform you of an execution order. Roy also noticed that he hadn't come with good intentions. An angel, huh? Doesn't feel good at all. The next moment, Raphael continued to flip through the pages of the book in his hand, then adjusted his glasses and announced shocking news. Execution order. Lloyd Frontera, owner of the construction, shall immediately cease the construction of the illegal structure Iroa and demolish everything already built. These words were like a bolt from the blue for Lloyd Frontera. What did you just say? Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up, gazing at the dazzling light emanating from the angel Raphael. Everyone stared at his sudden appearance with bewilderment and incomprehension. Time seemed to stop at that moment, and everyone ceased their work and turned their heads towards the light, even though the construction was just nearing completion. But Raphael uttered a single, chilling remark. What I just said represents the will of heaven, so the Iroa construction will be immediately destroyed. How could Roy allow months of everyone's effort to go to waste? He adamantly refused. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Are you really an angel? Show me some ID. Raphael also refused to prove his identity and retorted, You're Roy, aren't you? How dare you doubt me even after seeing my wings? But as if he couldn't accept this explanation, he immediately pointed towards Haviel Azron. We have something like this too. So this guy is an angel too, but all he focused on was his idol-like handsome appearance. That fellow has the face of an angel. Upon receiving praise from an angel, Haviel Azron felt a little smug at that moment. Roy of course didn't care about that. What angered him was the order to destroy the construction. Whatever, but how am I supposed to believe this is the will of heaven or whatever it is? I crossed mountains of swords and seas of fire to build this. Do you think I'll just say yes, demolish it? Meanwhile, Raphael maintained his composure and reached into his robe. The next moment, as if about to do something, he extended his hand. Then a powerful pillar of light suddenly appeared in midair. If you don't believe, Raphael will show you to the very end. The golden hammer of judgment appeared in his hand. Not stopping there, a vortex of light appeared above his head. It coiled and became an angelic halo. Now everything was too clear and Roy could no longer disbelieve. It was a bit plain before, but now Raphael is fully equipped. Do you believe now? A shimmering light enveloped the entire space. Everyone now believed that he wasn't bluffing. That's the golden hammer of judgment. Exactly as described in the scriptures. Everyone was mesmerized by his magnificent appearance. He's a real angel. Hearing one of them misname his treasure, he immediately corrected them. The name of this hammer is the official business mallet, you fool. Good thing it doesn't say made in China, otherwise I'd think it was fake too. Although he knew Raphael was an angel, Roy still didn't understand why the construction was cancelled. But why is the construction illegal? It doesn't look like it'll easily collapse, and we own this land. Seeing him look like a bewildered deer, Raphael explained. In fact, Iroa is an abnormal object that can see through to the higher realms. It can reveal forbidden secrets of worlds even higher than heaven. On December 6, 307 mythical era at 6 a.m., the War of the Races erupted because everyone coveted that stone. 4.37 million lives were lost and 27.82 million were injured. The total estimated damage amounted to 472,900,400,000,000 gold coins. At this, Roy, listening from below, felt like he wanted to devour him alive. After explaining the terrible consequences it had caused, Raphael quickly concluded, "It is precisely for this reason that Iroha has been deemed an illegal structure. If you don't destroy it immediately, I will." But this construction was the culmination of everyone's efforts. He was furious at being put in such a difficult situation. Whatever the situation, Roy would not accept it and would protect it by any means necessary. "Don't be ridiculous, you're truly unreasonable," I'll protest. Seeing that he did not accept the judgment, Raphael gave him a chance. "We receive protests through earnest prayers. If your prayer is sincere and pure, it will reach the Civil Affairs Office. You can do that? Your system is quite decent. Heaven is a kind place, always seeking ways to alleviate the difficulties faced by the lower realms." Roy didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately knelt and clasped his hands together. "I'll do it now," he prayed earnestly with all his heart and resolve. "Lord, I must borrow Iroha's power to protect those precious to me. I don't want to lose anyone else. Please answer this humble servant's earnest prayer." At this, in heaven, celestial staff began their task. "Everyone here has beautiful hearts full of happiness." Oh, truly an earnest prayer, but after hearing his prayer his face grew bored. "Because if they live I can enjoy my retirement." To this absurd prayer he hung up without hesitation, denied. After offering his prayer, the answer Roy received was a refusal. He immediately asked back why. The reason he stated was that it was not pure. Before and now Raphael's demand was only one: destroy Iroha. But Roy, unable to destroy this spiritual child, refused with an enraged attitude. "I can't do that. The world doesn't become like a dream." Even if he stubbornly refused, Raphael would handle this. Then he suddenly raised the official business mallet high as if about to do something. "I'll do it myself." With a fiery temperament he immediately charged towards the construction site with it. Raphael, seizing the momentum, swung his hammer forward at an astonishing speed. Roy, naturally unable to accept this, followed him, shouting desperately, "No," but no matter how much he pleaded, Raphael would not change his decision. A beam of green light immediately appeared. As the beam of light flew towards the construction site, intending to destroy it, Haviel-Azron flew in and blocked its path. The massive official business mallet was now flying towards him at tremendous speed. But he had never lost to anyone so far, and the angel from heaven was no exception. He immediately swung his sword, parrying the attack. As two transcendent destructive forces collided, the entire space seemed to rip apart. Since Roy had not yet recovered from the syndrome, this was like torture to him. Because of this Swordmaster syndrome, the collision sound is too loud. Haviel-Azron had remained silent until now, but at this moment he bravely stepped forward for this place and confronted Raphael. "I am Haviel-Azron, Knight of the Frontera Domain. Intruder of this land, depart from here, or I shall cut you down. The game is over." Haviel-Azron was serious. He stared at him with murderous eyes. Raphael also couldn't help but be surprised to see that he, a mere human, dared to confront a god. While the commotion was happening there, Solitas suddenly appeared at this place. It was unclear why she had rushed to Frontera. What? Solitas only realized the seriousness of the problem after seeing what was unfolding before her eyes. "I came because I felt an absurd amount of mana, and indeed an angel has come. Mother told me angels are beings who maintain order. The fact that he appeared with a hammer means he intends to destroy something. If that happens, I won't be able to get married. If I fight that great master, I can drive him away." For her own benefit, Solitas decided to summon her inner monster to stop this. But before she could act, Vis appeared from behind. "Hey, stop what you're doing, you'll get into trouble." He knew this would happen but didn't intervene because it would disturb the order. Heaven, hell, and the dragon race. The moment one faction deliberately provokes another, a holy war will erupt. If that happens, this planet is doomed. And by then the situation will be beyond their control. As one who had experienced it before, Vis advised Solitas, "If it's just a territorial dispute or a small-scale attack, just turn a blind eye and maintain the stability of this world." Although he explained so eloquently, her only interest was his identity. "Who are you?" Fearing that the surrounding people would be negatively affected, Roy immediately evacuated them. "Everyone run as far as you can." Seeing Haviel-Azron overestimating himself, Raphael warned him, "Great Master Haviel-Azron, if you disregard good advice and wish to be punished, I will fulfill my mission." But he also had ideals to uphold, so he was not afraid to confront him. "Perhaps both of us are just fulfilling our duties, aren't we?" Without another word, Raphael swung his hammer towards Haviel-Azron, opening the prelude to a clash between two worlds. But with his flexible body and agile movements he dodged the attacks effortlessly. As if it were child's play, Roy couldn't help but worry as he watched Haviel-Azron at this moment. Haviel is truly amazing, but can he win? What had already begun he could not undo. In this situation he had no choice but to pour all his strength into swinging his sword. The vortex of light above Raphael's head was also not just for show. It immediately became a weapon. The two were evenly matched and neither would back down. As the two attacks collided, immense power was unleashed. And this created a terrible sound that threatened to burst Lloyd Frontera's eardrums. Haviel-Azron knew that all faith and hope rested on him, so he swung his sword forward with all his might, determined not to disappoint them. He was indeed a master swordsman. The next moment, colorful beams of light shot out from his sword towards Raphael. and his halo of light also immediately retaliated. All of their attacks were like an artistic fireworks display. He never lowered his guard for a moment, pouring all his concentration into him. But Raphael still hoped they would declare a truce and he would give up. "It's not too late, stop and obey the laws of heaven," he spoke in a very calm tone at this moment. But Raphael didn't know that the next moment something world-changing was about to happen. "Haviel, I've come to help. Cover your ears." Roy couldn't just stand by and watch either at this very moment. It was time for him to truly break through and seize the spotlight of this battle. Lloyd's swordsmanship was limited, but his talent was infinite. He immediately took a deep breath, preparing to counterattack. Raphael, looking down from above, did not understand what was happening. Haviel Azran, following his words, had already covered his ears. In an instant he gathered all his breath and let out a scream so loud it shook heaven and earth. But perhaps because it was his first time, something went wrong. It seemed Roy was about to collapse first. He had just performed a self-destructive act and collapsed to the ground. Seeing Roy, who had been so spirited just moments ago, now lying collapsed, he was dumbfounded. Roy sat blankly as if his soul had been sucked out. "I don't want to hear that sound. Because of Swordmaster Syndrome, all sounds are amplified. If I hear it now, it's like a cow's moo amplified many times over." Haviel Azran was also speechless at his absurd appearance. Though he had lived in heaven for a long time, Raphael had never seen such a sight before. He too couldn't help but be as bewildered as them. "What was that? That sound just now was like the shriek of an ancient monster. But I'm surprised, you old man." While he was disoriented, Haviel Azran seized the opportunity and put his sword to his neck. Since he was an angel, the halo of light automatically reacted, retaliating against him. Raphael had been careless just now, but now he wielded his hammer to teach Haviel Azran some manners. He was no pushover either. No matter how fast his hammer swings were, they couldn't match his lightning-fast reflexes. After long training, it was now Haviel Azran's moment to shine. "I will charge at maximum speed." His speed had now reached the apex of the universe. In a moment he would break free from Earth, pierce through the halo of light and create an opening to attack. Raphael, still unaware of Haviel Azran's intentions, continued to swing his hammer at him. "It's useless. An angel's halo is an absolute blessing." Raphael's hammer swings and Haviel Azran's sword continued to clash. He created a lightning-fast, dazzling beam of light. He was very proud of his ability. "As long as one possesses a righteous and pure soul, the halo of light will protect me forever." The power emanating from Raphael's massive mace was so strong that Haviel Azran had to painstakingly block each attack. But even the strongest human has limits. Haviel Azran was eventually struck by the powerful mace and sent flying like a leaf in a storm. But he immediately sensed the danger before his eyes. "If I keep free-falling like this, I'll crash into the stone of truth." As he was flung back, he tried with all his might to summon his wings and stabilize himself in midair. But Raphael, like a hunter, did not let him go. He immediately rushed forward, seemingly intent on ending everything, and continued his assault. Before Haviel Azran could even stabilize his body, another mace struck him squarely. He wasn't given a chance to defend himself. And the most unwelcome thing happened. Haviel Azran plummeted to the ground like an angel with broken wings, his body crashing heavily. A painful scream erupted from his mouth as all the impact reverberated through his muscles. Raphael also landed nearby and stood like a stone. His cold gaze was fixed on his exhausted opponent. Haviel Azran's body slumped as if all his energy was drained and he fell into a coma. Raphael was very satisfied with this sight. "If you stop now, I will forgive you. Just lie there quietly." Thinking his opponent was completely down, Raphael curled the corner of his mouth slightly and turned and left without looking back. But he didn't know it was a trap. Haviel Azran's eyes slowly opened and a resolute glint shone in the darkness. Clutching his sword tightly, he slowly rose from the ruined ground, preparing for a final counterattack. Seeing him rise, Raphael immediately turned back. "I told you to stay put." Who would have known that Haviel Azran would grab a handful of dirt and throw it directly into his face? But even more surprising was that Raphael, forgetting he was an angel, cursed, "You cowardly bastard." Surprised old man, he reduced Raphael's score without lifting a finger. 10 points deducted for using profanity, and that truly satisfied me. A penalty was applied to the Halo of Light's ability. This time, Haviel Azran gripped the sword in his hand firmly, determined to fight him to the end. "Oh, you just cursed. You don't seem very pure either, do you?" Even Roy couldn't help but stare blankly at his impeccably cool appearance. "What? Is that Haviel? Why does he look so cool?" To prove his indomitable spirit, Haviel Azran immediately unleashed a sharp strike forward. Raphael's halo of light now yielded to him, no longer able to protect him. Indeed, Raphael was nothing without his halo of light. He was immediately struck in the face by Haviel's sword. Before Raphael could recover from the shock of the blow, Haviel Azran intended to unleash another attack, so painful. But fortunately he was lucid enough to dodge the recent slash, or he would have been sent straight back to heaven. Raphael quickly swung his mace downwards to retaliate against Haviel Azran, but unfortunately he missed. Take that. After an intense period, the situation was once again neck and neck. Are they evenly matched now? Both of them had incredible stamina. They had been fighting until now and still seemed full of energy. But at that very moment, Roy denied his previous thought. No, not yet. His gaze quickly shifted to Haviel Azran, who was fighting desperately. Following this, Raphael also didn't give up, scowling like a monkey that had eaten a chili pepper. He closed his eyes tightly, wondering if there was a way to turn the tide. Above, the two were fiercely attacking each other. Haviel Azran was unleashing a very powerful attack towards him. Raphael, not tired in the slightest, passionately dodged the attacks. Suddenly, in a tense situation, Roy blurted out. At this moment he was sitting tiredly between the two. "Please don't hurt my friend anymore." His face suddenly became strangely pathetic and his eyes welled up with tears. Whatever Roy's scheme was this time, Haviel Azran simply stared blankly at him. After uttering his desperate words, he once again fell silent. Seeing Roy asking for a truce first, he asked, "So you're going to destroy the Stone of Truth, aren't you?" He then laid down another condition. "If you promise me one thing, if I fail to prevent the fate regression phenomenon by building the Stone of Truth, all the beautiful and lovely inhabitants of this world will suffer terribly and face many disasters." As he revealed all the emotions he had hidden in his heart, everyone began to turn their gaze towards him. "Whatever happens to me, please help them live happily." Lloyd's words moved everyone who heard them. "You can even take my life if you wish." Everyone never imagined he would sacrifice himself for them. Tears streamed like a spring from the depths of Lloyd's heart, and the pain in his heart finally burst forth. Hearing these words, Raphael was at a loss for a while, standing speechless. He wanted to help him, but he couldn't break the law. "I'm sorry, but there's no way I can help you." He hardened his face and hesitated as if about to say something. "Is that so? Then it seems the negotiation has failed." Suddenly, system windows appeared one after another around Lloyd Frontera at this moment. It would be entirely appropriate to give him the title of this year's heart-captivating master. He captivated people's hearts, raising his RP to 26.71. "You have acquired enough RP. Will you upgrade to Sword Master?" Receiving such immense love from everyone, he too couldn't hold back his emotions, but Roy was like a person whose mood changed from clear in the morning to rainy in the afternoon. The next moment he wore a strange smile. At this sight, Raphael couldn't help but be puzzled. What just happened was merely a practice. Now Roy was truly beginning to shine. It was time for him to step forward personally and protect his and his loved ones' efforts. It seems it's time for the hymn to resound. Lloyd's entire body was now engulfed in a powerful blue light. The two couldn't take their eyes off him. Even Haviel Azran never imagined that the mediocre Roy of old would now possess such astonishing power. A sword master? Even in the face of his explosive appearance, Raphael remained calm and advised. "I hope you will suppress your inner worldly desires and not interfere in heavenly matters. As you've seen, I possess the power to contend with the great master beside you. A small and weak sword master like you cannot be my opponent." Seeing him disregard him, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, at that moment, Haviel Azran's large wings unfurled and a powerful beam of light immediately surrounded him. As if something was wrong, he covered his ears. While 7,749 disasters were being confronted outside, Vis sat quietly in a corner. There was no movement. Although he looked so relaxed, Vis had already completely left Earth and moved to the moon at this time. Meanwhile on Earth the warm sunlight began to pour down. Birds also began to sing joyful songs. Colorful fish swam excitedly in the clear water. In the distance, majestic wings unfurled, dominating the sky. Small fish leaped excitedly under the dazzling sunlight. And at that very moment the stage officially became Lloyd Frontera's. He was like an opera singer reluctantly taking the stage. As soon as he opened his mouth he unleashed a high-pitched note that shook heaven and earth. A massive sound wave burst from his throat, so powerful that it swirled and flew directly towards the Stone of Truth. But a twist immediately followed. The sound wave suddenly changed direction and headed towards the innocent villagers. In an instant, men, women, and children alike were subjected to a sonic attack, making them want to dig out and wash their ears. And their favorability dropped. Everyone clutched their heads and covered their ears, screaming and staggering as if enduring the highest level of sonic torture. Their favorability dropped, and all the favorability they had accumulated until then now hit rock bottom. The terrifying sound wave was not limited to the battle area, but echoed throughout the entire forest like a soul-calling sound. Even after finishing an opera performance that would make the forest god shake his head, Roy did not stop but reached out his hand, preparing something more. Raphael at this moment just stood there blankly with an expression that said, "Why is that guy playing so big?" Meanwhile, the birds of the forest, who were loyal fans of serene nature, all dropped dead as if they had watched a sonic horror movie. Under the lake, even the small fish couldn't endure this reluctant concert and quickly played dead. Who would have known that Raphael would fall right into his trap and curse again? Damn it, his mouth was really a problem. This time he was completely drained. 480 points deducted for using profanity, exceeded maximum deduction limit of 300 points, granted authority revoked for penalty period. What? Roy was truly an IQ 3000 genius to have thought up such a scheme, and so he now had nothing left to protect himself. Raphael was completely penniless. He still couldn't believe at this moment that he had been tricked to this extent. Raphael was dazed for a while, then looked ahead, and naturally what greeted him was Lloyd Frontera's murderous gaze and his club. But the participation of Haviel Azran couldn't be excluded from where he was. Feeling that the situation had turned at the 89th minute, Raphael also slowly took off his glasses. He decided to retreat to protect his safety. "My two brothers, let's make peace, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world," and Roy swung his club into his face. It was for the crime of daring to invade his territory. Raphael's true hell seemed to have just begun. After being hit by the club attack that seemed to show half the future, in an instant, he was hit by another sky-shattering blow from Haviel. The two took turns hitting Raphael, who was like a punching bag. A series of successive joint attacks immediately followed. Raphael was hit so hard he couldn't find his way back to heaven. Roy laughed heartily with an expression that said, "How long I've waited for this day." Even Haviel Azron had no intention of forgiving Raphael and intended to make him pay for his sins. It was truly Raphael's bad luck today to have provoked this dream team, and so he completely lost consciousness. Everything was settled for now. But since Raphael was an angel after all, he was moved to the mansion for treatment. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Raphael's entire body was covered in wounds and there wasn't a spot not bandaged. Barely opening his eyes and looking around, he couldn't help but wonder, where am I? The happiest was Raphael. As soon as he opened his eyes, Roy was waiting beside him. "You're awake?" Not long ago he had been engaged in physical interaction with him, but now he showed a gentle demeanor. "I worried you might never wake up, so I meticulously nursed you all night." Raphael couldn't help but be curious about Lloyd's attitude towards him. "I tried to destroy the stone of truth. Why are you doing this?" Without hiding anything, he thought very simply. "Because you're not a bad person. Only the purpose is bad. Our purposes are just different. Neither of us is a sinner." Raphael at this moment ruminated on what he had just said. Neither of us is a sinner, is that so? But remembering how they had looked as if they wanted to devour him alive, he thought differently. Suddenly, Haviel Azron pushed the door open and burst in. "Haviel, why are you here?" He still seemed to be angry at him, and looked as if he wanted to settle things somehow. "We must kill that guy. Let me go." He rose and stopped him. "Stop it, he's an angel. You shouldn't do that." After struggling to get Haviel Azron out, Roy closed the door. He has a really quick temper. It was really hard to stop his wild temper at that time. In fact, while he was raging, he tried to clean up everything. "Die, you bastard. Stop it, he's an angel." This was the truth. But Raphael was slightly moved by Lloyd's fabricated words. At that very moment, he bowed his head to him. "Thank you, you truly are a good person. You're welcome." Anyone would have done the same. In fact, all of this was part of his cunning plan, just as I thought. He's easily fooled, just like in novels. It's a piece of cake. After that, Roy also asked about his situation. "I heard you were being punished. What happened to you during that time?" He also spoke honestly. "I've lost all my angelic authority and can't return to heaven. Now I can only communicate with this. Is it a smartphone? No, this is a wise phone that's not yet smart. Heaven and hell, their naming sense is terrible." Suddenly, Roy realized something and asked sadly, "So when your punishment is over, you'll try to destroy the stone of truth again, won't you?" But Raphael didn't know this well either. "That's heaven's decision, so I must follow it. For the benefit and order of the lower realms, this is unavoidable." But Roy thought completely the opposite. "Is it truly for the benefit of the lower realms? Are you sure this isn't selfish violence imposed on people in the lower realms who are forced to obey orders because they can't resist you?" As this was the first person to say such a thing to Raphael, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He crossed his arms and continued to probe his mind. "Until now, you've fulfilled your mission well because it was your duty and the right thing to do. But what do people like me think? Have you ever listened to us? Have you ever put yourself in our shoes? You said heaven exists to help the lower realms avoid difficulties, right? If so, what about the people whose lives will become many times harder because of heaven's decisions?" Raphael's eyes were now filled with sadness. It seemed he too had finally grasped this profound philosophy. "You are right. I have never listened to the voices of the inhabitants of the lower realms." Then Roy proposed, "While you're in my territory, why don't you learn more about the lower realms?" He was quite excited to hear that. "Can I really, if it's not an inconvenience for you? If you do nothing, it will certainly be an inconvenience." I was short-sighted. The next moment, Roy pulled out a bundle of papers from inside his clothes. He extended it forward with a slightly coercive look. "If you sign this contract and agree to a few small requests of mine, I will enthusiastically welcome you." Raphael, without the slightest doubt, immediately took the pen and signed, and this was part of his plan. "Good, at this rate I can solve several problems at once. I can use you to get the Eye of Summer from the Queen to stop my heart from freezing." This was the only way Roy could protect himself, to stop his heart from freezing. After some recovery, Raphael was finally able to return to normal. One beautiful morning, as Vibung was still excitedly turning the lake into a mini-freezer, Raphael sprang up like a spring. His face exuded an aura that said, "Don't stop my success." Without hesitation, he quickly donned his coat like he was racing an alarm clock. And of course, with the dignity of someone who never forgets accessories, he also wore his sacred glasses. With everything in place, Raphael's appearance began to glow as if he had just walked out of a luxury perfume advertisement. Early in the morning, he diligently jogged like an inspiring figure from a fitness magazine. Raphael was not alone. The forest animals also happily ran along, creating the most enjoyable jogging time of the year. "Hello, deer, rabbit, squirrel." Today, the sky was still clear and blue, accompanied by the bright singing of sparrows. Surprisingly, the next moment, Raphael received an offer to embrace the new day. "Me, saying it's a bit embarrassing, but I will respond to your song." After his workout, the glistening beads of sweat on his neck looked like they were under stage lights in the early morning sun. Unable to contain his excitement, Raphael sang and danced with his animal fans. It was as if he was holding an outdoor concert, and the farmers here were also somewhat healed. Hearing the angels singing every morning warms my heart. Why is Sir Roy's voice so special? All eyes on him had completely changed. At first he was an enemy, but now he had become a source of vitality that gave them strength every morning. If Sir Roy could just sing like that, I'd have no regrets. And at this point they endlessly compared the heavenly voice with Lloyd Frontera's goose-like voice. If Sir Roy could sing even a little like that, I'd be happy. Seeing him standing behind him, Bian was slightly surprised and explained, "Young Master Roy, did you hear all that? Please forgive what I just said, but honestly a few days ago I heard your song and had nightmares. Our hearts are being purified so such words came out unconsciously." Night Bian, there's no need to make excuses because I know you are very honest. Although he was the one who gave Raphael a chance to shine, now he was jealous of him. That Raphael fellow really makes my blood boil. Haviel Azron also saw right through him. It seems you're jealous because everyone likes him. Wouldn't an angel always be better than a demon from the depths of hell? At his increasingly irritating words, Roy pressed him. Are you implying I came from hell? That angel fellow, you know he attacked us, right? But what he focused on was the current Raphael. But now he has melted everyone's hearts. Look, seeing Haviel Azron siding with him, he was also slightly hurt. Traitor. Seeing Roy look uncomfortable, he asked, if you dislike him so much, why don't you chase him away? It was because Raphael's presence here benefited him. He had signed the contract, meaning he could be used. Raphael, there are two things you need to do for me. He recalled the negotiation between the two of them that day. First, promptly inform me of heaven's related plans. With the wise phone in his hand, Raphael could inform him of the entire world. No problem. This phone can receive the fastest and most accurate information from heaven. I hope you rely on this phone to live a better life. What you just said is truly angelic. Not stopping there, Roy continued to demand, and my second request. Before that, I need to confirm a few things. Even while you're being punished, you still have the ability to prove you're an angel, right? Although his privileges were revoked, Raphael still exuded an angelic aura. Is this enough? Then it's convincing. But didn't you lose your authority? All functions of my power are gone, but my appearance remains. Then that was enough for Roy. Alright, you must cooperate as much as possible with the plan I'm about to tell you. Based on what he had overheard from heaven through Raphael, Lloyd Frontera spoke to Haviel Azron. Heaven is holding a meeting because of our firm stance. Since a high-level meeting will naturally take a long time, if there's an opportunity before the meeting ends, I must immediately ask the Stone of Truth. After I ask, it doesn't matter how it's destroyed. The stone will be completed within a few hours. He was very excited but still maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, the next moment, Haviel Azron spoke. It might seem out of place to say this now, but I think I prefer young Master's singing voice more. Outwardly, he praised Raphael, but when they were alone he revealed his true feelings. Roy also didn't expect to hear such words at such a tense moment. That's really out of place. Do you know what you just said? It was truly Haviel Azron's unique musical taste, he quickly explained. That sound was truly terrifying. It seemed to possess destructive power like a disaster. It was like the scream or curse of a demon from the bottom of hell. How dare you talk back to your lord? Do you think you're a composer? Despite Lloyd Frontera's question, he continued. So it didn't feel like young Master was truly singing. Every time you sang, you always felt ashamed and guilty. But despite that, you sang with all your might. You overcame your embarrassment for the sake of the villagers. If there is any song that deserves to be praised as the most noble, I believe it is young Master's song. What truly moved Haviel Azron was his compassionate heart. Roy also didn't expect him to say such profound and touching words today. He was so surprised that his jaw dropped, unable to believe what he had heard. You're crazy. But one thing Haviel Azron couldn't deny was that his singing was indeed ear-splitting. But I still don't want to hear young Master's song. Just thinking about it made his face contort. This was exactly what he should have said. His face once again stared at him with a look of disgust. Although their feelings were now very close, Roy was still a little awkward. It's a good thing I heard that last part, otherwise I would have gotten goosebumps. But receiving praise from Haviel Azron made his heart truly happy. The clear surface of the water reflected all their happy expressions at this time, and so Roy's beautiful morning passed, filled with sweetness and joy. Meanwhile, a dove after a long journey flew to the Stone of Truth. It came here to quickly deliver a very important item to them. As it dropped Kiora, it immediately transformed into a gas and flew downwards, and where it landed was directly on top of the Stone of Truth, and then it became the soul of this stone. Finally, the edifice of the age was born. The purest drops of water slowly flowed downwards. The Stone of Truth Iroha has been completed. You have earned RP for achieving a legendary feat. RP earned 8,500. Roy didn't wait even a second and ordered the sluice gates to be opened, and now the moment they had long awaited had arrived. Frontera Dam, the largest concrete dam in Lorizer continent history, has been completed. RP earned 1,500. Current RP 10,071. Crystal clear water began to pour into the dam. Then the Stone of Truth immediately submerged into the water. It was now like a magnificent underwater palace. Roy then jumped into the water, and the sight that unfolded before his eyes was now reality, not a simulation. Finally, his long-standing questions could now be answered. It was time to hear the answers. Roy reached out his hand and smiled an intriguing smile. Dazzling light immediately appeared before him, showcasing the power of this place. The Stone of Truth immediately greeted him happily. Hello, I only speak the truth. I am Iroha, The author of Iron-Blooded Knight really made this stone clumsily, Roy thought to himself while it continued. Do you have a question, but it's not free? Will you tell me one of your secrets? He was slightly bewildered by this sudden condition. How a secret? It then continued more clearly. A secret that only you in this world know. While he racked his brain, Haviel Azron was also here. My true identity won't work since Haviel already knows what secret. After going to the bathroom, wipe both sides clean, then roll up as much toilet paper as possible to make it thick and pointy. Then insert it into the place everyone knows and twist it 5 times to the left and 5 times to the right. Repeat this process a total of 3 times. The very next moment, a beam of light shot out from the top of the stone. Who would have known it would reveal that secret to everyone? Stone of Truth notification. After going to the bathroom, wipe both sides clean. Then Roy rolls up as much toilet paper as possible to make it thick and pointy, then inserts it into the place everyone knows. He twists it 5 times to the left and 5 times to the right. This process is repeated a total of 3 times. He covered his mouth in astonishment, never expecting the Stone of Truth to reveal such a dirty secret. How deep do you insert it? But as it delved deeper, Roy became even more flustered. Stop it. Can't you pretend you don't know, and why are you here again? It turned out Haviel Azron was here because he was worried about him. Young Master said there would be a strong shock when the stone activated, so I was worried. He also couldn't understand his excessive worry. Why is he acting so strangely? No one's dying. After circling around for a long time, the Stone of Truth spoke. Ask me a question, and Roy's most difficult problem followed. I came from another world. I've done many things and faced many people. I should have died or faced tragedy, but the fate regression phenomenon kept undoing what I did. Tell me how to stop it. Suddenly, at this moment, the Stone of Truth lit up the entire space. A very powerful energy vortex erupted directly above, and the two were now immersed in a sea of energy. Suddenly, everything around them turned pitch black. This is a space where only you and I exist. Only you can hear the answer. The voice had changed. Roy should have died, but he didn't. Instead, he stole the protagonist position that should have gone to Haviel Azron. This world is trying to kill Roy and restore fate, returning the protagonist position to Haviel. But because of a system error called Roy, the world cannot determine who the protagonist is and is suffering extreme errors. Fate is now in chaos. To return to the original story, even if the price is destruction. To end this madness and calm the world, the story must be restructured. To do so, the protagonist must be decided. Roy or Haviel. One of the two must die for the story to be restructured. There is no more. Hearing the judgment just delivered by the Stone of Truth, Roy's heart felt like it was shattered into hundreds of trillions of pieces. Seeing him suddenly collapse, Haviel Azron wore a worried expression. Young Master. Everything turned into tragedy in an instant. There was no other way. Suddenly he turned pale and couldn't stop sweating cold. He kept shaking him awake. Young Master, please breathe, young Master. Roy never expected everything to become such a nightmare. He had worked tirelessly, hoping that things would get better someday. Seeing him in such a critical situation, Haviel Azron was frantically worried. Please breathe. Is it because of your heart? Is your heart unwell? But he didn't know that his heart had just been pierced by the words of the Stone of Truth. Kim Suho, just a little more. Someday the sun will rise and shine brightly. And while Haviel Azron was desperately calling out to him, hoping he would emerge from that coma, is young Master's mana flow not normal? Wake up. Young Master Roy. He struggled to reach out for the light that was right before his eyes, but as distant as the end of the sky. Just a little more. He was trying to inject mana into Lloyd Frontera at this time. But the light disappeared before his eyes, and once again the darkness of despair enveloped him. Roy's face was now contorted in extreme pain, as if completely devoid of hope for the bright future that lay ahead. In this precarious situation, Haviel Azron did not leave Roy, but stayed by his side, attempting artificial respiration. Breathe, please, just breathe. But at this moment Roy was wrestling with his choices. What would happen if I have 2 lives? What if I lose one life first? Then this event would become the protagonist's resurrection. Numerous questions arose in his mind. What if I returned to Siwon? Then I would no longer exist here, would I? Thinking positively, Roy would just be returning to his original world. It was not like death. His heart at this moment seemed partly dead. It lost its vitality and turned a gloomy ash gray. At this moment, Winter's anus could not maintain its composure in his precarious situation. What is this? Why is it freezing so fast? That guy is a sword master. Shouldn't he be able to use mana to stop the freezing process somehow? Suddenly, at this moment, a system notification about his condition appeared. This is a mental illness. Once symptoms appear, one can no longer do anything. Everything peaceful suddenly turned into tragedy. The truth always broke people's hearts maddeningly. It seemed that despite all his efforts, Roy could not change anyone's fate. I will repeat this one more time. Even his best friend at this moment, he wasn't sure if he could protect him. Lloyd and Haviel, one of them must die. He merely stared blankly ahead like a person whose soul had left his body. His body did not move at all. Everything was now at an impasse. It plunged him and his loved ones into an endless whirlpool of tragedy. That was the only way. The ice sphere dome used to stop time remained completely intact even now. At this moment, white snow began to fall, covering the cold flower petals. Roy was still wrestling with physical and mental pain. He lay on a cozy, soft bed but could not rest for a moment, tossing and turning in agony. A moment later, Roy collapsed on the bed and began to resent fate. Hey, what is this? Are you trying to call me into this world to suffer? Roy felt as if everything was mocking him. Such a tragedy should not have happened. Who are you? Are you above Yama or the gods? Are you trying to push us into this state, mock us or treat us like toys? I'm sorry, but he didn't want to hear such empty words. He only grew angrier. It's very amusing, isn't it? Are you trying to say that weak Kim Suho always has to endure hardship no matter where he is? That unfortunate people face unlucky and harsh fates wherever they go? Don't make me laugh, but even if fate were to throw cold water on him tens of thousands of times, he would not succumb to it. Nothing can stop me. I will make everything I want a reality. I am Lloyd Frontera. After making that vow, he once again fell into a hazy state like his own uncertain future. Meanwhile, Akosh Frontera and Marbella Frontera also came to visit him. Has Roy not recovered yet? Haviel Azran, who had been waiting outside for a long time, reported. Yes, it seems he has been overworked for a long time, she asked, worried about the current situation. Has he found a way to stop all the ominous signs our domain has received? He quickly reassured them, saying, of course, there's a way. He is resting to recover his strength to stop them. At this moment, Akosh's gaze towards Haviel was somewhat strange, as if he wanted to know something more. Haviel Azran did not avoid his gaze and looked straight ahead. If that was the case, they no longer disturbed Roy's rest. Understood, please take good care of that child. After a brief visit, they slowly turned and left. Haviel was a little worried about Roy since he hadn't gone inside yet. Then Haviel Azran quietly pushed the door open and entered. Young Master Roy, although he lay motionless, Haviel knew he was awake and consoled him. I don't know what the Stone of Truth told, young master, I believe you will always find the answer just like before. His eyes were filled with sadness, but deep within, faith and hope for Lloyd Frontera still shone brightly. Haviel Azran knew that with his frozen heart he could not achieve the final outcome, so he sincerely wished for his swift recovery. But to do so, he must first be alive. Please wait just a little longer. Haviel Azran cannot help him now, but he will do his best in the near future. I will raise young master up once again. If until now Roy had been the sun leading everyone out of darkness, this time he would be Roy's son. After saying all he wanted to say, Haviel Azran turned and left. Can I accomplish what I've planned? But he no longer asked himself and vowed to succeed. No, I can do it. He already knew what the key was. With his rich experience, he had previously encountered countless villainous faces. I have witnessed it countless times. His eyes burned with resolve, fixed ahead as if he were the protagonist of his own story. I am Lloyd Frontera. The next place Haviel Azran went was where Raphael was. Ah yes, I heard some new information. Heaven is considering summoning Roy. What he wanted to know precisely was the specific time, that is, when it would happen. But fortunately, everything was proceeding slower than he had expected. Not yet. The meeting among the high-ranking leaders will take a bit longer. After hearing the answer from Raphael, he fell into thought for a moment. Every time Haviel Azran fell silent, he was plotting something shocking. He suddenly picked up a lamp and, not stopping there, also hung up a cross. All the lamps that caught Haviel Azran's eye he hastily gathered and placed in one spot. Seeing him suddenly display all sorts of tools, Raphael was also puzzled. What are you doing? His answer was truly surprising. It was prayer, with superhuman memory. He tried to meet heaven through prayer. You said we could send an appeal if our prayers were pure and earnest, didn't you? Haviel Azran genuinely thought of Lloyd's well-being and prayed earnestly for him. O God above, there is no time. Please summon me up immediately. Quickly, quickly. Who would have known that his fervent plea would terrorize the ears of heaven's staff? This customer is truly annoying, but his prayer is so pure and earnest that we can't ignore it. Wait, that person isn't even the owner of the Stone of Truth. There's no reason to summon him. But Haviel Azran knew what they were thinking and continued his terror. Please send me up, I have been delegated. Faced with his persistent actions, they couldn't help but throw up their hands in admiration. Is that God even under our beds in heaven? This customer is not only annoying but also clever. As expected, everything depended on Haviel Azran. Unable to endure his stubbornness, they sent him an elevator to heaven. Just go. Who would have known he would even invite Raphael? What, I have to go too? Seeing him hesitate, Haviel asked, why are you hesitating? Can't this teleportation magic carry two people? Ah no, it's not that. The reason Raphael didn't want to go back was that he was afraid of being thoroughly scolded from above. If I just return to heaven, I'll be reprimanded for having sworn. Honestly, it's a bit scary, but whether he agreed or not, Haviel Azran slung him over his shoulder and set off. Wait, do I have to go, Sir Haviel? Seeing Raphael squirming like a maggot, he reminded him with a serious expression. You signed the contract, didn't you? You said you'd help us get the Eye of Summer. If not now, when? Now is the best time to act. We're going to get the Eye of Summer right now. Raphael had no chance to stay behind as they stepped into the teleportation elevator and ascended straight to the ninth heaven. At light speed very quickly, Haviel Azran now appeared before Angel Gabriel. He raised his glasses to get a better look at the brave young man before him. Truly reckless. Haviel, I know you are a human of noble character. But Haviel Azran replied with a very clear mind, that will be legendary. Are you saying I have no noble character because I can't appeal? It sounds like only those who are like ox-headed demons can appeal. Both he and Roy often spoke words that angered angels but were undeniably true. Warning, what you just said is slander against an appellant. Being an angel nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure and explained, Understood, Haviel. I apologize. First, it seems you're misunderstanding something. If you knew how dangerous the Stone of Truth is, but before Gabriel could finish speaking, he interrupted. I agree that the Stone of Truth is an object that should not be built. Heaven's decision to destroy it is also valid. Seeing Haviel Azron change his attitude 180 degrees, he was slightly surprised. What? Are you saying you will destroy it? He quickly confirmed. Yes, but he would not do it without conditions. What are your conditions? He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. First, I have a question. Exactly when did you discover we were building the Stone of Truth? He also searched his memory and replied. It seems it was around the time of the Heart of Winter incident. I received a report as soon as construction began. Suddenly, at that moment, Haviel Azron slammed the desk, surprising him too. Like master, like servant, with just words he put Angel Gabriel in a difficult position. Then why are you ordering us to destroy it only after we've completed it? Why didn't you prohibit construction from the beginning? Did you want to surprise us? Do you enjoy plunging us into despair? Faced with his interrogation, he also cowered. No, we didn't think you would be able to gather all the materials. I understand. But Haviel Azron was not done with him yet, and with wide eyes he leaned closer. I'll just let them do as they please. Nothing will come of it anyway. When things get out of control, then we'll intervene. Angel Gabriel never dreamed that the ordinary man before him was a god of war. That person sees even the thoughts I hide in the deepest part of my heart. Haviel was expecting an answer from Gabriel at this moment. You must have thought so, didn't you? Angel Gabriel's misfortune was that he couldn't even lie. Yes, it's true. As an angel, I cannot lie, thus with just a few words. Haviel Azron shifted all responsibility to them. Please consider this a way to compensate for the opportunity cost we wasted due to Heaven's negligence. I demand that you postpone the destruction of the Stone of Truth until the fate regression phenomenon stops. Angel Gabriel was so tense he took off his glasses. But this is a bit much. Despite his complaint, Haviel cornered him. Oh, are you going to refuse my demand? Are you saying the lower realms must bear the blame because of Heaven's negligence? Doesn't kind Heaven always seek ways to help the lower realms escape difficulties? At this point, Angel Gabriel could not withstand his pressure and had no choice but to agree. All right. Instead, remember that you must control the situation well until everything is over. Once everything went his way, Haviel Azron returned to his friendly demeanor. I sincerely thank you for your kindness. Lying brat, I am Angel Gabriel. You cannot deceive my eyes of truth. Who would have known he could change his emotions 180 degrees like that? How that guy is really grateful. He's so grateful he's even glowing with a halo. There is no evil in that guy's heart. I can't even find a flaw in what he said. Not stopping there, he continued to demand. And the second condition, please enlighten the Magentano royalty through Raphael, and demand that they give the Eye of Summer to Lloyd. Angel Gabriel, at this moment, stiffened in disbelief. He could no longer tolerate his greed. You've crossed the line. We just finished negotiating about compensating you with more time, but Haviel Azron denied it. What are you talking about? That was a way to compensate for our opportunity cost. This time is a demand for damages. After learning that we were involved in a dispute with Heaven, I was so afraid that I couldn't sleep for several nights. Please compensate me for the suffering my heart had to endure. At his cunning, Gabriel also froze like a stone, speechless. What? That guy just wants to extort us. His emotions spun him around like a top. More evil than he looks, truly terrible. Wait, is it true? Is that guy really suffering? His heart has truly endured a lot, so it seems he really should be compensated. But what's with that expression, to even think of inviting such a human to work in heaven after death? But this guy belongs in hell. At Roy's mansion at this time he was still recuperating, lying in his room. Seeing someone waiting outside, he permitted them to enter. The one who came to see him was Emily. She quietly pushed the door open with a worried expression. Emily bowed her head and said in a slightly anxious voice, I'm sorry for disturbing your rest, young master. Seeing her arrive at this hour, something was clearly amiss, so Roy sat up. It's all right. What is it? She then held out a letter to him. This is it. He thought it was a letter from someone important, but it turned out to be Emily's wedding invitation. It's my wedding invitation. She then happily announced her upcoming joyous event. I'm marrying Kerr. Thanks to you, young master, I was able to meet him, so this is a special invitation just for you. Opening the invitation, he saw Emily's colorful drawing of Lloyd Frontera. Although the invitation's content was very cute, he wore a gloomy and melancholic expression. Yet despite that, for Emily and everyone else, he remained the sun in their eyes. Thanks to you, young master, our domain is happier than ever before. Everyone is grateful to you. Realizing that everyone held him so deeply in their hearts, he paused for a moment in thought. After that, Roy smiled at Emily. Because that was the glory he had received. Thank you for saying that. I'm sorry to everyone. A moment later, he was finally able to leave his room. I'll prepare a new blanket for you. I'll open the door for you. It's all right, please rest. I'm fine. I just want everyone to continue being happy. Before Emily fully left, he still turned his head towards the door and smiled. Congratulations on your marriage. Roy was now truly happy to see everyone living lives full of joy. But once the door closed, he crumbled again, blaming himself. But I can't do anything for anyone anymore. This happiness would only unfold before their eyes. But in the future, they might once again live in prolonged suffering. Either Frontera or Haviel Azron would die. Every time he thought about that problem, his heart turned gray. Die? That's ridiculous. The protagonist shouldn't die. Roy's heart was still frozen at this time, consumed by a cold ash gray. Suddenly, chest pain once again assailed him, and his face turned ashen as if he were possessed. Roy immediately collapsed onto the cold floor, curling up in agony. There must be a way, but I'm just a supporting character. Even now, he couldn't clearly see where he was, and everything was just vague. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold as a blade, and it felt like everything was coming to an end. If I die. As despairing thoughts gnawed at Lloyd Frontera day by day, the system window became his lifeline. It once again reminded him why he had to keep trying. Your dream has not yet come true. You must live. Death is the end. If you die, you can do nothing. After leaving a short but powerful message for Lloyd Frontera, it vanished into thin air. The system window at this time was like a warm flame embracing his suffering body. The situation was now surrounded by negativity, but at least Roy still had them. He was still embraced by the people he loved. As darkness covered every corner, the monster Kaji Titan once again stirred the calm waters. Count Cremor stood by the window with his hands behind his back, leisurely observing his pets running wild in the distance. They now dominated the vast ocean under his watch. Meanwhile, ominous things began to happen elsewhere. The cross-shaped stone formations were expected to have a peaceful night, but the next moment they were suddenly shattered by some invisible force, as someone came to him uninvited. Samael Khan couldn't help but feel his blood boil. "Who dares to attack my territory?" his subordinate immediately reported. "They seem to be impostors disguised as sheep of God. They are indiscriminately bombarding the palace and all related locations, making them very difficult to deal with." But the Magantano Empire was no exception at this time. All living creatures were under attack by strange monster hordes. The hunters here also could not explain this bizarre phenomenon. Where are these countless monsters pouring out from? At this rate, all the animals in the forest will flee. The attendants quickly identified the strange signs and reported them to Alicia. Numerous monsters have appeared, including a Giga Titan. There is also a rebellion of infidels from Azeron. She too was very puzzled as to why everything had suddenly changed without warning. What is happening? All strange events were happening simultaneously. Yes, something really has happened outside after all. That's why Haviel Azeron had urgently come to see her on Yongyong. He didn't come to Magantano empty-handed but also brought a huge bundle. Before the formal audience, the maid informed Alicia, "Your Majesty, Lord Haviel Azeron, escort knight of Lord Lloyd Frontera, requests an audience." Haviel is here, without Roy. After entering, he bowed in reverence. "I, Haviel Azeron, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen of our kingdom." Alicia responded to his reverence with silence. Seeing him suddenly appear in such chaotic times, she was also slightly suspicious. "Lord Azeron, are you plotting something?" She was clearly just overreacting. At her reprimand, he looked at her with bewildered deer-like eyes, but Alicia, seemingly greatly displeased by his expression, wrinkled her face like a monkey that had eaten a chili pepper. They stared at each other in silence like that, neither understanding what the other wanted. To break this tense atmosphere, she asked, "Enough? What brings you here?" It turned out he had come to ask for permission for a few things. "There's a lot of unused steel in the domain, so I came here. I'm wondering what use it could be put to, and I hope Your Majesty would use it for military purposes." But Alicia's mind was elsewhere at that moment. "I was planning to go find Roy and torment him for daring to lie about marrying me, the queen." Suddenly, as she was lost in thought, a dazzling beam of light shone directly on her face, and at some point a sweet song filled the entire space. "What is it?" Raphael's performance now began. He slowly descended from above with a voice that poured honey into their ears. His pure white angel wings and halo of light above his head appeared, and Raphael's angelic light energy made even the surrounding attendants gape in astonishment. Alicia also looked up, not expecting to receive a guest from heaven at this time. An angel, and the play that Haviel Azeron had prepared in advance was now on stage. Lady Alicia, Queen of the Magantano Kingdom. "No, Alicia Termina Magantano. I have come to deliver the will, or rather the edict of heaven. Lady, no, Your Majesty. You must immediately hand over the Eye of Summer to Lloyd Frontera." After much stammering, he finally managed to finish his sentence. Suddenly, as soon as Raphael finished speaking, he seemed to be sucked upwards by something invisible. Raphael's body then stretched out like a spaghetti noodle and returned directly to heaven. And just like that, everything vanished in an instant as if nothing had happened. Alicia was not unfamiliar with his tactics. "What? It's suspicious. It's clearly a trick. Roy is behind this. What's his scheme this time?" She couldn't hide her curiosity and turned to Azeron. "Hey, Haviel Azeron, tell me honestly." Sweat ran down his face as if he didn't know what had just happened. "Lord Azeron, surely it wasn't a trick?" Even the faint-hearted attendants urged her at this time. "Your Majesty, that is a message from God. Please prepare the Eye of Summer." But at that moment there were also those who opposed it. "It is our last weapon. We have already lost the Heart of Winter. How can we hand it over? That angel," I heard him stammer. "An angel stammering, it must be fake." The debate resumed. "Did you not see his wings?" His voice echoed throughout the palace. "What else could he be if not an angel? Even if he is an angel, this matter will affect the peace of our kingdom. That angel is clearly using the will of heaven as a pretext to lie and bring down our kingdom. Have you not read the scriptures? An angel does not lie." His composure was all thanks to having discussed it with heaven beforehand. At first Gabriel refused Haviel Azeron. "Haviel, are you asking heaven to lie? Angels cannot lie." I cannot accept your request. He said that they didn't need profound words, just a short sentence. I don't know which part is a lie. Wait, what? Don't say too much about the prosperity of the kingdom or avoiding curses, just say hand it over. Then there's nothing to lie about, is there? Gabriel could not refuse this demand. The people in the great hall were now divided into two factions, neither willing to yield, and Haviel Azron silently awaited the outcome. Everything went according to plan. The only thing left was to trust the queen. He believed Alicia would make the wisest decision. With keen and intelligent observation, she also realized something was amiss. Lord Azron, I wish you to be honest. Alicia spoke her thoughts frankly, hiding nothing. Edict of heaven. Roy is behind this, isn't he? Who would have thought he wouldn't deny it and immediately admit? Yes. Hearing this, she also sighed. She couldn't understand his fickle personality, to answer so directly. But why did you act so well just now? Haviel Azron explained with the ability to handle situations very subtly. The reason I pretended to be surprised then was to make all of your majesty's subordinates believe it was real. I know that cheap act couldn't fool your majesty. Seeing his current demeanor, she was reminded of Roy. Your way of flattery reminds me of Roy. It's a good thing you're not showing off your backside. For someone with a noble soul like Haviel Azron, that was impossible. I merely humble myself and am unable to perform such impolite acts. Alicia, as if not unfamiliar, greatly empathized with him. Yes, that sight was truly uncomfortable. After that, he told her everything honestly, hiding nothing. Although this was young Master Roy's plan, that angel did not lie. It seems so. Don't you doubt his identity? Roy is someone who can even deceive the Holy Dragon, the founder of the dynasty. Alicia could only make a decision if she properly understood their objective. Let's get to the point. Why do you need the Eye of Summer? Suddenly, Haviel Azron fell silent, saying nothing. After a moment of thought, he uttered a single sentence that shocked her. Young Master Roy is dying. Alicia hadn't realized things were so serious. Her eyes were filled with alarm. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Emily stood outside Lloyd Frontera's door. Young Master, I've brought your meal. But at this time, he wanted to be alone and didn't want to see anyone. Oh, thank you. Leave it outside. I need to clear yesterday's dishes and plates. No need, I'll wash them myself later. I'm a bit busy right now. Emily and Marbella Frontera looked at each other with sad expressions when he didn't want to see them. Since he said so, Emily had no choice but to do as he said. Then I'll leave the food outside the door. Please call if you need anything. Yes, thank you. And so they quietly left breakfast outside Roy's door. Only after hearing their footsteps fade did he dare to act. Roy slowly opened the door to check if they had completely gone. Only after seeing no one outside did he dare to bring the tray inside. And after finishing his meal, he again left the empty tray outside the door. But day by day this situation continued. Roy didn't touch the food at all, scattering it on the floor instead. The atmosphere was truly heavy at this time. He seemed to have fallen into endless despair, unable to even swallow food. On the other hand, to save Lloyd Frontera, Haviel Azron told her about his condition, the fate regression phenomenon. He confirmed it once more and provided some evidence. Yes, that is what Dragon King Vis, the son of the founder Holy Dragon Tyreenus, told us. All the destinies and fates changed by young Master Roy's power will return to their original state. Suddenly, at this moment, Alicia remembered something. The Giga Titans attack Osrahan's rebellion. Roy stopped all of that. Does it really mean everything will return to its original state? A big question mark appeared in her mind. Roy's body, not eating or drinking, would have become emaciated by now. But his spirit was suffering the greatest blow at this time. How could his pets stand by and watch him sit in a cold, lonely corner? They immediately climbed onto his body together. Viboon deeply sympathized with Lloyd's plight right now. Viboon could do nothing but embrace him warmly. Suddenly, at that moment, a system window appeared. Although he didn't know what it meant, images of Marbella Frontera and Akosh Frontera appeared. Viboon, as if not wanting the system window to reach him, resolutely stretched out his hand to protect him. All three seemed to want to pull Roy out of this confusion. But it was he himself who didn't want to come out. Sorry, I'm a bit tired, so I can't take you for a walk. But Roy couldn't endure their assault and reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll let you go outside. But his pets, as if having an intention, led him upstairs. This was the upstairs, and the only room here was, at that moment, he vaguely heard Marbella Frontera's voice. He's not only thinking too much, but his health has also deteriorated. That's the Countess's voice. I tried to suppress this sense as much as possible, but I can still hear it at this distance. Not only that, but Count Frontera also figured it out. You noticed it too, didn't you? Haviel said he was just resting, but he's really bad at lying. The Countess held her teacup and agreed with him. That's right, he's been like that for a while. He said Lloyd changed because he hit his head, but we all knew that was a lie to protect the person who had taken over Lloyd's body. Indeed, one cannot underestimate experience. It turned out they had seen through his lies from the beginning. Upon realizing that the two outside had noticed everything but chosen to remain silent, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, Lloyd's chest ached, and an unbearable pressure enveloped him. The reason they let everything continue was that they believed he had no ill will. Javiel's immense effort to help him meant he genuinely wanted to help them. Marbella and Akosh decided to turn a blind eye and let everything unfold naturally. Yes, he definitely can't be a bad person. Just wait a little longer. Once he recovers and stops all the problems in our domain, he will surely tell us the truth. A small glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes, and Count Frontera also decided to trust him. Yes, I believe that too. Upon realizing that they had seen through everything long ago yet had not exposed him, he was overcome with extreme guilt and hurriedly returned to his room. Until then, Roy had been paralyzed by fear, unable to move forward. From today he would no longer stand still, but run even faster. If they trusted him so much, Roy could no longer disappoint them. I must live, he repeated to himself that he had to live. He rummaged through his blankets, pulled out a loaf of bread and ravenously bit into it. Even the most beautiful scenery is best enjoyed on a full stomach, so Roy first had to fill his belly. He no longer confined himself to the darkness but threw open the windows, letting the sunlight stream in. He began to eat well. Only then would he be able to lift his head and tell them the truth. Until then, Roy had been consumed by guilt, and now was the moment to prove himself to them. Meanwhile, Alicia Termina understood Lloyd Frontera's situation. Now I understand the situation. You couldn't convince your subordinates with such a foolish story, so you must have used the Angel's Edict. I approve of what you did. The remaining problem is how to resolve the conflict between those who believe the edict and those who don't. Only one solution came to Haviel Osrahan's mind. I apologize, Your Majesty. We have no choice but to bring in someone who can offer a solution to this situation. She easily understood who he was talking about, and that person was dying because of the heart of winter. Moreover, he had even lost the strength to resist it. It seemed that this time he couldn't be helped but merely given vitality. Only Roy could stop the fate regression phenomenon. They had to help him stand on his own feet and stop all the changes happening within the kingdom. If there was one thing Alicia was an expert at, it was this. She agreed to handle this, giving a confident smile towards the morning sun. It's easy. Forcing people to work is my specialty. Haviel Osrahan also smiled in relief. They would join forces to pull him out of the mire. Roy's problem was himself, so now he had to first find a way to overcome it. First, I need to resolve this despair. What's the first step? Stop isolating myself, ask for help and accept it. Thank you, everyone. And the small thing I can do right now is to clean my room and wash myself. Next was, and the next step was where he had to rack his brain the most. A plan. I need a plan. What kind of plan? First, I must live. Only by living can I confront that damned fate. I need to get the Eye of Summer. I already have a plan to get it, but I keep thinking that method won't work. I have to overcome those thoughts, shake them off, and act. Roy gradually found ways to calm himself better. Meanwhile, Yang Yang and Haviel Osrahan arrived at the mansion that afternoon. Roy also noticed his return and looked out the window. He couldn't keep a VIP guest waiting outside for long. A servant hurriedly entered and called for him. Count, an important guest has arrived. Could you please come out for a moment? Who is it? But not only him. Marbella Frontera and Akosh Frontera also came out to greet this guest. Familiar red hair fluttered in the wind as she appeared at the doorway. That person was none other than Alicia. I've heard your names many times, but this is my first time meeting you. I'm engaged to your son, Lloyd Frontera. My name is Alicia. It turned out she was still holding a grudge against him for breaking his promise to her and had come all this way to talk to them. The two were a little surprised by the sudden visit from their future daughter-in-law, but the next moment, realizing what it meant, their faces darkened. In any case, the person before them was of very noble status, so they immediately prostrated themselves before her. Greetings, Your Majesty. There's no need to be so formal. I am to be your daughter-in-law after all. Do you agree, future husband? If Roy refused this time, he would likely go straight to the afterlife. Seeing the noble queen come here and call him her future husband, Roy stood blankly for a moment, unable to comprehend. But as soon as he grasped the problem, his expression became even more comical than his parents'. Alicia was a very noble queen, so they couldn't keep her outside and immediately invited her into the mansion. Inside, she sat in the central chair and they sat on either side. However, as everything happened so suddenly, an awkward atmosphere was unavoidable. And at this moment, the person chanting the most earnestly in his heart was Lloyd Frontera. He merely peered at them, not daring to utter a single word. Alicia was a relaxed person, so she picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea before starting the conversation. After tasting the refreshing tea, she became very curious about it. This black tea is really delicious. Madam, where do you get the tea leaves for your estate? Marbella Frontera was startled by the sudden question. Yes, well, she hadn't even asked anything yet, but Marbella, with a frightened expression, explained herself. We didn't steal it. Seeing this, the Count corrected her. Calm down, dear. Answering like that will make Her Majesty misunderstand. Surprisingly, Akosh Frontera then admitted his guilt with words that shocked her. I stole it. Your Majesty, please behead me. Akosh, you stole it? As the situation became tangled like yarn, Roy also grew restless. Both of you please calm down. Please calm down and I will tell you the whole story. As expected, Alicia was still holding a grudge about the matter, and asked again in a serious tone. The whole story? Are you referring to the incident where you lied about marrying the queen? They glanced at their troublesome son, shocked by the succession of revelations. He lied about marrying the queen? This matter truly exceeded their imagination. Unable to bear this shock, the two immediately lost their wits. Roy couldn't let everything go awry like this, so he had to explain patiently, one side at a time. Countess, please listen to me. He thought he would make a long excuse, but he confirmed it with just 4 words. I lied. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. As soon as he finished speaking, they once again went to the other world. Now Roy, sweating profusely and trembling like an aspen leaf, turned to Haviel for help. "You bastard, what were you thinking bringing the queen here? Hurry up and help me." But Haviel was as calm as ever, and he merely stared at Roy for a moment. And then, without a word or any help, he casually turned his head away. Even a dog doesn't betray its owner, but Haviel Azron left him alone in this chaos. "Save your master." After a moment of silence, Alicia put down her teacup. "Don't worry too much, both of you. I will tell you the truth. Due to complicated circumstances, your son came into possession of our kingdom's treasure, but that treasure was bestowed upon the Magentano royal family by the founder Holy Dragon Tyrannus. Now everything was revealed. Tyrannus met Lloyd Frontera and asked how he, not being of royal blood, came to possess the treasure. He then lied that he was married, which meant he was considered a member of the royal family. But upon hearing of his unforgivable sin against heaven, they felt a brand new sensation. This astonishment truly transcended the universe, leaving them with no words to express their shock and bewilderment. This fact was even more shocking than the previous one. Alicia naturally had no intention of forgiving him for this matter. He deceived the founder Holy Dragon, so he must take responsibility for his words. Akos Frontera had done nothing, but now he was sweating so profusely that his clothes were drenched. In any case, the person sitting before them was living under his son's identity, so he could not entirely avoid responsibility. "I believe my death is not enough to atone for my sin." At this, she also listened carefully to how he wanted to resolve this matter. But Roy, the young man, only now dared to widen his eyes and look at him. "He is my precious son, please punish me instead." The reason he widened his eyes was that even knowing he was a fake, he never expected him to step forward to protect him. Lloyd's face stared blankly ahead as if his brain had been hit. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? They knew about Lloyd Frontera's sudden change, as if he had come from Mars, but they still defended him. "Please take our lives to atone for what he has done." "What are you saying?" He couldn't let them continue to protect him, so he quickly stepped forward. "Wait, I am not your son." "What are you doing?" Roy blocked them and explained. "This has nothing to do with them. I am the one who did this. Step aside. Parents must take responsibility for their child's actions." But he vehemently objected. "What are you talking about? I'm not." But just as he was about to reveal the truth, Alicia continued, "You're full of energy. I heard you had lost all your strength due to heart disease." She was a little surprised to see him so healthy, and Roy truly did not disappoint her, but I knew it. If there's something you have to do, you will always push forward until you reach your limit. The responsibility I'm talking about isn't to sacrifice your life. This was merely a test she had set for him. Then, as if time was slowing down, Alicia reached out her hand. Why don't we really get married? Just as you said." At her proposal, Roy stood blankly as if his soul had left his body. Just moments ago his entire family had been anxious about being executed, but now he was just dazed, understanding nothing. Lloyd's brain hadn't caught up with the situation yet, nor did he know why she made such a proposal. To bring him back to his senses, Alicia lightly tapped his nose. "It's no longer a proposal. This has become the Queen's order. You will marry me, and in addition you will dedicate everything you have to work with me for the benefit of the kingdom." Roy, not fearing heaven, refused her in front of the Queen. "I refuse." She continued the conversation calmly as if nothing had happened and his parents had to silently chant prayers. That was a quick answer. "So you really don't want to? Why not? It's simply taking the good and discarding the bad. Do you think working for Her Majesty is easy?" "That's true." Unable to move Lloyd Frontera's stone-like heart, she sighed and changed her plan. "I had some expectations too. In that case, I want you to resolve the conflict between the two factions, those who support and those who oppose handing over the Eye of Summer due to that blatant lie of yours and the Angel's Edict." But he couldn't help but be surprised, even though he hadn't done anything yet. "What, an edict? They received that? I didn't do it." But he then recalled Haviel Osrahan's presence and looked at him. Haviel merely shrugged, not directly admitting it was his doing. Seeing Haviel Azron go to such lengths for him, he also began to feel sorry. "I was immersed in despair, unable to find a solution all this time." He blamed himself for burdening Haviel with his personal problems. "I should have found a solution. I should have presented a solution no matter what." But the next moment, Roy remembered that they were comrades standing shoulder to shoulder. How foolish. This isn't something I can handle alone. He wasn't alone. He always had family and friends beside him willing to help, and this was something only they could handle together. This was a wrong that Roy had to correct, so he would not avoid it. "Don't worry, I, Roy, will put an end to everything that remains." Outwardly he was full of confidence, but inwardly he was still a little worried. "What if I can't find a solution?" "There's always a solution to everything. Of course I have to find it. I'll start with the Eye of Summer. I need to deal with the current dangers and the dangers that will come." Before embarking on his journey to set everything right, he turned back and looked at his parents. They were one of the reasons Roy kept striving, protecting his father and mother. He had long considered them his true family. Roy smiled at them before leaving, promising to return with achievements that would make them proud. After that, Alicia and Haviel Azron would join him on this journey. Suddenly, when she turned around and looked at them, they flinched slightly, but Alicia's next action froze them for 5 seconds. Anyway, she still respected them and politely bowed her head. Alicia knew they would meet again. "I will see you again later, father, mother." As she changed her address, the two were at a loss. And now Roy and Haviel Azron were sitting on Yongyong's back. He kept worrying about what would happen next. What if the kingdom defies the edict and is cursed? If that were to happen, the angel would have told us in advance. The problem is he didn't say anything. Do you want to see this country perish? At this time, inside the palace, everyone was fiercely debating because of Lloyd Frontera. I've had enough. Eat. Everything related to Roy was a headache. It has to be him. If he were here, he could handle this. Speak of the devil. As they were bickering, he suddenly pushed the door open and came in. At this moment, Roy was here to resolve everything clearly with him. Who's looking for this, Daddy? At this time, the morning sun was gently illuminating the palace where the large-scale meeting was to be held. And the main subject of this meeting was none other than Lloyd Frontera. It was because he was the one who ignited all of this. So today, everyone would debate whether to obey the angel's order. Without making everyone wait too long, a noble stood up and spoke. The emergency meeting of nobles will now begin. We will gather opinions to decide whether or not to act according to the angel's edict. Even though it had just begun, he could already see someone raising their hand. I have an opinion. Baron of the opposition, please speak. He thought there was some important opinion, but he was only concerned with trivial details, not the content of the meeting. The phrase Eye of Summer is missing from the meeting title. Hearing this opinion, he was speechless. But since someone pointed it out, this noble also corrected it according to his wishes. The emergency meeting of nobles will now begin. We will gather opinions on the Eye of Summer and the angel's edict to decide how to act. But then Lauren angrily slammed the table. Are these two old men playing games? Count Lauren of the affirmative side. Please raise your hand and speak. Finally, someone spoke up about this useless naming issue. Count Lauren of the affirmative side. Why should we waste time on this trivial naming issue? We should discuss the main topic. Even though he said they should focus on the main topic, he kept correcting trivial things. We should add the word great to the title of the emergency meeting of nobles. It was truly hard to please people. He corrected it once again. From now on, the great emergency meeting of nobles. Why are you putting great after the meeting? From now on, the great emergency meeting of nobles. Whether this was a naming debate or what, all the old men kept finding fault. Don't you know what the situation is? It's very urgent. Great emergency would be best. Neither side would yield. From the beginning they were bickering. What's so good about that? Does that mean this meeting is small? You really don't know anything. Great meeting sounds terribly old-fashioned. Don't beat around the bush. Great emergency makes it sound much better. And the conference room became a mess at this time. The retainers here were no different from gossiping market women. I oppose the opposition that opposes for the sake of opposition. I object to that statement. I object to the opposition. Everyone calm down. The problem is that the name of the meeting does not include the core, the Eye of Summer. How dare you insult the kingdom? Where did you come from, acting so superior? Roy was just listening to those words to cleanse his ears at this time. How familiar is the scent of home. The more these people disagreed with each other, the easier it was for him to act. But this way, it's easy to manipulate them. The meeting hadn't even started on the main topic, but the naming alone continued late into the night. Now he seemed utterly fed up with this group. One last time he introduced. From now on we will begin the first most urgent royal meeting of nobles. We will have a discussion to deliberate and exchange opinions on whether to bestow the sacred command of the angel, that is, the kingdom's treasure, the Eye of Summer, upon our hero Roy. And the next moment another fierce debate erupted. The angel's edict must be obeyed without question. Ahem, please speak. Duke Toscano. The stage is yours. Hey, that old man didn't raise his hand, he just raised his voice, as expected. The loudest person got to speak first. The angel's edict must be obeyed at all costs. When he was mocked, the old man, not to be outdone, retorted with bulging veins in his neck. This is the will of heaven. The Eye of Summer must be given to Lord Lloyd Frontera. If we hand over the Eye of Summer, it's like begging enemy nations, please invade us. Were you bribed? Everything must be thoroughly investigated. Stop believing in superstitions, old man. How can we trust this Lloyd fellow? There were people who trusted Roy, but there were also those who didn't side with him. Suppose the Queen bestows the Eye of Summer upon him. What guarantee is there that Roy will not abuse it? He who had been silent until now also opened his mouth to defend himself. As a loyal subject of Her Majesty the Queen, I will never allow such a thing to happen. How can we believe that? But if Her Majesty were to bestow the Eye of Summer upon me, neighboring countries would look down upon the Magentano kingdom, and if they invade, war will break out. I cannot accept that. Oh, excellent point. Meeting adjourned, gentlemen. Seeing Roy himself end the meeting, the retainers didn't want to stay any longer either. All right, let's go home. What's for dinner tonight? Duck. Does everyone like duck? Everyone thought it would end here, but he continued with an earnest voice. But if we disobey the angel's edict and disaster befalls this kingdom, I cannot agree with that either. What do you mean? They were eager to leave, so they urged him. Speak clearly. So are you taking it? It's a treasure, not a toy. Hey, speak with respect. With acting skills worthy of a Hollywood actor, Roy revealed his emotions. Oh, my heart is so troubled. Whether I take it or not, I suffer so much. I cannot not take it. In front of his artistic acting, the retainers were touched to the core and began to collide with each other. But necessity is the mother of invention. He came up with a plan that could satisfy everyone. A good idea just occurred to me. They stopped their hands at this time and stared intently at what Roy would say. First, he realized one thing. The risk of disobeying the angel's edict was still unknown. but the risk of losing the Eye of Summer was too clear. It would be a weakness in the kingdom's power. In that case, it turned out, he intended to invest his wisdom in another superior thing. If the kingdom possesses a weapon comparable to the Eye of Summer, even if I receive the Eye of Summer, the kingdom will face no danger. Everyone was still moving their hands, but they were very curious. What is that weapon? He thought he would say something grand, but it was just a creation of nature. The Fantara Mountains. They are a mountain range blocking the southwest of the Magentano kingdom. They stretch like a sword, impassable on foot. To trade with southern countries, we have to pass through numerous nations. The price we have to pay when passing through those countries is enormous. To secure trade routes, you see, we have to bow our heads to small countries along the way. But what if it turned out Roy intended to use this disadvantage to invest in a corresponding weapon? What if I told you that a trade route directly crossing the Fantara Mountains will be constructed? Based on all his experience, he predicted the sweet fruits they would reap. Our kingdom will become the center of trade between Eastern and Western nations. It will generate unimaginable profits from tolls alone. But everyone still seemed not to believe him. This issue concerns the honor of the kingdom. How can you think like a merchant? But there's one problem. Everyone seemed not very interested in this opinion. Managing trade routes will generate an enormous amount of work, and there will be many budgets and related companies. But he had already calculated it in advance. Of course, he wouldn't do it alone. Wouldn't this also be something the Council of Nobles should share responsibility for? Everyone was astonished at this time that Roy would come up with such a big proposal. The meeting, which had lasted for several hours, concluded with the outcome he desired: permit Lloyd to open a trade route across the Fantara Mountains. If successful, permit him to receive the Eye of Summer. And naturally, he was more excited than ever about this judgment. What should I say? My lord, you are skilled not only in digging out in construction but also in politics. Such topics were merely brain games for Roy. Politics isn't as difficult as people think. It was an everyday occurrence where I lived. Even if they fight, if they know it's profitable, those old men will surely become good friends. After spending some time with him, Haviel Azron also learned a great deal of social knowledge. See, managing national finances means gaining power. The problem was directly related to the single word, money. Ultimately, yes. What use is national honor or fate? Money is best. Other things don't matter whether they exist or not. And this matter was then swiftly passed by Alicia. I have heard the opinion of the Council of Nobles. I approve and permit the construction. Your Majesty's grace is boundless. But even she was a little curious about Roy's bold decision. I have two questions. First, is it really possible to cross the Fantara Mountains? Our predecessors had no method for it. Building bridges was impossible due to the harsh climate, and tunnels would collapse if dug. Even if a path were made, it couldn't be crossed on foot. That is precisely the point. All of this was meticulously planned by him. We will cross that place by train. We will use a narrow-gauge railway system with zigzag railways and switchbacks. England found an ideal plateau for tea cultivation but couldn't harvest enough tea, so they used this system to cross steep mountains. The train will run along a sufficient slope for operation. Then, when the tracks reverse direction, we will climb up in the opposite direction. Indeed, this time too, Alicia gained a more positive view of Lloyd Frontera. You always come up with peculiar construction methods, so I'm sure this train can also be built. But can a train be safely constructed in places like sharp mountain peaks? That problem could not be solved with their strength for the time being, so he chose a different terrain. That is too difficult, so we plan to make a path by selecting the flattest area at the summit. Hearing this, she continued. I see. Then my second question. How do you plan to cross the demon territory on the mountain peak? She was sure that would be their obstacle, so she wanted to ask him. But Roy merely smiled calmly. There was nothing he couldn't do. He would strive to complete it as perfectly as possible. Where there's a will, there's a way. And finally, after finishing everything, they followed Yang towards that mountain. While resting for a moment, he also had a few questions. Hey, do you know anything about demons? I've only heard about them in old stories. It's just what I've heard people say. That's what I'm asking about. Ancient demons and their descendants lived on the peak of the Fantara Mountains. Their land was surrounded by pillars of ice, making it inaccessible to anyone. Their appearance was extremely terrifying. Or perhaps they were terrifying because they were cannibals and did other things mentioned in common stories. What he had just said was also what he had already researched. I've read similar information about them through books in this world. They weren't even mentioned in Iron-Blooded Night, and suddenly as they were sitting, a powerful aura rushed towards them. In the middle of a vast white snowfield, the next moment they expected a bit of a struggle to warm up their bodies. They're here, isn't that obvious? A colossal and powerful blizzard vortex immediately appeared from behind the mountain. The territory of the Credo's demons. Seeing the difficult path ahead, Haviel Azron also asked him with a slight worry. It doesn't look like we can cross easily. What is your method? What else could it be? Given Lloyd Frontera's fear-nothing personality, he intended to confront it head-on, not avoid it. A direct invasion, that's what. Indeed, he hadn't changed at all from before. You truly are a bad person. If I don't know their identity, I'll find out by invading them. Whatever it is, I challenge angels and even control devils. Who else is there but me? What's so scary about mere demons? Roy, after days of being cooped up in his room, smiled cheerfully at the thought of fighting. Yang, without further delay, Yang immediately charged forward, unleashing the magnificent power of ice flame from its body. A dazzling beam of light shot out from its mouth and flew straight towards the fierce vortex. Darkness was as black as an abyss. Finally, he completely subdued the chaotic flow of space and entered it without hesitation. Yang, with his two companions, traversed the space and stepped onto the demon's land. Roy quickly looked around, but this place seemed quite different from his imagination. If it was the demon world, it should be eerie. This place was quite beautiful. The golden fields before his eyes made him re-evaluate the landscape here. While floating in the air, Azran also spotted the young master. The demons are down there. The ones below were Lyra and her younger brother. Their appearance seemed to have scared the girl speechless. Lyra immediately started sobbing when she saw strangers set foot on her land. Humans, mommy, they're so scary. Seeing that they were afraid of him, he tried to reassure them, but it was closer to a threat. These two, do I look like a bad person? They hadn't come to attack the demons, but Lyra and her brother misunderstood them as bad people and burst into tears in fear. Roy approached with good intentions, but his expression didn't look very friendly. Hey, wait a minute. Uncle just wants to ask a few things. But the more he spoke, the more scared Lyra and her brother became. Lloyd Frontera's monstrously fierce face was the reason they ran away, even abandoning their shoes. Why are you even throwing away your shoes and running away? While he fumed like a hungry tiger, Azran, standing beside him, looked like a cold, handsome CEO. His face was always expressionless. But Azran's senses were very keen. He immediately detected danger approaching. As expected, a demon, radiating killing intent and armed with a weapon, was charging towards them. To protect his and Lloyd Frontera's safety, he immediately drew his sword. With his swordsmanship skills, Azran had no difficulty blocking the demon's powerful strike. With just a single clash, he could gauge the demon's skill. What? Is that an adult demon's attack? It's on par with a swordmaster's power. Even though that demon was just an ordinary gardener, he was that formidable. At his hostility, Yang pressed his imposing body close to the ground. To prevent a war between the two races because of a misunderstanding, Roy descended and explained, "Hey, Mr. Demon, I didn't come here to fight." But they, as if they didn't need to know his purpose for being here, rushed at him with weapons. Roy didn't need to lift a finger. Swordmaster Azran, standing next to him, blocked their attacks. The demon from earlier continued to lunge at them with his rake as if he had no intention of showing mercy. They didn't rush in carelessly. One of them introduced themselves first. "We serve the Demon King and protect this land." And the identity of this extremely imposing and magnificent formation was none other than the Demon King's 8 guards. But after a quick glance, Roy felt something was off. Who would have thought? Far from fearing them, he scoffed at this formation. "Isn't that too many? Usually it's 6, right? Like a Super Sentai team. The 2 guys in the back are completely hidden by the ones in front." Their presence was very imposing, but their appearance was a bit tacky. The more people there are, the better they can protect this place. But isn't the name too old-fashioned? And more importantly, why are they all carrying only farming tools? But he, as if not interested in Roy at all, immediately chased him away. "Stop wasting time. Get out of here right now, you evil human." For someone uglier than himself to dare criticize his looks, he was a little displeased. "A demon with horns on his head calling me evil?" Azran maintained his usual calm expression as if detached from the world. "I have a lot to say, but I'll hold it in." Thinking he had circled around enough, he got straight to the point. Enough. I didn't come to fight the demons. I have something to discuss, so please let me meet your leader." He was tired of saying he was innocent. He hadn't done anything yet, but they were already scared and treated him as an aggressor. "I came to talk, but you scared your kids? I didn't do anything." Oh dear, Roy really wanted to clear his name at this point. "Kids, tell me, what did Uncle do?" But the more he spoke, the louder the children cried. Indeed, one couldn't joke around with children. The demons, sensing the danger before their eyes, seemed determined not to forgive him. "You evil human, I'll tear you to shreds." After being insulted for doing nothing, he was now about to give them a taste of his roaring singing voice. This was nothing short of a weapon for Roy. "Subdue them." Feeling that words wouldn't solve the problem, he and Haviel had no choice but to take action. And finally, after being hit on the head, the demons collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Roy had already spoken, but since they didn't listen, he had no choice but to play the villain. "I told you to calm down and talk." With everyone unconscious, Lyra was very worried. "Uncle Rithos, wake up." "Sister Nino, Uncle Savan, don't sleep, wake up, please wake up." Seeing the girl's hoarse voice, his heart softened a little. "Brother Didon, please wake up." The girl cried incessantly, and it was a piteous sight. "You promised to pick strawberries today." "Liar, you're a liar." Lloyd Frontera couldn't take his eyes off the sobbing girl at this moment. They were only temporarily unconscious, but Lyra thought they were seriously hurt and cried even louder. And he, with his benevolent heart, burst into tears at the sight before him. What to do? The demons seemed quite kind. Maybe they're not bad people. From beginning to end, the young master was the bad one. It seemed Roy hadn't made a good impression on Lyra from their first meeting. "Bad human, why are you doing this to us? You hit us every time you see us. That's why we hide here. We can't even go outside. We're already hiding, so why do you come all the way here to torment us? Why? At the girl's questioning, he also fell silent for a moment. Now I understand. These demons weren't like that for no reason. For some reason they were afraid of humans, so they lived in hiding here. And those farmer demon kings ate guards. And their fields, it seems they make a living from farming. Was my idea that they eat humans a misunderstanding? The information he had previously known about them had changed. Suddenly someone's voice seemed to answer his words, as if that person had just read his mind. You're not mistaken. We do eat humans. The woman before him had just confirmed that fact. She was Atanas. She calmly introduced herself to Roy. I am Atanas, the 5th Demon King and the supreme leader of the demons here. At this he also began to wonder, Demon King, did she read my mind? Haviel Azron thought he had acted too hastily this time. Young master, you must be cautious. We still don't know that woman's abilities. The woman in front seemed secretive, but clearly not ordinary. Seeing Atanas arrive, Lyra pleaded as if she had met a savior. Demon King, these humans are bad. Please punish them. They defeated all the Demon King's guards. It was a bit late now, but Roy still wanted to explain. Look, this sounds like an excuse, but no, it's just an excuse. He expected Atanas to be furious, but she smiled brightly and reassured them. It's all right. Atanas's expression surprised him greatly. She was comforting the children and making them stop crying. They only knocked out the Demon King's guards. They didn't hurt them badly. Those two didn't really come to fight. They just want to pass through our land, it seems. Let's go to the Demon King's castle to talk. Atanas understood their intentions and suggested. Roy was also a little surprised that she seemed much kinder than the other demons, and very quickly they were invited to the Demon King's palace. Even sitting right behind Atanas, Roy was still deep in thought. Do they really eat humans? As expected, demons are still demons. Haviel is tense so that woman wouldn't find it difficult to conquer the human world. But why do they live in hiding? It doesn't suit them at all. Seeing him lost in thought, she quickly surmised. You seem to have many questions. Would you look over there? Where? As Roy looked in the direction Atanas pointed, an eerie statue appeared before his eyes. What? That's too scary. That's the statue of Kratos, our previous demon king thousands of years ago. We demons eat humans. If we didn't eat humans, we would have had to eat our own kind. She then revealed a shocking truth. We demons lived in barren lands suffering from endless hunger. So we tried to invade the human world to get food, but Demon King Kratos stopped that and started farming. Since then our descendants have lived by farming. The area inside the ice barrier is larger than the outside, but food is still very scarce. Since Atanas could read Lloyd Frontera's mind, she could also read his intentions. The trade route you want to build it, you have to pass through our territory, don't you? She said she was sorry, but she had to refuse his request. If the ice barrier were removed, such a thing might happen, but destroying the barrier would destroy where we live, so I cannot allow you to pass through now. But the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. That's strange. You said food was scarce, right? If you found a wider area outside, production would increase and the population would grow. Wouldn't that be better? Atanas was very calm and would not fall into Lloyd Frontera's trap. You don't need to try and lead me with such questions. As I said, our ancestors really did eat humans. We are terrifying demons, and our appearance is different from the norm. All humans who met us were terrified and responded with violence. Even if we approached with good intentions, clashes would still occur. Every time she thought about it, her heart sank. Of course, according to Demon King Kratos' command, we must never attack humans, but the fear humans have of us is unavoidable. That is the result of our past. We must accept the sin of eating humans, and our fate is to remain here, trapped within this barrier until the land is completely barren and nothing can be planted. This harsh fate within the barrier. Atanas knew they had done wrong in the past, but now she hoped the demons would get a chance at atonement. Please let us go outside, hero from another world. He confirmed her words while denying them. It's true that I'm from another world, but I'm no hero. I'm just a greedy person who wants to create a trade route. Let me summarize again. If there's a way for the demons to live safely outside, you'll remove the barrier and abandon this land, right? Atanas confirmed to him. Yes. Roy was considering a solution that would benefit both sides, a way to take the demons outside without causing a war when they encountered humans. It didn't take long for a victorious smile to spread across his lips. Roy immediately turned to Atanas. Did you read my mind? With his infinite IQ, finding a way to solve both problems was not difficult. Start packing. Everything's resolved. It seemed their negotiation went very smoothly. A hero's word, will only know the result if we try it. Atanas would support Roy in this matter. All right. To confirm if the picture you've painted will become reality, we'll have to test it ourselves. This issue was concluded, but he still had an unresolved question and asked her, Excuse me, but Demon King Atanas VIII, she immediately corrected him when he called her by the wrong number. 5th, my apologies. I was confused by those Demon King's 8 guards earlier. She didn't mind it much and reassured him. It's all right, it's understandable to be confused with so many demons. What Roy was curious about was her unique ability. To what extent can Demon King Atanas read minds? Atanas also no longer hid it and frankly admitted, it's a bit different from reading minds. It's more like seeing the near future. I can see the next actions of the subject I observe, so you could say I've already seen the conversation we're about to have. Hero, she was able to inherit this skill all thanks to her ancestors. A long time ago, Demon King Kratos used this ability to observe the heavens. Roy also thought this skill was somewhat useful. Predicting the movements of the heavens to plan farming? Is it a weather forecast? Why is this skill so specialized for agriculture? But if I could also predict other people's future actions, suddenly, Roy remembered something where he might need her prophecy. He asked Atanas about the extent of her ability. How far into the future can this foresight ability see? But her ability still had many limitations. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as you might expect. She then explained in more detail about the average time this ability could be used. You can see as much into the future as the time you observe without closing your eyes. But in the case of humans, if you observe for just 5 minutes, you can see their actions for the next 24 hours. That's the maximum time I can predict. At this point, Roy couldn't wait any longer and asked urgently, "Then what about accidents? Can you also predict accidents where people die?" At his somewhat anxious and uneasy question. However, she still maintained a calm expression. Atanas clearly understood his intention even before he spoke it aloud. If he was asking about the fate regression phenomenon, it could help prevent short-term individual misfortunes. Suddenly at this moment, Roy felt as if he had seen a lifeline before his eyes. There's hope. At least I can protect my people from that phenomenon and act to find a fundamental solution. Atanas was willing to help him protect his loved ones, and in return he had to help them. But that is only if the hero helps us liberate our race. And the first step Roy had to take to help them was to earn their trust. I can force all the demons out. But many demons will not be able to avoid a sense of unease, so I will choose one representative. Prove to that person that there is a place outside the barrier where demons can live peacefully. This was a piece of cake for him. He was very confident that he could do this perfectly. As Atanas led him to the representative, they passed through a yellow-golden field that looked very splendid under the setting sun. Who would have known that person would be Lyra? It was the young girl who had been afraid of him from the very first moment. At this time, the girl was just clinging tightly to Atanas, trembling. And Roy tried to reassure the girl. "Child, I must have been very scary earlier, wasn't I? I was a bit hasty." And he tried to coax the girl to come to him, but instead he revealed his scary uncle face. "Little one, want to go see a new home with Uncle?" And no matter how hard Roy tried, Lyra was still very afraid of him and burst into tears. "No, I don't want to go." Haviel Azran, standing beside him, also couldn't bear his expression. "Why do you keep teasing the child? You're truly spiteful." "What did I do? I didn't even touch her." Contrary to his scary expression, he softly sat beside the girl and spoke to her. "Want to explore the outside world with us?" Indeed, being handsome was always an advantage. At his gentle demeanor, the girl stopped crying. Lloyd Frontera could only stare at him with bullet-like eyes full of resentment. After that, the three of them sat on Young-Young's back and traversed the snowy sky together. At this time, the girl was sound asleep in Atanas' arms. This child's name is Lyra. She is especially afraid of humans and even of demon children. Meanwhile, she inadvertently asked Roy a question. "Have you ever heard stories of demons sometimes appearing in the human world?" "Yes, but I thought it was just a rumor since there was no concrete evidence." But the shocking truth was that it was not a rumor. Demons can freely cross the barrier and roam outside. Just before, Lyra had secretly slipped out and visited the outside world once. At that time, the girl only dared to hide behind a tree and observe the humans happily eating before her eyes. In the girl's eyes, they were cheerful, pure, and had no ill intentions whatsoever. The adults said humans were scary and that she shouldn't meet them. But why did they seem so kind? Lyra also began to think the adults might be wrong. For the next few days, the girl still went out into the outside world and secretly watched humans playing together. Suddenly, one of the boys was hit in the head by a stone. Seeing that scene, Lyra couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although she didn't play with them directly, the girl shared in their joy under the cold winter sky. When snow covered the whole world in white, the family the girl often visited a few days ago now had no food left. Lyra was still hiding behind a tree at that time, and when she saw the smiles disappear from their faces, her own face was also filled with sadness. Seeing this, Lyra decided to do something to help them and turned and ran. And while the boys of that house were returning home with firewood, Lyra also stood at their doorstep. The kind girl had brought a basket full of fresh vegetables, fearing they might be hungry. Lyra held out the basket with a happy smile, hoping they would accept it. She expected her kindness to be met with gratitude, but instead they were afraid of the girl. "It's a devil, it's a demon." At that very moment their good image completely vanished. Lyra stood blankly as if a knife had pierced her heart. Although the girl had not yet harmed them, they ran into their house and closed the door as if the girl were a bad person. Not stopping there, while Lyra stood dazed, the father tried to attack the girl with an axe. Suddenly, Lyra looked back at the man with lost eyes. At that very moment he swung the axe straight. But the girl fortunately dodged the blow. Lyra, filled with fear at this time, quickly ran through the white snow. "It's a demon, don't let it escape." Although the girl had good intentions, the humans tried to find and kill her at that time. "Too fast, truly a monster. Don't let it escape. If we lose it, other demons will come." There it is, it escaped that way. Everyone looked at Lyra with such eyes as if the girl were an evil devil. "What are you trying to do to my family? Anyway, Lyra was just a pitiful child." Cornered, the girl trembled incessantly. "Kill it, they say it eats people. Kill it, finish it, kill it." Seeing everyone trying to kill her at once, the girl couldn't hide her anger because her kindness had been trampled upon. In an instant, the girl transformed into a monster and attacked them. At this time, everyone gasped and was filled with fear. But at that very moment, the traditional teaching suddenly flashed in the girl's mind. Demons must never forget Demon King Kratos's exhortation. No matter what, do not attack humans. No matter what. so instead of attacking them, Lyra immediately transformed and fled from this place. It's escaping, catch it, catch it. Although Lyra had forgiven them, they still wouldn't let the girl go. Kill it. The girl's tender heart was completely destroyed by the humans at that very moment. Lyra ran like that, drowning in tears. After hearing all of Lyra's story, Roy couldn't help but pity the girl. I've heard enough. You can see it on my face, can't you? I've never heard a story like this. What the girl had to go through was so terrible that he too couldn't help but burst into tears because of her. But it's in the past, so he wouldn't mention it anymore. Throw humans' old stories into the trash. After flying high for a while, they finally returned to Lloyd Frontera's home. They had arrived at the Frontera domain. Everyone entered the castle together. At this time, Lyra was still clinging tightly to Atanas. The girl had not yet recovered from the shock of that day's experience. A human village, scary. Roy, seeing everyone again after a long time, waved happily and greeted them. It's been a while. How have you been? Lyra gripped her skirt even tighter, not daring to face the people here. But the people were kinder than the girl had imagined. I'm dating Malika these days. My muscles are a bit excessive, so I think I'll reduce my workouts. At this time, Lyra dared to raise her head and stare blankly ahead. After the orcs came out to greet them, they led the way inside. But Lyra couldn't help but wonder, why are other demons walking around a human village? Atanas immediately explained. They're not demons, they're orcs. What's the difference? Before this group was even finished, another group excitedly greeted them, holding up signs. Are they going to make a fuss? Was there a problem waking up the Demon King today? Lyra was still unfamiliar at this time and hesitated a little. But not stopping there, at this time a dragon was flying overhead in the sky. Damn it, I'm late for dung duty. Seeing that this place was composed of such diverse races, the girl also asked, Uncle, are you a Demon King too? Henry, you have a distinctive face. It was unclear whether the girl's words were a compliment or sarcasm. Upon hearing these words, Roy's face crumpled like a monkey who had eaten a chili pepper. What's so distinctive about my face? Seeing their beloved Lloyd return, everyone came out to greet him joyfully. Young master, you've returned. But he was immediately captivated by their dashing, handsome looks. Why are you both dressed so well? How there's a wedding on the beach today. We thought you came back to attend it, young master. At this time he also suddenly remembered that Emily had sent him a wedding invitation earlier. Ah, right, and Lyra still didn't have the courage to talk to them. Real humans. Meanwhile, the blonde young man also noticed the girl's presence. Lyra didn't dare to look at them, fearing that everything would be like before, and just stood with her face buried in Atanas's clothes. And the next moment he turned his eyes to the other side with a very serious expression, and the target of the blonde young man's gaze was Atanas. After that he asked with a very wary, frowning expression, Those horns, are you two demons? Atanas also confirmed without hiding anything. Yes. Lyra tightly closed her eyes, afraid she would be beaten by the people in front of her like before. His expression was also as taut as a stretch string at this time. He expected a tense confrontation, but it turned out nothing happened. I see. He then immediately left without showing any hostility towards the demons. By the way, there's a mantis that looks like a flower. What, you're lying? I can't find it. After that, Roy led them deeper into the village. Young master, you've returned. The event will begin soon. Oh dear, this old man is still busy carrying food. Contrary to Lyra's imagination, the people here were very kind. Oh, what a cute child. Where are you from? Fantara Mountains. Credos. Hearing that, he also playfully teased the girl a little. Oh, you're a descendant of demons. Henry, I almost fainted seeing you. The other children here were also very happy to see Lyra. A new friend. She seems to be the same age as us. Great. Hey. Do you know how to play soccer? The young master taught us. It's really fun. They were so enthusiastic that Lyra was a little unfamiliar and scared. The red-haired girl with the ball ran towards him. Young master, can we play with her? She doesn't seem to be from here. But he told the girl to ask Lyra. Why ask me? Ask her directly. Since they really wanted to play with the girl, they approached Lyra and asked, You're going to play with us, right? Answer me. We don't like wasting time. It was the first time Lyra had been invited to play by humans, so she couldn't help but be flustered. But I have horns and my skin color is strange. Lyra was very self-conscious about her appearance. The red-haired girl, after speaking, stood silently and stared intently at Lyra. But the red-haired girl didn't care about Lyra's appearance at all. That's even stranger to say. There are plenty of kids here with those features. Stop talking nonsense and just answer. Are you playing or not? Seeing the girl in front of her not caring about her appearance at all and wanting to play with her, Lyra also looked up at Atanas's reaction with a somewhat disbelieving expression. At this time she smiled gently, indicating that the girl could play with him. Atanas knew she couldn't hold the girl's hand like this forever. Lyra also needed new relationships to heal her wounded heart. She immediately let go of Lyra's hand, and finally the girl could once again open her heart and happily play with her other friends without worrying about being ostracized. Although everything seemed fine for a moment, Lloyd Frontera was still quite worried. But still, a demon is a demon. I can't be completely sure, but Atanas had great trust in her people. No, I am sure. With Lyra's outstanding strength, with just one kick, the ball soared high and flew towards the tower, destroying its roof. This time the girl really caused trouble. This village built by the hero was not bound by the prejudice or hatred prevalent in the world. Atanas was right. Although Lyra had just caused a disaster by destroying a building, the children next to her didn't blame the girl. Instead, they praised her. Amazing, you're our team's secret weapon. That little horned kid is really strong. See, it's fine. The happiness sparkling in Lyra's eyes at that moment proved that everything she had just said was right. Suddenly at this moment Atanas knelt on one knee before him. She relied on Lloyd Frontera because she saw his potential. Please lead our tribe. Who would have known Atanas would even relinquish her title of Demon King and hand it over to him? The new Demon King, Lloyd Frontera. What? But while he was still bewildered, a red aura suddenly erupted and surrounded Atanas. But that red aura quickly transferred to him. Special achievement. Officially inherited the Demon King position from Atanas V, and now Roy had officially gained a new title, Awakening, Demon King's Power. It was not a skill granted by the system. At the very next moment before everyone, he unleashed all of his astonishing power. Demon King's authority title acquired. Clearly the Demon King at this time, a pair of horns suddenly grew on his head and 2 more pairs of wings appeared on his back. But Roy didn't understand what use these ornaments were. What are these for? They make you look like a real Demon King. Is that all, perhaps? While he struggled with his new Demon King appearance, Haviel Azran still stood calmly with an unchanging expression. Fearing that Roy would worry, he immediately reassured him. Don't worry, you don't look much different from before. At this time, all the villagers were very surprised that he had taken on new responsibilities. Young Master Roy is the Demon King now. Wasn't he already? Strange, he hasn't changed much. Seeing everyone offering various opinions about his appearance, he also couldn't help but wonder, what did everyone think of me before? Didn't you know? That's even more surprising. Meanwhile, Roy was still thinking of returning this title to her. Demon King Atanas, I don't think I'm suited for this position. Even if I had 10 people like me, I couldn't beat you. Atanas stuck to her point of view. Authority after all came from qualification, not power. Demons obey the Demon King's command, even if it's a command related to manual labor. Hearing that, he too smiled in satisfaction. Alright then, being the Demon King might be worth it. Soon after, with everyone's congratulations, Emily and Kerr's wedding was held. Lyra had now opened her heart more and become accustomed to the people here. She too clapped vigorously to celebrate their marriage. During the wedding, Lloyd's appearance returned to normal. Young Master's horns are gone, thank goodness. The moment the two held hands, happy smiles spread across Emily and Kerr's faces, but only Roy knew what was coming for them. It was something mentioned in the first chapter of The Iron-Blooded Knight. Count Cremor asked Haviel, what happened to the family's servants? They were ruined. Every time he recalled those words, his heart sank heavily. Her fate, Emily's fate. Haviel opened his heavy mouth. This happy moment might not last very long because tragedy will strike. They were sold into slavery. Everyone became slaves. Since there was still work to be done, they couldn't stay here long. Let's go, Haviel, let's finish this quickly. Yes, and the two of them rode Yang back to the demons' land. The demons had decided to migrate after hearing Demon King Atanas' story from Lyra. They quickly completed their preparations, and in the Demon King's castle basement, an object called Tabong's Embrace was stored. It was the object that created the barrier. The meaning of its peculiar name had yet to be revealed. After that, Atanas returned and put her hand into its mouth. Outside, heavy snow was falling, and the blizzard vortex-shaped barrier remained stationary. After observing for a long time, he said confidently, looking at the design, this is definitely the work of the dragon race. I guarantee it. Roy received a gift from her at this time. Tabong's Embrace was a gift for the Demon King, capable of generating cold anywhere, at any time. The moment he held it in his hand, he conjured 7,749 scenarios in his mind. I know exactly where to use this. At this time, the snow still covered the world in white, creating a chilling atmosphere. Having earned the demons' trust, he led them towards Frontera. Listen to me, demons. From now on, you will migrate to the village in the Frontera domain. You must abandon your old homes for a better life. But at this very moment, Roy would use their manpower to execute his plan. But before you migrate, you must construct a trade route here for 1 year. Everyone, including Atanas, stood silently at his demand. But the next moment, she realized something even without using her foresight ability. He intended to use this opportunity to push the construction progress to its peak. Demons adapt well to hunger, so they can work even with little food, can't they? Even the weakest among them possessed combat power equivalent to an orc. Seeing the golden opportunity before him, he immediately decided to act. I can't waste this manpower. As sweat began to bead on her face, the demon next to her also offered an opinion. Lady Atanas V, this human is unexpectedly warm and kind, but he now reminded himself that he was the Demon King. I am the Demon King now, Atanas V Demon King, and so the railway line that Roy had long envisioned. Today he was finally able to proceed with the construction with approximately 3,000 demon workers. The trade route construction officially began. I want to stop time and start construction right away, but to construct here for almost a year. There was one prerequisite. It was to build a village where thousands of workers could eat and sleep for a year. Since time would be stopped, food supply had to be guaranteed. At this moment, early in the morning, as everyone gathered at the bottom of the cliff, Roy stepped forward. He looked ahead with resolute eyes and raised his hand high. Now that Roy had acquired a new title, he could change his appearance at will. Immediately the next moment, he raised his hand and covered one eye on his face. In the blink of an eye, Roy's other eye transformed into a demon's eye. And now their new Demon King officially revealed himself. With a pair of horns on his head and a large pair of wings on his back, Demon King Roy, how magnificent and majestic was his appearance now. Behind him stood Atanas and Haviel Azran. Although it was only a change in appearance, it made his overall look much cooler. I used to wonder what good this form was. It's quite cool. I like it. Suddenly he heard someone call him from behind. Young master. Haviel Osrahan's face turned as red as a tomato and Roy couldn't understand why. Please stop. Young master may not be embarrassed, but I am. Do you dislike me that much? You're not a child. Seeing him speak in such a tone towards his master, it was clear he truly disliked it, but contrary to his embarrassed expression, he felt very cool about himself. But I'm sorry, you'll never understand. When transforming, one must shout out their identity as Demon King loudly to sound cool and authoritative. But Haviel Osran was not alone. Atanas also blushed and felt embarrassed at this time. It seems Lady Atanas V agrees with me. Oh, do you agree with Haviel? But no matter what the world said, he was unperturbed. But I like this style. At this moment, Roy felt more invigorated than ever and shouted with all his might like an echo through the mountains, "Demons, listen to me!" But something was wrong. His booming shout was met only with a silent crowd. Naturally, Roy was not pleased with the great disregard shown to him. No answer. Don't you see my wings and horns? I am the Demon King. The demons didn't seem very interested in this game, but to please him they answered, "Yes, Demon King." At everyone's lackadaisical and unenthusiastic attitude, he turned to Atanas and questioned her. Don't demons know how to listen? At least you should acknowledge me. As everyone did so, he vented his frustration. Migration cancelled, but she too had to admit the cold hard truth that demons were difficult to handle. In fact, demons are difficult to handle. It's always been that way since ancient times. The strongest demon naturally became the Demon King. Authority comes from legitimacy. That principle was established by Demon King credos. That is the absolute law of the demons. Atanas could see potential in Lloyd Frontera. But the other demons below still doubted his abilities. Since I have acknowledged you, they will obey your commands as Demon King Roy, but deep down they still lack respect. Since what he needed was their passion, Roy also began to think of ways to uplift their spirits. At this rate, productivity will never improve. I need to show them that my commands are justified, but that would take a lot of time. After that, he also considered fighting the demons one-on-one to prove his strength. If I defeat the strongest among them, they will follow me. But this was a bit difficult. Unfortunately, all one-on-one duels between demons were forbidden according to Demon King Credos' command. However, duels approved by Demon King Credos were allowed, and that was the only exception. And naturally, to gain recognition, the following criteria were essential: exceptional instincts, immediate judgment, lightning-fast reflexes, and keen eyesight. And to evaluate these areas individually, they also had a special duel method to gain recognition. You must excel in these areas. This is the one-on-one duel method among demons. It is called rock, paper, scissors. Surely not, old man. He thought it was something grand, but it was just children's rock, paper, scissors. Hearing this, Lloyd's face stiffened. He never thought such a simple game would be so highly regarded by the demons. Honestly, he couldn't understand what they could see through this game of chance. Goodness, isn't this Korean rock, paper, scissors? Is the author of the iron-blooded night novel strange, or is that Credos guy strange? But if this was the way to persuade everyone, he accepted it without hesitation. All right, if that's how I can persuade everyone, then so be it. After deciding, he stepped forward and declared loudly, "Listen everyone, I don't want to work with incooperative people. I am confident I can help everyone find joy in working with me. But that will take a lot of time, so let's duel now. If I win, everyone must happily participate in the construction." To ensure they cooperated best, he decided to challenge one of them. Roy no longer hesitated and immediately issued the challenge. "The strongest among you, step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, a foot slowly stepped forward. It was one of the Demon King's 8 guards. This demon seemed very confident in his abilities and smiled arrogantly. "I accept the Demon King's command." Roy intended to go all the way with him this time, showing no mercy. As the two prepared for the duel, the other demons also lined up and chanted, "Rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors," in unison. The two stood facing each other at this time. As the demons chanted rock, paper, scissors, the atmosphere grew strangely heated. Lyra teared up, worrying about what would happen to Lloyd Frontera. Please stop them. The Demon King is a good person, but since this was his decision, they too had no other choice. This is a holy war, we can only watch. Lyra. Rock, paper, scissors. Now the two approached each other and began to loosen their wrists for this decisive one-on-one duel. Haviel Asran stood nearby, bewildered like a deer. How exactly is this duel conducted? First, one had to understand the basic rules. After that, Atanas kindly helped him understand the game rules better. A fist symbolizes a hammer with the power to shake the earth. 2 fingers symbolize scissors that can cleave the sky. Opening your palm symbolizes paper. Not that paper, never mind. Seeing that she said nothing about paper, he became curious. Why is paper discriminated against? But Atanas' knowledge also went only this far. Demon King Credos taught it that way. I don't know either. That was the approximate knowledge about this game. After that, she delved deeper into the principles of the game. The hammer breaks the scissors pierce the paper wraps the hammer. This one-on-one duel is very easy once you grasp the rules. When the rock, paper, scissors chant is called, the 2 warriors choose 2 of the 3 weapons in both hands, and when the what will you throw chant is called, they throw 1 weapon, and then the second weapon. The winner is determined by the correlation of the weapons. After listening for a while, Azran also began to change his view of this game. At first it sounded like a children's game, but this was clearly a combat method to determine who was stronger. Both warriors were at the level of sword masters. Being at the same level, this was expected to be a close one-on-one duel. Rock, paper, scissors. They could not act rashly or thoughtlessly. They had to pay attention to every single action. Even a small movement of a muscle or a breath could predict the opponent's next move. Mr. Kim, do you have another trick up your sleeve this time? And Atanas would serve as the referee for this duel. Warriors, prepare. Now the one-on-one duel between Roy and the demon officially began. At this time he too took a ready stance. Rock, paper, scissors. The demon's hands, like his, were hidden behind his back, preparing to attack. Even from a distance he could see through all his movements. Wait, just now, through the distribution of muscle power, the weapons chosen by the two were quickly revealed. Both chose scissors, then it's only a draw or a loss. Seeing that, Azran misunderstood him and was surprised. Did you forget the rules? Why? But for someone as cunning and calculating as Roy, there was only victory, no defeat. As expected, the demon was surprised by his face. Why does the Demon King's face look like that? Lyra at this time couldn't take her eyes off their tense duel. Everyone else at this time also watched without blinking for even a second, wondering who would be the true winner. But the result before their eyes was already too clear. The demon threw paper with both hands and Roy threw scissors with both hands, and so 2 scissors would cut 2 papers. He was the winner today. Even knowing that he had no more room to back down at this point, he still teased him to the end. Now which hand will you throw first? Time and space seemed to stop at this moment, and the two stared at each other with 4 eyes, but this was the end. The demon could no longer resist and collapsed to the ground. Azran maintained a calm expression, unsurprised, as if he knew he would surely use some scheme, but at this time in his heart he was still evaluating him. A cowardly scheme. Atanas at this time looked at Lloyd with eyes full of admiration. The legend of the one who wins before throwing a hand, that is you, Roy. What legend? The demon would keep his word. Since he had lost, he would have to obey Lloyd Frontera. We demons greet you. Now everyone obeyed him in their hearts. And so everyone bowed their heads to him. Lloyd's horns and wings also made their appearance. This was the majestic appearance of the victor. And now he officially became the Demon King, respected by all. In the name of the true Demon King, from now on you shall carve the mountain range's base into a staircase shape. But Azran was still bothered by his showy appearance. I told you to stop doing that. After that, they immediately climbed onto Yang Yang's back and returned to Lloyd Frontera's territory. On the way back he suddenly recalled what the Queen had said earlier. The Queen had said that everything related to him would return to its original state. The fate regression phenomenon progresses faster in the final outcome. Since his actions had changed, the future would certainly change as well. And that change would occur around Lloyd Frontera's close ones. One of them was the Queen's corruption. But so far there had been no signs. Although the situation was better now in the near future, they would still not escape tragedy. But everyone, including Julian, his parents, his family, and all the residents of the territory, would once again be caught in a whirlpool of misfortune. Until the residential facilities for this project were completed, time could not be stopped, so accidents could occur during that period. When he was previously steeped in despair, he had thought there was no way for everyone to escape their tragic fate. But now he had turned the tables. But now it was different. Since Lloyd Frontera had decided to help the demons, Atanas would fully support him. With her by his side, it was like having a camera that could see the future, which put his mind at ease. 5th Demon King Atanas. Her weather forecasting ability. And after moving for a while, they returned to Lloyd Frontera's mansion. You two met at Emily's wedding last time, didn't you? This is the former Demon King, 5th Demon King Atanas. She also met Akosh Frontera and Marbella Frontera at this time. No wonder your horns are so long, so you were the Demon King. You're truly beautiful. I thought demons would be scary looking, thank you, but honestly I'm more surprised that you two aren't surprised at all. He immediately informed them of the current situation without hiding anything. As I told you, the fate regression phenomenon is still ongoing. Countermeasures are still being researched. But if something erupts before we find a way, it's over. And because Roy couldn't feel at ease, he entrusted the two of them to her. That's why 5th Demon King Atanas is here. She will periodically check your fates. For safety, I'm also calling Julian and Sarazat to the territory, and the Queen will inform me of the progress of other events in a timely manner. There was no more time to waste a second, so they immediately began. Now let's start working. And the first step in preparation and setup was always the most crucial. First, we will dispatch experienced technicians to the demon race to supervise the project. And 2 of them will accompany me directly. Sergeant Greg and Mr. Cedar will go with me. Roy wanted to make the most of the manpower they had. There's a lot of hard work, so let's take the orcs too. But Kur, seeing everyone being assigned tasks, also enthusiastically stepped forward. Oh, I want to go too, but he made an exception for Kur, who had just gotten married and kept him home. You stay home and enjoy your honeymoon. After obeying Roy, the demons also began to work very diligently. With their formidable strength, such minor tasks were a piece of cake. The slaves know, the Swordmaster level Demon King's 8 guards warriors will clear the terrain in half a day. But thanks to everyone's cooperation, their construction progress accelerated remarkably. Abundant monsters also made building houses easier. Amazing, it won't even take a month to complete. This was the true power of the demon race. Every time he did that, Haviel Azron felt embarrassed. Oh please, why are you transforming again? It's so embarrassing. Why is that person like that? To ensure everything went smoothly, Roy also prepared the route very carefully. Alright, the route design is complete. Let's stop time tomorrow and start building the railway. Atanas at this time performed her duty very well beside them. Countess, I will check your fates today. I will observe the count for 5 minutes without blinking. After that she stood there like a statue staring intently at them. He and she also did not move at this time, not daring to move an inch for fear of ruining her work. It seemed Atanas was in a state of absolute concentration at this time. She didn't blink once, but for some reason the next moment she trembled, and Atanas's lips began to twitch as if to say something. Akos Frontera didn't understand what was happening, but he didn't relax his guard for a moment. Her face was wrinkled and tears streamed down as if she had seen something bad. He thought Atanas had seen something bad, and had no choice but to hold his breath in worry. The next moment her face turned bright red again, and she exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, your two loved." Seeing her expression, they too guessed something bad would happen, and their faces turned pale as if their souls had left their bodies. Who would have known she had seen a good sight? Your love is truly beautiful. Just a moment ago their hearts felt like they were about to burst, but now they covered their faces in embarrassment, and they went outside embarrassed in front of Julian and Sarazat. Come in. After that the three of them sat on chairs together, and she continued to check their fortunes, but Atanas's expression this time was not much different from before. My goodness, your two loves are just as beautiful. It seems there were two pairs of embarrassed couples today. Julian and Sarazat also heard these words and covered their faces, which had turned red like tomatoes. On Roy's side everything was progressing very smoothly. Well done, everyone. Our temporary shelter where we will stay for a year is complete. Everyone, regardless of race, completed the work very well together. We are all different but like one big melting pot. Everyone's unity made this happen, but despite that we moved towards one goal together. The goal of making everything better. Suddenly at this time he muttered to himself. He too found it a little hard to understand. Of course the elves are an exception. If they saw us destroying nature, there were a few such cases. And now came the most anticipated part. From now on, construction officially begins. Everyone prepare. After that he left first for work. Haviel, I'm going to check the route. I'll stop time after that. You take Bell and make steel rods. Are you going alone? Yes. What is there to worry about there? The reason Roy was confident even alone was because he possessed a singing ability that could make everyone collapse. I am a sword master with the voice of hell. No one can touch me. How dare those lowly monsters fight me? In the middle of a vast white snowfield, Yang was preparing to deliver a letter to him. Roy was very satisfied with its enthusiastic work ethic. Thank you, Yang. You've completed your letter delivery mission. You also participate in the construction. Go straight into the residence. Upon receiving the letter from Atanas, his mind was also put at ease. 5th Demon King. Atanas's report. The Demon King's family is safe for the next 24 hours. Good, that's enough. From now on we will teach the residents of the territory the farming techniques of the demon race. Everyone is kind and no one has prejudices against us. I also heard news from the Demon King's 8 guards through Yang. They are doing very well. The children who wanted to explore the outside world since childhood are very happy now. All this happiness is thanks to you, Demon King. I hope the great Demon King is also happy. After finishing reading her letter, he also looked far away. Race liberation. The remaining descendants have achieved their wish. RP 100. Roy's true happiness lay in bringing happiness to everyone. I am very happy right now. After that, he immediately pointed his hand towards the sky. Time stop for me. Time stop activated. 3000 RP consumed. Current RP 7171, and the familiar blue spherical dome appeared once again after the construction of the Stone of Truth. But Lloyd's heart grew colder day by day at this time, and his chest began to throb. It was as if tens of thousands of ice knives were piercing his heart. The sky was as black as ink at this time, and white snowflakes fell thickly below. In that cold weather he could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the cold snow. He couldn't stay here long if he wanted to avoid danger. I have to hurry. The effect is faster than I thought. Vibung also couldn't help but blame himself at this time. Sorry, Roy reassured him. It's alright, Vibung. How could you have known things would turn out like this? Besides, thanks to you, I was able to stop time. And I can also stop the fate regression phenomenon. You are a lucky Vibung. There's no need to feel guilty. He was truly an optimistic owner. In the blizzard that seemed to engulf him, Roy still struggled to stand up. It's a bit cold, but why is there a blizzard now? It's so strong even though I've stopped time. I can't get up, my chest hurts so much. Haviel, I have to call Haviel. If I just release a little mana. But as he collapsed and began to lose consciousness, he felt someone approaching him. Who is it? Is it Haviel? Roy firmly believed it was that person. It's always you, you bastard. If it was Haviel Azron, he could rest assured for a while. I'll just close my eyes for a bit, but this time was different. The person who appeared here was Alicia, someone he had not expected. She also noticed his bad condition and quickly approached him. Snow was falling very thickly from the sky, but Bell and Haviel Azron were still working diligently in their village. In the bone-chilling cold, Bell shivered and kept sneezing. After a while the fellow continued to shiver to warm himself up. After a while Bell's condition was much better. He stood by his side at this time to watch over him. but Azron thought it was cruel to force Bell to work in such weather, so he granted him permission. "Stop, Bell, producing steel in this weather doesn't seem right." Bell seemed to have been waiting a long time for him to say this and immediately closed his eyes to rest. At this time, Osrahan's senses also informed him of Roy's condition. After the time dome appeared, Kim Suho's mana became unstable. It's probably because of his frozen heart. He was naturally very worried about his well-being at this time. "I want to rush to him right now and see if he's safe." But what was this dome made of ice? That dome became an obstacle preventing Azron from leaving this place. It seemed he couldn't do it himself, so he asked her for help. "I can't get out of here." At this time, Azron had no choice but to rely on Alicia, so he knelt on one knee and reported, "Your Majesty, we are carrying out your orders. The young master has stopped time outside." She suddenly grew curious. "Time, is that what Roy did?" "Yes." He too couldn't hide it and had to reveal the undeniable truth. "Then how do we get out of here?" "Respectfully, we are trapped." "Where did you learn that expression?" "How long will we be trapped?" "Until construction is finished, about a year." To reassure Alicia, he also didn't forget to add, "But don't worry, time outside won't flow." At Roy's very arbitrary actions, she too was speechless. How absurd. Is he trying to become the Demon King? But right at this moment the demons were next to Alicia. The two sides made eye contact for a moment, but neither spoke. As Azron was about to say more, she was curious about Lloyd's current location. "I will explain, Your Majesty." "No, I will ask Roy about the details later." "Where is he?" According to his guess, he would probably be collapsed somewhere by now. He went up the mountain to observe the route. "The blizzard has gotten worse since a while ago." Hearing that, Alicia also decided to go out and meet him herself. "I'll go meet him myself," according to his senses after a while. Azron also surmised that their meeting had taken place. "There's a strong mana flow next to the unstable mana. The queen must have found Suho." At this time, knowing that he had a protector, he too could smile in relief. "There's no need to interfere, I guess." While snow poured down outside, Roy woke up in a dazed state at this time. He thought he was buried in snow, but now he was lying in a cave covered in warm furs. Roy couldn't help but feel that he was truly blessed by the ancestor god, otherwise he would have died. A cave, thank goodness. It seems someone is here. At this time, he noticed that all his clothes had been changed to new ones. What kind of clothes are these? Did we have these in our storage? These furs look quite expensive too, but surprisingly. Roy, thinking it was that person, turned to his side and said casually, "Hey Haviel, my clothes." Even more surprisingly, Alicia had given him her fur cloak and was only wearing thin clothes herself. At this time, Roy also stared blankly for a while, unable to believe the unreal sight before his eyes. But fortunately, there was a cave nearby. Otherwise, he didn't know how the two of them would have gotten through this blizzard. Of course, as a man, he couldn't let her sleep in thin clothes. He immediately took the fur cloak and covered her with it. Roy owed Alicia his life, so he no longer had the face to remain there. Owing the queen would be the death of him, so he had to quickly call Haviel or Yang, but he hadn't gone far before his frozen heart began to throb again, forcing him to stop. With such a frequently aching heart in this weather, he truly couldn't move. "Damn it, it hurts even with a little movement." While he wrestled with himself, she woke up and called out from behind him, "You don't look well. Come here." Alicia didn't want anything to happen to him either, so she decided to look after him for a while. Roy was too embarrassed to even look up at her, lowering his tail and bowing his head before the lawful ruler. Seeing him dawdle, she urged him, "I don't want to hear greetings twice a day, so come here." But Roy's speed was no different from a crawling turtle. It was truly testing Alicia's patience. When she urged him one last time, he finally picked up his pace. Then suddenly, for some reason, she lowered one leg. Alicia patted her thigh and demanded, "Lie here." At her demand, he froze for 5 seconds, dumbfounded. Roy lay down on the opposite side, not facing her. "Are you kidding me? How you told me to lie down?" Seeing that he seemed to have misheard, the next moment she pointed with her finger and said each word clearly. "Lie here, put your head here and lie down." Whether he hadn't heard or was pretending not to hear, he remained blankly motionless as usual. Roy's brain didn't seem to be working properly. He just stayed blank with a question mark floating above his head. Seeing that he couldn't understand her words, Alicia got angry and grabbed his head and laid it directly on her thigh. This was a forced scene that would go down in history. But Alicia had no ill intentions towards him whatsoever. She gently placed her hand on his chest and, knowing that his mana was insufficient, injected her mana into Lloyd Frontera. Roy could also feel the overflowing mana flowing through his body at this time. "The queen's mana is flowing through my body? To exchange mana like this, she must know Osrahan's core technique," even without him asking. The next moment, Alicia confessed first. "I learned this while sparring with Lord Azron. You and Lord Haviel can amplify energy with the same amount of mana. The key was knowing how to absorb and utilize external mana." At this, Roy couldn't help but marvel at her passion for learning. She mastered Osrahan's core technique on her own. The queen is truly on a different level. Other types of mana didn't suit him at all. Haviel's mana couldn't be absorbed and other mana flows were too weak to be helpful. After a while, Alicia asked about his condition again. "How is it? Are you more comfortable?" "Ah, yes." When she realized she could help Roy, she was delighted. "That's a relief." Her calm yet sweet expression made his heart waver a little. Since her treatment was over, Roy had no reason to lie there anymore and rolled forward. But he hadn't rolled far before she hit him squarely in the face. Despite his stubborn resistance, she placed him back on her thigh. "Stay still." Today, Alicia wanted Roy to get proper rest. "You were the one who told me I needed to rest sometimes." but lying on her thigh he felt such embarrassment, and it was anything but comfortable. While Alicia Yani continued to inject mana into him, he grew curious. "But why did you come all the way here, Your Majesty the Queen?" she answered very concisely, without beating around the bush. "Because I wanted to see you." Whether he was doing it on purpose or genuinely didn't know, he didn't grasp her feelings. "Could it be that I didn't fulfill my duty? There are no problems with the construction, though the blizzard is a bit severe right now." As Roy continued to avoid her, she immediately asked, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" At Alicia's interrogation he feigned innocence like a deer. She highly valued his quick judgment but couldn't understand why he didn't realize her interest. "You're smart, quick-witted and highly capable, but you completely fail to understand the true feelings of a woman who comes before you and proposes." Listening to her words, Roy thought to himself, "Proposal? Who proposed to me? When?" Suddenly he recalled the moment she came to his mansion. "You will marry me." Lloyd's face immediately changed. He really thought she was joking. Was she serious? Wasn't she just trying to exploit me to death for free by using the position of the Queen's husband? Right, that must be it. What other reason could there be? Suddenly, at that moment, rocks poured down on them from above. He couldn't understand why all sorts of things were happening to them. An earthquake this time, but Roy felt that this was not a simple matter. "I understand roughly now. The blizzard is getting stronger and now there's an earthquake. And I can feel mana moving. Someone is definitely messing with us. Everything can't be this coincidental." Suspicion bloomed in his heart. If someone truly had a hand in this, Roy couldn't help but smile. "How dare they cause me trouble?" At this, Alicia also looked at him with very proud eyes. He immediately realized someone intervened. As expected of the man, I acknowledged. Roy had no intention of letting those who wasted his time get away with it. "I will make them pay back 10 times the construction time they made me lose." Just a moment ago she had thought highly of him, but the next moment her attitude shifted drastically. If only his face had changed and he hadn't said those words. At this, outside, the snow still covered the world in white, showing no signs of letting up. Suddenly an ice vortex appeared in the air. It wasn't an ordinary vortex, but a living entity. An old man with a white beard and hair wearing a crown appeared. "My name is Fantarasa. I am the spirit king of the Fantara Mountains." He had lived here for a very long time, accompanied by the white snow. A being who had lived in these mountains for thousands of years. "To protect this land, I created a harsh environment that humans could not endure." A memory surfaced in Fantarasa's mind like a slow movie. "A long time ago, when a group of demons came here, I didn't pay much attention to them. But what he didn't expect was that they settled here, and then the dragon race created a small space with an ice barrier for the demons to live in. If everything had stopped there would have been no problem. However, this time was different. The appearance of Lloyd and Haviel Azron caught his attention. That fellow pulled all the demons out of that small space and even brought his own companions. If they hadn't done anything, Fantarasa wouldn't have been bothered, but they meddled with this place. "Haviel, that's too steep there, flatten it for me." He did as told without hesitation. With one powerful swing of Haviel Osrahan's sword, the entire area was flattened as if nothing had happened. But not stopping there, they even exploded part of the mountain. Roy and Haviel Azron couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as they watched the fiercely burning flames ahead. Meanwhile, Fantarasa couldn't help but seethe with rage at seeing his long-guarded mountain being encroached upon. What are these lunatics doing? In his eyes, they were no different from villains destroying this mountain. Those fellows flattened the mountain and cut down every single tree. In Fantarasa's story, they were the villains who had threatened his well-being. Those devils in human form, how dare they trample on my territory? To avenge his beloved mountain, he had been watching them before she left. Unbeknownst to them, the blizzard grew even fiercer. "I'll have to go meet that fellow myself." Soldiers scatter and find Roy. While they searched for him, Fantarasa was determined to interfere. "Those wicked fellows, I'll drive them out." And Roy was absolutely right in thinking that the blizzard hadn't appeared on its own. Everything was orchestrated by him with a single hand. Blow, blizzard. That very blizzard slowed down their construction progress. "What kind of blizzard is this? Everyone stop construction and hurry. We can't let the snow pile up like this." But Fantarasa, believing himself to be a divine spirit who could summon storms, acted recklessly. "It's no use, you weak humans. You will never overcome this cold." He clearly couldn't have imagined that they would happily make snowmen using the snow. Seeing that everyone was enjoying themselves instead of giving up, he couldn't help but be enraged. Those guys are enjoying themselves? They didn't see the cold snow as an obstacle, but rather as a challenge for physical training. Training in the cold is the best. They weren't afraid of the cold or the bone-chilling weather. Rather, they had grown accustomed to it. Aren't demons bothered by the cold? No, all the demons who were afraid of the cold died. We must evolve. Isn't that a sad story? Aren't all stories like that? Fantarasa went beyond being bothered. He even grew jealous of them. Orcs and demons aside, even those insignificant humans have mana. Seeing that this method was ineffective against them, he changed his plan. "It won't be easy to drive all those fellows out at once. In that case, I'll ambush the mastermind." Thus his target was none other than Lloyd Frontera. Just a moment ago, Fantarasa had also pinpointed his location. Hiding in a cave, he felt that now was the perfect time to get his revenge and immediately put it into action. It's no use, and that very moment was when he caused an earthquake to ambush them, but because of that, they realized that someone was behind all this. After staying in the cave for a while, Roy Frontera emerged with Alicia holding a hot item in his hand. The two sides were now truly in a standoff. He intended to send him straight to the afterlife. The mastermind has appeared. Die beneath my blade of wind. The snow was no longer gentle as before, but suddenly moved at high speed, creating sharp blade-like vortices. At the power of the blizzard before their eyes, they also dared to speculate. To create such a large blizzard? He's definitely not a magician, nor is he a dragon. If he wanted to attack, he wouldn't use such cheap tricks. Her eyes narrowed with doubt. A faint being who conceals mana is controlling natural phenomena like blizzards and earthquakes. Roy at this recognized who it was and smiled arrogantly. With his rich experience, he now knew who was behind all this. Who else but a spirit? Even though his identity was exposed to Roy, Fantarasa showed no fear whatsoever. Impressive, but now you must realize that there's no way to stop me. He couldn't hide his confidence in his miraculous ability that could overpower all other ordinary abilities. Physical force is useless, and magic doesn't work. What can you do to me, Spirit King Fantarasa? But he underestimated his opponent too much. The next moment, Lloyd countered him with his undefeated singing voice, and indeed every time he let out his voice, all his opponents had to cover their ears in pain. Fantarasa was no exception. Even Alicia covered her ears, her face drained of color. Both of them couldn't endure Lloyd Frontera's sound, which seemed to emanate from hell. To them this was nothing short of torture. As her body trembled like an aspen leaf, he stopped singing. It was only then that he realized how incredibly patient she was. Alicia could endure it, but Fantarasa was not so lucky. Roy, who had finally found the culprit who had bothered him for so long, couldn't hide his delight. It was you, the one who interfered with my work. Fantarasa, who had been so confident just a moment ago, was now miserable. You rude fellow, what magic did you just cast? My body is made of mana and should be unaffected by any attack. But he didn't even consider that he was facing someone with a transcendent attack method. It's not an attack. I just sang a light song, you obnoxious fellow. Anyway, Fantarasa was the guardian of this place, so he wanted to talk to him properly. Hey, why are you interfering with my work? What's going on? Are you asking because you genuinely don't know? Fantarasa then unleashed all the anger he had harbored for a long time. You humans always destroy nature. I will not let you destroy this mountain too. Suddenly Lloyd raised his shovel high and struck Fantarasa with an earth-shattering blow. But with his flexible body he easily dodged his attack. After a while, Fantarasa fully recovered and smiled happily once again. My mana is strong, but you can do nothing to me. It's no different from scratching an itch. Seeing him mock him like that, Roy took a deep breath. Indeed, his astonishing singing voice would make anyone fear him. Fantarasa now changed his attitude 180 degrees and pleaded, please don't sing, please don't sing. Even Alicia, his ally, tried to physically hit him when he opened his mouth. Shut up. At least consider the person next to you. If you make that hellish sound one more time, I swear I'll never look at your face again. Being scolded by Alicia while trying to stop the enemy, he stood dumbfounded for a moment. Roy seemed very hurt and began to tear up. Indeed, tears were humanity's most potent weapon. Seeing him cry, she immediately clarified, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, it's not like that. Then why? But Fantarasa, being impatient, didn't want them to stay here for another day and immediately tried to end it. No more games. Suddenly, a bright blue aura emanated from the mountain peaks. All that energy quickly gathered where Fantarasa was. It seemed he was gathering his power to become stronger. They had to face his power, which seemed on the verge of breaking through alone. It seemed this journey would be a bit difficult for them. I am this mountain range. This mountain range is me. I do not wish to kill. But Fantarasa was now like a giant mountain, instantly making the two of them look tiny. Although he wanted to live peacefully, he also had to protect his mountain. I have no other choice. But at this moment Roy sent him a serious look. Hey old man. Fantarasa stared blankly, not understanding what he was saying. Indeed, playfulness was a hard habit to break. Even in such a moment he was still joking. Those who dare to threaten me will face a more terrifying threat. But he showed no fear, maintaining a firm expression. However, the terrifying threat Roy spoke of was none other than Azran. He ambushed him from directly behind with a bone-chilling strike. Fantarasa, unable to retaliate in time, sustained considerable injuries. Seeing him fall, he smiled contentedly. Nature too must bow before humans. Seeing Roy laugh maniacally, she also stared at him. Alicia couldn't clearly explain her feelings at this moment. To like such a person, I must truly be crazy. Azran, as expected, always appeared at the most crucial moments. He attacked Fantarasa from behind with his angelic wings. He felt pain as he was struck with a sharp blow like cutting fruit. Damn it, that hurts. No matter how strong I am, I shouldn't be injured. But upon closer inspection of the glowing halo, he realized this person was no ordinary being. Could that person be a sword master? It was wrong to provoke Roy no matter who he was. He would never let go of those who harmed him. Although Fantarasa was overwhelmingly large, he still got hit on the head by Azran. Not stopping there, he continued to teleport to various spots, attacking him bit by bit. Fantarasa, unable to retaliate, could only cover his head like a child and cry, "Wait, stop hitting there, hit somewhere else." Only after several bumps appeared on Fantarasa's head did he finally surrender. This devilish fellow, stop it, stop, I was wrong. Although Azran maintained a very calm expression, his eyes were filled with killing intent. After being beaten for a long time, he was now shrunken to the size of a bean. Still not enough? I've been hit enough to use up all my mana. Now I'm weak, there's nowhere else to hit. Seeing Fantarasa cornered, he sheathed his sword. But given Haviel Osrahan's vengeful nature, he didn't let him go that easily and poked Fantarasa with his sword. After hitting him like a fly swatter with his sword for a long time, he finally mercifully stopped. But there was no free lunch in this world. Haviel Azran still didn't stop, continuing to poke him. Seeing him go too far, Roy ran over to intervene. "Haviel, you crazy bastard, gently, what are you doing? An old man who has no will to fight." Although it was wrong for Fantarasa to attack them, they couldn't keep tormenting him either. Violence couldn't solve everything. Alicia's face also began to darken as she realized their relationship. Fearing he would lay another hand, Roy told him to stay away and went to check on Fantarasa himself. "You wait over there, spirit old man, are you alright?" Even though he was right there, he still tried to attack him. "I told you to stop, really. Who taught you such bad habits?" But Alicia quickly realized something was amiss. Birds of a feather, both of them were in on it. Fantarasa at this moment crouched and trembled, thanking him. "Thank you for saving me." But she couldn't understand his actions. Is that old man under mind control? Roy was clearly a bad guy. Having been around them for so long, she knew their personalities well. Then what about Lord Haviel? When did he become like this? Like rotten apples spoil the barrel. Alicia also thought he had been influenced by him. At this moment, both of them radiated killing intent. They were truly no different from thugs. Seeing that Fantarasa now had no chance to retaliate, he got straight to the point. "Alright, let's talk now. Why did you interfere with my construction?" Fantarasa was actually a pitiful person. He genuinely just wanted to protect this place. This mountain range, I couldn't just stand by and watch its nature be destroyed. At this moment, Roy also understood the problem before him and happily proposed to him. "Ah, I see. Then will you allow us to improve nature while we proceed with the construction?" Hearing him say this, Alicia couldn't help but be surprised. Fantarasa would also be very happy if this mountain range received such treatment, but he was still a little suspicious. "It would be good if you did that, but humans always..." He didn't let him finish, immediately confirming. "That's right, humans are powerful beings. While other animals adapted to the environment, humans evolved to change it. But with the power to destroy nature, there's also the responsibility to protect and nurture it." When responsibility was mentioned, Roy didn't shy away and readily accepted it. At his gentle and responsible attitude, she truly stood there speechless. "I promise we will make this mountain range a more beautiful place." The way he treated the enemy before him truly made Alicia look at him differently. He subdued the Spirit King, yet he's willing to compromise for that old man? Roy sincerely promised Fantarasa, so he also hoped for his cooperation. "Can you make the temperature of this mountain range a little warmer for us? That would help us a lot." He happily agreed to this proposal. "Very well, as long as you don't threaten the ecosystem around here." Indeed, none of them were villains. Everyone had their own ideals that they had to do their best to protect. It was truly so. Finally, the heavy snow stopped and the sun shone through. Shone a warm sunlight, just like Lloyd Frontera's heart at this moment. "I truly can't understand that fellow, so I'm interested in him." Immediately after the conflict between them and Fantarasa was resolved, everyone began to devote themselves to construction. This was the first stage of opening the mountain range, widening narrow canyons and making roads straighter and sturdier. All stages were carried out very carefully and neatly by everyone. The second stage was to develop a switchback railway system. With Sergeant Greg's technical talent and Mr. Kohaida's knowledge, the design was completed. The third stage. If they could build a ship in hell, this job was a piece of cake. Atanis and her demons could work tirelessly and diligently as long as their stomachs were full. We demons can do anything to live as long as our stomachs are full. We believe that earning a living is the most honorable activity. The demons truly made no small contribution to the construction. Demon labor is the best. They eat little and are strong, there's nothing to criticize. And the next stage was what he had previously promised Fantarasa. The fourth stage was to create a green landscape to protect nature, moving plants from the foothills upwards to enrich the species. The demons were good at this, so it could be entrusted to them. While the construction was proceeding very smoothly, Roy's heart pain suddenly recurred. Seeing it, Alicia asked about his condition. "Are you alright? The construction is taking longer than planned. How about breaking your promise and speeding it up?" But he was a man who, once he made a promise, had to see it through. So Lloyd Frontera disagreed with that opinion. No. Nature was a gift from heaven, so they had to work together to protect the landscape and nurture nature. At this moment, what Alicia cared about most was his health. "Your life is in danger though, you could die." His mind was already made up, he had to see it through. "Because I feel I'd regret it if I didn't. If this mountain range's unsightly trade route becomes beautiful, it could even become a tourist spot, even just a rest stop. Do you know how much money we could make?" It turned out everything was part of his plan. Seeing Roy suddenly change his attitude, she was already accustomed to it and remained calm. Seeing him become a slave to capitalism, Alicia reminded him, "I'm paying for this entire project. And you're already thinking of personal gain?" Not wanting to anger her, Roy immediately bowed his head. "If we secure a continent-spanning trade route and become the dominant nation, we'll also need to establish industries. Our kingdom will prosper greatly. If your majesty would only allow me to build one small building." Suddenly, Alicia's next action surprised him a little. Who would have known she wouldn't stop Lloyd Frontera? She allowed him to become the embodiment of capitalism. "Be as greedy as you wish. Your greed always benefits others." Hearing these words, his heart was as happy as if he had won the lottery. Good, I can earn more retirement money. The big money comes from operating the territory. This is my pocket money. I don't know if your dream is big or small. Even if it's small, it will shine like a star. Stars are huge. Look at the sky. At this time, the construction was almost complete, and the new train was about to begin operation. And at this moment, after days of effort, the moment of testing finally arrived. The train is coming. Roy personally instructed the switch lever to be operated so that everything would proceed smoothly. Everything was done quickly according to his command, and the train slowly appeared before Lloyd Frontera. On the train, the demons were enjoying the cool wind, brushing their faces together. Fantarasa smiled as brightly as a flower, seeing that he had kept his promise and made this place more beautiful. At this moment, everything was going better than ever. You liberated the confined demon race and opened a trade route that will be recorded in the continent's history. New title unlocked, Breakthrough Specialist. A special skill generated through its effect. Like a symbol of liberation, you can make powerful jumps unconstrained by any control. Roy was also a little puzzled. Why jump? I'm a swordmaster, why would I need this? Current RP. 1648 RP is full. It seems it's time to prepare for the ending. Number of lives saved -1. No, nothing has changed yet. I've only returned to the original number. To confront the fate regression phenomenon. Now the ice dome also disappeared after the time stop process ended, but his frozen heart still didn't disappear at this time. It tormented him every moment. The wind brushed past Lloyd Frontera, but he couldn't even resist them and fell to the side. Fortunately, Alicia quickly supported him. She also decided to do something. Rest, I will protect you. Yang also arrived at this time to take them back to the kingdom. Azran urged them. Let's go, we need to restore the kingdom's edict. Roy must have been too overworked, so he was moved to the palace for recuperation. As the morning sun shone through the window, he also woke up in a hazy state. As soon as he woke up, he saw a hand placed on his body. Alicia was always by his side, injecting mana to help him recover. You're awake. Seeing that she had to do this for him personally, Roy also felt uneasy. Your Majesty the Queen, I apologize, she reassured him. It's all right, it's natural for you to collapse from illness. Now that he was awake, Alicia also wanted to proceed directly. I wish you would rest more, but quickly put on your formal attire. We will soon hold the Eye of Summer conferment ceremony. As promised to Lloyd Frontera, he would receive a reward for successfully completing the construction. And the conferment ceremony was held very grandly before all the people. At this very moment, I declare the achievements of the meritorious official Roy. Roy successfully opened a path through the Fantara Mountains, which had blocked the Magantano kingdom. We have joined the international community. His bold yet wise decision led the kingdom to the pinnacle of prosperity. Now, our Magantano kingdom stands at the center of global exchange. We stand at the top of the most powerful empires without any war. And Alicia also glanced at Roy to check his condition. Although it was the award ceremony today, his complexion was not good at all. He's trembling. Even a moment of carelessness can worsen his condition, but we cannot omit this essential ritual. And next to Alicia was a mysterious box containing the Eye of Summer. Lloyd's frozen heart didn't remain still, tormenting him. He was no different from a corpse with its soul completely gone at this time. Suddenly, Lloyd's heart slowly began to turn ash-gray and beat slowly. No, I have to do something. Vibung and his friends also couldn't bear to watch and did their best to revive his heart. Damn it all. The situation isn't good at all. Just then, the ceremony officially began. From now on, we will commence the sacred and noble Eye of Summer conferment ceremony. But they didn't know that his frozen heart was gradually causing him to lose consciousness. He seemed to have reached his limit and could no longer hold on. Roy couldn't stand anymore and began to sway. He lost his balance and fell forward. His body was a complete mess at this moment. Just then, Alicia drew her sword and loudly called out Haviel Osrahan's name. From the crowd, he immediately unfurled his massive angelic wings and soared upwards, a sword in his hand. Who would have known she would approach the box and unleash a very powerful strike? Even the minister couldn't help but gape at this unbelievable sight. Her Majesty the Queen is now, but before he could finish speaking, she split the box in two before their eyes. The people below were also greatly surprised by her sudden action. From inside the box, the sight everyone had been waiting for, the Eye of Summer appeared. As the Eye of Summer appeared in the air, everyone was thrown into a panic and began to flee. It was emitting a very powerful energy, along with a blazing red light. While everyone scattered and ran, Haviel Azran flew towards the Eye of Summer like a god. He aimed his sword forward as if to do something. The energy emitted by the Eye of Summer seemed to scorch Haviel Osrahan's flesh, but he was still determined to hold on. As he emitted a light that enveloped it, Alicia was rushing forward. Truly mad, to be so reckless to save one person, but I believe in you. Even if she was called mad for protecting Lloyd Frontera's life, she believed he could solve everything. Get up and set things right, just like always. Without further hesitation, she immediately got on top of his body and injected mana to sustain his life. Absorb it. I will inject all my mana into your body at once. Suddenly receiving so much mana, Roy's body reacted violently and charged at super fast speed. After receiving that massive flow of mana, he not only became healthier but also gained superhuman strength. Roy reached out his hand towards Haviel Azron in the distance. He was trying to suppress the power of the Eye of Summer at this time. As heaven and earth roared with the sun's flames, a dazzling vortex of divine flames erupted in the air. From within that vortex, a surge of uncontrollable energy suddenly broke free and flew rapidly towards Lloyd Frontera like the wrathful lightning of the gods. But he lay motionless amidst the shaking ground. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting to see what would happen. And in the fleeting beat of a heart, everything vanished. The ground shook from the aftermath of a force beyond comprehension, silencing even the heavens. The last veil of dust slowly settled into the clear space. The light returned, so pure and peaceful that it was hard to believe what they had just witnessed was real. Everyone looked up with trembling eyes, filled with awe and horror. Haviel Azron, who had been affected, was also collapsed on the balcony floor at this time. Alicia and Roy lay unconscious side by side. He had absorbed the Eye of Summer. It was the sunlight he hadn't seen in a very long time. Vibung stared blankly at the long-awaited warmth. A small streak of energy suddenly flashed before Vibung's eyes and approached where he was. Just then, a small, dazzling life form, shining like the pure sun, appeared, and miraculously, at that moment, that essence met Vibung. The essence that had always been with Lloyd Frontera before. The two entities looked at each other, and as if drawn by an invisible thread of fate, they clasped hands and merged into one. A vortex of light bloomed, firmly embracing the two essences and combining them into a single planet-like glowing entity. And from Lloyd's heart, that orb of energy slowly emerged. A new symbol of life, power, and regeneration. At this moment, Lloyd's heart once again returned to normal. It was no longer cold but filled with warmth. The heart of winter and the Eye of Summer have combined and reside in your heart. Indeed, with a healthy heart restored, his complexion was much better. Your sacrifice and dedication to others have been rewarded. The trust you showed to people has unleashed a miraculous power. All your actions combined to create a divine skill. Divine skill. Demon King's Blessing. You can bestow the Demon King's Blessing upon one person for one day. The blessed person will receive positive effects for 24 hours. At this, Roy also became a little curious. What kind of effect? One of the blessed person's unique skills will realize its full potential. Upon getting something good, he immediately thought of him. Realize its potential? What does that mean, for example? What happens if I bless Lord Haviel? Haviel is in the early stages of a Grand Master. If he receives the blessing, he will awaken and become a true Grand Master capable of slaying even gods. At this, Roy was stunned, having no idea his blessing was that amazing. The next moment, he wore a joyful smile. Then why hesitate? I should do it right away. Roy was now full of vitality and could easily stand up. He stomped his feet vigorously on the ground as if to announce his return. Roy ascended to the balcony without hesitation and revealed himself to all the people. Citizens of the Magentano Kingdom, did you all see? This performance was prepared by Her Majesty the Queen herself. Now the whole world knows, thanks to the trade route, Magentano will become the most prosperous nation in the world. And even powerful forces like the dragon race can be easily defeated. Roy declared all this in a voice as firm and clear as steel. As the people below cheered and supported the achievements they had accomplished together, the atmosphere suddenly became lively and joyful, seeing him return from the brink of death. And filled with such vitality, the two also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Roy turned and looked at the two, then gave an arrogant, victorious smile as a sign that everything was now all right. The night sky covered the entire space, and the Magentano Kingdom gradually became quiet. Just then, the southwest of the Fantara Mountains was still covered in thick white snow. In that peaceful moment, in the Veneto Mine Tribe village, a boy with an excited face was proudly showing a bouquet of wildflowers to his mother. Mom, look, I found dried grass of various colors and made a bouquet. At the boy's handiwork, she gently stroked Runta's head and smiled brightly. Oh, my Runta always finds such pretty things. Suddenly, just then, a man with an irritated face flung the door open and yelled at the mother and son. What's this nonsense, my goodness? Oh, he was Don Pruno, the chief of the Veneto village. He didn't seem to like this at all and harshly scolded the boy. Warriors don't make cute things. Not stopping there, he raised his leg high and struck Runta hard on the head. This had nothing to do with her, but he even reprimanded his wife. The kid's like this because of you, his mom. What are you doing? Not even talking. At Don Pruno's rough and coercive attitude, she didn't even look at him. You'll do whatever you want anyway. It's not what I want. It's what I have to do. But he was different from them. He believed that if he had power, he could have everything. Veneto fights and plunders. Only strength can protect us. After reprimanding Runta, Don Pruno pressed on. Runta, do you want to make cute things again? The boy lowered his head. I'm sorry, but even that didn't satisfy him. A Veneto man doesn't cower like that. I'm sorry. Don Pruno continued to push the boy, hoping he would be as aggressive as himself. I can't hear you. Runta, filled with injustice, shouted with all his might. I'm sorry. As punishment, apologize to our ancestors for an hour. While Runta cowered towards the sky, he sat down and asked for a drink. My beer. After everyone left, Don Pruno now revealed a poker face. He could feel the coldness she showed him. My wife doesn't smile at me. Runta hates me too. The boy feared him because of his strictness. A very large beer mug was placed before Don Pruno. But I must endure. A kind and gentle dragon couldn't even protect its own life. To survive, they had to become stronger. As soon as dawn broke, they rose to prepare for a new day. Veneto warriors, it's time to hunt. To ensure a smooth hunt, the first thing they did was warm-up exercises. Short calisthenics were essential to loosen their muscles. and a song to hum throughout the journey was also very important to boost everyone's morale. Given their large and tough appearance, one would expect harsh training. But all they did every morning was sing and dance. We are descendants of exiled warriors. We plunder the belongings and food of those who pass by. They even created their own song, risking their lives for a meal. Strength was the main factor that sustained their lives. We are outlaws. They didn't care what the outside world was like. They only cared about surviving today. They were the Veneto Minotaur tribe, the toughest and most savage warriors, and the next place they headed was the distant Fantara Mountains where Fantarasa resided. Far beyond that mountain range is our homeland, the Magantano Kingdom, the sorrow and anger of our ancestors. Someday we will cross that place and take revenge on them. They would harbor this hatred for years and would stop at nothing to achieve their goal. We will cross that dangerous mountain once again. But now everything had changed. The once snow-covered mountain was now entirely green. Bruno was pointing ahead and singing, but he felt something was wrong. At the unfamiliar sight before his eyes, he froze on the spot. A moment later, the Veneto villagers gathered for a meeting. It seems the Magantano people have built a road. They also have long carts and have built a large village. Since there haven't been any soldiers for several days, it doesn't seem to be an invasion. But that was not what Don Bruno cared about. That's not important. His face darkened. 70% of our ancestors lost their lives crossing Fantara. We never even dreamed of crossing that dangerous place again. We thought all hope was lost, but now it seemed heaven had given them an opportunity. But here we can do it. Don Bruno could guarantee it with his handsome face. And they had waited and harbored this moment for a long time. This is an invasion. Kill everyone and take everything you can plunder. My warriors, cross that mountain range. But as soon as he finished speaking, Don Bruno stared intently ahead. Life doesn't always go as planned. Before he could even lay a hand on them, 3 people came directly to him. What is it? Are they Magantano soldiers? But they're not even wearing uniforms and there are only 3 of them. Whatever their next intention, Don Bruno would respond with force. Perhaps they came to negotiate. Foolish. Veneto's only method of negotiation is combat. First, I will cut off their heads. But he was also surprised by their fearless and confident attitude. Roy might use his hellish singing voice as a weapon again. But even with just a demonstration, everyone's faces turned pale. My goodness, what is that? He looked so scary. To bring peace to the kingdom's people, the 3 had come here in advance to block them. What's going on? Why are you pointing swords at us? He truly hadn't come to fight but to negotiate. Let's resolve this peacefully. We're civilized people, aren't we? For some reason, facing Lloyd Frontera, Don Bruno broke out in a cold sweat. I am a Veneto warrior, I must not be afraid. At his face, which was twisted like a monkey who had eaten a chili pepper, Don Bruno also got scared. But that guy's face is too scary. Is he even human? The guy next to him looks more human. His appearance was criticized everywhere he went. He wanted to attack, but Don Bruno's invisible fear stopped him. He recalled the words he had spoken earlier. Don't tremble. Veneto warriors know no fear. Fight and plunder. Only strength can protect us. Don Bruno was the one who uttered these words, but now he was also the one breaking out in a cold sweat. After that, Don Bruno calmed down a bit and came down. We are the Minotaurs of the Veneto village, descendants of the exiled. Charge. In the end, he chose to fight to protect himself. But they couldn't even touch a single hair on Lloyd Frontera and were all subdued by him. In the end, they had to sit before him with their arms bound. Why do you make me resort to violence? I'm a pacifist. If they hadn't bothered Roy Frontera, he wouldn't have bothered them either. Just stay quietly in your village and don't bother us. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. But Don Bruno, with his stubborn personality, would never accept this. For Veneto, combat only ends in death. We will take revenge dozens, hundreds of times if necessary. They still stubbornly resisted, even knowing they were no match for him. Roy was speechless at this point. Don't they know the difference in skill? We can wipe out a few of them in the blink of an eye. You'd rather die than surrender? You're asking for a beating if you don't listen to good advice. Seeing that there was no saving them, Roy had no choice but to end the negotiation. Whatever, just let them go. These guys are quite stubborn. Haviel Azron worried, and he couldn't help but ask, what should we do? They really won't stop until they die. Pacifists like us can't solve things with force. He then made a few suggestions to him. How about locking them all up? But he was also reluctant. That's too violent. They must have wives and children. If we lock them up, we'll have to feed their wives and children, or lock up the entire family. So we have to feed them. That's a big problem. Don Bruno listened very carefully to the discussion between the two. Haviel Azron looked at the group outside and felt a little worried in his heart. If we let them go, we'll need manpower to chase them away every time they come back. But Roy came up with another plan. There was no need to waste manpower. He leaned back and answered nonchalantly. The Queen is worried about the high cost of land, so we're also here to see if there's a way to save money. Thanks to these people, we're going to make a lot of money. Haviel Azron asked in bewilderment. How? Roy sat up abruptly. Is there any other way? For a person as cunning and quick-witted as him, anything was attainable. And naturally he would use an ultra-peaceful method. Thus, yet another victim came under Lloyd Frontera's control, and the Veneto Minotaur tribe was subsequently released. But not long after, they attacked again from hiding. This time they didn't charge head-on as boldly as before. Instead, they waited for the opportune moment before daring to act. Learning from their previous experience, this time they had to move very quietly. Last time we charged too confidently. This time it's a night raid, then the people here probably wouldn't have time to react. Seeing the Minotaur children playing ahead, Don Pruno decided to make them a perfect target. The children are playing outside late at night, so they must be bad children. We'll take them hostage. And very quickly they put their plan into action. One of them swiftly grabbed a boy and covered his mouth. Quiet or I'll shoot you 1,000 times. While Lyra hesitated, not knowing what to do, the girl next to her quickly reminded her. What should we do? We shouldn't attack humans. The Demon King told us not to. Instead of teaching the children not to attack, Roy taught them how to distinguish between good and evil. In this world there are two kinds of people. Those who need a little beating and those who need a lot of beating. And the people standing before the children now were the kind who needed a lot of beating. Naturally, the Minotaur children wouldn't stand idly by when someone bothered them and immediately unleashed their powerful strength. It seemed their luck was no better this time than before. Of all people, they met Lyra and her Minotaur friends. After getting beaten up for the second time, they had no choice but to retreat to their camp. What should we do? The children are incredibly strong. Although they had failed twice, Don Pruno still had no intention of stopping. We are ruthless warriors who shed blood, not tears. We must achieve glory by any means necessary. He pushed himself up with both hands, but suddenly his empty stomach growled. At this moment, Don Pruno suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought any food home for days. We haven't hunted or plundered for days, so my wife and Runta must be starving. But when he opened the door and looked inside, he couldn't help but be bewildered by the sight before his eyes. He didn't know where it came from, but on their table was a warm and delicious roasted whole pig. Don Pruno also quickly recognized that this was a wild boar from Fantara. Where did you get it? But her answer surprised him even more. I caught it. Who else could it be? But at this moment Don Pruno noticed the wound on her arm. She must have gotten hurt while catching the wild boar. Seeing that, his heart was filled with pity. So after that, Don Pruno said to his wife in a slightly louder voice, hunting and plundering are men's work. Women stay home and take care of the children. But the cruel truth was that it was thanks to her that they had something to eat today. If you don't want to starve to death, let me do it. It seemed her words inadvertently hurt Don Pruno's pride. He scowled with a displeased expression. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, as the scorching sun beat down, they were eyeing a very plump prey. Seeing him pulling a whole cart behind him, Don Pruno deduced that there must be a lot of goods. It's a big prey. They no longer hesitated and charged straight ahead. Let's go. At this moment, the old man, the owner of the cart, who was ambushed by bandits in the middle of the road, was also extremely surprised and couldn't even resist. They immediately blocked the cart and started rummaging inside. It's a feast today, just as Don Pruno thought he would feast. The illusion was shattered. Surprised, old man? At this moment, inside the cart were the three people who had made them scream a few days ago. Seeing those three sitting proudly instead of food or valuables, a little more cold sweat ran down his face. Don Pruno knew very well that he was no match for them, so he immediately turned his head. Wrong house. But just as he was about to make a quick escape, a Minotaur quickly placed a cold hand on him. Thus they were tied up again and dragged before Haviel Azeron. Our Magantano kingdom has decided to protect all merchants passing through this area. From now on you will never be able to plunder. But don't think it's over yet. Where are you going, my son? In the end they fell into Roy's grasp. He walked out with a terrifying look, but then immediately put on a friendly smile. But listen, instead of oppressing them, Roy would give them a fishing rod to help them make a living. If there was a simpler way to get the food inside this cart, would you believe it? You don't believe it? To make them believe him and make his words more convincing, he immediately demonstrated. Then I'll show you. This is money. Seeing the gleaming gold coins before his eyes, Don Pruno was annoyed. Are you telling us to buy it with money? We are Veneto, a warrior race. We won't do that. But Roy raised his hands and shook them from side to side, indicating that they were completely wrong. He then cheerfully approached him and placed a few gold coins in his hand. Now I'll give you this money. And the next moment he immediately took it back and said, and you give it back to me. Then the cart is yours. Who would have thought that with just a few simple actions, the cart became theirs? And even more surprisingly, Roy and his companions really left the cart to them. Feast with your family tonight. But Don Pruno couldn't understand his sudden actions at all. But after that, he still brought generous food for his family. He was still indignant at this time. Why is he giving it to me for free? I only accepted it for my wife and Runta. But a warrior's pride will not allow me to accept this charity. Don Pruno then vowed to himself. Tomorrow I will go hunting. But while hunting, they had the bad luck of having the giant Yang block their way. He didn't expect a creature like it to be here. Was there such a monster in this area? At this time, Yang was looking at them with a very wary gaze. Despite its cute appearance, it had terrifying power that could blow them all away. In the blink of an eye, they were all sprawling on the ground without having hunted anything. So we meet again. Roy walked across to where they were. It seemed this was a setup to make him reconsider hunting. Every time you hunt, your kin get hurt, don't they? The small ones don't have enough to eat and the big ones are hard to hunt. The glittering light of the gold coins once again worked its magic. No need to worry anymore. Magical tools will help you. Roy did the same thing he had done the day before. Here, I'll give you money. Then you take it back and then I'll give you money again. Then you'll have a mountain of meat easily. Just by exchanging money, they obtained a mountain of food. After several failures, Don Pruno became even more determined. Next time, we'll hunt with our own strength. Suddenly, someone offered an opinion. Chief, what's wrong? He then expressed his viewpoint. It's just that scary-faced guy, so what if we get food from him again? We won't have to suffer or plunder. He truly spoke out of turn. As soon as he said that, he received a lesson from him. Even after returning home, Don Pruno couldn't suppress his anger. Weakling. With a warrior's blood flowing in my veins, and a warrior's pride, suddenly she opened her mouth. He thought she would scold him as before, but instead she smiled brightly. I'm a little relieved that you haven't been hurt lately. Don Pruno was momentarily dazed by his wife's radiant smile. After speaking, she went back inside to continue washing dishes. Seeing his wife worry about him so much, he couldn't help but be moved, and as expected, Don Pruno came to him. So you're going to buy food with money now? Yes. Hearing that, he cheerfully put his hand in his clothes to retrieve something. Well, as long-term partners, we need a little agreement. A thick stack of papers was placed before Don Pruno. Thus, another person signed a contract with Lloyd Frontera. Please sign here. The commercial plan was about to be implemented immediately. We are financial partners. We are Frontera's money. Seeing the thick stack of papers before him, Don Pruno was a little curious. What's that? Lloyd Frontera didn't elaborate, just smiled and vaguely said, oh, it's just a contract. Here, read this carefully and make the right choice. After receiving the stack of papers in his hand, he also flipped through them page by page to see the contents. But after flipping through for a while, Don Pruno confessed, I can't read. In that case, it's fine, I can help you. Then I'll read it to you. But Don Pruno, listening to him read was like casting pearls before swine. These clauses specify the terms and procedures for short-term and medium-term loan products provided by Frontera's money. This clarifies the rights and obligations of borrowers and lenders. After the contract is signed, your previous loan amount will also be included in the principal. And of course, interest will also be calculated. Customers can freely decide the repayment period for up to 1 year. And early repayment is also possible at any time, and after that, this part was the one he needed to pay special attention to. The monthly interest rate is 30, and if you fail to repay the debt, you will naturally be fined. The next moment he returned to his friendly face. If you repay the loan within 3 days, we will waive the loan cancellation fee. If you wish for a special long-term loan, it is available at any time. And Roy's voice lowered as if to give a warning. If you exceed the repayment date, the interest rate will increase to 45. Not stopping there, he explained 7,749 more scenarios. In this case it's like this, and in that case it's like that. This looks like this, but it's not necessarily that way. That's like that, but this is like this. Now did you listen carefully? Even after it was over, Don Pruno didn't understand a single word. Yes, I listened, but I really don't understand. But Roy didn't mind and gave him a piece of paper. Okay, then clearly write I listened carefully here. This scene before their eyes was no different from coercing someone. Now sign it. I don't know how to write my name. Your name is Don Pruno, right? Here, this is how you write it. It turned out Roy now had a new profession, moneylender. Contract complete. From now on, this money is yours, Mr. Don Pruno. He clutched the gold coins in his hand, overwhelmed by their dazzling light. Don Pruno asked again, still seemingly disbelieving. So from now on I can buy food in your village with this money? He quickly and cheerfully confirmed. Of course, food, clothes, entertainment, anything can be bought with money. And thanks to this money he was able to stay put for a while. He no longer needed to kill, plunder, or hurt himself to get what he wanted. Hearing this, Don Pruno suddenly remembered what his wife had said the day before. I'm a little relieved that you haven't been hurt lately. He then thought of Runta. My son really can't hunt at all. Then how can he fill his stomach? But now he no longer needed to force the child like that, because Don Pruno had money to buy things. After receiving money from Roy, he also left. I'll make good use of this. Before leaving completely, Don Pruno also didn't forget to show his politeness. Thank you. And as he closed the door, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Only when he was alone did Lloyd put on a cunning smile, because the person who truly benefited from this deal was him. You're welcome. When he told others about this, they also flocked to him to borrow money. Could you really buy food with the money he gave? Yes. From now on the weak won't have to hunt unwillingly. Then can I borrow some too? Me too, include me too. Let's all go borrow. After that, everyone flocked to Lloyd Frontera, lining up in a long train. As everyone left with full money bags, they were all overjoyed. But among all of them, the happiest person at this time was Lloyd Frontera. Who would have known that this business of his? Haviel Azran also offered his opinion. Isn't this a bit too much this time? You seem to be going overboard. But Roy, still with his fearsome face, defended himself. Did I tie them up with ropes and force them to borrow? Did I threaten them with a knife or even lie? I didn't do anything. I didn't lay a finger on them. They came and lined up on their own, and now you're saying I'm the bad guy. His words were so undeniably true that there was no refuting them. I suppose I, who serves you as my lord, am quite unlucky. What you're saying makes sense. After that, a notification window suddenly appeared. This is the system. While I hesitate to say this, whether you are Kim Suho or Roy, you should know that loans ruin lives. With both the system and Haviel Azran offering their opinions, he also began to think a little more deeply. But Roy, feeling no wrongdoing in his actions, wore a smug smile. I am a creditor, not a debtor. Who would have thought that a day would come when karma would accumulate for him? Roy's karma score. His karma score increased by 156 points due to his usury. Before him now were his two most important system windows, the blessing window and the karma window. The next moment his gaze shifted sideways. Roy's blessing score seemed to far exceed his karma score. However, the karma score appeared precisely when his personality underwent a change. Some time later, Roy visited Don Pruno's house. Is anyone home? When he came out to open the door, he couldn't help but be puzzled to see him there. Don Pruno asked without hesitation. What brings you here? Roy, with a composed face, delivered shocking news. I've come to collect the money. Don Pruno, seemingly completely unaware that borrowed money had to be repaid, acted like an innocent deer. Money? What money? You borrowed it, so you have to pay it back. I have to pay it back. Ah, it was very clearly written in the contract, wasn't it? And now Don Pruno's nightmare truly began. He had to repay an enormous sum. You've borrowed 10 million gold coins so far, so if you divide that by 12, your monthly installment is 833,000 gold coins. Adding the 30 interest rate, you owe 1,290,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, he gaped as if struck by lightning. What kind of amount is that? And immediately Don Pruno showered him with insults. You swindler, you robber. But Roy maintained a calm expression at this time, as if nothing had happened. When it became clear that he truly had no money to repay, his expression completely changed. Oh brothers, when coming to collect debts, Roy also brought a group of demon debt collectors. Brothers, punish them. He had clearly known Don Pruno would fall for this, yet he still put his plan into motion. This time Roy truly seemed to have gone too far. The demons, oblivious to his bewildered expression, immediately stormed into Don Pruno's house. The next moment they demolished Don Pruno's house, and Runta and his wife were terribly frightened. The demons truly acted cruelly, destroying everything without leaving a trace. Roy used his naivety and the demons' power to carry out this terrible act. But then there was another out-of-this-world twist. They had thought they came here to destroy, but in reality they were renovating his house. My dark and old house suddenly became clean and bright. Now the ceiling doesn't leak and the floor is so warm. But Roy still emitted killing intent at this time. Hey, did you see that? It turns out this was just a warning he was sending him. If my brothers are so good at construction, how quickly could they destroy something? At this moment Don Pruno also felt the seriousness of the problem. This guy is serious. He renovated my house without permission. If he gets angry, he really will destroy it. But where will I get that money? Cornered, he broke out in a cold sweat. And so, in a state of destitution, a person once again buries their head in debt. If you lend me more money, I'll find a way to pay it back later. But before he could receive more money from Lloyd Frontera, Don Pruno was stopped by his wife. Being a wise woman, she immediately slapped him. Snap out of it. She couldn't stand by and watch her family fall into trouble, so she pleaded with him for more time. Please give us a few more days. Just a few more days. Roy had truly changed now. He was nothing short of a villain. Exactly what method are you going to plunder somewhere far away? She confirmed without hesitation and with determination. No, we've finally escaped the dangerous life of plundering and hunting. Now there will be no more looking down on each other for not fighting or hunting. This is the most peaceful time we've ever had. We won't repeat the same mistakes. Upon hearing her words, he agreed, no longer bothering them. All right then, I'll help you. Don Pruno's face was bruised and blue from his wife's slap at this time. The next moment Roy proposed a plan. I'll provide jobs for the villagers. If you work, the interest rate will be only 0.5 and the installment period will be extended to 10 years. I'll teach you the skills needed for work. If you're not good at anything, I'll teach you one by one. There are thousands of ways to make a living. If you set your mind to it, everyone can find a job that suits them. Who would have thought Roy would be the most unpredictable person in the world? He used this opportunity to save their lives. Welcome to civilization. Roy seemed to have opened a new door to a bright future for them. His blessing score also soared at this time. It even exceeded his karma score multiple times. He looked at the two system windows and pondered inwardly for a moment. My blessings have exceeded 100 million, so if I die, I'll go straight to heaven, not hell. And he would never let that happen. I can't let my slaves be taken away. That was why he had to urge his companion to act faster. Hurry, Wattel. They met Ren once again. At this time he was undoubtedly dreaming of revenge against Lloyd Frontera. A new day dawned again and the sun rose once more from behind the mountain peaks. As the dawn cast its warm rays below, Don Pruno also got dressed and went to work. He had now become the pillar of his family and was accepted as Roy's disciple. He had to work to repay his debt and make a living for his family. But not only the boss went to work, Don Pruno's subordinates also woke up early to prepare for work. They now carried briefcases instead of weapons and wore ties. Everyone still did their warm-up dance before starting a new day. Even after becoming children of labor, the demon people were still cool in any situation. But amidst countless changes and chaos they stood firm. Their soaring spirits were unshaken, like warriors forged in fire and storm. And once again they sang a joyful song. We are descendants of warriors. We don't plunder but work hard to repay our debts. We earn money easily without dying. But after working all afternoon, I'm tired and want to rest. But as soon as he leaned back, Don Pruno received a visit from the Grim Reaper. Brother, do you want to rest forever? And after a grueling day of work they finally finished. I came, I'm ready to go home. Long and hard day, goodbye. Long and hard day, goodbye. And immediately, the fragrant smell of the bakery stopped his steps. As he passed by the steaming loaves of bread he also stopped. This was the first time Don Pruno had brought home food without hunting or plundering. Only at this moment could he finally smile in relief. His wife and Runta smiled happily to see Don Pruno return home. Thanks to Lloyd, their lives had completely changed. He no longer got annoyed with the child. Dad, look at this. I made another bouquet today. It's prettier than yesterday's, son, isn't it? Don Pruno had now opened his heart more to Runta and become closer to his child. The bouquet my son made has bloomed brightly in my heart. his wife was no longer cold but gave him a sweet kiss. A kiss from his beloved wife. Don Pruno's life was no longer as harsh as before but filled with overwhelming happiness. It painted the flower garden within me yellow. The joy of labor, no plundering, no death. Roy and Haviel Azron were standing on the cliff at this time, watching their lives. I'm thinking of going to work tomorrow too. If both of us work, our lives will be better. Have you thought it through? It'll be harder than you think. Harder than hunting, what's there to be afraid of? He thought he would be happy to see them living so happily. But there was a hint of sadness on his face because it reminded Roy of his parents. After a hard day's work, my father and mother brought fruit. Although life wasn't plentiful then, it filled him with endless happiness. I missed the damp and moldy smell of the semi-basement house. His eyes were heavy with sadness at this time, looking at himself who had been unable to do anything for them. Father, mother, I could only helplessly watch you leave. No, but the next moment the image of the two Count and Countess appeared in his mind. Yes, Roy still had them. They were his parents. The two of them are still there. From now on he had to make them proud without wasting a single second. Yang. As soon as Yang heard his call, it immediately appeared by their side. Upon seeing that, Haviel Azron also surmised that his lordship would now find a way to confront the fate regression phenomenon. Before doing that he still had to finish a few things. Of course there are a few things to do beforehand. Just thinking about it, Roy couldn't hide his excitement. There's one problem to solve. At this time, they were in a completely different dimension where the sky was dyed purple. The Hell Gate to the north and the fierce energy emanating from all directions made them immediately feel a change in temperature. As expected, the heat was getting more and more intense, but it was a piece of cake. He didn't need to worry, because he had a treasure in his hand. That's why I brought this. Tabong's embrace to reduce the heat. Although its appearance was very cute, its mode of operation was truly absurd. The next moment, he immediately thrust his hand into it. Tabong's embrace swelled like a giant mercury sphere, and its eyes suddenly glowed with a mystical light. Those eyes shone like two glittering meteors of a harsh winter in the frozen space. The water below began to surge under its control, merging into the rhythm of raging waves. In the blink of an eye, the water stream swirled fiercely, looking like a monster of water rising from the depths. And that column of water surged upward, heading straight for the sky like a giant waterspout. The waterspout swiftly surrounded the energy sphere far in the distance. The air immediately turned cold, and the vortex grew stronger and expanded, completely engulfing the energy sphere, plunging it into icy fury. Truly small but powerful. Once Tabong's embrace worked its magic, the air immediately cooled down, so the temperature dropped right away. This had been a difficult problem that had bothered Roy many times. I always wondered how to block the heat emanating from the gate. After being by his side for a while, he also knew him too well. Just as I thought, you just pretend not to care but you always take responsibility. But the more he thought about their carelessness, the more he couldn't control his anger. Damn it, those devils from hell, opening the gate and not even caring. What if I didn't have Tabong's embrace? When Roy finished speaking, Haviel Azron looked at him with a "what are you talking about" expression. The next moment, he reminded him. But of course he intentionally avoided it. But it was young master who enough. From now on I will fully deploy my plan against the fate regression phenomenon. It was young master who opened the Hell Gate. Where there's a will, there's a way. Since Roy himself possessed too many special authorities, he had to utilize them thoroughly. And that method was none other than the Demon King's blessing. The one with the power to be strengthened by the Demon King's blessing is, and Atanas was the very person he entrusted with his trust. I will receive orders from the great Demon King. At this time her entire body was enveloped in a pink aura. Demon King's blessing. You don't need to read the skill name when activating it. But Roy didn't care much and just did it. I shout because it sounds cool, that's all. The heart of winter and the eye of summer will reside in your heart, showing their fusion and amplification. The pink aura surrounding Atanas swirled more and more fiercely. The vortex of energy wrapped tightly around her, as if to tear the entire space apart. A new function was added to the fifth Demon King Atanas' foresight ability, Blood Eye. After receiving the blessing from him, her ability was further enhanced. Her eyes also changed now. They shone brightly like stars. Blood Eye Overview. When fifth Demon King Atanas concentrates on a place she has visited or a person she has met, she can grasp the target's status in real time regardless of where they are. And this was exactly what Roy needed. Perfect, thanks to that ability I can target all the places I've been. And everyone I've met. Roy gradually stopped the fate regression phenomenon by borrowing her ability. Observe the Count's family, observe the Magentano Queen. At this time her ability still had some limitations. How is it? Can you see their condition? No, I can't see anything outside the Frontera domain. It seems I can only see what's within my line of sight. When the situation didn't go as planned, he also began to think of other methods. Damn, should I marry her to Yang? But to travel I need Yang. While Roy was racking his brain, he suddenly noticed the front. Suddenly a strange energy began to gather behind Atanas, forming a shape. It grew larger and larger, expanding as if opening a door between two worlds. Soon, she suddenly crouched low, her entire body taut like a drawn arrow. The next moment she gained momentum and soared into the air. And everyone was astonished to realize that it was a pair of wings identical to those that had once been his. The fifth Demon King Atanas was now observing all targets. We could now monitor the fate regression phenomenon in real time. Roy stood still, taking a deep breath, waiting for whatever interesting event was about to unfold before him. His eyes burned with anticipation for the outcome he was about to witness. Ready. Let's see who shows up first. As expected, Haviel Azron always observed him and commented, "Your lordship's actions are quite intriguing." To his query, Haviel explained clearly, "Instead of suppressing the demons with force, your lordship chose the more difficult path of giving them a settlement, and now they have all become our allies, a formidable supporting force." Someone like Roy still preferred to use his wits rather than brute force to solve problems. That's how it should be. The reason I don't use force isn't because I'm kind, but because sometimes, like just now, persuasion is more effective than punishment. Suddenly a remark he made left Roy bewildered. "Atanas is so amazing I'm almost jealous." Haviel Azron would not let him fight alone. "Know this, I will do whatever it takes to stop the fate regression phenomenon." Seeing that he feared being left out, Roy immediately put his foot down. "Don't worry, you idiot. If I had to pick one person to work to death, you'd be at the top of the list. He would intertwine everything to complete the task. We will prevent the fate regression phenomenon and resolve its root cause. Let's see how this plan unfolds." It's been a while since I checked the ending reveal. Inside a magnificent and opulent mansion that made every passerby turn their heads, Roy was frustrated by a system notification. Number of lives saved. -1, he thought to himself with annoyance. That bothersome -1 is still there. This matter made Roy ponder deeply. Where did I miscalculate, even with Atanas' awakened blood eye? Is that person still destined to die because of me? The more he thought, the more disappointed he became with himself. That means I still haven't found a way to stop the fate regression phenomenon, but at the same time it fueled Roy's determination to see it through to the end. So if everything continues like this, how will the story end? I need to check and find clues. As soon as he finished speaking, the system presented an offer. Would you like to view the Stage 4 ending reveal? RP required 160 yes. Current RP, 1648. Roy stared intently at it, hesitating in his decision. But in the end he decided to agree. Let's begin. In an instant, Roy's luxurious bedroom completely vanished, replaced by a pitch-black empty space. But he was already so accustomed to this that he merely scoffed. "This damn reveal, I've already seen countless terrible things, so nothing can scare me anymore." No sooner had he boasted than a sudden sky-shattering explosion startled Roy. In the blink of an eye he was transported to a different space. Before he could even understand what was happening, a horrific explosion erupted before Lloyd Frontera's eyes. Fragments flew everywhere, and thick dust enveloped the entire area. He was greatly surprised, not knowing what had happened here. What? But it didn't stop there. Numerous other explosions rang out in quick succession, further disorienting him. Roy watched in dismay as his territory turned into a pile of ruins, shattered into 1,000 pieces. He thought in a panic, "What attacked us? There's no way our territory could be so overwhelmed." But as the dust slowly cleared, the sight before him stunned Roy even more. Behind the thick dust, the shadow of a colossal monster faintly appeared. Its body loomed like a mountain, and the ground trembled with each step. But it wasn't just one, but a formidable legion, occupying not only the land but also the sky. Roy knew nothing about them. What are those things, stronger than our military? No way, were those monsters in the novel? Witnessing all of this, he was utterly confused. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, a sky-shattering sound came from above, startling Roy, who looked up, and a terrible wind suddenly blew. He stared wide-eyed at the sight before him, frozen. Suddenly a strange object appeared in the sky above and fell at a terrifying speed, but on closer inspection it was none other than Haviel Azron. He became even more terrified and screamed like a madman. "Haviel!" In the blink of an eye he fell directly onto the hard ground, and the impact was so strong that it caused violent vibrations, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere, and dust rose to cover everything. Lloyd immediately ran towards Haviel Azron with all his might, his mind filled with all sorts of questions. He couldn't understand why this had happened. Haviel defeated? The great sword master defeated? What about the demon king's blessing? Did that have no effect? The more Roy thought, the more he couldn't believe that such a person had ended up like this. Someone stronger than a great sword master attacked our territory. Does such a being exist in this world? Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, and Lloyd's face grew even more serious. After the fierce collision, Haviel Azron now lay motionless amidst the ruins, his entire body battered. His clothes were also tattered and torn. Above, behind the dust, a figure slowly approached Haviel Azron. Roy ran even faster, continually thinking about that formidable being. Godlike beings in the iron-blooded night worldview, the dragon king of the human realm, the archangel of the heavenly realm, but his train of thought suddenly stopped. Roy finally arrived where Haviel Azron was, his face suddenly filled with hatred. Roy gritted his teeth, glaring resentfully at the figure before him. The mastermind behind this crisis was none other than Hel Karos. He looked down at Haviel Azron lying there with contempt and said in a sarcastic voice, "Impressive, you managed to wound one who is called a god." Though his entire body ached as if it would shatter, he gritted his teeth and barely summoned his remaining will. Haviel Azron used all his remaining strength to firmly push his arm against the ground, using it as a support to lift himself. Finally he stood up. Haviel Azron gritted his teeth, enduring the throbbing pain from the previous impact. At this sight, Hel Karos showed no fear, but rather asked calmly, "Is your fighting spirit not yet extinguished?" He had no more strength to fight, but his eyes still shone with resolute determination as he said firmly, "Young master, I will not let you take him." Hearing this, Roy was bewildered, thinking to himself, "Take him, what does that mean?" Helcaros had no intention of answering. He just stood there, staring intently at him. Suddenly he lightning-fast charged and delivered a fatal kick to Asrahan's head. With a fierce impact, he crashed hard onto the ground. Entire space shook as if it would explode. Witnessing this scene, Roy's face turned pale, horrified by his cruelty. Helcaros calmly removed his foot from his face. Drops of blood dripped from his blood-stained shoe sole, scattering everywhere on the ground after these consecutive attacks. Asran was now nearly exhausted and had lost the ability to fight. His entire body trembled incessantly in pain. At this miserable sight of Asran, Helcaros merely stood with an expressionless face. Not a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. He used his last remaining strength to glare at him with hateful eyes. But Helcaros paid no mind and said sarcastically, "Well done," he continued in a low voice. "Rest now." As soon as he finished speaking, Helcaros took a defensive stance, raising his firm arm high, ready to deliver the final blow to Asran. Roy stared in horror, unable to believe his eyes, thinking to himself, "Haviel is going to die? No way, he's the protagonist." But the -1 that kept appearing in the system window flashed in his mind, and Roy felt as if he was falling into the abyss of despair. Helcaros's entire body radiated a terrifying, killing intent, preparing to dispatch Asran. But just as he was about to deliver the blow, a sudden shout from a distance caught everyone's attention. From amidst the thick dust, a familiar figure quietly appeared. As soon as he approached, he immediately knelt and admitted defeat, continuously muttering, "I surrender, I will surrender." That person's voice also gradually cracked and choked with emotion, pleading, "Please." It turned out to be Roy from the future. Now tears and snot covered his proud face. He sobbed, begging for Asrahan's life. "He's my friend, please don't kill anyone else." He kept bowing his head, pleading, "Please, I beg you, I was wrong." Roy was horrified to witness himself behaving so abjectly. "Please forgive me, please don't kill my family or friends." Helcaros was furious at having his good moment suddenly interrupted and clicked his tongue. "What is this nonsense?" As soon as he finished speaking, he went straight towards the pleading future Roy. Asran, as if sensing his friend's arrival, trembled uncontrollably. Helcaros stood before him and suddenly, with a gentle demeanor, reassured him, "It's not your fault at all." Asran, with his remaining consciousness, wanted to tell him to run away quickly. No, as soon as he finished speaking, Helcaros's gentle demeanor from moments ago vanished instantly. He swung his arm, decapitating Lloyd Frontera as this scene unfolded. The prediction ended. Roy also returned to the pitch-black darkness from before. Suddenly a strange voice was heard, thus the world stabilized with only one protagonist remaining. He was confused, thinking, "A voice." The sound continued to echo in the dark space. "The iron-blooded night will be reset and begin anew. Be excited." As soon as the words ended, the voice suddenly vanished, but Roy knew well that it wasn't over. Usually I'd returned to reality by now. As he expected, the system displayed an epilogue. From above, a figure suddenly hung in midair. Both hands were bound by chains, and Roy's eyes were filled with horror at the sight before him. What was directly before his eyes was his own puppet, but it was not intact. Chains tightly bound both its arms. The chains firmly bound him upwards, trapping him. The narrator's voice resonated again. Roy was imprisoned by Helcaros. In an instant, the entire space transformed into Helcaros's office. He sat calmly with his chin propped up, unconcerned about the body hanging above. The system continued and diligently worked as Hell's loyal strategist. Forever. Witnessing this scene, Roy was enraged, and killing intent emanated from his entire body. He thought to himself with hatred, "Helcaros." He could not have anticipated the ending before his eyes. Was that guy the final boss? As soon as the prediction process ended, Roy wasted no time and immediately summoned his dragon, departing at night. Asran, bewildered by this sudden change, turned to him and asked, "Why are you suddenly leaving in such a hurry? Is something wrong with the Mermaid Kingdom?" Roy remained silent, not revealing much. He merely cautioned him carefully, "You'll see when we get there. More importantly, I have something to tell you." Asran was bewildered, not understanding why he had become so serious. "Do not draw your sword no matter what," Roy emphasized again in a low voice. "Never." Finally, after a long journey, they arrived at their destination. Before their eyes stood a colossal pillar of water, like a fierce dragon. It swirled violently as if to swallow everything. But the dragon showed no fear and flew directly into the vortex. As soon as it entered, a sudden teleportation portal opened to greet him. As soon as they passed through the portal, the world on the other side was a completely different space from the outside. The entire area was covered in a deadly red light, and the ground was uneven, bumpy with large rocks, with no trace of human presence. Roy scanned the surrounding space with wary eyes. Before his eyes, this was Helcaros's hideout. He lived inside a colossal skull. The skull's eye sockets shone brightly, blinking red and orange, and its wide-open mouth was the entrance ready to greet Lloyd Frontera. Finally, they could meet him. Helcaros sat majestically at his desk, greeting them in a low voice, "Welcome, I have been waiting for you." But for Roy, who had just experienced the prediction, only extreme hatred for him remained. Conversely, Helcaros was very calm about his attitude. They just stared at each other, and no one spoke. Finally, Helcaros couldn't bear it and broke the silence. "May I ask a question first?" Roy regained his composure and answered nonchalantly. "Ask whatever you like." He had observed for a while and knew why he was here. But he couldn't hold back his curiosity and spoke. "You know well that I wish to kill you, so what courage do you have to meet me directly?" He frowned and replied humbly, "I am not great enough to possess such courage. but Haviel who had been listening to their conversation, was greatly surprised by this shocking news. Death, he wants to kill Kim Suho? Roy also knew well that he was nothing compared to him. He continued, it is too easy for the King of Hell to kill me here, and it is not difficult for you to lure me here, but Roy was not foolish enough to come here without investigating anything. He reminded him in a stern voice, but Hell and the human realm are governed by strict laws. If I die in Hell, he confidently assured that what he said was not against the law. You won't be able to use my soul as you please. I guarantee there's such a law, for example, that my soul would be completely destroyed. Haviel finally realized the situation. He was greatly surprised to learn Helkarose's true purpose. The King of Hell wants to use Kim Suho's soul, so he's trying to kill him. Helkarose clapped, praising his recent action. Very impressive. Your judgment and confidence are truly outstanding, but it was precisely this excellence that made Roy his target, and Helkarose's eyes were filled with craving. He wanted to possess him by any means necessary. That is why I want you. Roy was not afraid at all. Instead, he replied with a hint of disgust, isn't there quite a big age gap between us? Although he showed his dislike, Helkarose still joked optimistically, it's precisely that sense of humor that I like about you. Let's stop the jokes here. He returned to a serious demeanor and asked in a low voice, is it my turn to answer your questions now? Roy also did not hesitate and expressed the doubt he had held in his heart for a long time. I am human, so I will die someday. But why do you specifically descend to the human realm to kill me? For you, the King of Hell, waiting until I die of old age should be no problem. Helkarose answered him without hiding anything. Yes, waiting for you to die of old age would be simpler, but the problem lies in the laws of this world. I wished you would do something bad like building Iroha. But no, what you left behind was too positive. Roy did not answer and quietly continued to listen to his words. Almost everyone who crossed your path has lived a better and happier life. You are accumulating too many blessings. Helkarose continued, explaining the mechanism to make Lloyd understand. The souls of those who accumulate blessings to a certain level go directly to heaven after death, but I do not want that to happen. After listening to his explanation for a moment, he too could conclude why Helkarose craved him so much. So you're trying to kill me before I accumulate enough blessings? Seeing that he finally understood his intention, he nodded with satisfaction. Roy understood and then asked the next question. I know the King of Hell cannot easily come to the human world, so how did you descend? But on this question, Helkarose seemed unwilling to reveal more and flatly refused. My kindness to you ends here. I'm sorry, but as you know, I am also not a great being. Seeing that he was deliberately hiding something, Roy did not ask further and confidently declared, you don't need to apologize, I'll find out myself. Seeing that he was still insistent, Helkarose could not help but sigh. He said as if exhausted, you really want to live. Until you die, you will have to contend with the fate regression phenomenon. And on top of that, your soul is coveted by me, the King of Hell. Helkarose resolutely pulled him into a cruel reality. Your dream of a peaceful retirement is now gone, he continued, unable to understand why Roy craved life so much. It's already gone, so why are you struggling so much to live? He pondered his words for a moment, and finally, Roy had an answer to this question with firm resolve. He emphasized, fighting and struggling until the very last moment is my way of life. Hearing this, Helkarose became even more intrigued. He replied with a mysterious smile, in that case, let me help. High up in the sky, Atana spread her wings wide, taking in the vast land below. Suddenly, her eyes flashed brightly, as if sensing someone intruding on her territory. Atanas immediately scanned all directions, trying to find the intruder. But before her eyes were only a happy couple, and on the other side mermaids leisurely enjoying the sun. The killing intent suddenly emanated more strongly. She was startled and looked back. Atanas meticulously searched every corner, even the tunnels and bridges. But there were no unusual signs anywhere. She was sure her intuition was never wrong, and activated her ability. Atanas's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, and the scenery before her became clearer, finally pinpointing the location of the killing intent. On the other side of the kingdom, in a place that was originally deserted and quiet, something was suddenly rushing at a terrifying speed. His entire body was horrifically twisted like a mass of molten hot wax. He rushed straight towards the building, making no sound, moving so fast that it was difficult to follow with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his twisted body pierced through the dome so quickly that no one could detect the intrusion with the naked eye. As soon as he successfully intruded, the twisted shell on his body slowly disappeared, revealing the assassin's true form. His eyes gleamed with a thirst for blood, and he drew two sharp swords ready to finish off Alicia. The assassin, like a long-starved beast, his eyes gleaming with madness, laughed maniacally in excitement. But his joy did not last long. The sight before his eyes shocked the assassin so much that his eyes widened unbeknownst to him. Alicia was already awake, and without hesitation she immediately drew her sword, ready to deal with him. She praised herself in a low voice. If I had neglected my training, it would have been a disaster. In the blink of an eye, Alicia swung her sword, and with a single stroke the assassin's limbs were severed from his body. Only then did the pain rush in, and the assassin regained consciousness. He groaned in pain, but his entire body suddenly melted away, slowly disappearing into thin air like a burning candle. Alicia was greatly surprised by this situation. She thought in panic, a fake? As soon as the assassin disappeared into thin air, a poisonous blue smoke rose from the remaining puddle of wax. A pungent and fishy smell assailed Alicia's nose, making her immediately frown and cover her nose and mouth. But after inhaling it for only a few seconds, she recognized this familiar gas. Alicia thought in panic, "It's the same kind of poison as that gas but stronger." Her entire body suddenly trembled violently, and she gradually lost consciousness. In the blink of an eye she was transported to another place. It was not an unfamiliar place but deep within Alicia's soul. Once again she met her darker version. Her face was now distorted, with red veins on the left side looking like deep cracks in Alicia's pale skin. The girl before her was no different. Thick red veins spread across her entire face, and the dark version's eyes were also red. The girl trembled in fear and said, "Strange, strange, I clearly overcame this curse." Alicia saw this sight and finally understood the assassin's true intention, the fate regression phenomenon. His intention was to drive me mad, but seeing the girl before her suffering, she too was silent, unsure how to react. Suddenly, Alicia smiled gently and softly reassured her, "Don't worry." As soon as she finished speaking, someone's footsteps approached. Although she was in her subconscious, Alicia recognized these familiar footsteps. She continued proudly, "He's here." Finally, Roy arrived in time. He gently approached and embraced Alicia's fragile body. Finally, night fell, and the bright moonlight illuminated the magnificent and opulent castle, lighting up the entire serene sky. Alicia also returned home safely. She lay quietly on the bed, pale and lifeless. There were clear traces of pain on Alicia's face. She struggled to fight off the after effects of the poisonous smoke. Roy saw her struggling so much, and felt a deep sadness in his heart. He struggled to think of a way to cure her. "I returned in time, but the problem is how to get rid of this curse." He clenched Alicia's arm where the red veins were spreading, constantly praying in his heart for her quick recovery. "The queen is very important for my bright future. If I want to live lazily and comfortably, she needs to create a stable country for me." Roy's face was filled with sadness at this time, his eyes empty, his gaze lost in the abyss, trying not to burst into tears. Alicia lay there, fighting the pain, her face pale and sweat wetting her disheveled hair. This matter could not pass so easily. Roy immediately turned to Atanas and asked, "Atanas, can you track the traces of that blood puddle-like fellow who attacked the queen?" But unfortunately, even her ability was useless. "I apologize. Once he hides in his bloodline, there is no way to find him with the naked eye." But there was still one last ray of hope, Atanas continued. "But I know what magic he uses." She explained to him in a low voice. "It is magic left behind by the ancient death god Malficarum." Atanas explained its operational structure. "The queen's curse is one of them. It attacks the weakest part of the mind with evil thoughts and controls that person with madness." Her next words felt like a ray of salvation to Roy. "I also know how to break the curse," Atanas calmly explained. "A curse is just a form of mana after all. The cursed mana spread throughout the queen's body can be found and purified little by little." He was finally delighted that he had found a way to save Alicia. He replied excitedly, "Then can I inject my mana or Javiel's mana to find and break them?" But not everything was so easy, and she firmly refuted. "Javiel's mana is not effective." Atanas explained the principle. "Cursed mana is closely linked to the queen's mind. If another person's mana intrudes," she continued, emphasizing its seriousness, "she will doubt, fear and repel it." Atanas pondered, listing the conditions for a suitable person who could save Atanas: someone she completely trusts, someone she unconditionally supports. Only that person's mana will be effective. For example, someone she loves. Hearing her words, Roy was stunned. Faced with these requirements, he didn't know what to say. Roy was extremely annoyed and thought of a way to find that person. "Damn it, then do I have to set her up on a date and make her fall in love with someone? That won't be easy." The other two stood dumbfounded, listening to his outburst, understanding nothing. Suddenly Atanas spoke up and suggested, "Demon King, the queen." But Haviel Azran interrupted. "It won't be easy," he continued and suggested. "Since the queen trusts the young master very much, young master should do it." Atanas was startled and tried to stop him. "Lord Haviel, in the queen's eyes the demon king is—" Before he could finish, Haviel Azran confidently replied, "She will believe you, it will be effective." Lloyd, hearing that, immediately agreed without thinking. "All right, then I'll do it." Seeing him accept without thinking, Atanas couldn't help but say, "Demon king, don't you know? You're not stupid." Haviel Azran also knew this fact but still supported him, saying, "On this topic I'm not the dumbest person here, just do it." Whatever the two of them said, Roy was determined to do it and ordered them to monitor other things. Atanas continued to observe the fate regression phenomenon. "Haviel and the others in the territory, get ready. Be prepared to intervene at any time." After speaking, he seriously prepared to inject his mana into Alicia. "I also need to catch that ugly sticky guy, but first I need to cure the queen. I can't waste any more time." Roy immediately grasped the hand that was being encroached upon by the cursed mana. "Let's begin." As their two hands touched, a soft light bloomed between their palms. The mana from his body began to permeate every cell of hers. When Roy's mana first intruded, he was surprised by the huge amount of mana he had to deal with. He quickly calmed himself. "Too much. Calm down, one by one. Haste makes waste." After speaking, he immediately set his first target. "You first." In the blink of an eye, his mana rushed straight into the cursed mana, beginning the purification. In just a few seconds, the two manas collided and vanished into nothingness. Roy had no idea the mechanism worked like this and thought to himself, They disappear together. 1 unit of cursed mana disappears with 1 unit of my mana, but this method takes too long. He was extremely worried. At this rate, who knows when it will end? Suddenly Alicia groaned in pain. Roy was startled and snapped out of his thoughts. Her face was contorted in pain. Nevertheless, Alicia gritted her teeth against the surging waves of pain. The pain came and went suddenly without warning, making it even harder for her. Seeing Alicia enduring despite the pain, Roy's resolve grew stronger. The queen is also fighting in despair. Although I couldn't cure her, we must resolve this barrier. This time he didn't push himself. He calmly thought together. Roy continued with firm resolve, let's handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he released an enormous amount of mana into Alicia's body. Deep within her consciousness, Alicia's dark version relentlessly sped up, trying to escape from something. The girl's face was filled with fear, and although she was out of breath and panting, she still moved forward. Because if she stopped, countless long roots would immediately crawl and entangle her small body, squeezing her until she suffocated. No matter how hard she tried, the Queen of Darkness alone could not handle such a large number. They scattered to block her path and tripped the girl. Seizing the opportunity, other roots rushed in, tightly wrapped around her small neck and pulled her towards them. The Queen of Darkness trembled in fear, struggling to break free from this encirclement. The girl desperately cried for help. Help me, please help me. Immediately, Roy's voice was heard. He reassured her, shouting loudly, Child, don't be afraid, hold on, I'm coming. The Queen of Darkness thought her fate would end here, but when someone answered, the girl was greatly surprised. A ray of hope surged within her heart. New energy seemed to surge through the girl's entire body. The Queen of Darkness swung the sword in her hand, using all her remaining strength to decisively cut down the twisting roots that imprisoned her. As soon as she dealt with the first group, the girl rushed forward without hesitation, mercilessly cutting down the next. As one group ended, another appeared, attacking the Queen of Darkness relentlessly. They continued to charge, determined to capture the girl. The roots intertwined, forming a massive mass that cornered the Queen of Darkness. This time, the girl showed no fear at all, quietly waiting for them to approach. Finally, when the time came, the girl shouted loudly in a triumphant voice, as if adding strength to herself. In the blink of an eye, the Queen of Darkness rushed forward, swung her sword and cut them down. However, the girl alone could not handle such a large number. The remaining roots seized the opportunity, immediately rushed in and pressed her down to the ground. As soon as they caught the girl, they tightly constricted the Queen of Darkness, not wanting to give her a chance to escape as before. But even when tightly pressed, the girl still gritted her teeth, using all her might to buy time, waiting for someone to come and save her. The roots covered and swallowed the Queen of Darkness into darkness, but her small hands did not give up, struggling to regain the light for herself. Little by little, the girl gradually opened a small gap, which gave the Queen of Darkness more hope to keep trying. However, a cruel reality descended. No matter how hard the girl tried, her tiny body simply could not handle the large and tough tree roots. But fate would not leave the queen in such a disadvantageous position. Just as everything seemed lost, 2 sturdy hands suddenly appeared from somewhere, helping to open a path of liberation for the girl. Finally, the girl's savior, Roy Frontera, arrived just in time. He pulled with all his might and shouted loudly, 1! Hearing Roy Frontera's voice, the Queen of Darkness felt a surge of strength. She added her strength to help him, shouting together, 2! Before the third shout could even fully echo, they successfully broke free from those rough and stubborn roots together. Although exhausted, Roy's face was filled with joy from successfully rescuing the girl. As soon as the Queen of Darkness was freed, instead of the fearful expression from before, she displayed a pure and bright smile. The girl, without a second thought, immediately rushed forward and tightly embraced Roy Frontera. Simultaneously with the liberation of the Queen of Darkness, Alicia also awoke in the real world. She stared blankly around, trying to recall what had happened. Alicia turned her gaze to the person beside her, who was sleeping soundly, exhausted. As soon as he received his command, Haviel Azron climbed onto the dragon's back and soared high into the sky, leaving them a space for themselves. Although he had gone far, he could still sense the change. The queen's mana had awakened. Hearing such good news, Haviel Azron couldn't help but smile happily. He thought to himself, "Is this what they call a life partner?" The dazzling sun welcomed a new day. 2 maids stood at the door, respectfully calling out, "Your Majesty, have you woken up?" After a moment, there was no sign of movement. The maid called again, "Your Majesty." Even the guard soldier couldn't help but wonder, "How strange, Her Majesty has never overslept like this." The 2 people on both sides prepared to draw their swords. Something must have happened. "If we call twice more and there's no answer, we'll force our way in. Prepare for the worst. We heard no sound all night, and even when the sacred dragon came, we knew nothing. If a high-ranking warrior had infiltrated." The guard raised his voice and called again, "Your Majesty, Her Majesty, the Queen." Still no sound came from the room. With sword in hand, the chin-strapped guard said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, forgive this impudence, but for your safety we will enter." The 2 opened the door and forced their way in. They cautiously advanced step by step on guard, until the sight before their eyes made their jaws drop. Alicia Germani was sound asleep, entangled with Roy Frontera. The 2 screamed. Frontera woke groggily. "This scoundrel!" Immediately he was grabbed by the collar. The 2 guards immediately bound him. They dragged Roy Frontera to the platform of justice, tied him to a stake and prepared to burn him. He still hadn't fully woken up, his sleepy eyes watching as his hands were bound to the cross. Roy Frontera roared fiercely, "Damn it, at least hear me out before you roast someone. Look at that face in the distance." Finally revealing its true colors, he wanted to reclaim justice. "Please call Her Majesty the Queen." Below, flames rose and thousands of commoners denounced him. "Her Majesty is still sleeping. You shut up and turn into charcoal, you son of a bitch. This is a misunderstanding. What are you talking about? You were caught red-handed, burn him. Haviel Azron was hiding in the crowd. He also saw Haviel. I knew you'd come if I was in danger. Unexpectedly, Haviel Azron was weeping with joy. He's pointing straight at me and laughing. You just know how to wait for others. Atanas, I know you're watching, help me. But even Atanas shared Haviel Osrahan's attitude. She's not coming either. Why isn't she coming to save me? Does she not care about me? Roy Frontera shouted in anger. Why is it that when their lord is in crisis no one worries? The system sighed. Who would worry about you, a swordmaster demon king and one of the world's most terrifying foes? He even shouted at the system. A little worry wouldn't kill anyone. A voice shouted from somewhere. What in the world is going on? He regained his composure. That voice, Alicia Yanni, furious, turned the place upside down to find him. Where is Roy? Roy Frontera shouted with all his might. Your Majesty, here I am. I'm here. Her face hardened, and Alicia Yanni clutched her stomach, laughing until tears streamed down. Roy Frontera moved, shed 8 tears from his left eye. Finally, he was untied from the cross before being burned alive. Twilight slowly descended. In the palace, Alicia Yanni explained clearly. First, I sincerely apologize to my subjects for the delay in explanation. She sat on the throne before her numerous subjects. However, even if your actions were justified, I believe it was rash not to await my word. Roy knelt before her, thinking blankly. She's making excuses again. I don't remember anything. Alicia Germani's voice softened slightly at this moment. I am currently afflicted with an illness. He slightly raised his eyes. She raised her hands, which were covered in pale purple veins. This greatly astonished her subjects. What is that? I've never seen such wounds, Roy Frontera wondered. Is she just revealing everything? She explained everything from beginning to end. Last night, when my condition worsened, I urgently summoned Roy Frontera. Knowing the cure, he helped me throughout the night. That method consumed a massive amount of mana, so both of us were exhausted and lost consciousness. Alicia Germani hesitated slightly, and her hands trembled faintly. The subjects' faces grew increasingly worried. The purple veins gradually covered her entire hand. They spread up to her neck and face. If I do not continue to receive Roy Frontera's treatment, my condition will rapidly worsen. Roy, hearing this, slightly curled his lips into a smile. If you don't want to act violently, exposing your weaknesses directly is the easiest way, as expected of our queen. Alicia Terramani opened her mouth. Roy Frontera, he humbly bowed his head. Yes, your Majesty the Queen, she asked. How long will it take for me to fully recover? He answered seriously. About 1 month. I guarantee your Majesty will be completely cured within that time. Alicia Terram continued to ask. What is the method? He continued. It is to continuously remove the root cause of the illness using my mana, preventing it from spreading. But before he could even finish speaking, her illness grew increasingly severe. They fell into a panic. Yo, your Majesty, Alicia Germani commanded Roy Frontera to come closer. Roy Frontera approached step by step. She extended her hand to him for treatment. Roy Frontera knelt slightly and took her hand. The mana in his body transformed and entered Alicia Terramani's body. She slowly felt the energy flowing into her body. It was done. Her condition visibly improved. All the subjects were frozen in astonishment. Alicia Yanni gently withdrew her hand. She regained her queenly dignity. As you have witnessed, the only person who can save me now is Roy Frontera, and there is only one method. Thus she clearly declared, I, Alicia Termina Magantano, declare that I will remain by Roy Frontera's side 24 hours a day for 1 month for treatment. Roy raised his head, revealing his satisfaction. I was at a loss as to how to persuade these nobles, but she handled it so easily. Now I can focus solely on treatment. A subject stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, although I have never opposed the best course of action for your Majesty's health and have no right to oppose it, he said cautiously. However, according to the laws of the Magantano Kingdom, Alicia answered gently. Of course I will follow the law. As soon as she finished speaking, the people murmured, thank the heavens, to think this would actually happen. Alicia stood up, her robes fluttering. There is still work to be done. After the meeting, she extended her hand to Roy Frontera. She said in a calm voice, Take my hand. He raised his hand. Yes, your Majesty the Queen. Roy Frontera's mind was still in turmoil. The kingdom's laws, what in the world could that mean? Alicia Germani actively took his hand. She glanced at him, smiling, and said, Hold it properly. This made Roy Frontera very embarrassed. After that matter became clear, everyone in the castle buzzed with talk. Hey, did you hear the news? I did. Lord Roy is treating Her Majesty the Queen, and they'll be together every day for a month. So Her Majesty has entered the royal bedchamber? Everyone everywhere in the streets was talking about it. Isn't there a royal law regarding this matter? Without exception, anyone who shares the monarch's royal chambers, Alicia Germani pulled Roy Frontera's tired hand and passed by, must marry the monarch. Inside the magnificent palace, backed by grand mountains, an ink pen moved ceaselessly across the paper. Their hands were still tightly clasped. The two said nothing. Each did their own work. Roy Frontera concentrated on transferring mana. He slowly felt that there was also a large cluster of things hidden inside. You're finished. A powerful force entered to attack the cluster of viruses. His mana was slightly surprised. It dodged. Roy Frontera went crazy. Nonsense. Inside, he chased them like a moth outside. His face was so terribly contorted that Alicia Terramani almost burst into laughter. His face changed every second. Then he opened his mouth like a dog with rabies, making anyone next to him not want to look. Inside he charged madly, finally devouring the virus which was instantly swallowed by him. Suddenly a voice called from outside, "Your Majesty the Queen, here's the draft budget from the House of Lords," she praised gently. Good. Inside her body they were still chasing and killing, colliding and melting away. Roy Frontera secretly glanced at Alicia Germani. He hesitated and said, "Your Majesty the Queen, if you let go of my hand, the treatment," she smiled as if about to sing. Alicia Yanni glanced at him playfully. "Do you like holding my hand that much?" Roy Frontera, glancing at her, sweated profusely and stammered. "Ah no, that's not what I meant." Suddenly her attitude changed. "So you don't like holding my hand?" Roy Frontera's heart pounded and his legs trembled. "Ah no, just hold on." Thus began the playful chase between Alicia Germani and Roy Frontera. "So you like it? Do you like my hand?" I like it." "How rude." "How no, I." "Oh, you don't like it? Strange." "Gee goodness." She found it truly amusing. "This is really fun. You follow whatever I say, so teasing you is so entertaining," even the system criticized. "Honestly, every time this happens your intelligence is on the level of a four-legged animal. What in the world is this illness?" Roy Frontera at this time just knew. "Beep, beep, beep," the system also chimed in. "Hello, you fool." Alicia Germani stopped teasing him. "All right, I get what you're trying to say. If you let go of my hand, the treatment will be delayed, won't it?" Roy melted into a puddle. She rolled up her sleeve, then had Roy Frontera grasp her wrist. Alicia Germani took a red cloth and tightly bound their hands together. She said, "Hold the other end, and when I count to 3, we'll pull together." He stared wide-eyed at Alicia Yanni. 1, 2, the two tightened the strings simultaneously. Alicia Germani, resting her cheek slightly, smiled and said, "Now, no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to separate, right?" Roy Frontera was as embarrassed as a young girl. Alicia Yanni smiled gently and looked at him. Lloyd Frontera recalled her previous words, "Marry me and become my king consort." She had been deeply impressed by his talent, smart, sharp, and highly capable. Yet even though a woman spoke so directly, he still failed to grasp the sincerity hidden behind her words. Lloyd Frontera vigorously shook his head as if wanting to erase that memory immediately. "Goodness, I was really an idiot. Of course the Queen wanted me to be her king consort." He stiffened his face to regain his focus. "Because I'm talented, because I'm the best. She's the Queen, so of course she'd want someone of her caliber by her side. But no, I refuse. I don't want to live the life of a loyal minister," the system interjected. "But what if she truly likes you?" He paused for a moment, bewildered. Beep. Lloyd Frontera no longer indulged in futile thoughts. All right, focus, he reminded himself. "Let's check everything carefully, one by one." Outside, a servant reminded Alicia Germani, "Your Majesty, it's training time. Your body is like it's programmed." She immediately got up and gave the signal for the soldiers to fire. Alicia Yanni's body moved resolutely, tossing him around. His skin felt like it was about to peel off. Just now a bullet grazed his groin and Lloyd Frontera's face turned pale. After that, Alicia German had her next appointment. "Your Majesty, it's audience time." She wiped her sweat and said, "I'll go." She sat high up and listened. "Thank you for your grace in supporting our guild." Next was another matter to be handled. "Your Majesty, your signature is required on the revised regulations." There were dozens of tasks to handle every day. "Your Majesty, it's training time." Matters requiring her presence. "Your Majesty, the commemoration speech." Training was repeated daily. Alicia Germani had no time to rest, and Lloyd Frontera could only sigh as he watched her approve documents. His face turned ashen. The moon hung high and night fell. Lloyd Frontera whispered, "Your Majesty," she said in a low voice. He sat languidly, leaning against the bathtub. "You must reduce your workload. Your recovery is being delayed." Alicia Germani, soaking in the bathtub, replied, "I wish I could." Lloyd Germani truly couldn't understand why. Lloyd Frontera was puzzled. "Don't you have many capable ministers who can review things on your behalf?" She refused to explain. "No, if I leave it to them, problems will arise and there's no telling when those problems will be resolved." He was very concerned about her health and his own, whether those problems are dealt with later or not. "At this moment, Your Majesty's treatment is more important. Please rest for a while." But Alicia Germani bore too many heavy responsibilities. "If I rest, my people will suffer. If I suffer, my people can rest." Lloyd Frontera's face was haggard and sunken, but Alicia German didn't want to hear any more. "Enough, I cannot rest." She rose from the bathtub. "I'll untie the string for a moment. I need to get dressed." He just looked languidly, his face like a dried corpse. He admired her. Truly a workaholic. It's almost impossible to break such a person's stubbornness. Roy Frontera was at a loss. "And she's not someone I can trick with schemes. What should I do?" Just as his dry lips were about to crack, he smiled meaningfully. In the middle of the night, with a bright full moon, he asked, "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold." Alicia Germani still wouldn't yield. "I told you I don't rest," Lloyd Frontera said. "That's not what I meant." She was puzzled. "Then what is it?" The two lay straight on the bed. He drew her into his story. "I think I could do it better." Alicia Germani vaguely asked, "Do what better?" He raised his voice. "The duties of a king." At these words, she froze for a moment. Alicia turned her head. "What did you just say?" Lloyd Frontera piqued her curiosity. "If I were king, I think I could handle everything much more efficiently." At this moment, Roy and Alicia were lying comfortably on the bed. Their hands were tied together. Suddenly she spoke. "More efficiently than me? Do you think you can handle the duties of a king?" Suddenly he turned his head and stared at her resolutely. "Yes." The Queen slowly opened her mouth. "From an external perspective, God thought I could do it." Hearing his words, Alicia was silent for a moment. Suddenly, as if something occurred to her, she changed her attitude and asked somewhat irritably, "You were already exhausted just following me around." At this, Roy's expression was playful yet a little guilty as he replied, "Ah, if the driver can't drive, of course the passenger gets carsick." Seeing that, Alicia's anger flared up to her face and she gnashed her teeth in rage. "It was only one day. You haven't even seen a tenth of my work, yet you're boasting." But the angrier Alicia got, the more annoyingly Roy chuckled and teased her. As God saw it, there were indeed many kinds of tasks, but they all seemed quite chaotic. No sooner had the words left Roy's mouth than Alicia's thunderous fist flew out. Immediately, a loving flurry of punches rained down on his face. At this, Roy barely managed to speak like a steaming train. "This humble servant has no intention of resisting your majesty's authority. I retract everything I said. Since this servant is so weak, of course I cannot work as well as your majesty." Alicia's fist stopped in midair and now, with a dark face, she suppressed her anger and smiled meaningfully. "All right then, try it. Learn by my side for a week and then take on the royal duties." Due to his swollen face, his voice also sounded strange. Roy raised 3 fingers and replied, "No, your majesty, 3 minutes will suffice." Despite his swollen face, Roy forced a smile. "From this moment on, please consider me your king for just 3 minutes. Then you will witness something truly magnificent." Alicia was skeptical but still agreed. "Good. Not hesitating is the queen's way." Alicia immediately pulled Roy to the desk. At this, Alicia picked up the hourglass on the desk and flipped it over. Then she turned to Roy and said, "All right, for the next 3 minutes you are the king. Let's see how far your charade goes." No sooner had she finished speaking than a sudden resolute and slightly contemptuous voice interrupted her. "This wench?" Hearing that, Alicia froze for a moment, her eyes wide, and she stared in surprise at the man before her who was slowly rising, exuding an overwhelming aura. At this very moment, Roy looked down at her with the arrogant and intimidating expression of a superior and growled, "How dare you raise your head before the king? Bow down immediately." Seeing him so immersed in his role, Alicia felt it was a bit too insulting and immediately shouted in anger, "You are too impertinent." But Roy immediately, with a serious and displeased expression, shouted even louder, "Are you going to hit me again when I'm subdued? Are you admitting that you're a queen who only knows how to use her fists?" Alicia, who had raised her fist, also had to stop, biting her lip and trembling with rage. Roy casually threatened, "If you wish to see this king's power, show the respect it deserves." His voice was resolute and strong, but only Roy himself knew that sweat was pouring down his back. Seeing that, she stiffened, stopped her fist, and tried to suppress her anger. Finally, slowly lowering her fist, as the situation seemed to calm down, Roy, who had been sweating profusely as if pouring water, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew, I'm still alive. I thought this humble life was over." Now the two moved to the bed and he sat in a majestic posture, ordering her. "Kneel," Alicia asked again, as if disbelieving her ears. "What?" he immediately retorted. "How dare you ask what of the king? Kneel." At this, Alicia also obediently cooperated. Suppressing her anger and kneeling before him as he commanded, Roy imperiously ordered, "Listen to your king." After that, he looked down at her and spoke with an arrogant attitude. "Alicia Termina Magantano, delegate all duties to your ministers and focus solely on your recovery." But as she had said, before he could finish speaking, she shouted in anger, "I told you that's forbidden." But immediately after, Roy shouted even louder, suppressing her momentum, "Who's interrupting when the king is speaking? Seeing that, Alicia lowered her voice and said flustered, "Understood. No, this humble servant understands your majesty's will. This humble servant will obey." Now the two had calmed down and immersed themselves in their roles, and the atmosphere also softened. He spoke, "As you said, you will never be satisfied no matter who you entrust the work to, because the best results always come when you handle them yourself, and that's why you can't stop working. I understand that deeply." His gaze towards her also softened, "And everything stems from your love for your people." He spoke earnestly to her about Alicia's own worth. "You are important, you are the greatest monarch in this kingdom's history. But what if you are destroyed by a curse?" Roy envisioned the worst-case scenario if she were cursed. "You will no longer be able to do anything. If you cannot act, the kingdom will collapse." He clearly understood Alicia's mission and her thoughts, then reassured her. "Sacrificing your body is not the only form of effort. Even if a problem arises, pretend not to know about it for a while. Take care of yourself first and look ahead. Perhaps that is an even more difficult effort." For Alicia's sake, Roy wanted to advise her to stop everything and focus on treatment. "The problems that arise while you pretend not to know can be fixed one by one after you recover." At this, Roy looked at the woman who sacrificed herself for her country with eyes full of respect and gratitude and asked, "If you are the great Queen Alicia, you can surely do it, right?" At this, Alicia, as if waking from a dream, stared intently at him, who was thinking for her almost like a stranger, but she lowered her head and remained silent. Perhaps from those words, Alicia seemed to have made the best choice for the present and for herself. "This humble servant obeys your majesty's command, your majesty the king." Hearing Alicia agree to this proposal, Roy breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Phew, thankfully she's not an extreme workaholic. Perhaps she accepted that what I said was the right way for a queen. At this, Roy folded his arms and gave her a task. "Good. Then Magantano, first allocate a little more budget to the Frontera domain." She suddenly spoke, "But your majesty the king," he immediately retorted. "Oh, interrupting the king again," she explained. This humble servant did not interrupt, and immediately after she returned to Alicia's temperament and warned, 3 minutes are up, Lloyd Frontera. At those words he stiffened. The two looked at each other, motionless. At this Alicia also stood up and Roy knelt on one knee. Immediately a violent beating ensued. Alicia continued to kick Roy's body and cursed. "This filthy servant." He dared not resist and begged the queen for forgiveness. Then her actions also stopped and she gasped and asked, "Wait, didn't you say you would prove you had the ability to be king? What did you prove?" Alicia's foot stepped on his head and then Roy raised his voice and answered, "How can a humble servant like me possibly handle your majesty's duties?" It was a lie, but Magentano still didn't forget to inflict physical blows on him, although her actions were that, her mind thought differently. "I understand, Lloyd Frontera, you've come up with a way to broaden my narrow perspective." Looking at the night sky outside the room and door, Alicia thought to herself. Tonight, suddenly, she looked at him with eyes full of warmth and affection. No matter what she did, he didn't resist at all. That's what made Alicia feel that she liked him even more. The next morning when the sun was high in the sky in the queen's bedchamber, Alicia was now sitting in a chair holding out her hand, and Roy politely knelt on one knee holding out his hand. But their hands did not clasp each other. At this, Alicia looked at her hand directly in front of her and Roy politely spoke, "Congratulations on your full recovery." Seeing that, Alicia's face also became cheerful and gentle, and she looked at Roy with affectionate eyes. Suddenly the system's voice rang out, "New title, Queen's Consort." Roy was displeased. "I hate that title. If I marry a workaholic like her, I'll definitely become her #1 slave." Then the next notification came, "Title effect if you are in danger. The Queen of Magentano will sense it and immediately rush to your side." Seeing its utility, Roy also nodded. "The effect isn't bad, I'll just change the title name." Hearing his intention, the system earnestly refused. "No, you can't change it. We like this title." After the queen's treatment ended, I returned to Frontera. I had to deal with all the trivial matters of the past 2 months. Immediately, he quickly flew home on the way. Deloy silently analyzed how to nullify the fate regression phenomenon. But for now, the Demon King's invasion is the most urgent threat. Thinking of the summoned hellhounds, the Dark Knight, and the image of black magic, Roy thought to himself, the Demon King cannot freely cross into this world. That means, like the Knight of Hell, he must cross that boundary through some ritual. His eyes hardened and he seriously thought of a way. If I seal that ritual, I can stop him. I need to find out what it is. As soon as he thought of it, Roy immediately descended to the water and stopped before a stone respectfully placed on a built concrete platform. He raised his hand and cast a spell, thinking, I just need to ask the Stone of Truth. He touched the Stone of Truth. After a moment, when nothing happened, he was puzzled. What happened? Lloyd looked around, shocked beyond words by the sight that met his eyes. Seeing a crack in the stone, Roy felt something was wrong. It's cracked. I've seen it countless times, and for the past few years there were definitely no problems. He felt both strange and worried. Even the Stone of Truth is damaged. Then what about the things I've done in this world? Suddenly a loud call came. Your Majesty. Hearing that, Lloyd turned around, and it was none other than Atanas. She also reported, flustered and worried. All the buildings your lordship created have been damaged simultaneously. The person who went to check reported it. A large pit has formed. She hesitated, continuing. Some shops are blocked by rubble. It's completely ruined. Hearing her report on the situation, Roy looked incredulous, as if struck by lightning. A water dragon appeared in the sky, flying with its wings spread alongside the pit where Lloyd's buildings had sunk. At this, Roy shouted a command. Viboom, following his order. Viboom, with his colossal body, scooped up large sandbags and poured them into the giant pit. Just then, Atanas flew into the air and said, Your Majesty, there's a crack in the suspension bridge. Hearing that, Roy ordered her to contact the Queen and block all traffic there. After sealing this place, I'll go there immediately. A scream erupted from Creus. Evacuate, evacuate immediately. At this time, swift currents were rapidly pushing towards the port city from the sea. A chaotic scene of monsters tearing at each other unfolded before their eyes. In the water, mermaids, weapons in hand, swam madly forward. From the port side, they leapt up and fiercely threw the spears in their hands at the horde of monsters destroying the city. They were lending their strength to protect the port city of Creus. Haviel, with 2 magical wings on his back, flew and reported to Lloyd, With the help of the Elf Kingdom, we have blocked Gigantian's attack. He replied, Good, how about the ice prison? He continued. Lord Byrne is currently repairing the ice prison. After that, Roy instructed Haviel not to leave Sarazat's side and to increase the guard force at the Count's mansion. In the current situation, he didn't call them his parents, but he always worried about the safety of his entire family. Seeing Roy like that, Haviel replied silently. In Frontera territory, someone shouted and urged, Team B, don't dawdle. When the insulation work is finished, move to the road repair team. Shouts urging people on echoed. There's a shortage of manpower in the mine. Please send reinforcements quickly. Pests have appeared in the reclaimed fields. At this time, a brown-haired woman spoke. Oh my, it turned out she was none other than Barukis' wife. Seeing the scene before her, she wondered. Everyone looks really busy. Barukis' mother-in-law, her own mother, replied. Life is short, so you have to live busy. At this, Barukis' mother-in-law asked her daughter, Where is my dozing son-in-law? Barukis' wife pointed to the mansion before them and replied, Over there. The 3 entered the mansion. As soon as they entered, elves blocked their way. Hold on, this area is restricted. but she casually waved her hand without a word. With a light gesture, the people there were sent flying into the sky. Seeing her mother acting too aggressively, she advised, "Mother, they seem like good people." Baruki's mother-in-law laughed and replied, "That doesn't matter, isn't this method faster than explaining everything?" After speaking, the three continued to go inside. Suddenly Atanas and Haviel descended before them and blocked their way. With unfriendly and wary eyes, Haviel along with Atanas drew their swords ready to fight. Seeing that, Baruki's mother-in-law ground her teeth, seething with anger. "Why do these flies keep buzzing around?" her daughter next to her advised. "Mother, don't act rashly." Suddenly a sweet voice was heard. "Honey." At that, Haviel instinctively turned his head. That person was none other than Baruki. He waved his hands at his wife, calling out "baby" with an endearing expression. Seeing her husband, she happily waved and greeted him, "My lord." The pink-haired girl hiding behind him seemed not to like him much, sticking out her tongue to tease him. Baruki's wife's gentle voice was heard. "My lord contacted me every day. Since that day, mother has also forgiven you, so we came together to pick you up." Baruki gently took his beloved wife's hand and acted cute. "Oh really, was my demon mother-in-law blocking my calls?" He quietly reminded him. "You shouldn't say such things." Hearing that, Baruki's mother-in-law trembled with anger. "I really want to burn that scoundrel." Just then she crossed her arms and said, "We've finished our world tour, so let's go home now." Suddenly he didn't answer for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, there's someone I need to meet first." Elsewhere, a shovel was stuck in the ground and Roy was digging hard with the people, but he seemed exhausted from the recent struggle. While resting for a moment, a voice was heard, "You always work hard." Turning around, Baruki was already sitting there with his knees drawn up. With a tired face soaked in sweat, Roy replied, "It's all right." At this, Baruki asked about the stone again. "Didn't the Stone of Truth tell you how to stop the fate regression phenomenon?" Hearing Baruki's question, Roy suddenly fell silent, not answering. Then Baruki continued to ask, "Then you don't like that method?" Baruki then said, "You can guess how bad this will get, right? Stopping it one by one like this won't last long. Are you going to live like this for the rest of your life?" At this, Roy replied with a single word, "Yes." Baruki was also quite surprised by his words. "Wow," he answered without a moment's hesitation. After talking for a long time without Roy saying anything, Baruki became a little anxious. "Oh dear," and he stood up. After that, Baruki expressed his desire to help him. "Is there anything I can do to help? I really like you." But Roy's reply was extremely calm. "I can't do anything more for you, so I can't ask you for anything." Seeing that, Baruki also felt a little sad and didn't know what else to say. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. "That's right. If there was anything I could help with, you would have already blackmailed me into doing it." At this, Baruki said goodbye to Roy. "I'm going home. I rested very well here." He also didn't forget to encourage Roy. "Cheer up, I'll be cheering you on." After Baruki left, his mind was only filled with thoughts of dragons, hell and heaven. If all those powers clash head-on, it would be more terrible than any interspecies world war. Thinking of the future war, Roy also felt worried. The Demon King's invasion. If I can end it myself, I can minimize the damage. With heavy steps, he pondered such thoughts. How can I defeat the Demon King or completely stop his descent? To find that out, I first need to fix the Stone of Truth. Suddenly, Haviel appeared and called out, "Young master." At this, Haviel also felt that Baruki's words from just now were right. Lord Baruki is right, we can't endure this situation, nor can we prepare for the Demon King's invasion. We need to solve at least one of these two problems. Then Haviel pleaded, "Please tell me." Haviel referred to the Stone of Truth, and what it had told his lordship. The method to stop fate regression. At Haviel's words, Lloyd was blank. At this, Roy replied with his usual evasive expression, "I told you before." It said it didn't know, it's completely useless. But Haviel's eyes were firm and serious. "Please tell me." He looked at Haviel and remained silent. After that, he still insisted, "I told you. It said it didn't know, but it couldn't be that easy. Right? That's not a real answer." Roy began to answer firmly, "Stop it," but Haviel still didn't give up. "Please tell me." At this, Roy's voice was no longer calm. "I told you to stop, you bastard." Suddenly, Haviel shouted, "Why do you keep hiding it?" Haviel lost his patience and shouted, "Don't try to bear everything alone anymore. Aren't we supposed to face this together?" At that, Haviel still wanted to persuade him. "We're friends, right?" But he didn't want him involved, so he had no choice but to utter harsh words. "Who's friends with you, you insolent fellow?" The sight of the two arguing attracted the attention of the people there. Everyone was puzzled. Roy, unable to control his anger, uttered those hurtful words, knowing he couldn't get a word from him. Haviel bowed his head and said in a small voice, "I'm sorry, I overstepped." The two turned their backs on each other and went their separate ways. Seeing Haviel's solitary figure, he couldn't help but think, "I'm sorry, how can I tell you?" Roy bit his lip, trying to hide his emotions. He couldn't tell Haviel that one of them had to die. At that, Roy moved to the location of the Stone of Truth and drained all the water there. Looking at the crack in the Stone of Truth, he fell into deep thought. At this, he raised his hand and placed it on the crack. As data appeared, he thought, "This material can't be replaced, so all other repair methods are useless. Should I try compressing it again to solve the problem?" Thinking that, Roy immediately started a new simulation mode. His eyes were like a machine scanning data on the crack. After scanning, he understood its current state. The inside is completely shattered." Then Roy came up with a method. "What if I slowly inject mana to fill the crack?" As the data updated, Roy rejoiced. "Oh, the result is out. It will take time, but it can be fixed." Suddenly, a system window appeared. Even a small change in structure can cause errors. Knowing that, he was shocked. "What?" Roy ground his teeth in anger. This problem needs to be clarified anyway. I must succeed in repairing it by any means necessary. At this, Roy crossed his arms and looked at the crack in the stone of truth, deep in thought, to carefully inject the exact amount of mana. Only I and Haviel can fill the crack. Thinking of Haviel, he frowned, remembering the scene where he had uttered hurtful words to Haviel just now. "Who's friends with you, you insolent fellow?" As those cruel words came out of his mouth, Haviel immediately froze. Haviel immediately bowed his head and replied in silence, "I'm sorry I spoke too harshly." Thinking that far, he fell into a daze. After that, Roy hit his head hard against the stone of truth, blaming himself. "Damn it, you fool, why didn't you just ignore his question like usual? I acted like a terrible person." Perhaps he hit his head too hard as he clutched his head and lay on the ground. "Ouch, it hurts. I didn't think my head would hurt even when regretting." As his emotions were once again mixed, Roy put his hand to his forehead and fell silent. The image of Haviel unable to control his emotions while worrying about himself came to mind. "Don't try to bear everything alone anymore. Aren't we supposed to face this together?" Thinking this far, his emotions calmed down and he felt that he had been wrong. Yes, maybe I've been thinking wrong all this time. As the image of Haviel in armor with a sword came to his mind, Roy suddenly realized. Haviel is the true hero, the protagonist. His mission is to deal with disasters and save everyone. At this, he slammed his hand hard on the ground and thought, "If I can stop this damn fate regression phenomenon, I'll focus on accumulating merit before meeting the king of hell. Then everything would be solved." Roy's eyes were filled with determination. He thought that by doing so, he could change the ending. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Do you want to know the amazing ending?" He immediately answered without hesitation, "Yes." After that, Roy was transported to a scene where he was sitting quietly with his back bent on the bed. Seeing that, Roy was puzzled. "What is it?" And Roy walked to the window and looked out. Roy felt that the territory was still peaceful, then telling Haviel the truth can really change everything. Suddenly, a knock on the door caught Roy's attention. The person outside the door said, "It's Haviel. You said you had something to tell me." The future Roy replied, "Yes, come in." The door opened and Haviel entered, slowly approaching. The future Roy asked, "Are you angry with me?" Hearing that, Haviel replied, "What do you mean?" At this, the future Roy replied, "Do you remember what I shouted yesterday? Who's friends with you?" Saying that far, the present him suddenly realized. "How what? It's only the next day?" At this, Haviel was puzzled. Suddenly, Haviel surmised, "Since your lordship must have been uncomfortable saying that, I am not angry. I didn't take it to heart." Hearing Haviel's reply, the future Roy was quite surprised. After that, the future Roy scratched his head awkwardly. Suddenly, the future Roy coughed a few times and said seriously, "Well, anyway, about what you asked yesterday about how to stop the fate regression phenomenon." Immediately after, the future Roy got straight to the point. "Basically, you are the original protagonist of this world." Hearing that, Haviel continued, "Me, really?" The present him, witnessing the scene before his eyes, was quite surprised. "I'll be direct, I'm telling the truth." At this, the future Roy added, "I came from another world, but I'm also a protagonist here." Haviel replied, "Understood." Suddenly, the present him seemed to have understood something through this conversation. "So this is that kind of story. That is," the future Roy added, "if there are two protagonists, the world loses stability. So one of us has to sacrifice themselves to end the fate regression phenomenon." Suddenly, the future Roy's face became firm. "Of course I won't foolishly commit suicide." So after speaking, the present him thought, as soon as Haviel hears this, he'll find a way to solve the problem. Suddenly, Haviel drew the sword in his hand. This action surprised Roy. The present him was also astonished. Haviel was too quick-witted and understood his purpose well. He opened his mouth. "When that phenomenon ends, your lordship should hurry and accumulate merit." As soon as he finished speaking, Haviel raised his sword and stabbed himself, blood from soaking his white shirt. At that action, the future Roy was startled and immediately rushed forward shouting, "No!" The future Roy grabbed Haviel's hand and shouted in a panic, "Pull it out! You fool, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Pull out the sword right now." The sword began to reveal its inherent function. Destructive mana. At this, Haviel's body gradually began to disappear and he smiled entrusting, "Please take good care of this world." At his last words, the future Roy froze in place like a hero. After that, Haviel transformed into his original mana, a blue light, and vanished. At this moment, Haviel completely disappeared and only his sword remained. The future Roy stood frozen, unable to believe that Haviel had vanished in the blink of an eye. He had left this world. The sword fell to the ground and the future Roy was utterly distraught. Soon he knelt down and collapsed. Suddenly, the future Roy seemed to lose complete control, shouting in despair, unable to believe he had lost his friend. After that, tears flowed endlessly down his pained face. He had never dreamed that Haviel would choose death to save him as soon as he confessed the truth. Back in reality, Roy also called out to him, "Young master." He stood by the window, lost in thought. Hearing Haviel's call, he bit his lip and thought, "Yes, you were always that kind of person." When Roy didn't answer, Haviel called out again, "Young master." He gritted his teeth, lost in reminiscence. "Because you're that kind of person." Only then did Lloyd open his mouth. "Haviel," he vowed to himself, "I won't let such an ending repeat itself. I will never let you sacrifice yourself." He turned back with his usual brazen face and asked, "You're not still angry about what I said harshly yesterday, are you? When people are tired, they sometimes say harsh things. Please forgive me." Roy's insides were churning at this moment. "Think I need to find a way to solve this." Seeing him like that, Haviel couldn't help himself, but his voice still carried a hint of annoyance. "Oh, you got so angry and now you're saying that?" Roy immediately replied brazenly. "I'm the young master, I have the right to, is that clear?" Then Haviel changed the subject. "More importantly, the fifth demon king Atanas has detected unusual signs from the south. Unidentified dark mana is spreading near the forbidden zone." Hearing his report, Roy put his hand to his face, lost in thought. "Is this the Hell Knight summoning ritual again? Should I go quickly and stop the black magic? Summoning one Hell Knight isn't a big deal." Suddenly, Roy seemed to realize something. He suddenly chuckled to himself and said, "Wait, this seems like a golden opportunity." Haviel was puzzled. "How, what do you mean?" After that, Roy replied with a dangerous smile, "From now on we begin Operation Hell Knight Capture. Hell is a place of heat and sin. In a certain area of hell there was an exit made of a skull head. Inside, a knight in black armor rode a hell steed. My name is George Exus, a valiant commander guarding the King of Hell's office." At this moment approaching Hellcaros were familiar figures, none other than the two madmen from the human realm, Lloyd Frontera and Haviel Azron. In Hellcaros's memory not long ago, the diva of hell and his bodyguard appeared here. At that time he showed disdain for the human before him. "Those guys, do they know where they are? I have a deep-seated grudge." Recalling his early days as a Hell Knight, Hellcaros took a long time to adapt to everything. "When I was an unnamed rookie Hell Knight, he was rummaging through everything looking for coffee. Damn it, where's the instant coffee? If I'm even a little late, the seniors will scold me rotten." While he was flustered, someone tapped his helmet. "You rookie." That senior was none other than George Exus. To Hellcaros he was nothing short of a true idol. Seeing him frantically searching, he said, "If you rush, you won't find it. The one who enjoys the work is the strong one." Receiving that kind teaching, Hellcaros was almost moved to tears. Senior George Exus. After that, George Exus teased Hellcaros. He made a promise and then ran off. "Let's bet who finds the instant coffee first. Of course I already know where it is. He he he." Hellcaros hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Ah, senior, that's unfair, haha." Hellcaros remembered his senior. Senior George Exus was always kind to me. Without him I wouldn't have become a true knight. Wherever he went, whatever he did, George Exus would return and tell Hellcaros. Once he even said, "So that guy's soul turned pale blue, muhaha." Hellcaros also laughed out loud. Senior's stories are really fun, but at that last moment George Exus told him, "I received a summoning order to the human realm." Hearing that, Hellcaros urged his senior, "Oh, then you must be careful," but something was off. George Exus didn't truly smile. "Haha, remember what I said?" He pointed to the sky and continued, "The one who enjoys it is the strongest." At this moment a pink beam of light enveloped George Exus's entire body, and in the blink of an eye half of his body disappeared before Hellcaros. Unable to endure the sense of loss in his heart, Hellcaros cried out loudly. Thus, senior George Exus was only half summoned like some kind of teacher. In that battle, George Exus met the madman Roy. I heard senior was eaten by that monster. The one who devoured Hellcaros's senior was none other than Lloyd Frontera, also known as the Diva of Hell. Seeing his old adversary, Hellcaros spurred his hell steed and charged, announcing his identity. "I am George Exus, commander of the 2nd Legion and chief guard of the King of Hell's office. How dare you trespass into a sacred workplace?" In Hellcaros's heart, George Exus's last smile was always deeply etched. "The one who enjoys it is the strongest," he vowed to himself. "Senior, I will never forget your words." With a massive sword and a hell chain whip in his hands, Hellcaros charged forward without hesitation. "For senior, I will deal with you with joy in my heart." But the momentum that had been boiling just 2 seconds ago was met head-on by Haviel Azron's punch 2 seconds later. This time he didn't hold back, striking even more fiercely as if infected by Lloyd Frontera. A moment later, Hellcaros lay on the side, thoroughly beaten by Haviel Azron. "Thus I was defeated." He sobbed, biting his lip and filled with rage. "At that time I cried miserably." At this moment, Hellcaros, facing his old enemy, was still in front of the Hell Gate. He had made a decision long ago. "Since that day I trained like a madman." I still remember senior's words. "Enjoy growing, never stop." A few days ago he appeared, but the King of Hell ordered me not to fight. But now a pink ring once again enveloped Hellcaros. Just like when his senior left, I have been summoned to the human realm. His eyes glowed with hatred, determined to avenge old grudges. "Wait, Diva, and your bodyguard. I, the super VIP pro Hell Knight George Exus, am waiting." On the summit of Namarin, a pink ring similar to Hellcaros's covered the area. Above, Lloyd Frontera and Haviel Azron circled a few times, observing the situation. Haviel Azron said, "Black magic is being activated without a summoner." Lloyd Frontera, hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's the fate regression phenomenon. It's restoring fate even while breaking all logic." I expected this to happen. Suddenly, Haviel Azron glanced at him and asked, "Doesn't summoning a Hell Knight require life force as a sacrifice? We evacuated the Namarin people and cleared this place, so how is a Hell Knight being summoned?" Lloyd Frontera had his usual innocent face. "I heard from Count Namarin. Lately a large number of unidentified rodents have appeared here. Even as we speak, their life force is being absorbed. It must be another dirty trick of the fate regression phenomenon." But, having said this much, he shed his innocent face from moments ago and put on a smile more terrifying than a demon's. "I will turn their trick against them." Suddenly the ground of Namarim exploded in a powerful beam of light. From within, Hellcaros appeared. He rode his hell steed, laughing loudly and gripping the reins tightly. He demanded, "Go wild, it's time to make them pay." but the demon's plan was no match for the plan of a man on the verge of losing everything. As the dust cleared, Lloyd Frontera stood before Hellcaros. He was startled and shouted, "Damn it, you startled me. How did you get here?" Lloyd Frontera looked at Hellcaros with a sarcastic expression. "Just a coincidence." Ignoring Lloyd Frontera's insolent attitude, he declared, "Good, I'll kill you." Far from being afraid, Lloyd Frontera's face became 3 times more sarcastic. "Oh, how scary. I should buy a lottery ticket tomorrow." Suddenly, Haviel Azron rushed forward and knocked him off his horse, just like in their previous clash. This time, Haviel Azron even beat him even more wildly, as if completely insane. Helplessness washed over his heart like a wave. Hellcaros cried as he was beaten, "I can't believe it. I've been dreaming of this day. I've enjoyed training for so long." At this moment, seeing Haviel Osrahan's ridiculously handsome face, he thought to himself, "Ah, so that's what it was." Not stopping there, the sarcastic face, even uglier than a demon's, also made him realize, these 2 guys are enjoying this more than I am. The fight ended in a few minutes, and Hellcaros lay on the ground. Even his horse was cowering in a corner. Hellcaros's inner voice cried out, "I'm truly sorry, Senior George Exus." At this moment, Lloyd Frontera seized the opportunity to recruit more manpower. He said, "Oh my Hell Knight, sir, are you all right?" Hellcaros, understanding nothing, only made a "ha" sound, but surprisingly, Lloyd Frontera's face was nothing short of angelic. He asked, pretending to be concerned, "Oh my goodness, what have we done to you? You suddenly charged at us, so my bodyguard overreacted a bit." Saying that, he immediately glared at the guy next to him. "Hey you, show some restraint. I told you to stop, you dopamine addict." Haviel Azron stood with a dark face, growling a few times. After cautioning his subordinate, he consoled Hellcaros again. "That guy might bite you, but I'm here, so don't worry." Hellcaros couldn't accept the enemy's sympathy, so he picked himself up and cursed, "Shut up. You are Senior George Exus's enemy. I will definitely." Before he could finish speaking, Haviel Azron flew over again and landed a few more blows. Lloyd Frontera pulled him away with all his might. "No, don't do this. Why are you always like this? Stop." After getting another beating, Hellcaros covered his head and cried. Lloyd Frontera saw that and rushed over. "I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize. How can I compensate you? I really have nothing to offer." From somewhere he pulled out a slave contract. "If I offer you a good job, will you forgive me?" As a commander of hell, Hellcaros could not endure oppression. He laughed loudly. "Haha, don't talk nonsense, human. I am a worker of hell. I'm not interested in other jobs." Lloyd Frontera didn't give up and began a psychological tactic. "How does hell have a no-side job policy? Can I see your contract?" Hellcaros asked blankly. "Contract? We don't use those." Suddenly, Lloyd Frontera's face stiffened strangely. He turned his head as if calculating something. "Wait, you're working without a contract? Impossible, impossible. It can't be true." Saying that, he seriously asked Hellcaros about his salary. "How much do you get?" Hellcaros said blankly in a small voice. "Salary? I don't get paid." Hearing this, Lloyd Frontera's face grew even stiffer. He began to press him on the rights and benefits of a worker in hell. "Then what about working hours? No holidays, no overtime pay. What is that?" He couldn't even answer questions about basic rights. He was deeply disappointed. Lloyd Frontera switched to Hollywood actor mode. Tears were about to burst forth, threatening to flood the South. The king of hell is truly an evil boss. How can he exploit workers like that? His words made Hellcaros recall an old memory. A long time ago, when he was talking to George Exus, he said, "Sometimes I wonder if it's okay for us to live like this." At that time, Hellcaros didn't understand George Exus's meaning. "Ha, Senior, what do you mean?" he just replied. "We work ourselves to death and get nothing in return." Looking up at the sky, George muttered to himself, "Isn't this exploitation?" Hellcaros was a little startled to hear that. Exploitation. After that, Exus hit his head again. He didn't want to think about it anymore. "Enough, forget it. Just pretend you didn't hear anything." Back in reality, Lloyd Frontera was still faithfully playing the role of a leading actor. "You know, I fought your comrade George Exus. I won and I absorbed his soul," he added sorrowfully. "I don't feel guilty. His job was to carry out cruel missions and my job was to protect the city." His words directly touched the depths of Hellcaros's heart. He suddenly cried out again. He believed George would have accepted his fate. He even clutched his chest as if in pain, and tears streamed down like a spring. But to be exploited his whole life and then get caught up in something like this at the very end. What's more, he was even absorbed by me in a fight he didn't want. Yes, George Exus died, but this time Roy brought his emotions to a peak. Roy Frontera thumped his left chest and said with a resolute gaze, "He will live on forever, right here in my heart." The more he spoke, the louder Roy Frontera's tears and cries became. "The exploitation you had to endure, George Exus and I will prevent it for you." At this decisive statement, Hellcaros was completely swayed like an ox led by the nose. He knelt, bowed his head and said in a trembling voice, "Please give me your employment contract." And as usual, when someone asked for a contract, Roy Frontera knew he had achieved his goal. A moment later, the group flew through the sky on a blue dragon, shining like an LED light as if making an express delivery. After checking the job information, Hellcaros couldn't help but wonder, "So I really get 10 million gold coins a month, work 4 days a week and patrol twice a day. Is that all I have to do?" Roy Frontera immediately replied, Yes, you read the contract, it's all true. And about the last clause, smooth communication, just remember that part well." As soon as he finished speaking, Hellcaros bowed his head and thought to himself, "Smooth communication, huh? If I don't follow, I'll displease Roy Frontera and make him silence me. Tisk, not a big deal, but is this really okay? The King of Hell will be coming to the human realm soon. If he finds out I'm here, I'm finished." Should I run away before that happens? Suddenly Roy Frontera asked. By the way, I have a question. Hellcaros looked puzzled. Oh, what is it? He continued with a scoff. When will the King of Hell invade our territory? Hellcaros immediately fell silent and said nothing. He quickly turned his head, avoiding Roy Frontera's gaze, and replied, I don't know. Hearing that answer, Roy grinned widely with his ugly face and stared intently. Come on, why are you pretending not to know when you clearly do? You signed the contract because you know when to escape, right? Hellcaros immediately froze as his hidden secret was exposed. Roy Frontera widened his eyes, growled, and continued. Tell me when and how he descends, Hellcaros replied worriedly. I said I don't know, and he thought to himself, if I tell, the King of Hell will chase me to the ends of the earth and execute me. Hearing Hellcaros say that, Roy Frontera simply chuckled lightly. He said with a displeased expression, it's really hard to have a conversation. As soon as Roy Frontera finished speaking, Haviel Azron, who was behind him, drew his sword and stood up. Hellcaros slowly turned his head, feeling fear within. As Haviel gripped his sword tightly and swung it, Hellcaros exclaimed in surprise, Hey, what are you doing? Is this guy crazy? Roy Frontera completely ignored Hellcaros' aggrieved scream. Hey, recruitment manager, can you take care of this crazy bastard? Hey, you there? Only then did Hellcaros gape, realizing inwardly. So that's what communication meant. In the end, Hellcaros had no choice but to speak. An eclipse. On the day of an eclipse, a sacrifice will be offered. At that information, Roy smiled slyly, like a predator spotting plump prey. Roy Frontera returned to his gentle and merciful face and asked, You just said sacrifice, right? So what is the sacrifice? Oh, I'm so curious. Hellcaros hesitated and replied, Fear. A large amount of fear concentrated in the corpse of someone who hates you intensely will summon the King of Hell. Hearing that, Roy Frontera's lips slowly curled upwards as he thought to himself. I've got a clue. He laughed maniacally and shouted, Then how about we chat some more? Seeing that expression, Hellcaros couldn't help but feel fear within. Damn it feels like I've made a contract with a real devil. I obtained valuable information through communication. The one who gathers fear by the King of Hell's command is that blood puddle-like fellow, and corrupting the Queen was also part of his plan. We continued talking. But Hellcaros knew nothing about other methods of gathering fear. Even he didn't know. And those monsters I saw in the ending reveal. As he spoke, sweat streamed down. They are probably Reaver remnants. These days the King of Hell is stealing a large number of souls that should enter the gate of reincarnation. If those souls are absorbed into the Reaver's hide at the bottom of Hell, monsters called Reaver remnants are created. Since Hell's military power couldn't reach our territory, they were preparing higher-tier monsters. Roy Frontera narrowed his eyes and asked, How many are there? Hellcaros immediately replied, I don't know well. The King of Hell doesn't tell me everything. Roy Frontera again put on a displeased expression. As Haviel Azron again took up his sword and stood, Hellcaros shouted, Hey, hold on, I know their weakness. Finally, based on the information they had collected, they prepared for war and at the same time another important mission, to restore the Stone of Truth. Preventing the King of Hell's descent was the best approach, as for this stone, if rushed, it would break. So mana had to be transferred slowly, little by little each day. Roy Frontera placed his hand on the stone, wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, All right, it's enough for today. Suddenly, Haviel Azron spoke with a puzzled expression. By the way, young master, I have a few questions. Roy immediately looked at him. What is it? Haviel Azron replied seriously. It's about Hellcaros. Your lordship threatened him to get information, but why did you make him sign a contract? Roy Frontera's face hardened as he replied. Threatened? What are you talking about? We were just communicating. As soon as he heard that, Haviel Azron fell silent. He thought to himself, Is that contract his lordship's last remaining shred of conscience? Or just a legal pretext? Hard to say. While looking at Roy Frontera's back, Roy suddenly shouted. Roy Frontera looked at Haviel Azron with his one-of-a-kind handsome face. Let's go get some holy water. A few days later, under the soft morning sunlight, a large building lined with green trees appeared. The angel Raphael sat inside the building, pouting, and Hellcaros next to him was also restless. The two sat in the same chairs, but neither spoke. After a moment, both introduced themselves to each other simultaneously. Hello, I am the angel Raphael. Ah, yeah, I'm Hellcaros. Nice to meet you. Hellcaros gave an awkward laugh. Oh, it's you. I wonder if you replied to the letter I sent 3 trillion years ago. Hellcaros immediately replied, Oh, I forgot, sorry. He put a hand to his head and rubbed it. I insulted you a bit, but I didn't mean it. As you know, I'm a demon. The angel Raphael quickly waved his hand. I called you a demon too. It's all a matter of perspective. From now on, let's learn to understand each other better. Raphael gave a gentle smile. You must have gone through a lot, born knowing nothing, only working as a demon. And it seems they didn't treat you well either, Raphael continued. I thought you were strict about work, but you're actually very kind. The angel Raphael chuckled lightly, but there was still a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Hellcaros was no different. The two smiled brightly and bumped fists. Just then, Roy Frontera opened the door and entered. You two got friendly quickly, huh? The angel Raphael continued. Heaven and hell simply follow their assigned duties. They are not truly enemies as we perceive, Raphael said with a faint smile. This plan is not an official duty of Hell's administrators, but a highly personal and arbitrary action of the King of Hell, Roy exclaimed in surprise. Huh? What does that mean? Roy Frontera quickly recounted the information he had collected to the angel Raphael. After hearing everything, Raphael exclaimed, I see, so the King of Hell was preparing such a cruel plan. I will report this to higher-ups. This is a clear act of invasion, so Archangel Gabriel will surely issue an official warning. Roy Frontera asked, a little curious. What effect does a warning have? The angel Raphael had a tense expression, seemingly unwilling to talk about it. Seeing that, Roy sighed in disappointment. Hard to expect much, I guess, Raphael quickly exclaimed. I will do my best. I like you and this territory and I want to help you with everything I can. Roy Frontera smiled artificially. Oh really? Then I'll help you help me. Raphael, please shed some tears. That will help us defeat the Reaver remnants. Hearing that, Raphael was momentarily stunned. The angel Raphael pushed up his glasses. That's right, if they touch an angel's tears, those remnant fragments lose their power. But unfortunately, angels don't cry easily. In fact, I haven't seen an angel cry in the last 1,000 years, Roy continued nonchalantly. No, I know how to make an angel cry. Raphael couldn't help but be surprised. What method? Without the slightest hesitation, Roy Frontera threw a handful of chili powder directly at the angel Raphael's face and shouted, like this. As tears streamed from Raphael's eyes, he cried out in despair, I see. So if you throw sand, suddenly tears come out. I'm happy to be of help. Roy Frontera tightly held the angel Raphael's head and collected his tears in a small bottle. Hey, hold on, you're spilling all the tears on the floor, the angel Raphael replied, weeping. Sorry, I'm a bit inexperienced. Helcaros witnessed all of this, confused, and couldn't help but think to himself, is that what being tamed looks like? Am I going to end up like that too? Helcaros then thought that this man was more dangerous than the king of hell. Just then, the tired voice of Archangel Gabriel was heard from heaven. Yes, I've heard a bit about it. Gabriel pressed his forehead with a troubled expression, talking on the phone. Seriously, what the king of hell is doing is not an act of invasion, the angel Raphael exclaimed, seemingly disagreeing. What? Why not? He's meddling in human realm affairs through his subordinate. Archangel Gabriel was also very troubled by this matter. That can't be helped either. Just as we grant wishes in the world, why shouldn't the king of hell? The angel Raphael was listening quietly from his side. If someone named Wattel originally made a wish to the king of hell, he only needs to grant that wish. That single act doesn't break the laws of the world. Gabriel tried to explain it to him over the phone. If we start a war with the king of hell now, it would give him a pretext to interfere in heaven's affairs. Can you imagine how chaotic the situation would become? After listening, the angel Raphael had no idea how to refute, so he could only remain silent. Gabriel hung up the phone and sighed helplessly. The angel Raphael, with a troubled expression, thought to himself, it's just as I thought. I need to tell Roy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, he was hit by a handful of dirt thrown by Roy Frontera. Roy Frontera frowned in displeasure at Raphael's reaction. Roy complained unhappily. Why are you closing your eyes? Are you not going to cooperate with me? The angel Raphael, still keeping his eyes tightly shut, apologized and explained. Sorry, I'm a real angel, so this is a defense mechanism. One cannot step into the same river twice, can one? Just then, Haviel Azron suddenly stepped forward, took off Raphael's glasses, gripped his face, lifted it, and said, Please understand. As his two fingers slowly moved straight towards the angel Raphael's eyes, Raphael screamed in terror. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Roy Frontera rushed over, grabbed Haviel Osrahan's hand and stopped him. Hey, Haviel, what are you doing to our esteemed angel? Roy fiercely and loudly scolded him. You're not choosing your methods carefully to achieve your goal. Are you aiming for the king of hell's position? Why are you so evil? At these words, Haviel Azron flinched. He stood in a corner with a bewildered expression, asking himself, Since when did I become so dark? On his side, Roy Frontera worriedly asked the angel, Are you alright? That must have felt terrible just now. The angel Raphael replied, slightly flustered. Thanks. Roy's voice was still very worried. Tisk, if a great sword master poked your eyes, you'd go blind. Because of Roy's words, Haviel Azron closed his eyes tightly on one side and repented. Now that I think about it, even though it was for the territory, I've done a lot of truly shameful things. My morality is so low that even Kim Suho would be surprised. I need to reflect. On the other side, Roy Frontera was putting the angel Raphael's glasses back on. He somehow managed to poke Raphael's eye directly with the temple of the glasses. Roy widened his eyes and innocently exclaimed, Oops, my mistake? Haviel Azron half opened his eyes and watched out of the corner of his eye as the angel Raphael fell to the floor, writhing violently, clutching his eyes with both hands and screaming in pain. Roy Frontera calmly consoled him. It must hurt, but since you're crying, please cry a lot, Raphael replied, eyes wide. Oh no, I'm used to this kind of eye pain, so tears won't come out, Roy Frontera said with a troubled expression. This is troublesome. After a moment, the angel Raphael also regained his composure and suddenly spoke. Joy, Roy, not understanding, asked. How? Raphael then clarified. I've heard that we angels also cry when we're happy or laugh heartily. But angels bear immense administrative duties, so it's hard to express emotions and it's rare to laugh enough to cry. Roy Frontera frowned and thought to himself, so I have to make this guy laugh until he cries? How would a natural science student like me know that? That's why I'm still single. The system window heard this and asked, Hey, why do you always blame your major whenever you get a chance? He explained honestly. I'm not blaming it, it's just the truth. I've never seen a science joke work. Lloyd Frontera rested a hand on his thigh and pondered. Something funny, a funny story. All I know are my university professor's nonsense. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. So he asked, why do kings with more wives tend to be fatter? The angel Raphael asked, bewildered. What are you suddenly talking about? Lloyd Frontera repeated the question. Why do you think that is? Why do fatter kings have more wives? As he asked seriously, the angel Raphael also stroked his chin and thought. Maybe it's just their wives' preference. Lloyd Frontera opened his mouth but said nothing. After a moment he looked away blushing and replied, "Because if you're bi-man fat overweight you'll have more bi-rain women." The system finally understood and uttered a few words. "Aha!" The angel remained blank, saying nothing. Azran, who was standing nearby, also held his breath, observing his condition. Since there was no reaction, Lloyd Frontera stammered, trying to explain more clearly. "That bi-man obesity, do you get it? It's a pun." Unexpectedly, the angel Raphael suddenly raised his hands and waved them as if dancing. He slapped his leg hard and began to laugh so loudly that tears streamed from his eyes. The tears splashed onto Lloyd Frontera's surprised face. Not only that, but they also splashed onto Azran, who was standing far away. The glistening tears scattered in the air. Lloyd Frontera reacted quickly, pulling out a bottle, flying over, and catching them. He shouted loudly that he had safely collected them. Taking advantage of the momentum, he continued to tell pun-based riddles. "What does a pig become when it exercises?" "A pig fit." The angel Raphael laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, and he continued to ask without stopping. "What if a monk uses CapCut? He becomes an editor." Seeing that the situation seemed good, Lloyd Frontera thought to himself with satisfaction, "At this rate I can collect mountains of tears. I've identified patterns through the repeated fate regression phenomenon, and I've assembled a dedicated fate regression phenomenon team." He envisioned a scene where he and Azran would work together, minimizing the places they had to go themselves. Lloyd Frontera thought seriously. "I heard from Raphael about blessing points. Unfortunately, what I'm doing now is cleaning up the mess I made in the past, so it's not counted as blessings, so that path isn't the answer." He stood before the Stone of Truth hesitating, thinking that he couldn't ask the Stone of Truth how to stop the Demon King's descent or how to win against him. A short while later, Lloyd Frontera stood beside the angel Raphael's bed. He told another joke at this time. "Which province in Vietnam has the best people?" "Lao Cai." The angel Raphael lay in bed, his face lifeless. But upon hearing the joke he tried to force a faint laugh. He trembled trying to laugh, his eyes heavy and closed. Finally the angel Raphael weakly dropped his head and fell asleep. Forever before Lloyd Frontera, he remained very calm, saying nothing. Then looking at the bottle of angel's tears, he said with a slightly sad expression, "Is this all I've managed to collect?" Just then, Azran, who was behind him, spoke. "Will that be enough to defeat the Reaver remnants?" He replied, "Probably not enough." But after a moment, Lloyd Frontera smiled confidently again and said, "But I've thought of a way to turn the tables with this." 30 days until the eclipse, Lloyd Frontera stood on a high rock observing the city. He thought with a serious expression, "George Exus told me." He recalled him explaining the solution. "If Reaver remnants are soaked in angels' tears, they can be defeated, but collecting that much tears is absolutely impossible. So there's another way to use a small amount. If diluted, even a single tear can turn a large lake into a holy lake." Lloyd Frontera put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. "With this dilution method we can weaken many of them. Our territory is strong. We can defeat them." His eyes shone with resolve, and he concentrated all his forces to capture the Demon King. "The Demon King will descend in a human body, so we have a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Lloyd Frontera suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ending reveal." It turned out to be text appearing on the system window. "Would you like to view the ending reveal with options?" "Yes." Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened, and he thought with great tension, "I can only see ending reveals during a full moon, so this is my last chance." He vowed to himself that this time would be different. Surely this time the ending will be different. And then he pressed yes on the system window. But it seemed not everything would go his way. Lloyd Frontera asked himself, what is happening here? He watched with wide eyes everything unfolding. Before Lloyd Frontera's eyes he was kneeling before the Demon King Helcaros. He crossed his arms and said, "You did nothing wrong." His eyes were wide because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Again, the ending is the same. At this moment, the future him in the ending reveal glared at Helcaros with furious eyes, then closed his eyes tightly and shouted with all his might, "The Demon King is watching everything." The real Lloyd Frontera bit his lip and continued to watch. In the ending reveal, Helcaros mercilessly decapitated him. Then everything returned to normal and Lloyd Frontera was left alone. He thought quietly, "The me in the ending reveal gave me a clue." Final clue. The Demon King observes my every move, so no matter what strategy I devise, he'll know everything. His eyes were fixed on one spot with confidence. Meanwhile, Helcaros was watching him on a computer screen. Lloyd Frontera thought with a very resolute and determined expression, "Then I just need to make sure that bastard can't see it, right?" Helcaros felt uneasy seeing his expression. Helcaros sat in front of the computer, monitoring Lloyd Frontera's every move. He saw his different expression and asked himself, feeling uneasy, "What is that smile?" Helcaros's heart suddenly felt uneasy. Did he discover something through the power of the death god? Then he saw Lloyd Frontera going to heaven. Helcaros couldn't guess his next move and just watched quietly. A voice from heaven was heard. "Lord Gabriel, a complaint has been received. The wind is too strong, we can't stop it." Angel Gabriel immediately guessed upon hearing it. "Is it, Roy? There's not much we can do for him." The subordinate angel also said, bewildered, "No. It's just that the complaint is too difficult to understand." At this moment, Lloyd Frontera sat motionless in his bed. Helcaros asked himself, puzzled, "What is that guy doing?" Suddenly, the desk phone next to him rang loudly. Helcaros answered the phone. "What is it?" From the other end of the phone, Angel Gabriel challenged him. "Helcaros, are you there?" "I heard you're cooking up something." Helcaros, not wanting to explain at length, feigned ignorance and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." There was someone in the human realm with a great wish, so I just helped them a little. Angel Gabriel continued to ask to maintain the conversation. But what if Lloyd Frontera asked to borrow the heavenly army? What then? Hearing this question, Helcaros was silent for a moment. A few seconds later he replied in a low voice, "All-out war. Do you think I, who am trapped in hell working to death, would be afraid?" Hearing these words, the other end of the phone was silent. Helcaros suddenly laughed a few times, reassuring them in a joyful tone. "Don't worry, neither Roy nor Kim Suho would let such a thing happen. They wouldn't want the whole world to be destroyed because of them." Angel Gabriel retorted, annoyed and angry. "That's your opinion, not his. I've sent something to your computer, take a good look." Seeing his tone, Helcaros clicked on the recently sent item, grumbling to himself, he's getting more and more annoying. At this moment his computer screen changed to a cat video, and a song played. "Meow meow meow, wash your face like a cat, you're ugly, not loved by mom. Where's the towel, why are you licking with your tongue?" Helcaros's face darkened at the echoing sound. The cat video continued to play the children's song. "If your eyes hurt you'll cry again, meow." Helcaros asked coldly. "What is this?" Angel Gabriel on the other end of the phone said in a serious voice. "Watch carefully. This is no ordinary problem. Even I was surprised when I saw it." At the same time he motioned to his subordinate to inform Lloyd Frontera. The subordinate understood the meaning and quickly ran off. He still sat quietly in the room doing nothing. Just then a notification sound was heard. "Your complaint has been received and processed. The Demon King will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes." Lloyd Frontera wasted no time. He grabbed the bottle of Angel's Tears and ran, calling out loudly to Haviel. He thought to himself, "I submitted a complaint claiming I was afraid of Hell's surveillance to temporarily block it. I intentionally did this, and Heaven also intentionally relieved their conscience, so it's a win-win." As soon as he saw Haviel Azran, he handed him the bottle and said, "I'm entrusting everything to you." Lloyd Frontera spoke quickly and urgently. "Pour it all into Lake Kapua, we're going to mass-produce holy water." And he hurried to the Count and Countess. Countess, I have something to tell you both." Meanwhile, Helcaros's room was filled with his dark aura and the sound of the children's song. "Meow meow meow, wash your face like a cat, you're ugly, not loved by mom. Where's the towel, why are you licking with your tongue?" Finally the song ended with the cat's adorable meow. After the video ended, Helcaros clicked the notification button. He sat motionless in his chair holding the phone and asked in a dark, incomprehensible voice. "What is this?" Angel Gabriel answered seriously. "Isn't it amazing? Look how cute and plump that cat is." Hearing this reply, Helcaros roughly hung up the phone and returned to the previous screen. On the screen Lloyd Frontera was still sitting as before, his eyes fixed on one spot with a confident smile. Helcaros gritted his teeth in anger looking at him. Meanwhile Angel Gabriel wiped sweat from his face with a towel and said, "Tisk, I'm sorry, this is all I can do, there will surely be a day when you are rewarded." At this moment Lloyd Frontera and Haviel together were repairing the crack in the Stone of Truth. With the combined efforts of the two, the stone quickly returned to its original state. Lloyd Frontera looked at his hands and thought to himself, "Repair complete." Then a stream of water poured in, covering the stone. The two looked down from the shore. Haviel Azran spoke. "Brother, no my lord, what will you ask the Stone of Truth?" Lloyd Frontera crossed his arms, deep in thought. He pondered deeply, hesitating. How to defeat the Demon King if the answer were that simple? The ending reveal wouldn't keep showing the same answer. Thinking this far, he jumped into the lake, thinking, "Ask how to stop that Wattel guy. If it were that easy, the ending would be very positive." Lloyd Frontera placed his hand on the Stone of Truth and hesitated slightly. "No matter what method I find, if the Demon King is watching me, he'll know. He'll be able to counter every move I make. If I ask now, the stone might be destroyed beyond repair." His eyes were serious and he considered the situation very carefully. "Right, this battle must be decided within that 5-minute blind spot. I must finish it based on what I've prepared during those 5 minutes. Thinking so, Lloyd Frontera slowly removed his hand from the stone, and he completely lowered his hand, abandoning the intention to ask a question. Haviel Azran was waiting for Lloyd Frontera on the shore, and after a moment he emerged from the water. Haviel Azran asked worriedly, "Did you ask?" He replied vaguely, "I'll think about it more. I've prepared a lot, so honestly I don't need to rely on the stone much." Haviel Azran listened and said nothing more. Meanwhile Helcaros was still watching him, thinking to himself, "Kim Suho, honestly I'm a little worried about what you've prepared. You truly are a terrible guy," he slowly said. "But unfortunately fate has ordained that I win this battle. This world itself wants you dead." Meanwhile Lloyd Frontera lay in bed deep in thought. He lay awake unable to sleep, and the image of himself being decapitated in the ending reveal kept replaying in his mind at that thought. Lloyd Frontera couldn't help but shiver. Not only that, but he also clearly saw himself split in half and hung high. Lloyd Frontera trembled uncontrollably. He suddenly felt fear and curled up, hugging himself, resisting weakly. "I don't want to die. I don't want to leave everyone. I don't want to say goodbye." At the same time, Haviel Azran was at the lakeside where the Stone of Truth was located. He stared at the stone at the bottom of the lake, thinking to himself, "Now that I think about it, Kim Suho seems to face death too often. That's too abnormal." An ominous premonition also arose in Haviel Azran's heart, and now he had become the Demon King's target. What if he started analyzing Lloyd Frontera's true soul in hell? His fate was to die, and Kim Suho broke that fate by inhabiting his body. Haviel expression was one of realization, and his eyes subtly changed as he concluded inwardly, if so, then the fate regression phenomenon continues to find ways to kill Kim Suho, and the Demon King's invasion is also part of that phenomenon. If we can stop the fate regression phenomenon, everything will be over. Thinking that, he jumped into the lake. He conveyed his thoughts to the Stone of Truth. Stone of Truth, tell me what Kim Suho wants to hide. As soon as he said this, several rays of light shot out from the stone. Haviel continued to ask, the method to stop the fate regression phenomenon. The light from the stone shone more and more dazzlingly on the lake bed. The light also shone on Haviel solemn face. Haviel lowered his hand and waited for the answer. A few seconds later, a voice emanated from the stone. Hello, I am the one who always speaks the truth. It presented a condition. What question do you have? But of course it's not free. You must tell me one of your secrets. Haviel closed his eyes and began to search his memory. In his mind a man's voice, full of gratitude, emerged. Everyone in this territory is happy thanks to Lord Roy. He was once a troublemaker expert, but now thanks to him we can live a prosperous and clean life. Next to him was the angel Raphael. He also agreed, answering, yes, I can see you are truly grateful to Roy. The old man continued with a gentle smile. He checks on each person, ensuring they don't face difficulties. He always takes care of us and encourages us to stand on our own. He is our savior, no, our benefactor. The angel Raphael said softly, Roy truly cherishes and loves the people here, doesn't he? Hearing that, the old man suddenly laughed loudly and replied, my goodness, an angel is indeed an angel. If that were true, our Lord would have flown away with wings. The angel Raphael asked, yes, in confusion. Just then another resident approached and explained, Angel, even if he cherishes us, there's no reason for him to love us. We are simply commoners for him to earn money, nothing more, nothing less. The residents were grateful to Lloyd Frontera, but to them this was still a relationship for profit. They thought that if we work hard and are in a good mood, it benefits him too. That's why he provides us with a good environment. Oh, we don't mean we're ungrateful. He's completely different from other nobles who only exploit their people. After saying this, they all expressed their gratitude to him. We are truly grateful to him, and we like him too. Yes, everyone here feels the same way. The old man then spoke again, explaining more clearly. What we mean is that a talented noble like him would never love people like us. Nobles and commoners are different after all. After watching the previous video, Haviel simply bowed his head in silence. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his mouth, but I know. Haviel raised his head, looking at the Stone of Truth, and declared, Lord Roy truly cherishes and values everyone in the territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the gem at the top of the stone glowed brightly. Then it flew straight up, soaring out of the water. Now a blue light appeared above the territory's sky. The light shone on the old man from earlier. Other residents also ran out to watch. The light pierced through windows, illuminating the insides of all the residents' homes. Finally, in the middle of the blue light, the words declared by the Stone of Truth appeared. Lloyd Frontera truly cherishes and values all the people in his territory. The old man read the words and simply closed his eyes, feeling them. Although there was no particular expression, his heart was probably filled with warmth. The angel Raphael also saw the words through the window. Other residents were moved to tears. And of course, Lloyd Frontera also saw the light. He stared intently at the words, thinking worriedly to himself. The Stone of Truth is activated. Someone with powerful mana enough to be deep down there. Suddenly at this moment his body felt a vibration, and in his mind the image of Haviel saying, tell me too, appeared. His eyes were extremely solemn. What the Stone of Truth revealed, the method to stop the fate regression phenomenon. Haviel approached and said softly, please take good care of this world. He shouted the two words hero and then disappeared into the wind. Immediately, Lloyd Frontera grabbed a shovel, jumped out the window and shouted loudly. Yang upon receiving the command flew over and let out a mighty roar. After that, it transformed into a giant bird, carrying Roy Frontera and flying away. Simultaneously on Haviel side, the Stone of Truth, having received the truth from him, opened its mouth. Now it's your turn to ask. On this side, Lloyd Frontera was running at his fastest speed. Haviel asked his question. The fate regression phenomenon. At this moment Lloyd Frontera also flew near the lake, and without a moment's hesitation he quickly threw himself into the lake. Lloyd Frontera swung his arm, preparing to throw a spear forward. He gritted his teeth as if pouring all his strength into it, and struck down with all his might. A powerful force collided with the water, creating a recoil that pushed Roy Frontera away, and a few seconds later a stream of water appeared, wrapping around him. Haviel at the bottom of the lake still didn't know what had happened. He still stood quietly before the Stone of Truth, waiting for the result of his question. Then everything around Haviel disappeared. A shadow of a rounded creature appeared in the surging water, then a plump blue creature flew over, emitting powerful streams of water, bouncing back Lloyd Frontera, who was holding a spear. He shouted with all his might, Pudong! On this side, Pudong was focused on eating rice. Hearing the call, its expression immediately changed, and it stomped its leg vigorously once, then kicked the stone. The Stone of Truth slowly began to crack. Pudong delivered another powerful punch, shattering the stone. Haviel turned around in surprise. Above the lake the water swirled and created waves as if an earthquake had occurred below. But soon the lake became calm again, as if nothing had happened. Below the lake, Haviel stared intently at Pudong, who was sitting before him. Then, hearing Roy Frontera's call, he slowly turned his head. He gritted his teeth, aimed his spear at him, and warned loudly, "Don't move. I'll blow you away." Haviel Azron looked at him with a cold, expressionless face, saying nothing. A few seconds later, he frowned and said, "If you're going to break it, could you at least tell me in advance? How are we going to fix it now?" Lloyd Frontera, also looking equally tense, stared at him, saying nothing, then stammered, "What did you ask it?" Haviel Azron replied without hesitation, "How to delay the fate regression phenomenon." Lloyd Frontera asked back, slightly surprised, "Delay it?" He also confirmed again, "Yes, if we can't stop it, I thought we could at least delay or pause it." He asked, a blank expression on his face, hesitating. "So there really was a way," Haviel Azron explained, still with a cold face. "Yes, you return one of the destinies that Roy changed, which had the biggest impact on this world, back to its original state, for example." After saying this much, he glanced at the pile of stones behind him and said, "Destroying the stone of truth." Then he glanced at Roy Frontera and continued, "Then the phenomenon will be delayed for about a month. During that time your lordship will be able to rest." Hearing that, he was stunned and let out a sigh mixed with relief and apology, saying, "Yes, you asked the right question. I was the one who lost my composure here." "Tisk, that's a relief." Roy Frontera immediately felt relieved, and turning his head he chuckled lightly and said, "Now let's focus on finding that Guara guy and preparing for war." He was secretly grateful. Thank heavens, he's not asking why I suddenly broke the stone. It's best to just let it go in situations like this. Just then, Haviel Azron opened his mouth. "Young master," he turned his head and asked him. He slowly said one by one, "When everything is over, please tell me the reason why you broke the stone and the truth you didn't want to tell me." Roy Frontera silently stared at Haviel Azron's face. He also just silently looked at him after finishing his words. He bit his lip slightly, then smiled and said with a confident tone, "I promise, we'll win no matter what." A faint smile also appeared on Haviel Azron's face at this moment. Marbella Frontera sat by the window, lost in thought. Arcos Frontera entered from outside the door. "Marbella," she answered the call. "Arcos." He took her trembling hand. "Are you scared?" Marbella Frontera replied softly, "Yes." Arcos Frontera also opened up his heart. "I'm scared too. The King of Hell is planning an invasion." The two recalled the moment Lloyd Frontera burst through the door. Countess, I have something to tell both of you," he gravely announced. "The King of Hell will soon invade our territory." Marbella Frontera asked blankly, "The King of Hell is attacking us?" Lloyd Frontera quickly said. "I don't have time to explain everything in detail," he suggested in a serious voice. "I need your permission for a few preparations. First, Lake Capua. We need to blast part of it and submerge all the land in water." Arcos Frontera said in dismay, "All the things you've done for the territory." Lloyd Frontera hung his head low. "It can't be helped. The King of Hell's army is truly overwhelming. That's why we need to turn the lake into holy water. If we drench them with the lake water, we can weaken their power." Marbella Frontera suddenly stood up and said, "Wait, weren't you already dealing with the fate regression phenomenon? Why is the King of Hell appearing now?" Arcos Frontera also wondered. "Is that also related to the fate regression phenomenon?" Lloyd Frontera did not deny it. "In a way, yes." He asked in dismay, "Why is he invading? What's in our territory that things have come to this?" He answered no questions, his face gloomy like a soulless person, greatly surprising Arcos Frontera and Marbella Frontera. He spoke again in a stern voice. "I understand. I trust that there will come a day when you will tell us everything." Lloyd Frontera frowned as if wanting to cry upon hearing Arcos Frontera's words. Returning to the present, Marbella Frontera worried, "I'm just so scared." She couldn't hold back her worries and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm afraid something might happen to that child, the child we consider our own." Arcos Frontera reassured her in a gentle voice, "Trust him. Our Roy will never lose." The scene shifted to the city's forge. Inside, Solitas sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked up at his creation. A horse of unparalleled beauty had appeared. This should be enough not to get scolded by Master, right? As soon as Lloyd Frontera entered from outside the door, he praised. "Wow, no way, you made this masterpiece yourself, Solitas." He replied indifferently. "Well, who else but me?" He approached Solitas' work. "Ja agape, I always thought your skills were terrible and wouldn't improve at all." He frowned at Lloyd Frontera's words. "What, you bastard, are you praising me or insulting me?" Solitas began to talk about those difficult days. "I practiced non-stop every day. I repeated the same thing every day, and I hardly improved. No matter how much I repeated, it was hard to progress." But he smiled contentedly. "After a few years, my skill finally got pretty good. Thank you." Lloyd Frontera awkwardly scratched his head. "Nah, you don't have to. This is a win-win contract, isn't it?" He pulled out a contract from his pocket. "So I'm going to offer you a win-win proposal, my lord." "Win-win." Solitas immediately caught on as soon as he heard Lloyd Frontera's words. "What trick are you trying to pull this time?" He took the stack of papers and read them. "Short-term lease agreement." He rubbed his hands together and smiled naturally. "To put it simply, the King of Hell will soon invade this place. So I need to evacuate the residents and I'm thinking of borrowing your house." Solitas, he was puzzled by Lloyd Frontera's attitude. "This is pretty serious, isn't it? Don't you think so? Is this a time for you to be smiling?" He still replied with a bright face. "What's the difference if I cry and make a fuss? So I'm just doing this." Solitas sighed. "Thanks to this guy I've improved and I even gained confidence in marriage. I should at least listen to his conditions." He asked in a stern voice. "So what are you going to do for me?" Lloyd Frontera quickly continued. I will arrange a blind date for you with a female dragon. Solitas immediately agreed. Deal. Lloyd Frontera was slightly taken aback. You agree so easily? A human entering your great dragon cave so easily? Solitas cut him off. You can't date with pride. He handed him the stack of papers and asked, but if the King of Hell is going to attack, wouldn't it be more logical for you to ask me to join the battle? I'm bigger now and stronger than when you first met me. Roy Frontera stated the facts nonchalantly. Oh, you know dragons can't intervene in battles, right? Solitas did not deny it. That's right, even the Dragon King said so. Not to intervene in your affairs with force. He was surprised. What, you met the Dragon King? He quickly explained about that meeting. I met him when you guys clashed with that angel. Solitas looked at Roy Frontera and said, the Dragon King seems to like you quite a bit. I understand why though. He looked blank at Solitas' words. He was slightly awkward. You must win. I'll be sad if you die. Roy Frontera bit his lip and looked a little worried. He forced a smile. Of course I'll win. Haviel Azron stood quietly to the side throughout the conversation. He followed Lloyd Frontera wondering, does your lordship know any female dragons? How do you plan to arrange a blind date for his lordship? He changed the subject, unfazed. The hideout is ready now. Haviel Azron continued to ask. Did you deceive Solitas? Lloyd Frontera remained unfazed. Now all we need to do is prepare for battle. Suddenly, Haviel Azron became serious again. You're going to fight and win, right? Lloyd Frontera replied with a confident smile. Of course. Victory is my hobby. Ha ha. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Lloyd Frontera seriously revealed his plan. I need to explain the evacuation and battle plan to the territory residents, but how can I do it in a way that minimizes panic? Just then, Vayan Bavaria approached with Sergeant Greg. He immediately recognized him. Lord Vayan, I just happen to have something to tell you, he reported in a stern voice. The territory residents have already begun preparing for evacuation. There were some who wanted to stay and fight, and it was hard to persuade them that they would only be a hindrance. Lloyd Frontera was greatly surprised by Vayan Bavaria's report. He stammered, What? How did you know? How much do you know? He quickly continued. I heard from the Count and Lord Raphael that the King of Hell is targeting our territory. All available forces have been gathered. Everyone in this land is loyal to the territory and to his lordship. Vayan Bavaria stood before the soldiers behind him and requested, Just give the order. Lloyd Frontera stood dazed for a moment as if staring into an endless void. Lloyd Frontera thought about what would happen if a battle broke out. No, the King of Hell isn't targeting the territory. He widened his eyes with a worried look. He's targeting me. Lloyd Frontera imagined himself dying alone. There's no reason to hurt or kill them. I have to fight alone, just me. After a moment of thought, Lloyd Frontera decided to speak. Everyone, this battle, suddenly. Haviel Azron interrupted him. The King of Hell is targeting young Master Lloyd. He was astonished by Haviel's words. As you all know, his lordship possesses extraordinary talent. That is why the King of Hell intends to drag his lordship to hell and make him an eternal slave. Everyone listened seriously. The enemy is very strong. Even with the full might of our territory, victory cannot be guaranteed. Haviel Azron raised his sword. Nevertheless, if you wish to protect our leader, raise your hands with me and show your resolve. The crowd in front immediately raised their hands as instructed. Haviel Azron shouted powerfully. Lloyd Frontera is, everyone shouted in unison. Ours? Lloyd Frontera felt like crying seeing everyone rise up for him. Hellcaros watched everything from his laptop in hell, grinning evilly. How foolish. Lloyd Frontera was waiting for the battle down the road. The sunlight slowly changed. He and Haviel Azron waited seriously. One hand was writing something on a document. Hellcaros sat seriously at his desk. Vayan Bavaria approached and reported, Young Master, the evacuation of the territory residents is almost complete. Lloyd Frontera quickly continued, Thank you for your hard work, Lord Vayan. You should leave now too, he seriously suggested. I am a high-ranking knight of the Frontera territory. I will stay and fight, he pointed to his head and said. In times like these we must remain calm. Apart from me, who else has the knowledge and experience to restore this territory? If everyone dies, who will rebuild the territory with the refugees? Only one person. Lloyd Frontera spoke seriously again. Go. Vayan Bavaria bowed his head at that request. He said in a stern voice, No matter what happens, a high-ranking knight must fight for the territory. So Vayan Bavaria turned to Haviel Azron and commanded, Haviel, from now on you are the high-ranking knight of the Frontera territory. No matter what happens, protect the territory and his lordship. People gradually moved elsewhere and now only 30 remained. Solitas parched requested, Hurry, I'm dying of thirst. Emily worried. Brother, Sergeant Greg asked. Why the long face? She cried, worrying about both of them. Both brother and his lordship are staying to fight. Emily tried to wipe away her tears. What if something happens to one of you? Sergeant Greg confidently asked. Emily, can you imagine his lordship losing? I can't, she listened with a sad face. Just think of it as a trip. Our territory will definitely win. He held her hand tightly and reassured her. Solitas began to use his skill. Emily was transported after entering the magic circle. After she left, Sergeant Greg finally revealed his true emotions. His heart pounded with tension. From above heaven, a bewildered voice echoed, What, you want to fight with Lloyd? Angel Raphael explained. There will be no conflict between heaven and hell. I am currently suspended, so I am not a complete angel. Archangel Gabriel said seriously. That's not the point. The King of Hell and the Reaver remnants are incredibly strong. You will be seriously injured. He ignored Gabriel's advice. With only the angel's mace and halo I can help Roy fight, Archangel Gabriel said loudly. Hey, you just said you were suspended. You can't use those, Angel Raphael shamelessly replied. A suspended angel will steal the angel's mace and halo. He was speechless. After a moment, Archangel Gabriel also gave up. I know nothing about this. Just then, Atanas flew at furious speed. She landed in front of Lloyd Frontera. Reporting to the Demon King, Atanas reported seriously, numerous wild animal carcasses have been found in the eastern lands far from here. And those carcasses had no blood left in them. He listened to the report in silence. Lloyd Frontera frowned, thinking inwardly, it's him. Tana's S-Lat appeared eerily in his mind. Lloyd Frontera thought seriously. Wild animals, is this to gather fear? No, probably not. Helcaros explained the summoning method in detail. He recalled the warning. The moment of the eclipse, the fear rising from the designated location is the key to summoning the King of Hell. Haviel Azron asked, how does he plan to gather fear? It's impossible to get fear from our side. Everyone here is determined to fight and win. Lloyd Frontera remained silent. He still doesn't know, he thought of the elves. All of them and even the orcs participated in this battle out of goodwill. Even the White Knights and Teme. But no matter how he looked at it, this battle was not theirs, it was someone else's. Lloyd Frontera thought nervously. They're fighting fearlessly for me, there's no way such a beautiful sight would appear. Haviel Azron, standing behind him, spoke his inner thoughts. Do you think everyone is fighting for his lordship, young master? Do you really think so? Lloyd Frontera replied wearily. What does it matter now? The King of Hell is after me, he sighed disdainfully. Tisk, why are you suddenly acting so self-centered? That's why women dislike you, he turned away. Normally I'd say, what nonsense are you talking about? But right now I'm grateful for your sarcasm, Haviel Azron said seriously. The people of this territory are very grateful to his lordship. Clean streets, warm sunshine, sanitation facilities that protect us from plague. Jobs are plentiful and there is no fear of starvation. What they want to protect are those very things. Those things only exist when his lordship is here. Sergeant Greg entered the warehouse. Each of them is fighting for themselves. He pulled back the cloth covering something, revealing a massive multiple rocket launcher. Sergeant Greg looked at it with serious eyes. The elves also strengthened their resolve to fight. The orcs were no exception. The 8 Demon King's legions also waited seriously. The White Knights and Teme stood proudly before the upcoming battle. As the eclipse began, Vyong immediately bit a red sunflower seed. Immediately after, Lloyd Frontera's pets also finished preparing for battle. The eclipse had already covered half the sun. Helcaros finished his work and put down his pen. He began to rise from his seat. Lloyd Frontera also rose, preparing for the upcoming battle. The eclipse almost completely covered the sun. Theo straightened his clothes and left the room. Angel Raphael asked, if the King of Hell appears, are we to fight you, Heliximus? He immediately replied no. On second thought, Lloyd Frontera's welfare was much clearer and better. Heliximus declared his intentions in a stern voice. I truly don't want to lose this good job. The eclipse completely covered the sun. The entire Frontera territory was plunged into darkness. Haviel Azron and Lloyd Frontera took up their weapons, preparing for battle. A pair of blood-red wings appeared above the eclipse. Behind it, the shadow of a person on the back of a blood-made bird followed. Tana's S-Lot approached with the monsters he had created. Lloyd Frontera widened his eyes and thought inwardly, knowing that Hell's army is coming, we still stand here and face them. We are not weak enough to fear mere puppets. So how do you plan to gather fear, Tana's S-Lot? As soon as he appeared, he burst into a maniacal laugh. The blood-red moon shone in the middle of the sky, and the one riding on the back of a giant eagle flew over. Lloyd Frontera, one hideously twisted and mad figure, shouted loudly, I have come to destroy you. Lloyd Frontera scoffed with a disgusted expression. My, you're going crazy just from a little scratch. How pathetic. If you were so jealous, you should have worked harder. He deliberately provoked him. Ah no, you're too stupid to do anything but go crazy with jealousy. Tanis closed his mouth after hearing that. He slightly curled the corners of his lips. That guy laughed strangely and loudly. I didn't come here for a verbal spar, you obnoxious fellow. Immediately after, he led thousands of ferocious beasts and commanded, tear them all to pieces. The orcs immediately prepared for battle upon seeing the sight before them. On this side, Mira also held her bow, ready to declare war on her tribe. Frontera calculated nervously, if I can stop the King of Hell's descent now, that's the best option. Looking at the current situation, it won't be that difficult. Seeing Tanas charging fiercely, he quickly calculated. Attacking him with an explosion should easily subdue him. He observed the horde of beasts before him again. Lloyd Frontera shouted, they're swarming. Haviel alone can sweep them all away. He looked at his own army again and gained confidence. None of our side shows any fear. Lloyd Frontera widened his eyes and thought, what is his plan? Immediately, Atanas cast a spell behind him. Blood Eye activate. Tanas was startled and turned around. What? She glared at him and replied, I already know all your plans. Lloyd Frontera frowned with a stern expression. Just observe closely. Atanas immediately warned loudly, you must not attack those beasts, she hastily explained. They too have emotions. He is trying to gather their fear. He went mad with rage as his plan was exposed. Damn it, but Atanas wouldn't let him be. She manipulated long ropes and threw them at him. Tanas was tightly bound and could only scream. Seeing that, Lloyd Frontera commanded without hesitation, it was worth being deceived after all. Haviel, dig a hole. Immediately, he rushed forward like an arrow at his command. Haviel thrust his sword fiercely into the ground, then gripped it tightly. With a mighty shout of hop, In the blink of an eye, the entire ground in front of Haviel exploded, creating a giant pit. The horde of beasts, seeing the cliff of the deep pit, hastily stopped, but those behind them, with their view obstructed, continued to charge fiercely and ran directly into those in front. Numerous beasts fell directly into the deep pit. Lloyd Frontera pointed his finger and shouted loudly, "Surround them all and deal with them." The subordinates, receiving the order, gathered around the pit where thousands of animals had just been trapped. Pudong happily said to them, "Pudong, don't worry, I won't hurt you." The animals quietly looked up at him. Atanas tightly gripped her arm and forcefully threw Tanaz into the air. He hit the ground hard and was in pain. Simultaneously, a chain was driven into the ground right next to Tanaz's face. Lloyd Frontera sat fiercely in front of him. He asked in rage, "What are you going to do now, you pathetic excuse for a human?" Tanaz still shouted loudly, "You bastard, don't act like you've taken everything from me. I can't forgive you. Die, die." Seeing Tanaz's pathetic tantrum, Lloyd Frontera could only sigh. "My goodness, how can a human be like that? I've never seen such a twisted person where I came from." He bowed his head and fell into thought. "If I deal with him here, everything will be over." But Lloyd Frontera hesitated. "Why?" The system displayed. "Why must one of us, Haviel and I, die?" Number of lives saved, DP-1. Helcaros looked up at the blood-red moon and fell into thought. Meanwhile, he opened his mouth. Fifth Demon King Atanas continue surveillance with Blood Eye. Helcaros was silently bored. Lloyd Frontera, without punishing him, calmly said to Tanaz, "You know you've completely lost, right? Now go and receive your punishment." He was gasping and lying on the ground, but upon hearing those words, Tanaz gritted his teeth. At this moment, Atanas suddenly sensed something was wrong. He still snarled fiercely, "Even if I die, I will destroy you." Lloyd Frontera was startled by Tanaz's words. Atanas frowned and said, "I apologize, Demon King. There's no way to stop him," and his whole body suddenly began to glow. Tanaz shouted, "O great King of Hell, please grant the wish of this loyal servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body instantly exploded without a trace. He was bewildered. Suicide bombing? Helcaros approached the cliff and gave a meaningful smile. Vaibung and Pudong were horrified as the beasts simultaneously screamed, and soon those beasts also exploded without knowing why. A tiger's entire body suddenly flashed brightly, and soon all the other beasts glowed identically. Roy Frontera watched it, thinking to himself, since the Black Mage is dead, the beasts are starting to die too. And the fear of those who sense death. An immense power emanating from the moon absorbed all the fear from the gathering horde of beasts. A point of light appeared at the spot where the fear converged. He swallowed and speculated, "That's a giant skull. He's concentrating fear there." Haviel quickly drew his sword and rushed forward, unleashing his power towards the bizarre skull. His attack seemed to be blocked by something and didn't reach. Haviel gritted his teeth and mustered his strength, but the skull suddenly opened its mouth. Once a summoning ritual begins, it cannot be stopped. No matter how much one struggles, gravity still works and time still flows. Lloyd Frontera stood still, observing, and frowned. "King of Hell," and the skull slowly began to take on a human form. "I have come to take you, Lloyd Frontera." Lloyd Frontera's eyes widened as he looked up. He couldn't believe that the skull before him had already reformed into Helcaros. He looked down and opened his mouth. "Reaver remnants, obey my command." A blood-red moon rose clearly over the castle, then suddenly created a whirlpool. Something appeared from within the moon. It was the place where Lloyd Frontera had observed Hell, frowning, but suddenly his eyes filled with horror. He had never imagined that a bizarre monster would crawl out of the moon. Everyone below quietly prepared for a surprise attack. The army also gathered its forces and completed preparations. The monster slowly crawled out and then threw itself downwards. The commoners stared blankly, but soon the monster's body moved abnormally, and as it let out a terrifying roar that seemed to tear the sky, other monsters poured out, trampling each other in succession. Lloyd Frontera frowned cautiously. Before his eyes, thousands of monsters of all kinds were flying in. The soldiers saw it and turned pale with fear. Lloyd Frontera still looked up at them, and tens of thousands of monsters continued to swarm madly. At this, he bowed his head and tightly closed his eyes. He recalled the battle that was about to begin. "I've seen this scene countless times through the ending reveals." Images of numerous people being sent flying, crushed under rocks, flashed through his mind. Can we win? Roy Frontera couldn't help but ask himself in the face of the current situation. If we can defeat those monsters with the current plan, the next stage is Helcaros, whose body is almost fully restored. The King of Hell must be killed. He had seen the future. Even Haviel, the great sword master, could not stand against him. Roy Frontera realized with horror. Suddenly, Haviel approached him from behind. "Young master, please bestow upon me the Demon King's baptism." But he only saw Lloyd Frontera's cloak fluttering. Haviel froze. Helcaros looked down coldly. Unbelievably, he knelt before Helcaros. Then Lloyd Frontera opened his mouth. "I surrender." He proposed to Helcaros, "Take me, if you don't attack my territory." Haviel, appalled and losing his composure, challenged him. "What are you saying now to the people here? Young master is..." But Lloyd Frontera cut him off, shouting, "Use your head. If one insignificant person like me disappears, everyone else can somehow survive." Helcaros replied indifferently, "I have come to grant Wittel's wish. Your death will not fulfill that wish." Lloyd Frontera listened silently. Helcaros said with a serious expression, "His wish is for everyone here to realize something, and that is pain, fear, death. And that the cause of all this is Roy Frontera. You must listen to their screams of resentment until you die. That is why I will kill everyone here." Hearing those words, Lloyd Frontera gnashed his teeth in rage. "Kill? What are you going to kill?" he erupted emotionally. "Do you think I'd let something like that happen, you bastard?" Lloyd Frontera, having decided not to compromise further, turned to his army. Frontera Legion, from this moment on we fight to win. Do not hesitate, do not question, just follow my command. Haviel heard those words and smiled with satisfaction. All forces retreat. At that, everyone ran for their lives, taking long strides, and all the residents followed him towards the square at full speed. Lloyd Frontera commanded loudly. Lord Raphael, Demon King Atanas, defend the outskirts. From above, Atanas and Raphael immediately flew up in opposite directions. Helcaros calmly watched the scene. Is this a diversion? Even if they reach the square, I doubt they can use holy water. At this moment the monsters were already running wild, destroying the entire city. Haviel, running, looked back in horror. They're faster than I thought. Our army will be caught soon. Lloyd Frontera immediately replied, that's why we're stopping here. Suddenly the two stopped abruptly, but the monsters kept running. Join the army in the square. The group gathered with the army in the square, standing back to back. Before their eyes were thousands of monsters. Lloyd Frontera immediately commanded loudly. Attack and delay them. Raphael immediately swung his divine hammer. Atanas swiftly controlled her magic, and Haviel drew his sword ready to attack. Helcaros observed everything and exclaimed, impressive, they didn't plan detailed cooperation from the start without me noticing. Yet each of them follows immediate orders without hesitation based on complete trust. Lloyd Frontera's group launched a simultaneous attack. He muttered to himself, Roy Frontera no Kim Suho, you are formidable, very strong. Helcaros was confident, but your enemy is stronger. A one-eyed monster was struck by Haviel's attack and sent flying. Another was hit by Raphael's hammer, and Atanas manipulated ropes to bind them tightly. Blazing flames flew towards him, but Helcaros stood calmly watching the attack before him. Lloyd Frontera transformed, holding his shovel straight towards him. He shouted, Haviel! Immediately, Haviel knelt before Roy Frontera. The Demon King's baptism. Helcaros thought to himself, ah, that's right, he was by your side, I wonder how strong he is. After receiving the baptism, Haviel's eyes blazed with a fierce momentum. The one who was once the protagonist of this story. At this, Roy commanded, go, Haviel, hold them back for as long as possible. Receiving the order, Haviel powerfully drew his sword and charged, leaping into the midst of the monsters. Swinging the sword in his hand, Haviel gritted his teeth and shouted. He brought his sword down hard on them. The monsters flying around still didn't know what was coming. Suddenly the nearby monsters were severed in two one by one. After that, Roy and the others ran towards the square. He even looked back and praised, excellent, that's our protagonist. Roy commanded, running with his shovel, Greg, are you ready? Prepare. Hearing those words, Greg, who was running, had a slightly surprised expression. On this side the monsters were not passively taking it. One stretched out a tentacle and counterattacked, but Haviel quickly dodged. Then Haviel madly cut off the monster's tentacles one by one. Haviel, busy attacking that monster, never dreamed that another would ambush him from behind. Caught off guard, Haviel recoiled, letting out a pained scream. Haviel grabbed the monster's head and cut it in half with a single stroke. When this one was done, others swarmed him. Haviel immediately drew his sword with his swordsmanship and stabbed one of them. He found their fatal weakness and stabbed them precisely. His attacks poured down on all of them, one after another. At this point, Haviel was growing tired from the sheer number of them. Suddenly it wasn't just one, but the entire horde that lunged at him. Seeing that, Roy shouted, Haviel, come back this way. Hearing Roy's voice, he immediately assessed his position. After that, Haviel swiftly stepped on a monster and launched himself forward. With a whoosh, he broke free from their encirclement and safely landed beside Roy. At this, everyone was waiting for them. Roy commanded, fire. A loaded machine was ready. Greg gripped the firing button, observed the situation, and at the opportune moment pulled the lever. Immediately, the rounds were launched. The rounds flew fiercely like a shower pouring down on them. Only then did the King of Hell realize something was wrong. What is this? Why is it turning out like this? He was surprised and frowned. The rounds continued to fire and their range was long. The target was the mountain ahead. The King of Hell finally felt that the current situation was turning unfavorable. We are in great danger. I didn't expect them to go this far. A loud explosion rang out, and smoke and flames surged as the mountain shattered into pieces. Immediately after, with the mountain obstacle gone, water rushed in furiously, flowing down as a powerful torrent. At that, the King of Hell realized, while I wasn't paying attention, they turned the entire mountain into a holy water reservoir. After that, they gathered all the river remnants in one place, then collapsed the mountain, submerging my army in holy water. The torrent rushed into the city like a tsunami. He exclaimed, amazing, if they could pull off something like this. They were fully aware of the consequences, yet decided to execute it. This is something I never anticipated. Seeing the situation before them, Roy's face was cold, as if he already knew the outcome. Suddenly Atanas abruptly rushed past him. Seeing that, Roy shouted, Demon King Atanas. But she didn't stop and struck the ground hard, breaking through it. At that, ropes from Atanas's ability shot up like a fortress wall, and with a whoosh they curled up like a giant ball of yarn, blocking the flood. Seeing that sight, Roy became gloomy, as if feeling all the loss. Old memories surged. Back then he and Haviel hammered, built and repaired. The old couple they helped hugged each other, laughing with emotion and joy. Now that house was swept away and destroyed by the water, and the nearby road which everyone had tirelessly worked together to build was ultimately destroyed by the water. The cave everyone had dug for mining was now filled with water, sweeping everything away. In an instant, strong currents rushed into the fields and the entire village. Even though he knew this would happen, Roy couldn't recover his spirits. His face was filled with sadness and weariness. Not only Lloyd but Haviel also felt disappointed in himself for not being able to stop this outcome. Even the monsters were swept away by the water. The holy water seemed to be truly effective as the monsters screamed in agony. All the tall buildings were damaged, but at this point the water stopped coming. Atanas' ball of yarn remained in place, unyielding. Suddenly the ball of yarn began to break through. It turned out that Atanas had done so to protect Lloyd from the flood. Lloyd, shovel in hand, shouted an attack command. Flames shot out from the tip of the shovel, aiming directly at an approaching monster. With a crash, half of its body was damaged and disappeared. The monster, losing its legs, collapsed into the water. Suddenly Lloyd clenched his lips and fell silent, then turned to everyone and shouted, "Frontera forces." Roy's face was filled with firm resolve. He shouted an order, "It's time for a counterattack." The entire army stood in orderly fashion, drawing their bows and waiting for the command. Mira stood at the forefront and shouted, "Elf unit, fire!" As soon as Commander Mira's words fell, countless sharp arrows poured out like a massive storm. The arrows accurately targeted the monsters, and the ambushed monsters cried out in pain, unable to dodge. At the same time, another monster tried to attack the White Knights. Bran gripped the shield in his hand tightly, inspiring everyone with his heroic spirit. "We are the White Knights, pursuing practical benefits and diligent workers of Frontera, born from the combination of long-accumulated martial arts and labor experience." As he finished speaking, the monster's colossal hand was about to crush them. Bran led them in defense, shouting for everyone to simultaneously use Nora, Aura, and Labor. A sturdy layer of barrier was created, blocking the monster's continuous attacks. The vanguard leapt forward and shouted, "Advance!" One by one, group by group, they leapt forward with firm resolve. Though small like ants, they carried immense power, making the monster flinch. On another side, Kur and Harich continued to work together to defeat the monster. Numerous small monsters swarmed them, firing laser beams. Harich, dodging the attacks, shouted to his comrade who was saving people behind him, "Dodge, it's a bombardment." Yang flew swiftly through the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind in the air. It opened its mouth and roared, preparing to use its ability. The orb in its mouth transformed into countless shards of ice, piercing straight through the annoying small monsters. Heliximus mounted the monster and majestically advanced with his sword drawn. The 8 Demon King's legions also charged, vowing to fight to the end. A bountiful harvest of origins. The monsters were instantly cut down by them, and they successfully gained the upper hand. Thin petals scattered in the air. Suddenly a strong wind blew, crushing the thin petals. Small beasts charged forward with the strong wind. A large explosion occurred behind them. Perhaps a fantastical race had erupted a volcano. A slaughter among the beasts erupted, and the battlefield was more chaotic than ever, like an animal fight in a movie. Amidst the chaotic war, a figure floated in the air. Helcaros, with one hand behind his back, calmly watched the bloody spectacle before him. He rubbed his fingertips and murmured, "Still only about 30. Helcaros straightened his collar, comforting himself. "Well, this should be enough." He looked down, commenting with an evil smile, "Indeed a magnificent man." The person Helcaros was watching was Frontera, standing below with his shovel. He couldn't hide his interest. A man with power surpassing even the fragments of the god of death. One who could instantly conquer the world at any moment. From above, he calmly observed how Frontera always used that power for the people around him. Perhaps sensing something, Frontera frowned and looked up. Conversely, Helcaros's expression grew fiercer, and his voice was filled with craving. "To think I crave him so much." He shouted, "My love!" Even seeing the 3 figures who suddenly appeared, he showed no surprise and said, "I hope you understand." Azran remarked indifferently, "What a pathetic unrequited love. It would be natural to turn away if rejected." Helcaros countered, "I simply want to express my feelings." In the blink of an eye, Azran resolutely swung his sword and charged at him, but he dodged. Atanas also rushed forward fiercely to help. Instantly, Helcaros was surrounded by the two in a dangerous situation. But he was not afraid in the slightest, remaining calm. Helcaros kept his hands behind his back and effortlessly dodged the attacks. However, a massive hammer suddenly flew right in front of his face but luckily didn't hit. The owner of the hammer was none other than Raphael. This sudden attack didn't cause significant damage, but it momentarily disoriented him. Seizing this opportunity, Atanas used her skill to bind him. Azran, deeming it a good chance, quickly raised his sword and resolutely charged. The moment the sword flew, Helcaros broke the ropes binding him, and he tilted his body to dodge the attack, then firmly grabbed Osrahan's hand. The sword's power was tremendous. It was enough to destroy the ground behind them, making it hard to imagine the consequences if the attack had connected. Helcaros spoke calmly, a slight smile on his lips. "What a pity. If it were the me of now, I could defeat you with just that." Azran, seething with anger, gritted his teeth and headbutted him. Raphael, seeing this, attacked again but failed. Atanas leapt from the air, signaling, "Come here." He pushed up his glasses and raised his hand to counterattack. Explode. He aimed directly at the swarm of ropes flying at him, but unfortunately nothing happened. Helcaros looked in surprise at the ropes trying to envelop his body. Azran, seeing him bound, began to aim his skill, and the sword's power rapidly exploded. But just as the situation was about to turn, he broke through the cocoon and escaped. He was momentarily unable to react to the blue light from the sword. The next moment it flew like unstoppable lightning. Helcaros blankly watched as the orb from the sword pierced his body. Azran quickly shouted, "Explode!" and the power amplified. Frontera watched the blue light imbued with immense power from below. The battlefield was still very fierce. The King of Hell was confronting Haviel directly. He calmly said, "Don't be flustered. You have now gained the power of a true swordmaster, but you have yet to unleash your full abilities. As continuous attacks inflicted no damage, Haviel began to feel uneasy. The King of Hell crossed his arms and calmly said, "Show me all your power before I go all out." Without hesitation, Haviel concentrated his mana and delivered a sharp sword strike with resolute eyes. But the King of Hell intentionally retreated to dodge, then immediately rushed forward and punched him in the face. A resounding crash echoed, and the impact was so powerful it shattered and blew away rocks behind them, even collapsing an entire mountain. Haviel took the punch squarely and was in agonizing pain, blood streaming unceasingly from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, shouting in fury, and gathering his strength thrust his sword. But the King of Hell slightly tilted his body to dodge, and immediately after delivered another punch swelling Haviel's mouth. He then kicked his shin, disrupting his balance and making him fall forward. As his body fell, the King of Hell immediately grabbed his collar tightly. His face was cold and devoid of any emotion. He gripped Haviel's neck like a torn doll and slammed his head so hard into the ground that it cracked. A thud echoed throughout the entire area. Afterwards he calmly stood up, adjusted his collar, and brushed the dust from his body. Haviel lay motionless, unresponsive. The King of Hell, with a cold voice, expressed surprise at the use of holy water to defeat the Reaver remnants. Never before has such a powerful army existed. And he snapped his fingers, adding that it would be truly wonderful if he could recruit them. As soon as the finger snap echoed, countless small black dots appeared from the barrier gate, forming a swarm, and the warriors panicked, sweating profusely. Monsters of all shapes, sizes, and grotesque colors poured out, making everyone turn pale. As the sky and ground were covered, they stared with wide eyes in fear. Haviel pondered how these monsters could be defeated. Just then the system suddenly appeared, encouraging him not to be discouraged and to look at the system again. "Don't just stand there gawking," the system reminded him that he still held the most powerful weapon. As the monsters continued to surge, a figure with its back turned suddenly appeared from behind. The system announced that this was a special skill, the Queen's Consort. As Roy turned his head to look, the system continued, informing him that this was no ordinary skill, but the Queen, who was essentially his unofficial wife, arriving with hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry. The system affirmed that this was a special bond created by the two of them. Alicia approached him and said she had received news from the allied forces behind them that the water on the ground had now turned into holy water. "If we drench the monsters, their power will weaken, right?" But Roy was greatly flustered to see her appear. Perhaps he was too worried about his future wife. Roy stammered, "Why, Your Majesty, please retreat immediately. This battlefield is too dangerous." But naturally his queen paid little heed to his words. Alicia immediately commanded loudly, "Royal Mage Division, spray holy water on those monsters." Upon hearing the command, the mages immediately formed ranks on the hillside. They began to cast spells, spewing water and summoning storms. Complex magic circles appeared in their hands, slowly growing larger. Streams of water continued to gather, surging forward like a powerful tsunami. As the holy water touched the monsters, they began to scream in agony. After the command was given, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were simultaneously fired, raining down on the flying monsters in the sky. Lights burst like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky, and a sharp arrow flew down. Following it, hundreds of thousands of other arrows poured down like dense rain, piercing the monsters on the ground, making them look like hedgehogs. Not only that, but the mermaid army also arrived. They were strong and full of momentum. As the Queen of the Merfolk landed majestically with a thud, even Roy behind her turned pale. She confidently turned, displaying her firm shoulders. With sharp eyes she said, "Truly disappointing, you ugly worm-like fellow. Such a thing happened and you didn't say a word to me. If I hadn't received news from the Queen of Magantano, I don't know what would have happened." Roy was visibly flustered, unsure how to react, and after a long moment barely stammered a few more words. Sorry to ask now, but how did you get up here?" "This is land," the Mermaid Queen replied brightly. "Of course, I leapt up in one go. How fantastic." Brother Roy's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Can that really happen?" Just then a tumultuous sound came from afar. He turned around to see the centaur army had arrived. They cheered, and the sound of hooves echoed powerfully. "Fight! Pippi, run fast! Bang bang, get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the hillside, villagers also gathered, singing work songs and striking very impressive poses. Other tribes also came to support. The Queen, burning with fighting spirit, drew her sword and shouted a command. The Frontera army and allied tribes immediately advanced in unison. Upon hearing the command, everyone charged onto the battlefield simultaneously. The mermaids jumping and sliding on land looked somewhat comical, but their momentum was overwhelming at this moment. Brother Roy regained his composure and frowned. He thought to himself, "Everything has changed now. We no longer need to sacrifice our lives to protect others." As soon as that thought ended, Brother Roy shouted loudly, "Coming, coming!" Instantly, Coming flew over like an arrow. Roy also began to move softly, saying, "Teacher, I'm coming, just as we always fought together." Roy leapt onto Kuming's back and shouted loudly, "Let the two of us finish this." The two sped across the battlefield like an arrow. Elsewhere, Yang Yang was still fighting very conspicuously. It was gathering energy. Preparing to attack, it formed an orb. Yang Yang emitted a long, brilliant beam of light. This attack seemed unstoppable. It pierced through countless monsters, and its energy stream even curved, demonstrating immense power. The king of hell, witnessing the sight, his face darkened, and he spoke coldly. "This is a tremendous waste of time." He began to act. The king of hell gestured forward with his hand. From his fingertips a red, brilliant energy orb began to form, rotating violently. Just looking at it, one could feel its overwhelming power. He aimed directly at Yang, the one who had just breathed fire. But just then, Haviel rose from behind the king of hell. His eyes were as cold as ice. He raised his sword, and mana gathered around the blade. Sensing imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and turned around. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, a decisive and cold strike sliced diagonally through the king of hell's body, cutting through the wind. That sword strike even split the surrounding landscape in two. It was truly fantastic. The king of hell vomited blood. He was greatly surprised by the strike that cut through his shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the battlefield red. The battle was not over, and Haviel swung his sword again, attacking. But this time the king of hell was faster. He kneed him squarely in the jaw. Nevertheless, Haviel did not retreat in the slightest, still resolutely charging and thrusting his sword. This sword strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the impact carved a long and deep groove into the ground. Roy gasped, opening his mouth wide, and shouted in terror, "This time I absolutely won't let that happen." At the place where the two were clashing, the king of hell seemed unaffected despite being stabbed like that. He immediately delivered an uppercut to Haviel's abdomen, sending him flying into the air. Meanwhile, Brother Roy, filled with resolve and momentum, continued to shout, "I will never kneel before him again." Roy, riding coming, descended at high speed, his expression very tense. Fate saved, -1 below. Haviel was fighting fiercely with Hellcaros, and he lost his advantage, being pushed back by the opponent. Furthermore, Haviel took a strong punch to the face. Roy anxiously tried to descend, worriedly thinking, "Does this mean one of us has to die in the end? No way. Neither I nor Haviel will die. He is the protagonist of this world." He gritted his teeth in frustration. After that, Roy signaled below. Hellcaros approached and crouched down in front of the injured Haviel. Suddenly, Haviel gritted his teeth and with all his might delivered a powerful blow to the opponent. A sharp cut appeared on his body. Haviel, still fighting for his life, silently shouted, "If I die, Kim Suho must die too." "Absolutely not, Kim Suho. That person, he is the protagonist of this world." Haviel thrust his sword at Hellcaros, who leaned back to dodge. Suddenly, Haviel's body transformed and he screamed. Hellcaros kicked him again, but more wounds appeared on his body. He thought, "Haviel Azron, truly astonishing. He's a match for 80 of my power." Finishing his thought, Hellcaros extended his leg again, kicking Haviel hard in the chest. He spewed blood from his mouth and nose from the powerful impact. What a pity. If he had continued to live, he could have shaken even the throne of God. At this, Hellcaros raised his hand towards him, creating a red dark orb. Haviel suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted, then bit the finger pointing at him, turning his head to sever it. Hellcaros looked down in surprise at his severed finger, and Haviel spat it out in disgust. Hellcaros opened his mouth. "My curiosity is satisfied, now goodbye." His expression turned grim. He extended his remaining hand and grabbed Haviel's face. Roy, shovel in hand, gritted his teeth and charged down frantically. Haviel was lifted off the ground, choked by Hellcaros. "Die." The situation was very urgent, and Roy shouted, "R!" as he charged with his shovel. At this moment, Hellcaros's hand released Haviel, who fell, and he regained his strength with a single stroke, cutting down Roy, who was charging from the air. It was a very terrible sight. Hellcaros spoke coldly, "Why aren't you singing a song? I quite liked your singing skills, you know." Roy gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his face, his expression terrible. Hellcaros's expression froze in tension and shock. "Ah, that's right. Kim Suho had one more life from the Dragon King." Just then, Haviel, sword in hand, rushed in from behind. He gritted his teeth and shouted, a sharp sword strike cleaving the air aimed at Hellcaros's neck. Roy was lying on the ground, his lower body reappearing. Hellcaros's neck was severed by that sword strike. Immediately, his head detached from his body. Haviel's face was pale and covered in dirt, and he awaited the result. But the King of Hell still calmly opened his mouth. 100%. Haviel's expression was filled with astonishment. Roy, still unable to get up, tensed again. As Hellcaros reached out his hand to exert power, the wound on his neck began to heal. He waved his hand once, sending Haviel flying into the air. His expression was fierce, and he controlled his power to forcefully smash Haviel backwards. Haviel's body fell into the chaos ahead. An explosion immediately occurred. Haviel painfully slid across the ground. Alicia ran over in surprise, shouting loudly, "Lord Asran!" From afar, Hellcaros created an even larger blood-red orb and threw it towards them. The seemingly ordinary orb began to grow larger as it flew into the air, and in just a few seconds it became a massive orb, crashing hard onto the ground. It didn't stop, continuing to slide. The people standing in front watched the scene in horror. Waves of power surged, and the orb in front covered one side of the sky, sweeping over like a tsunami. A system window appeared. Kim Suho. Haviel stood up and resolutely moved forward. His face was covered in wounds and blood. A system window appeared. "With your current strength you cannot defeat the King of Hell." Wait, does he think talking to him will work? Haviel stood there, blocking the powerful storm rushing towards him. "Fine, do what you want." "Hey, are you listening?" People were swept away by the force, flying into the air. The system window appeared again. "Do what you do best, use your ultimate technique." At this moment, Roy got up and opened his mouth. "Hey, King of Hell," he proposed with a sly smile, "can we eliminate that orb you just threw and talk? If the conditions of both sides are accepted, you can live without working anymore." the gigantic orb began to swirl into the city and disappear. It was a terrible sight, and Haviel alone still stood before that massive wave of power. He gritted his teeth and endured. A system window appeared. The host has misunderstood one thing. Everyone was struggling to protect the people behind them. System window. Lloyd Frontera is not included in that DP-1 count. He is basically already a dead man. That -1 always referred to Haviel. In the future vision, after Lloyd Frontera dies, Haviel will continue to fight the King of Hell and lose his life. But now Roy stood behind Helcaros, calmly smiling. If you can accept these simple conditions of mine, I can guarantee to completely free you from your duties in hell. Helcaros turned back with cold, suspicious eyes. A system window appeared. The method you have chosen will clearly have a significant impact on the fate of this world. As Helcaros moved his 2 fingers again, the massive orb continued to destroy the city. After a moment it disappeared in midair, revealing Haviel, tattered and lifeless with half-closed eyes. System, fate has changed. -1 Alicia ran over and supported him. Fate has changed. He did not die. Helcaros looked forward with a serious face. I believe you have the ability and the method to free me. But in this situation you don't seem to gain anything. Tell me, what do you want in return? Roy shrugged and calmly replied, nothing special. I already know I can't defeat you by force, so now I'm just choosing the path with the least suffering. System, if the person the host saves continues to save others, that number will also be added to DP. Helcaros opened his mouth again. If you're asking to save the lives of these residents, I'm sorry, but I can't grant that. You already know this, according to Wattel's wish. I am obligated to kill all life here, including you, Roy. It can't be helped. Besides, even if they die, they will reincarnate, so that's not what I'm talking about. System, hero Haviel Azron has decided to become stronger to save more people. Roy still smiled faintly and raised 2 fingers. I have 2 conditions. First, answer one of my questions. Second, when you make me work in hell, don't cut off my limbs. System, fate has changed. 1 death. Helcaros immediately agreed. If that's all, then fine, Lloyd continued. It's truly good to consult with someone reasonable. So what I want to ask is, he was rejected. No. System, fate has changed. The numbers kept fluctuating. Death. Helcaros's eyes were sharp and cold. First, tell me how to free me. I won't answer until you do. Roy also stopped feigning gentleness and shot back. You answer first. System, fate has changed. The numbers quickly jumped to double digits. 37. Lloyd bit his lip tightly and watched his opponent with tension. Helcaros also glared back. System, fate has changed. Now the numbers soared to 4 digits. 1637. Helcaros was silent for a moment, then eyes wide he spoke first. What am I thinking? I have no reason to negotiate with you at all, no discussion, and he created another orb of destruction in his hand. System, fate has changed. It jumped to 7 digits. Helcaros resolutely threw the orb of destruction, continuing the destruction from before. System, fate has changed. The result jumped to 8 digits. Alicia, still supporting Haviel, stared wide-eyed at the beam of light sliding towards them. Haviel suddenly regained consciousness and gritted his teeth at this serious situation. His 2 hands moved quickly, releasing power, which was wielded forward as a weapon, and Haviel shouted and unleashed a strike, the slash aimed at the rolling orb of destruction. Helcaros watched the scene in shock, eyes wide. He gnashed his teeth in rage, then opened his mouth and shouted. To insects, his 2 eyes glowed and he waved his hand, releasing power. The ground cracked from the destructive force and rocks shot into the air. Haviel was also pushed back by the force. His expression twisted. He raised his hand again and shouted. Enough of this pretense. The sky was filled with countless orbs of destruction he had summoned. Those fireballs began to fall towards the human world. Roy could no longer hold back and opened his mouth. Hey old man, don't underestimate the protagonist. System, fate has changed. 73,409,579. Accumulated over 50 million DP points. Would you like to use World Apex? If you use this skill, all system support will end. At this moment the pets looked at him with very sad expressions. Everyone was saddened by this choice. The skeleton pet also awaited the result. Suddenly they closed their mouths tightly and all smiled brightly. Roy's lips twitched. It's been fun, thank you, goodbye, and his face was filled with determination. And he loudly declared, World Apex, activate. The cute pets gradually began to change form and disappear, all smiling as if to console Roy. At this moment one of the Pudongs ran over, shedding tears. Viboom smiled at the opponent. The 2 with different expressions embraced each other at the last moment. And finally they completely disappeared. Pudong cried out in agony. System, from now on for the next 30 seconds you are the strongest being in this world. Good luck. Good luck. The flow of power from the vanished pets began to swirl, then flowed into Roy's body. After a moment he was filled with power. Helcaros still looked at him in surprise. Roy gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Immediately, colorful waves of power burst forth. Instantly, Helcaros's fireballs in the air disappeared. After a moment, Roy began to move. He advanced towards Helcaros. After a moment, the 2 stood face to face. Unexpectedly, he opened his mouth with contempt. 10 seconds, it's already gone. You only have 20 seconds left. What can you do? Roy gritted his teeth and punched him in the face. A peaceful city full of sunlight appeared. Raphael, feeding grass to a horse, asked in surprise. What, the identity of angels and demons? Roy replied. Yes, whether they are life forms like humans or spiritual beings and so on. Raphael laughed and said, haha, you can see me, can't you? I get hurt too and I worry too. We are just different forms of life. The difference is that if you're chosen as an angel, you're granted a bit of power. Roy exclaimed in surprise at his words. Chosen, then Lord Raphael was human before and chosen to be an angel, Raphael explained. It happens sometimes, but it's not common. For demons and us it's decided at the moment of reincarnation. The rules of the world seem to choose people randomly, he said, stroking the horse's head with an affectionate hand. Roy asked with a serious face, then the Archangel and the King of Hell are the same. Raphael still smiled brightly. That's right, they are all the same beings, bound by the rules of the world. They just pause temporarily as they continue through the cycle of reincarnation. Returning to the present, Roy punched with a face tight with tension. Countdown 20 seconds. His terrifying punch landed squarely on the opponent's face. Helcaros staggered back, spitting blood, and fell backwards, face twisted terribly. Roy was preparing to throw another punch. Countdown 19 seconds. Before he could punch again, Helcaros counterattacked. Everyone was too shocked by the power from both sides to stand properly. Roy was hit and a tooth flew out, but he still managed to land another punch on Helcaros's face. But soon after, he was punched in the cheek and fell backwards. The impact of the two forces affected the surroundings like lightning striking from an enraged sky. Roy's expression became even more terrifying. Helcaros's side was equally terrifying and insane. Countdown 18 seconds. The two exchanged punches so rapidly that only afterimages remained. Haviel was still lying on the ground at this time, barely trying to lift his head. Not long ago, he recalled when the two were digging the ground with shovels. Seeing Roy working tirelessly, Haviel exclaimed, "You still have a habit of taking on dangerous tasks alone. How many times do I have to tell you don't sacrifice yourself?" Roy paused, puzzled. "Sacrifice myself?" And he smiled brightly under the sunlight. "Even if I die, I won't do anything so foolish. The greater the risk, the greater the reward." Returning to the present, only 17 seconds remained on the countdown. Alicia stared in horror at the scene before her eyes. Haviel, face covered in dirt, gritted his teeth, looking forward. Roy's face was already bruised. Lightning struck from the sky. Finally, he was knocked back by Helcaros's punch. He opened his mouth and shouted terribly, "You're doing something foolish, unlike you. In a few seconds your power will disappear. You and your friends will all die. Why don't you do something less painful? Do you really think you can defeat me? You've already lost to me." Roy, unable to counterattack at this point, continued to take his opponent's punches. 14 seconds remained on the countdown. Roy, with a bruised face, tried to punch again. Helcaros also lost a tooth from his punch. 13 seconds remained on the countdown. Both of them were sent flying back by the opponent's punches, spitting blood. Helcaros temporarily lost consciousness, groaning in pain and unable to keep his balance. Roy seemed more severely injured but could still speak. "I had a question I didn't get to ask earlier. How many times have you felt pain in your entire life?" "I've become too accustomed to pain." Helcaros glared with terrifying eyes. He angrily threw another punch. Roy also quickly prepared for battle. 11 seconds remained on the countdown. The two began punching each other in the face again. The force cracked the ground and sent rocks flying into the air. The pressure in the area rose with each passing moment. The two exchanged punches as if in a fast-forwarded scene. Only 10 seconds remained. Alicia, in shock, grabbed her sword and ran towards them, shouting, "Lin?" Haviel also gritted his teeth, sword in hand, and rushed into the fight. At this point, only 9 seconds remained. King of Hell just said. Kim Suho's power would only last 20 seconds. How could he possibly win like that? But Kim Suho wouldn't step in without a chance to win. On this side, Roy shouted and grabbed Helcaros by the hair. And he decided to fiercely headbutt his opponent's forehead. Blood immediately gushed from Helcaros's forehead. After that attack, Roy leaped back and landed on the ground. Recalling his previous conversation with Raphael, Roy wondered, then if the King of Hell, Archangel, or Dragon King Vis enters the gate of reincarnation, can they reincarnate as any creature in another world? Raphael asserted, "Of course. That's a law, like the flow of time or gravity." Roy turned around and said, "See, I told you. Shall we bind the King of Hell and throw him into the cycle of reincarnation?" Haviel replied, "Easier said than done. If we could have, we would have already." But Raphael said that plan wouldn't work. "Those three people you just mentioned are the most powerful beings in this world. Even they would find it difficult to throw each other in. If such a thing were possible, one would have to hold the opponent tightly and enter the gate together." At these words, Roy frowned worriedly. Back in the present, with 7 seconds remaining, Haviel was still charging, gritting his teeth. Kim Suho shouted inwardly, "I know exactly who you are and what gamble you're about to make in midair." At this moment, a huge vortex of power appeared. Roy opened his mouth and yelled and rushed at Helcaros and wrapped his arms around his waist. His expression was terrifying, as if he intended to take them both down. "Let's go, you bastard, I'll send you to hell." Helcaros was astonished. What? Haviel, seemingly too late, still ran forward, stretching out his hand in despair and shouting. Roy embraced Helcaros and leapt towards the vortex in the air. Haviel was immediately thrown back by the force. 5 seconds remaining. Roy was flying towards the colorful circle. Helcaros struggled and shouted, "What are you doing? This won't work." He was clearly terrified. He looked up at the ever-expanding circle, then hit Lloyd's back and kept shouting, "You crazy bastard." Roy burst into maniacal laughter. "Why are you surprised now? This is why I, Kim Suho. A talent even hell covets, you bastard." 4 seconds remaining. The beam of light from Roy's flying speed began to shrink. Haviel watched, gritting his teeth in despair. Alicia was also astonished, unable to speak. Helcaros gnashed his teeth in fear. He struggled but couldn't escape. "What is this power? I can't stop it. Is this guy stronger than me? Impossible." Suddenly he paused, shocked. "Ah, this guy focused all his power on propulsion. Fool, if you use your power like that, you'll also suffer greatly." Hellcaros shouted and punched Roy's back hard with both fists, making Roy open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. With only 3 seconds left on the countdown, Roy still tried to hold his opponent tightly. Hellcaros gritted his teeth trying to break free and eventually tore off one of Roy's arms. The two almost separated, but he still tried to hold his opponent tightly. However, he kept getting punched in the face by Hellcaros. Roy's subconscious cried out, "It hurts. The responsibility on my shoulders is truly painful. But it hurts more to see the people who trust me get hurt." In the very next moment, Roy flipped his body, firmly gripping Hellcaros' neck and subduing him. He struggled and shouted, let go, please." Roy's eyes flashed and he opened his mouth and bit his neck. Finally, the countdown reached 0 and Roy's momentum didn't stop, flying out into space. Javiel watched with eyes filled with astonishment and despair. Javiel, 2 figures floated in the air and Javiel's pupils constricted. Roy opened his mouth with a satisfied smile. The supporting actor must now exit the stage. Take good care of this world protagonist. At this moment his body began to disappear as time ran out. Javiel opened his mouth wide and shouted, but the 2 figures turned into air currents and slowly vanished in midair. Javiel shed tears, unable to reverse anything. The vortex in the sky swallowed what had to disappear. A moment later, space twisted, the sky's vortex closed, and a dazzling warm beam of light poured down. Even those who had been tense before the battle began looked up in surprise. As the beam of light shone on everyone, all movement stopped, and a sense of loss appeared on everyone's faces. Alicia looked, unable to believe this fact, then screamed in shock and collapsed to the ground as if about to faint. Roy, as if becoming a beam of light, descended to the human world, warmly embracing the city that had undergone a cold war. Javiel still couldn't accept the truth, shedding tears and crying in agony. At this moment, Roy's soul faintly drifted in the tunnel of space. "I'm being pulled in. I couldn't properly say goodbye to anyone. There are still so many promises I haven't kept." He was blinded by the dazzling light, and some power exploded. Roy opened his eyes wide in surprise. What entered his vision was a ceiling with an old fluorescent light. Roy returned to reality, lying on his small bed. Lloyd remained blank and unresponsive for a while. After a moment he glanced to the side. Seeing his phone next to his pillow, Roy silently got up and calmly pressed his phone. Javiel's picture with a cold expression appeared on the screen. Lloyd was silent again for a while, then glanced to the other side and saw a familiar desk. He put down his phone, threw off the blanket, and got out of bed. Roy opened the door, exited the room, and walked barefoot. After a moment, Roy went out into the street. Large lit buildings appeared and cars were still busily moving. Lloyd's face was blank as he looked at the surrounding scenery. Opposite him was a tall building. He glanced to the other side again and saw a corner of the city. He continued to walk like a zombie, and passers-by noticed him, whispering, "What's wrong with that young man? Why is he barefoot? Is he drunk?" Roy walked for a long time, then suddenly stopped. He stood among the passers-by and looked up. The moon tonight was very round and bright. Roy stared intently, lost in thought, then closed his eyes, felt it, and uttered goodbye. Inside the game city, the space appeared as a ruined place. Buildings had collapsed and the ground was entirely uneven. Arcos Frontera and Marbella Frontera returned and were shocked by the sight before them. Arcos Frontera looked to one side with an incredulous expression, and opposite him, Javiel stood in silence. His head was deeply bowed, clearly still unable to overcome the grief of losing Roy. The ruined landscape was solemn. Both were astonished by this fact and eventually collapsed, unable to bear it. The people around also felt a sense of loss at Roy's death. Everyone's eyes were red as they sobbed, and some still stared with wide eyes, unable to believe this fact. Elsewhere, atop a pile of rubble, Alicia sat silently embracing Roy's shovel. The scene shifts to the outside world. Vehicles were busily moving on the road. Roy sat on a bus hugging his backpack and looked out the window with a blank expression. His eyes were filled with thoughts and memories began to surface in his mind. Happy scenes with Javiel appeared. When the bus arrived at a stop, an announcement played. "This stop is for JQ Language Institute. JQ Language Institute guarantees high English scores." After that, the image of a smiling Alicia appeared as if standing on the roadside. A moment later, the bus stopped at the station. Roy slowly got off the bus. He walked like a person whose soul had left his body. Suddenly the sound of birds caught his attention. He looked up and saw birds chirping on a branch, and the images of his vanished baby pets came to mind. They were very small, cute, and affectionate. Sometimes they would get angry, but even that was very endearing. Roy continued to walk. He walked along the road, completely lifeless. After a moment, he arrived in front of a memorial portrait and opened his mouth. "Mom, Dad, I came back from an amazing adventure. I also earned a lot of money there. I helped many people and I even fought villains." And after talking for a long time, he paused as if trying to collect his thoughts. After that, Roy smiled gently for the first time since his return. "If you two had seen it, it would have been truly magnificent. Really, you would have been proud, Mom and Dad." After speaking, he closed his eyes as if trying to feel something. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed across his face. Roy opened his eyes in surprise and saw something familiar reflected in the glass. Roy quickly turned to the side and saw a system window appear in midair. His pupils widened in disbelief. The system window showed "We saw everything," but then suddenly faded. After that, another message appeared as if struggling. "Everything our Suho did there," and the system window blurred again. Father and Mother appeared on the screen. It moved again. Finally it said, "We watched it all." Then, to Roy's astonishment, the system window began to melt and transform into 2 figures appearing before his eyes. They were none other than Roy's parents. They all smiled as they looked at him. Roy ran towards them, his face covered in excited tears, but he passed through their bodies, embracing only empty air. Roy fell to the floor, then quickly turned back and cried like a child as he looked at them. His parents turned, extended their fists and said with bright smiles, "Isn't our family amazing?" Roy was speechless for a while, sobbing. He hardened his face to hold back his tears, biting his lip tightly even as tears continued to flow. But he also smiled and raised his fist towards his parents. Thus, the three family members bumped fists one last time. After that action, the two figures slowly vanished before Roy's eyes. The scene shifts to a different landscape. At this moment, a hammer was vigorously striking a nail. People were busy rebuilding the city after the war. "Mr. Gregg, this area is short on materials," Gregg replied, rushing past. "Don't worry, use as much as you want. The palace will send more tomorrow." Then he turned to Mura and asked, "Are we out of rebar and concrete?" She replied calmly, "No need to worry, that person supplied enough to build 10 cities. At this moment, a demon girl cautiously approached and reported, "Manager Vayan, the mine operations are complete." The manager replied, "Good, thanks to the demons everything is going smoothly." At this moment, the gigantic Vibung was working hard and someone had to stop him. "Mr. Vibung, please rest, everyone is worried." Vibung didn't listen and continued to focus on his work. The girl exclaimed, "Surely no one is resting?" Everywhere the scene was busy with city rebuilding. "Over here, who checked the road surface? Hard labor, whoa. I'm getting more muscles, whoa. HMPH, let's all go. Safety first." Adults and children alike each had their assigned tasks in a room. Marbella and Arcos were buried in piles of documents, their hair disheveled. "The request list for food to be sent to Azeron is ready," Arcos replied. "Well done. The mayor's restoration will be postponed for a while. We need more manpower for the heating system. Even with standardized specifications, it's taking longer than expected. So soldiers with experience in underfloor heating systems should form teams and supervise. When the workload for Vayan decreases, we'll leave this place." Marbella, seeing his exhausted and tired face, advised, "You don't look well, don't overdo it." Arcos just laughed and said, "Haha, if I think I'm tired, I feel too sorry for those two." At another desk, two people were also battling with an even more terrible pile of documents than the other two around them. Documents were piled up like mountains. Arcos bowed his head, chuckled softly and continued. "And for Haviel too," Marbella suddenly sighed with a thoughtful expression, and she looked up at the sky through the window. "It's already dawn since he left. I dream every day. A dream of Haviel returning through the city gate with that child, of course." Arcos comforted her with a smile. "It won't just be a dream. Haviel promised." Marbella smiled at him. "He will definitely bring that child no Roy back, right?" A moment later in the palace, Haviel was granted an audience with Alicia. She exclaimed in surprise. "You need to find the Dragon King," he asserted. "Yes, your majesty. In the past, Lloyd Frontera and I once visited his hometown in another world with the Dragon King's power. If we ask for the Dragon King's help, we might be able to return there." Alicia, lost in thought again, replied, "Lloyd Frontera entered the cycle of reincarnation. No one knows what he reincarnated as, or which world he went to." Haviel, still with his head bowed, continued, "This is only a possibility. Perhaps he returned to his hometown." Alicia asked again, "Are you confident enough in that possibility, Haviel?" "No, your majesty. However, Lloyd Frontera was always a man who would stake everything on even the smallest chance." At this moment, sunlight shone into the hall. Alicia commanded, "The kingdom of Magantana will mobilize all available resources to find the Dragon King. Tell me everything that has happened so far." He began to speak. "I retraced the path we once took to the Dragon King's cave, but after wandering for months we couldn't find it. It is highly likely there is a magic barrier creating a distorted space. For people like us, breaking through such a barrier is impossible. In other words, we must find out how the heroes of the past reached the Dragon King's cave and received his blessing. All right, investigate all records related to past heroes and explore all locations associated with them." Dragon Gate, where did that hero get such a thing? "Commander, we found the village where the legendary Dragon Gate was located, but it has been destroyed. Then tracked down the person who made it. A while later, as the city was rebuilt, white snowflakes began to fall. A large banner proclaiming, 'Welcome esteemed Lord Lloyd Frontera,' was hung in front of the city gates. Suddenly, the ropes holding the banner snapped and it fell. Beneath it, a shovel lay neatly placed against a pillar. The banner fell to the ground, landing at someone's feet. The replacement operation had begun, and everyone rejoiced at this change. Meanwhile, Haviel was walking alone through a blizzard. Everyone in Frontera had no doubt he would return. Kim Suho, the thought that I wouldn't find you never once crossed my mind, not even in my thoughts. Because you taught me that constantly moving forward is the only way to achieve one's goals." He was walking with firm resolve when a voice from behind suddenly made him turn around. "How did a human find this place?" Haviel looked up at a huge block of ice, and on top of it was a human shadow. It was none other than Tyrannus the Tyrant, looking down with a surprised expression. In Roy's world, his face was still expressionless. He stood in front of a mirror, lost in thought. A moment later, Roy raised his hand to brush back the hair that had fallen onto his forehead. He paused at this action, then suddenly lowered his hand, and his face was clearly flustered. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. As Roy entered the office, a bald man welcomed him. "Oh, Manager Kim Suho, you're here. Please have a seat." "Oh wait, you're team leader Kim Suho now, aren't you?" At that, he asked in surprise. "Me, team leader?" The man confirmed again. "Yes, it was decided at yesterday's department head meeting. You're now the team leader of the new business division. You know how conservative this place is, right? And you're the youngest team leader in the company's history. Now even those old fossils won't be able to ignore you. Everyone knows how much profit you've brought in, haha." Roy listened. Then after a moment of silence replied expressionlessly, "Thank you." The man looked at his expressionless face, fell into thought, then sighed, "Is that all? I thought you'd at least smile this time." He lowered his head again. "I'm sorry," he explained again. "Oh, don't worry about it. Honestly, what's the use of being competent at work? You always have such a gloomy face, you must be lonely. Remember that client who had a crush on you? She thought you ignored her every time you spoke." A moment later quitting time arrived and Roy left work. Suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. Roy took out his phone, paused, and his eyes widened at the content. It was a message from Sogi. The content was, "Are you still alive?" Soon the two made plans to eat grilled meat. Sogi spoke first. "Remember I said I'd buy you meat if I became a man like you. That day has finally come. I thought I wouldn't even smell meat without you, but look at you now, a director at a big company. If you brag I'll punch you, hee. At the teasing, Roy calmly said, "I haven't had beef lately." Sogi asked, puzzled. "How do you get paid that little?" Roy replied with a wry smile. "I was waiting for you to buy it for me. I thought you'd become someone great someday." He was silent for a moment, then he made a sly expression. "Ha, do you think flattery will get you another piece of premium beef? I'll buy you 10 pieces, you cunning bastard, ha. Then he asked about his well-being. "So how have you been lately? Where are you living now?" Roy's expression darkened, and he spoke. "I had a strange dream." Sogi looked at him with an uncomprehending expression. "A dream?" Roy replied. "Yeah, a dream where I was a supporting character in some novel." When he opened his eyes, he recounted everything as if it were a dream while waiting for the food to cook. He spoke with great excitement, and Sogi listened intently with curious eyes. After tiresome working hours, the scene was very harmonious and fitting. Roy talked from when the restaurant was crowded until only the two of them remained. Sogi was so engrossed in the story that he gradually leaned closer to him. The clock already showed 9:30. Roy continued to speak. "That King of Hell guy tore off my arm, but did he think I'd be so easily defeated? I wrapped my legs tightly around his waist and threw both of us into the gate of Reincarnation." His expression was very excited, but Sogi was lost in thought in front of his friend. At the suspicious gaze, Roy hesitated as if not knowing where he had gone wrong. "Ah," and he scratched his head, giving a wry smile. Sorry. I guess I was spouting nonsense like a cringy middle schooler with 8th grade syndrome. It's too childish a dream for an adult man to have, right? Haha. At his flustered appearance, Sogi spoke up and asked, "Hey buddy, that wasn't a dream, was it?" His expression was very serious. Roy looked at him in surprise, then laughed and denied it. "Of course it was a dream. I'm a natural science student. How could I make up a story like that?" Sogi revealed. "No, everything you just said, you actually experienced it." Lloyd's eyes widened in surprise, and a tear began to stream down. He quickly turned his head to wipe away his tears. Then what is it? If it's not a dream, something like that couldn't happen." Sogi smiled faintly. "I don't know either. Maybe this world is a dream to you, and the world in the novel you spoke of is the real world. I told you, didn't I? You've never felt like someone from this world. You always seemed like a hero from somewhere else. A hero who lost his power here." Lloyd retorted. "Hero what? I was just a supporting character." Sogi offered a word of encouragement. "Protagonists aren't the only ones who can be heroes." Roy glanced at him. Sogi covered his nape and continued. "Ah, by the way about Haviel, do you really think that's the end of everything?" He looked at him as if not understanding. "Ha," he explained. "From what I know, a person like him wouldn't just sit idly by. No matter what, someone like him would search for you to the ends of the earth, wouldn't he?" Meanwhile, Haviel found the Dragon King, who had short platinum hair and bewildered eyes. Haviel spoke. "Please send me to Seoul." The Dragon King's lips twitched upon hearing that. This place was a massive mountain range, and the Dragon King was lying on a sofa. Beneath the sofa was a dazzling sea of gold and silver treasures. The pale-faced young man asked, "How did you get in here? I've set up a high-grade celestial magic circle here." Haviel explained, looking a bit haggard. "I asked Lord Tyrannus. He said that if one finds certain rules and uses enough power to break the barrier, this place can also be opened." Dragon King sighed. "My father's words? Ha, if he's his friend, I should have known he'd find a way in here." Haviel bit his lip and remained silent. The Dragon King lay back on the sofa and said, bored, "Breaking barriers is a common feat then. I heard the news. I regret your loss." But Haviel retorted, "No, it's not over yet. As long as I live, I will definitely find him." At these words, the other person was silent for a moment, lost in thought, then a moment later spoke again. "Everything that happened was not decided by this world, but by an incomparably superior power from another world. Even I cannot be certain if he returned to Seoul." Haviel opened his mouth in silence. "Then you mean there's a possibility?" The Dragon King clicked his tongue once, then snapped his fingers in the air. A magic circle appeared on the floor. The Dragon King lay back down and explained, "This is the way to Seoul. He didn't take anything special when he left, so I can't give you anything to track him." As he spoke, the Dragon King pulled something from his clothes and threw it. "Take this. Press the middle button and you'll return here instantly. I made this day and night without rest, barely sleeping." A hint of confusion crossed Haviel's blank face. He waved his hand. "I knew you'd come. Now disappear. Both you and that guy are a nuisance." Haviel stood blankly for a moment, then bowed his head and said thankfully, "Thank you, merciful Dragon King." Immediately, a beam of light shot out from the ground and golden light also appeared from a spot on the ground. At that moment, many cars were lined up on the road, and a young man in a hat was hurrying along the roadside. Haviel had arrived in Seoul. He ran, looking around. Suddenly he felt lost in the crowd in an instant. Haviel was flustered, sweat poured down, and his eyes darted around. The surroundings were nothing but people, making it impossible to properly discern direction. After a while, Haviel entered a narrow alley and sat wretchedly with his head buried in his knees. The sunlight poured down. He slowly stood up, and he walked back into the crowd. Lord Kim Suho, I haven't even seen your face yet. After a while, Haviel went into another quiet corner. His half-closed eyes were full of fatigue as if they were about to shut. I should have known more about you. Sitting under a dim light, Haviel put his hand inside his clothes and pulled out the item the Dragon King had just given him. He had never felt so helpless. He had no plan to begin with and didn't know what to do. Haviel bit his lip tightly. He truly didn't know what to do. What kind of protagonist am I? An idiotic protagonist who doesn't even know what to do. But Lord Kim Suho, you would surely know what to do. You would know what to do. He looked up at the sky with a distorted face. Tears streamed down from helplessness. Suddenly, Haviel's eyes widened in surprise. A shining lighthouse entered his vision. The memory, I miss him so much, maybe I'll meet him again here, came to mind. Haviel's eyes filled with determination. He ran towards that lighthouse. He climbed the stairs with all his might. Haviel ran panting, and the lighthouse grew closer and closer. Roy's past words came to mind. Hey Haviel, you still owe our family a lot, don't you? Haviel ran for a moment, then looked around. Then the image of Roy from the past riding a horse and shouting came to mind. Next is Viscount Laville's mansion. He ran again through the chaos and memories of Roy flashed through his mind. At that time he vowed, for the Count, the Countess, and for everyone, I will find him. He ran again with all his might. The image of Roy shouting came to mind. Who said we were friends, you bastard, at that time? Haviel had been very surprised by that question. The Roy before him had a face that looked like he was about to burst into tears. Haviel ran like crazy, and passers-by looked at him. The image of Roy dying with hell arrows came to mind. He shouted, now it's time for the supporting actor to exit the stage. Everyone was still focused in one direction. The image of Roy shouting with an excited face appeared. Protect this world, protagonist, and finally their eyes met. Haviel paused for a moment, looking flustered. Passers-by walked between the two. Hey, about that cafe yesterday, if you keep confessing and getting rejected, you just become a pathetic loser. Daddy, I want to go there. Haviel stared intently at Roy. Because his current appearance was different from the past, Roy's eyes were wide as he stared intently at him. He opened his mouth in disbelief. Haviel was still panting, looking tired. He suddenly bit his lip tightly, then broke into a smile full of joy and emotion. The scene shifts to a newly rebuilt, very bright and beautiful city. A large signboard decorated with flowers appeared, and a voice announced, today marks the 5th anniversary of this festival. The day when everything in Frontera was destroyed, the day he left us, but also a day when we reaffirm our belief that he will return. He stood on a platform next to Marbella, raising a toast. The people below cheered loudly. Pippa happily scattered flowers. The red-haired girl, her orc brother, and the demon sister looked very happy on top of Pippa. This is the best, the demon sister said with a bright smile. I'm glad you can smile again, Pippa. I was really worried when you always looked sad at first, Pippa said thoughtfully. Pippa, separating from a loved one, this feeling is so painful. Pippa, Pam. I thought I would leave this place and never meet anyone again, but the kindness of you demon friends has warmed my heart, she replied happily. Thank you for the compliment. Please enjoy the festival today, Pippa. When he returns, I'm sure he'll want to see your brightest smile. At the party below, Greg had his arm around the shoulder of the person sitting next to him. Toads, congratulations on your promotion. How is it? Have you saved a lot of money? Toads replied with a wry smile. No, I spent all my salary paying off debt. Ha ha ha, that's karma, you know. Man up and accept it. Ha ha. At this, all the races shared in the joy, and one group played instruments on a high stage, creating a very lively atmosphere. Cyber, Fiber, Tiger F, Diver, Viver, the Kuga family was also cheering below. Saida, seeing the excited red-haired boy next to him, playfully pulled his ear. This rascal dares to be lazy at the festival. Get back to class right now, the boy cried out in pain. Suddenly, from above, everyone unveiled a bust of Lloyd with a silly expression. How about it, this year's entry? On the other side, young Master Lin also had another bust with a no less peculiar expression. Haha, it doesn't capture young Master Li's divine aura at all. Our statue captures the young master's ugly features much more accurately. It's perfectly identical. If it can't express such a terrifying appearance, would it even be young Master Roy? Suddenly, the two people introducing the bust gasped in silence as they saw Mela and Arcas standing before them. Suddenly Maga held up a very funny, distorted and lewd painting of Roy. The two knelt and simultaneously said, I concede. A moment later, in another secluded spot outside, Julian sat alone, deep in thought. Sarat approached and called out, So you were here, Sir Julian? Julian looked up at Lady Sahat, startled. Sahat asked seriously, Why are you in a place like this? Julian sighed and looked to one side. I was just wondering when Her Majesty would arrive this year, Shahrazadi. I heard you've been busy with palace affairs lately. Moreover, Her Majesty hosts such events every year, so the opposition from the nobles must be strong. Julian smiled bitterly and bowed his head. Indeed, you must be right. Suddenly, Shahrazadi's eyes sharpened and she chuckled softly. I must have underestimated Her Majesty's resolve. After that, a gradually growing sound was heard. Julian looked back at the path ahead with a joyous smile. At the end of the path a procession appeared, and at the forefront was a magnificent carriage. Switching to Suho's perspective, still at the lighthouse, Haviel stood before Lloyd, recognizing him and smiling. Roy still stared at him with wide eyes. He still seemed incredulous. "Is that really you, Havi?" Haviel still smiled and walked forward. The distance between them grew smaller. When he reached him, he suddenly knelt on one knee before Lloyd and said, "I have come to escort you." Sogo was dumbfounded by this sight, thinking to himself that it was exactly like the scene in the illustrated novel Lloyd had told him about. Haviel closed his eyes as if awaiting a command. Sogo still thought, "I thought he was half joking when he said it, but did this man really cross dimensions to find him? Incredible." At this strange sight, the people around them began to notice them. Lloyd suddenly said, "But do I really have to go back?" Haviel was startled. Lloyd continued, "This is where I was born and raised. I only went to another world by chance, and in that world I was recognized thanks to my very cheat-like game hacking abilities. But now I have no power." Haviel retorted, "You are mistaken. What everyone in Frontera yearns for is not your abilities, but you, the person yourself." Hearing that, Lloyd's eyes began to well up with tears. He thought for a long time, then opened his mouth again. "For some reason I had immense power in that world. Unlike here, that was probably an ability I gained while traveling dimensions, right? If I go back I'll probably become that strong person again, but that feels like running away. Everyone in this world is fighting their hardest to survive. If I leave it's no different from running away because I can't endure it." As he was speaking, Sogo suddenly hit him hard on the back. Haviel, seeing this, immediately radiated killing intent, his eyes blazing, and he tried to rush at him. Lloyd, flustered, quickly stopped him. "Don't have he leave him, he's my friend. My friend." Sogo calmly spoke about himself again. "I also wanted to study well like you, but I couldn't. I thought I was useless, worthless trash. And honestly, I even thought about suicide. So I gave up, I ran away from everything. But as I started doing other things and living seriously, I realized I didn't need to run. Maybe I was just looking for my own world, a world where I could have game hacking abilities. And maybe most people who think they're pathetic are just people who haven't found their own world yet." He smiled brightly, encouraging his friend. Go, my friend, to that world where you are the legendary master builder." Lloyd looked at him, surprised. Then he looked back at Haviel. He was still bowing his head, quietly awaiting his decision. Then Haviel smiled and extended his hand forward. Lloyd bit his lip tightly, and having made his decision, he too smiled and extended his hand to grasp it. The two held hands in front of the people. Haviel took out that button and pressed it. Immediately, a beam of light burst forth, forcing people to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Lloyd looked back and smiled at Sogo. He too smiled contentedly and gave a thumbs up. The beam of light carried the two beyond Earth's space, flying across the cosmos. After a while it snapped and disappeared. Everyone except Sogo watched with wide, incredulous eyes. Sogo, with a cunning expression, exclaimed, "Cool." The beam of light continued onward. People swimming in the sea also saw the light and looked up in surprise. The beast folk on the plateau also noticed the beam of light. On the Dragon King's side, he was having an outdoor picnic when he saw it and smiled gently. It was still Haviel and Lloyd's beam of light. Lloyd's form appeared within the beam of light. He traversed all regions, observing the situation. He marveled, relieved that everyone was safe. At this time in the city, everyone held lanterns, and an announcement echoed, "It is stipulated by the sacred law of the kingdom of Magantano, whoever for any reason enters the king's bedchamber shall marry the king. Great ancestors of the kingdom of Magantano, I ask King Alicia Termina Magantano." At this moment Alicia was waiting in a beautiful wedding dress. The announcement continued, "And I ask the eldest son of the Frontera family, will you accept Lloyd Frontera as the consort and be conferred as the kingdom's consort?" Alicia slowly opened her eyes and said, "I will gladly follow the command and law of the great ancestors." A moment of silence filled the space, and then he asked again loudly, "Eldest son of the Frontera family, Lloyd Frontera, will you accept King Alicia Termina Magantano as your wife and be conferred as the kingdom's consort?" At this moment a shovel adorned with flowers appeared before them. Marbella and Arcus seriously faced it. The manager and Greg had tears in their eyes. Others also looked sad at the absence of the groom. Only Lloyd's shovel stood before Alicia. Vibum looked down, unable to hold back her tears. All their friends felt regretful about this wedding. The officiant closed the book and opened his mouth again. "Until the consort to be's answer is received, can King Alicia wait?" she quickly replied. "I swear to wait forever." Officiant, "Then the remaining wedding procedures will continue 1 year from today." Thus the wedding without a groom ended. Alicia descended the stairs and left the stage. She opened her mouth. "Count Frontera, I must return soon. Enjoy the rest of the festival." He bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, could you not stay a little longer?" At this, everyone knelt before Alicia. She replied, "Their politeness makes me uncomfortable." Arcus immediately apologized. I have committed an impropriety." Alicia looked to one side. It was none other than Lloyd's shovel. She bit her lip tightly, then sadly opened her mouth. "Seeing you all live firmly is enough for me. Next year's festival will be the same." As always, suddenly, someone's voice was heard and she stopped speaking. "This year's festival is the last, Your Majesty." Alicia turned around in surprise. Arcus also looked up, startled. Two familiar shadows appeared. Haviel entered, bringing with him a changed-looking Roy. Haviel's expression was very calm. Ciri cried with emotion, "Lord Haviel." The two young men stood among the people and Roy was a little awkward, unsure what to do. His appearance was different from before, so even his parents didn't recognize him at first, and others were also suspicious of his look. Amidst the silence, Alicia approached him first. A moment later, the two stood face to face. Alicia stared intently at him, and Roy, nervous, avoided her gaze. Alicia reached out and touched his face, making him blush. Alicia brushed a strand of hair from his face, revealing it more clearly. Alicia stared intently at the person before her with sharp eyes. Lloyd's eyes were still very familiar, and she let go of his hand, making him flustered. Roy, again flustered, looked down and avoided her gaze. Suddenly, Alicia opened her mouth. "The man I fell for whenever I wanted to see him, he would rush to my side just like now, wouldn't he?" Roy looked at the girl, surprised. Alicia was silent under her veil, then looked at him with a resolute expression. Roy was blank, unable to speak. After regaining his composure, his eyes became resolute. Roy bit his lip tightly and forcefully swung his fist in the air. He let out a shout as if announcing his return. The manager and Greg jumped up excited. The Kuga family was equally excited. More than anyone, Vibum shed tears of joy. The knights cheered among themselves. The entire space became boisterous at Lloyd's return. Suddenly, to Lloyd's surprise, a system window appeared. "Everyone who knows you is delighted by your arrival in this world. Your wish has been granted." With this, the experiment regarding the scope of interference and possible errors in the lower world, conducted by the upper world, has also successfully concluded. Roy's eyes welled up with tears of joy and his body began to change. System window. "This world has given up on confronting a powerful being like you. This world, named Iron-Blooded Knight, will be reorganized into a completely new destiny with the new name World's Best Engineer." A moment later, Roy returned to his original appearance in this world. Content appeared in the system window. "This adventure looks quite fun too, son." After that, the even happier news was the return of the cute pets. They leapt out from Lloyd's body. Lloyd joyfully hugged his beloved pets. They all excitedly clung to their master's body. At this time, the skeleton pet also appeared, inhaling as if gathering strength. After that, it spread its wings, tilted its head back and roared. Bio excitedly ran to one side. Vibum, shedding tears of joy and emotion, ran to him. The two pets, upon reuniting, embraced each other in happiness. Alicia suddenly rushed over and grabbed Lloyd's shoulders. Then, to his surprise, she hugged him tightly. Above, Bong and Bio were also expressing their love for each other. Alicia whispered, "Right now your face is too handsome, so I don't want to." "I like potatoes." Lloyd blushed fiercely. Pea potatoes," she continued. "Not necessarily, but what about your heart? Do you know why it's beating so fast?" "Ah, that's you, fool." Haviel smiled, seeing the two of them happy. Then, as he turned his head, Siri was running towards him, delighted. On this side, Alicia was pouting. Fine, I was a fool to expect anything." Lloyd, blushing, struggled to explain. "Oh no, that's because I love your majesty." Behind them, Siri ran over and hugged Haviel tightly. Alicia pushed away the embarrassed and nervous Roy and looked at him with loving eyes. "There's still the most important greeting left, isn't there?" Roy bit his lip, moved. His parents stood beside him, their eyes welling up with expectant tears. Roy turned towards them. He bit his lip, guilt-ridden. Then he struggled to speak. "I have deceived you both until now. You probably already know everything, but I actually—" He bowed his head, not daring to look them straight in the eye, but the two simply happily held his hand and reassured him. "Thank you for coming back, our proud son." Roy's eyes welled up even more with tears. Behind them was a system window. His original world's parents appeared. They all smiled, encouraging him with contented expressions. After a moment of silence, Roy hugged both his parents tightly. "I'm sorry I came late, mother, father." Suddenly, at this moment, a shadow rushed in, none other than a messenger. As soon as he arrived, he spoke very urgently in a flurry of words. "Lloyd Frontera, eldest son of the Frontera family. Will you accept King Alicia Termina Magantano as your wife and become the consort?" Roy, still overwhelmed with emotion, widened his eyes at the news. Alicia whispered softly in his ear, "You'll be executed if you refuse anyway. It's stipulated by law if you slept together in the king's bedchamber, you must marry." "What should I do? There's a mountain of work for the consort." Lloyd looked down with a tense expression and took a deep breath. A system window appeared. Current LP, 9,999,999. Lloyd suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. And while Alicia looked bewildered, he enthusiastically hugged her tightly, falling backward, and declared, "I, Lloyd Frontera, the man who designed the greatest territory in history, accept Alicia Termina Magantano as my wife." Then he raised a finger and shouted, "I have returned. Fire the celebratory cannons." The skeleton pet opened its mouth and created an orb of light. The girls excitedly scattered flowers and the young men popped champagne to liven up the atmosphere. At this moment, an automatic firework launcher appeared. The pets danced excitedly on ribbons. The knights wept tears of joy and cheered. On one side, the orc band played passionately. Lloyd's parents looked up at the dazzling display, delighted by their son's marriage. Vibung and Bio, meeting again after a long time, embraced as if reluctant to part. Lloyd was surprised by the boisterous atmosphere. Then Alicia pulled him close. The skeleton pet shot the orb of light into the air, creating a grand resonance. Real fireworks exploded, shining brilliantly. Beneath the tumultuous spectacle, Lloyd and Alicia shared a passionate kiss. Haviel watched them with a smile, and Siri was so overwhelmed that her face flushed and she covered her mouth. With this, the story reached its happy ending. Another scene appeared. Someone's soul was drifting through space. The soul vaguely wondered what it would reincarnate as. "I was a worm-like fellow, so I'll surely be reborn as a bug. That guy who took over my body, how did he live to become so strong? Everyone must have rejoiced at his arrival in this world, right? If I could be reborn, at least, I wish the people who know me would be happy that I've come into this world." After drifting for a long time, the soul touched a ray of light, and a massive light enveloped it. The soul's vision blurred, and the scene shifted to another space. At this moment, cries of joy erupted from a room, and their expressions were clearly delighted. Darling, darling, the baby opened his eyes. Our son opened his eyes. Oh my, look at those round eyes. He looks just like me. Of course he looks like me. I'm handsome. Oh, our little one, is the world new to you? Come here, daddy's here. What? Mommy's here. Peekaboo. Our baby will grow up to be a very strong person. Grow strong and wise so you can protect many people. Our son's name is Kim Suho. And so the soul entered the body of a baby named Kim Suho.